My earliest memory is the window in the Konoha orphanage where sunlight always spilled through. The sunlight cut the tatami into alternating bright and dark squares while dust danced silently in the beams. I often sat there gazing outside, watching how the leaves changed from fresh green to deep green and how after an autumn rain they withered and carpeted the courtyard. The world was very quiet, so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat, steady, orderly, like some never-ending pendulum. The orphanage aunties were kind and the other children played together, but I always felt a sense of distance. It wasn't loneliness but a kind of lucid detachment. I knew I was different from them. Not superior, just different. Their joys and sorrows were direct and intense, like summer thunderstorms coming and going swiftly. My emotions, on the other hand, were more like a deep pool, calm on the surface, but inside I was always thinking, observing, calculating. For instance, I could clearly remember the walking rhythm of every auntie each day. I could predict which mischievous child would fall in the next second, and before he fell I would instinctively move away the stone in his path. I could feel a faint yet peculiar energy flowing through my body, warm and docile. Later I learned it was called chakra. It seemed to be naturally obedient to my will. "Minato, your chakra control is among the best I've ever seen," said teacher Natsume, who taught our basic Shuriken Jutsu class one day in surprise. At that time I had just tried for the first time to evenly coat a shuriken with chakra, and it struck the bullseye 10 meters away, precisely, without deviation. I looked at him and just nodded. It seemed not difficult. As natural as breathing. I didn't crave great power, at least not at first. What I craved was understanding. Understanding the laws that govern this world, the essence of chakra, the meaning behind those complex expressions on people's faces. Power was merely a tool to achieve that understanding. This thirst for understanding reached its peak after I entered the Ninja Academy. The academy was a world far broader than the orphanage. Children from various clans, commoners and orphans like me gathered together. I devoured all knowledge hungrily, the history of the shinobi world, throwing weapons, basic taijutsu and the principles of genjutsu. Theoretical classes were effortless for me, practical ones were the same. I could form the hand seals demonstrated by the teacher at lightning speed and even deduce the possible sequence for the next seal. In taijutsu sparring I could always see through my opponent's center of gravity shifts and deflect attacks with minimal effort. I wasn't the strongest in the class nor the one with the most chakra, but my name, Minato Namikaze, began to appear frequently on the teacher's praise lists. Of course this drew some attention. Curious, admiring, and some resentment. "Hey Namikaze." One day after school several older students blocked my path. The leader, I remembered, was a branch family member of the Uchiha clan, his eyes carrying that clan's characteristic pride and a hint of anger at being surpassed by a civilian. "I heard you're pretty strong. Want to have a go?" I looked at him calmly, analyzing the situation. 3 against 1, the opponent had age and physique advantage, chakra amount unknown, but the Uchiha name itself represented a threat. A direct confrontation would have slim odds. "Fighting privately on school grounds violates the rules," I stated the fact, my tone flat. Scared to say it." The Uchiha kid sneered and the other 2 joined in with jeers. I shook my head. Not fear, but I deemed it unnecessary. My eyes swept over their positions, calculating their possible attack routes and my escape path. Just as the opponent was about to step forward and shove me, I released a tiny burst of chakra from my feet and slipped through the gap between the 3 of them at an extremely clever angle, like a fish sliding through water, walking away without looking back. They didn't react, frozen in place. After I had walked more than 10 meters away I heard angry curses from behind. I didn't look back. But in my mind I was replaying the move. The chakra output could be reduced by another 5%, the turning angle could be optimized by 3 more degrees, that would be more efficient. This was me, Minato Namikaze. A prodigy in others' eyes, yet a weirdo who always seemed somewhat inhumane. I was not keen on fighting, not good at expressing emotions. My world was composed of logic, rules and optimal solutions. Until that day I encountered a burning flame. It was an afternoon. I went to a training grove behind the academy to find a quiet place to practice. Then I heard arguing and a suppressed, tearful yet stubbornly defiant female voice. "Let me go. You bastards." I said, "I won't go." I parted the bushes and saw 3 tall boys in other class uniforms surrounding a girl. The girl had her back to me, but I could see her bright striking red hair like molten sunset. She was like an enraged little beast, trapped but standing straight with her spine rigid. Girl from the Uzumaki clan, don't be ungrateful. We're inviting you to eat dumplings, consider it an honor. Yeah, red hair like a monster and so fierce. Red-haired girl. Uzumaki. I immediately recalled records from shinobi history, the clan famous for its immense vitality and sealing techniques now extinct. She was an orphan. Just as one boy reached out to grab her hair, I moved. Without anger or any heroic impulse. My brain completed the analysis in an instant. 3 opponents' average taijutsu loose coordination. The girl was emotionally agitated and might not cooperate effectively. The optimal strategy was to strike quickly, create chaos and extract the target. My movements were swift as the wind. Without even forming hand seals, I concentrated chakra on my toes and instantly dashed to the side of the reaching boy. I struck a precise hand blade on the nerve in his wrist. He cried out in pain and his arm went limp. The other 2 froze. Seizing the gap, I grabbed the red-haired girl's wrist and whispered, "Let's go." She seemed stunned too, but her body instinctively followed me as I ran. My speed was extremely fast and my route selection was exceptionally tricky. After a few turns we lost the angry shouts behind us. We ran until we reached the edge of the forest. Confirming we were safe, I stopped and released her hand. She panted, lifted her head and looked at me. At that moment I felt as if I was seeing another sky. Unlike the black or brown eyes I was used to, her eyes were clear, bright emerald green like a forest after rain. In those eyes now lingered the remnants of unextinguished anger and a hint of shock, but more than that, a wild, indomitable light. There were still tear stains on her face, but she wiped them forcefully and glared at me. "Who asked you to meddle? I could have handled it myself." I looked at her. For the first time when facing a person my logical analysis failed. I couldn't accurately categorize her emotions nor understand her stubbornness at this moment. According to common sense, being helped should warrant a thank you, right? But I didn't dwell on it. I answered calmly, "There were 3 of them. You might have gotten hurt. The optimal choice is to avoid conflict." She was stunned, apparently not expecting such a response. Then she turned her head away angrily. "Humph. Anyway, thank you." It was then I noticed that the sunlight filtering through the leaves fell on her red hair. The color really was like burning flame, warm, dazzling, full of a vitality I couldn't comprehend. "My name is Minato Namikaze," I introduced myself. She turned back, sized me up again, and the wariness in her eyes diminished a little. "Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki." I remembered that name. And I remembered that flame, the first flame that made me feel warmth. After that day something seemed to have entered my world beyond rules, logic and optimal solutions. I unconsciously looked for that bright red during breaks, noticed her clumsy but incredibly hard-working figure in taijutsu class and heard her loudly declare her dream with a strange accent, "I will become the first female Hokage of Konoha." There were snickers around, but she paid no attention. Her emerald eyes shone with unquestionable determination. A female Hokage. An outside Uzumaki orphan. From any logical perspective it seemed like a distant, unreachable dream. But looking into her eyes I suddenly felt, maybe it wasn't entirely impossible. I began to train even harder. No longer solely for understanding. It seemed, a vague notion of wanting to protect something had appeared. Protect this village that had nurtured me, protect that flame-like dazzling smile. I knew my path was still long. The Ninja Academy was just a starting point. But I could feel the chakra in my body flowing joyfully and my mind was rapidly absorbing, integrating and innovating. The future was like an unrolled scroll full of unknowns and challenges. And I, Minato Namikaze, would write my own story stroke by stroke in my own way. The sunlight still poured in through the window, but I knew I was no longer the quiet orphan sitting in the light and shadow watching the dust dance. My name is Minato Namikaze. My life from this moment officially begins. Kushina was like a stone thrown into the calm lake of my heart, the ripples she stirred refusing to fade. My daily rhythm remained unchanged. I was still the first to arrive at the classroom and the last to leave the training ground, breaking down every technique and tactic into its finest components, then reassembling them with greater efficiency. But in my observation list there was now a fixed, vibrant coordinate. She always seemed out of place in her surroundings. That red hair was a natural target, drawing not only curiosity but also malicious mockery. Tomato chili pepper, they called her. At first she would bristle like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, lashing back fiercely in Konoha dialect laced with Uzumaki village accent, sometimes even throwing punches directly. Her taijutsu was completely unorthodox, relying entirely on brute ferocity, often leaving herself covered in bruises. I watched silently. Logic told me that intervening in these endless conflicts born of childish malice was inefficient and would never root out the problem. The optimal solution seemed to let her learn to adapt on her own or become strong enough that no one dared provoke her. But whenever I saw her alone, that fleeting vulnerability and stubbornness in her emerald eyes, so different from her usual exuberance, something in my chest that beat by law would tremble slightly irregularly. This was not in my calculations. Once several older students cornered her after school, their words more vicious than usual, even mentioning the fallen Uzumaki and the unwanted orphan. Kushina was like a trapped young lioness, baring her teeth, fists clenched so tight her body trembled slightly. I did not step in directly this time. Instead I circled to their blind spot and threw several kunai at a highly precise angle, embedding them into the tree trunk near their feet. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds rang out, the kunai deeply embedded, forming a clear warning pattern. The older students jumped, looking around warily. Who's there? I concealed my presence and did not show myself. They grumbled, but their courage was broken and they finally retreated in disappointment. Kushina stood in place, looking at the kunai in the tree trunk with confusion, then at the empty surroundings. The anger on her face gradually gave way to a complex bewilderment. Finally she lowered her head and walked away quickly. Watching her retreating figure from the shadows, I experienced a strange emotion for the first time, a sense of having done something yet wishing the other person not to know, a contradiction that did not fit the optimal solution logic. It felt strange but not bad. Several days later, during ninja tool throwing class, we were paired for group practice. By coincidence Kushina and I were assigned together. She clearly remembered my earlier meddling and the possible rescue and looked at me with a scrutinizing gaze tinged with a faint awkwardness. When her turn came, perhaps from nervousness or distraction, her movements were stiff and her chakra control unstable. The kunai flew crookedly, not even touching the target's edge, drawing suppressed laughter from a few students nearby. Her face flushed instantly, almost matching her hair color. She whipped her head around to glare at the direction of the laughter. Drop the angle of your wrist by 15 degrees and evenly spread chakra over the blade at the moment of release, not charging it in advance. I spoke calmly, my voice not loud but clear enough for her to hear. She was taken aback, turned back and looked at me with a bit of astonishment. I picked up a kunai, not looking at her but focusing on the target, demonstrating the motion in slow motion while clearly explaining the subtle nodes of chakra flow. Feel it through your fingertips. It is not a dead object, it is an extension of your arm. She looked at me, her emerald eyes shimmering with doubt, yet still she picked up a kunai and imitated my movements. Still clumsy but much better than before, the kunai at least struck the edge of the target with a clang. I nodded. Progress. Lower your center of gravity a bit more. She did not speak, just pursed her lips and tried again. Again and again. She was not like me, able to easily understand and replicate complex principles. Her learning method relied more on body sensation and a tenacious unwillingness to give up. When she failed, she muttered a strange Uzumaki village slang, probably a curse, then continued. We barely exchanged words that afternoon. Only my brief instructions and her silent practice. Until the sun went down and only the two of us remained on the training ground. The kunai she threw finally hit the inner ring of the target consistently. She stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the target, and her face bloomed into a brilliant smile mixed with fatigue and a sense of achievement. That smile was utterly unshadowed, like sunlight breaking through dark clouds, blazing and direct. She turned to me and said, "Hey Namikaze, thanks." This time her thanks lacked the earlier awkwardness, sounding much more natural. You're welcome, I replied, gathering the scattered kunai. Your chakra potential is strong, it's just the control method that needs optimization. She walked up to me, tilting her head to look at me, her red hair swaying with the motion. Do you always talk like this? Like a textbook? I paused in my movements, looked up and met her curious gaze. I had never thought about that question. Like what? I mean, very calm, very, well, accurate. She struggled for words. Like nothing can make you anxious or angry. I thought for a moment and answered truthfully, emotional fluctuations affect judgment and chakra control stability. Staying calm is a necessary quality for a ninja. She burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth, shoulders shaking. It really is like a textbook. But, it does sound quite reasonable. Watching her laugh, that irregular tremor in my chest appeared again. This seems, not a bad thing. From that day on, a strange tacit understanding formed between us. At school we were not inseparable. She still had her circle, though small, and I was still used to being alone. But on the training ground, sometimes in the library, we would encounter each other unexpectedly. Sometimes I would point out a flaw in her technique, sometimes she would suddenly ask me a simple question about village customs, then complain about my overly theoretical explanation and demand I speak human. I gradually found that talking with her required me to translate the complex logical chains and data in my mind into simpler, more direct language. This process itself was a new kind of thinking exercise for me. I also began to learn more about her. Her dreams, her complex feelings toward Konoha, both the home that took her in and the place that made her feel alienated. When she mentioned the distant vanished Uzumaki village, a sadness I could not fully understand would flash in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by a stronger determination to take root in Konoha. "I'll make everyone remember my name. Uzumaki Kushina," she always declared, as if issuing a challenge to the whole world. My life, it seemed, had gained many non-efficient elements due to this red intrusion, yet also many vivid colors that could not be measured by data. However, Konoha was not all sunshine. The Ninja Academy was also a stage where various clan forces and political intentions intertwined. One day the teacher responsible for teaching ninja clan history and village relations, a middle-aged jonin from the Shimura clan, spoke about the alliance between Uzumaki village and Konoha with a deliberately dismissive tone. The Uzumaki clan was famous for its sealing techniques and once had good relations with Konoha. Unfortunately, they relied too much on bloodline limits and closed inheritance, failing to adapt to the changes of the ninja world, and in the end, sigh. He shook his head, his unfinished implication carrying a veiled disparagement. I noticed Kushina in the front row, her back instantly tensed. She lowered her head and I could not see her expression, but I could feel the suppressed anger radiating from her. There was some whispering in the classroom and a few glances floated toward Kushina. I frowned slightly. The teacher's remarks were factually biased. The destruction of Uzumaki village was a tragedy caused by multiple forces coveting its sealing techniques and the complex international situation at the time. Reducing it to failure to adapt was one-sided and unfair. This did not align with the principle of objectivity in historical teaching. Just as Kushina seemed about to stand up and retort, I raised my hand. "Namikaze, do you have a question?" The teacher looked at me, his tone mild. I had always been a top student in the teacher's eyes. I stood up, my gaze calm, as I met his teacher. According to the third chapter of The Diplomatic Records of Konoha's Founding and the Rise and Fall of Uzumaki Village, the alliance between the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki was based on shared ideals and strategic trust. Uzumaki Village provided irreplaceable support for Konoha's tailed beast sealing system. The subsequent tragedy mainly resulted from the joint coveting of external forces and the war that swept the ninja world at that time. I believe that simplifying such a complex historical event to a single cause may not be conducive to our comprehensive understanding of the value of the alliance and the lessons of history. My voice was clear and steady, the references accurate. The classroom instantly fell silent, everyone staring at me in surprise. Including Kushina next to me, who whipped her head around, her emerald eyes wide with disbelief. The Shimura teacher's face turned rather sour. He probably never expected a student, especially one as non-troublesome as me, to publicly quote sources and challenge him. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but finally managed a forced smile. "Namikaze, you have done your research thoroughly. However, history can be interpreted from multiple angles. Let's move on to the next section." He glossed over the topic ambiguously. After the bell rang, Kushina rushed over to me first thing, her face still flushed with excitement. "Hey, Namikaze. You, just now." She seemed unable to find words, slapped my shoulder hard, quite forceful. "That was amazing. How did you know those books?" "They are all in the library," I answered truthfully, rubbing my slightly numb shoulder. His statement was inaccurate. Pointing out the error is reasonable. She looked at me, eyes sparkling, all the earlier gloom swept away. "Anyway, thanks. I knew it. You seem quiet, but you're reliable when it counts." Reliable? That word used on me was novel. I was used to self-reliance and being relied upon academically, but reliable seemed to carry more weight and trust. "I was just stating facts," I said. I know, textbook man. She laughed, her tone light. Let's go. Watching her skipping away, I stood still. The spot on my shoulder still seemed to retain the touch of her slap, a slight warmth with vitality. I realized that the originally clear, cold logical lines between me and this world seemed to be connected by some new warm threads that were difficult to measure with data. And the most important of those threads was tied to that fiery, dazzling red hair. Cracks still existed from the outside world, perhaps also from our respective identities and pasts. But at this moment these quietly connecting threads made me feel that this world, which had only needed to be understood, was beginning to seem worthy of protection. The road ahead was still long and unknown. But I knew I was no longer walking alone on the path defined by rules and efficiency. The days at the Ninja Academy flowed forward like a gentle stream. My name, Minato Namikaze, remained steadfastly at the top of the scoreboard. This was not born from a competitive spirit but a natural consequence, understanding the rules and executing them with the highest efficiency. Chakra control, theoretical examinations, tactical simulations. For me these came as naturally as breathing processes that could be analyzed and optimized with logic and patterns. Yet I gradually sensed a cognitive hunger. The knowledge taught at the academy was like a precise map of a forest, detailed yet lacking in vitality. I yearned to delve deep into this forest, to feel the roughness of the bark, the dampness of the soil, to understand how light and shadow danced among the branches and leaves, not merely memorize their coordinates and names. This yearning found a tantalizing outlet when I encountered the concept of space-time ninjutsu. It was during an advanced elective on the ultimate application of chakra, nature and shape transformation. A special lecturer from the Sealing Corps, while expounding on the possibility of chakra interfering with the material plane, casually mentioned, when chakra control reaches a certain pinnacle combined with specific ancient techniques, one could theoretically touch the very rules of space itself. For instance, the deceased second Hokage Tobirama Senju developed the strength forbidden technique Flying Thunder God, which enables instantaneous movement beyond the limits of visual perception. My mind felt as if struck by a silent lightning bolt. All along my understanding of speed was constrained by physical laws, muscle explosive power and chakra output efficiency. But instantaneous movement. This completely overturned my inherent cognitive framework of the basic concepts of distance and time. The lecturer did not delve deeper, clearly beyond the syllabus. But my attention was firmly seized, unable to look away. After class I immediately went to the library, trying to find more records about the Flying Thunder God. The results were disappointing. All relevant scrolls were marked as forbidden techniques or top secret, stored in areas beyond my access level. Only sporadic vague references existed in public literature describing it as an inhuman technique, ultimate difficulty and risk, the pinnacle of the second Hokage's wisdom. These ambiguous descriptions did not extinguish my curiosity, instead they ignited a flickering blue flame in the darkness. Ultimate difficulty. It implied a complex theoretical system far beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Inhuman technique. It meant the demands on the user's abilities reached an inconceivable level. This was simply too fascinating. I began to probe through every possible channel sideways. I consulted several teachers skilled in speed-type ninjutsu about the basic theory of spatial perception, searched between the lines of historical archives for fragments of thought the second Hokage might have left behind during the technique's development, and even meditated alone in the advanced training ground, trying to feel the texture and tension of the surrounding space with my chakra. It was undoubtedly difficult and nearly futile. Like a blind person trying to grasp the concept of color. Without specific techniques or cultivation methods, everything relied on deduction, intuition, and countless failed attempts. My chakra repeatedly lost control and dispersed while simulating spatial coordinates, occasionally causing subtle spatial ripples, the backlash numbing my arms and draining my spirit. But I was immersed in it. Each failure was like a puzzle piece, adding a vague understanding of the unknown realm of space. It was not empty, it possessed a unique structure, nodes that carried power, imperceptible fluctuations. The Flying Thunder God technique might be the key to finding its precise resonance. I devoted substantial after-school time to this secret research, inadvertently reducing my daily interactions with Kushina. She apparently sensed my absence. One evening she cornered me at the edge of the training ground as I emerged from yet another failed attempt, a trace of contemplation on my brow. "Hey, Namikaze," she said, hands on her hips blocking my path like a vibrant sunflower, the sunset dancing in her red hair. "What have you been up to these days? You've been so elusive." Are you secretly practicing some ultimate technique to leave me behind? Her question was direct and frank, carrying her characteristic unguarded emotions. I looked at her slightly puffed cheeks from displeasure, her emerald eyes shimmering with inquiry and a trace of imperceptible neglect. I paused. The Flying Thunder God involved forbidden techniques unsuitable for detailed discussion. But I did not want nor wish to fabricate lies for her. I've been studying some theories about spatial structure. Spatial structure. Kushina blinked, her thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her face showing obvious confusion, but the displeasure dissipated somewhat. What's that? Is it harder than the Rasengan? She was recently obsessed with chakra-shaped transformation, fascinated by the Rasengan concept I had casually mentioned. The nature is different, I tried to explain in a way she could understand. The Rasengan is the ultimate condensation of chakra-shaped transformation, like forging an indestructible weapon. But spacetime ninjutsu is more like learning a new language to read the rules written by the world itself in the void. She tilted her head, struggling to digest my analogy, her brows slightly furrowed, finally waving her hand as if giving up. All right, you smart people always think about these convoluted things. But. She stepped closer, leaning in, her tone turning serious with unmistakable concern. Don't always study alone. What if you go berserk? I am going to be the Hokage. A future Hokage has the responsibility to look after every genius in the village, especially those prone to obsessiveness. Her logic carried her characteristic leaps, but the genuine concern within it transmitted clearly like a warm current. The realm in my heart, built from cold data and logical formulas, seemed gently tugged by that intangible warm thread. I understand, I nodded, accepting her goodwill. I will be careful. She seemed satisfied with my answer, a bright smile blooming on her face like a cleared sky. That's better. Come on, I'll treat you to the new red bean cake. Overthinking needs sugar. Without giving me a choice, she grabbed my wrist and dragged me with irresistible force towards the commercial street. I watched her vibrant back, feeling the warm touch of her calloused palm on my wrist. This direct, life-filled contact formed a stark contrast with the ethereal spatial theories I was studying. One solid, one profound, one blazing like fire, one cold as an abyss. But at that moment I suddenly felt there might be some deep yet undiscovered connection between the two. A few days later, an unexpected opportunity brought a turning point to my research. The annual practical combat drill was announced. This drill was of higher specification, allowing and encouraging senior students to form teams. The location was set in the outskirts of the Forest of Death, simulating infiltration behind enemy lines and intelligence acquisition. As the news spread, the classroom instantly buzzed. Students began selecting teammates and discussing strategies. Accustomed to executing tasks independently, I was about to apply for solo participation when a figure stopped at my desk. It was Fugaku Uchiha. A year ahead of me, he was the recognized prodigy of the Uchiha clan, his demeanor always carrying the family's inherited calm and aloofness. Now he stood before me, his black eyes as placid as a deep pool. Minato Namikaze, he spoke, his voice steady and emotionless. Want to team up? The noise in the classroom instantly dropped a few decibels, many eyes focusing on us. The top student teaming up with the Uchiha genius. This combination was enough to spark speculation. I looked up, meeting his gaze. My mind rapidly analyzed his intentions. Fugaku Uchiha was strong, calm, and not impulsive. His invitation could be for various reasons: acknowledging my ability and seeking maximum efficiency, or observing the civilian genius up close, or a form of clan-level goodwill, or probing. Regardless of his purpose, from a pure mission efficiency perspective, this was undoubtedly an optimal choice. His Sharingan's insight and my overall tactical planning could form a powerful complement. All right, I replied succinctly. Fugaku nodded slightly without further words and turned away, as if completing a simple information exchange. The news of the team-up spread quickly. When Kushina learned of it, she found me with obvious displeasure on her face. How could you team up with that Uchiha guy? She pouted. He looks cold and hard to get along with. From a mission standpoint, it's a reasonable choice, I stated the fact. Reasonable, that's all you ever think about. She grunted in dissatisfaction but didn't press further, only muttering anyway. Be careful yourself. I always feel that people from their clan hide their thoughts deeply. On the day of the drill, the outskirts of the Forest of Death were shrouded in damp morning mist. As a team, Fugaku and I received the intelligence scroll, our goal to break through the interceptions of other teams and the obstacles set by instructors to reach the endpoint. Fugaku was taciturn, but his actions were precise and efficient. His Sharingan glowed faintly red in the mist, easily seeing through disguises and traps, even faintly sensing the chakra flow of distant enemies. Our cooperation was surprisingly smooth, often requiring no verbal communication, just subtle movements and eye changes to understand each other's intentions. This synergy based on high proficiency and judgment gave me a sense of comfortable efficiency. While crossing a swampy area with complex terrain and numerous natural traps, we encountered another team composed of 3 senior elites. The opponents clearly had good tactical skills, using the terrain to launch a swift combined attack. Kunai and Shuriken rained down, mixed with wind and fire release jutsu, instantly sealing our evasion space. Fugika's Sharingan spun at high speed, blocking, dodging, countering in a fluid motion. My mind instantly constructed a battlefield model, calculating all attack trajectories, speeds, and every factor available in the environment. Right side 3 o'clock, hollow in the tree trunk, I whispered. Fugaku did not hesitate, shifting instantly to that spot. Almost as he moved, several shuriken attached to explosive tags detonated precisely where he had been. Left flank, water release, water dragon bullet, I warned again. Fugaku formed hand signs and fire release, great fire dragon roared out, clashing violently with the oncoming water dragon, creating a large white mist that obscured vision. Our defense was impregnable, unharmed despite the rain of attacks. However, the enemy had numerical advantage. Sustaining a prolonged battle was not ideal. Just then my gaze caught a huge bluestone half buried in the swamp ahead. Its position, its shape, the subtle stability of the space around it. A daring, almost absurd idea based on my days of research flashed like a spark in my mind. Fugaku, hold them off for 5 seconds, I said, my tone still calm, but something dormant within me was subtly stirred. Fugaku glanced at me sideways, a flicker of rapid surprise in his black eyes, but he raised no questions. His hand seals increased in speed, the power of his Sharingan seemingly more concentrated as more dense fire release jutsu and shuriken shadow clones pushed out like a barrier, temporarily suppressing the enemy's assault. Now. I closed my eyes, completely shutting off visual distractions. I sank all my mind into perceiving the surrounding space. The mist, the swamp, the trees, the chakra fluctuations emitted by the enemies. Everything transformed in my consciousness into abstract energy contours and structural lines. I recalled my conjectures about the spatial nodes and frequencies from studying the Flying Thunder God, channeling my refined chakra in an extremely subtle, extremely dangerous manner, no longer simulating coordinates but attempting an active spatial interference on a very small scale. This was not the Flying Thunder God, I had no coordinate marks. It was more like a blind, intuitive knocking on the door. The chakra struggled through the void, encountering immense repulsion as if fighting in a highly dense non-Newtonian fluid. My temples began to throb, my mind intensely focused. I could even hear the sound of my own blood rushing and my chakra pathways trembling faintly. Successful? Far from it. But I clearly felt that my chakra had fleetingly pried at a small spatial structure near that bluestone. The next moment I snapped my eyes open, forming the hand seal for the most basic clone technique, but the chakra output was completely different. A faint glass-breaking like spatial distortion sensation. A clone appeared where I had stood. And almost simultaneously on the surface of that huge bluestone an extremely blurry, transparent, almost light-refracted shadow of me flickered for less than 1/10 of a second before dispersing silently like a popped soap bubble. Successful? No, it wasn't even a clone transfer, more like a failed spatial projection, an existence projection too brief to ignore. But that was enough. The 3 members of the opposing team were clearly stunned by this completely unexpected phenomenon. Their assault halted in a fatal momentary pause, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. And Fugaku Uchiha precisely seized this fleeting opportunity. His Sharingan discerned the momentary openings exposed by their astonishment. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower, Nail Red. Countless flame-covered shuriken as if alive followed an almost impossible trajectory, precisely slipping through the gaps in the enemy's defense, striking their weapon-wielding wrists and the fingertips, forming hand seals. The outcome was decided in an instant. The mist drifted slowly, leaving only the faint sound of flames burning the air and the suppressed groans of the enemies. Fugaku deactivated his Sharingan, turned around and for the first time looked at me with an unabashed, deeply investigating gaze. That just now. He began, his voice still steady, but in his deep black eyes surged an indescribable turmoil. What was that? I looked at the huge bluestone where a faint barely detectable trace of my unique chakra fluctuation seemed to linger. Inside my chest my heart beat powerfully, not from the intensity of battle but from the brief touch upon the mysterious boundary of that realm. An immature attempt, I replied, not evading but not elaborating either. I knew this was still a chasm away from the true flying thunder god technique. Yet this insignificant nearly failed attempt was like a pebble dropped into the deep lake of my heart, the ripples far from settled. The door to space-time ninjutsu seemed to have opened a barely perceptible crack. And Minato Namikaze had glimpsed a corner of the infinite breathtaking landscape beyond it. The drill ended with our overwhelming victory. My team with Fugaku Uchiha became the talk of everyone. But for me the most important gain was not the honor of victory but that clumsy yet real touch upon the rules of space. On the way back the setting sun stretched our shadows along the forest path. Fugaku remained silent, but I could sense that between us after that battle and that incredible attempt a subtle connection had formed beyond ordinary classmates, a tacit understanding based on mutual recognition of capabilities and a shared curiosity about the unknown. When I returned to my dormitory I saw a box of mochi still warm sprinkled with golden osmanthus on my desk. Next to it was a note with a slightly childlike yet forceful handwriting for the obsessive genius to recharge. The future Hokage left this. I looked at the exquisite mochi, a faint sweet fragrance lingering in my nose while my mind simultaneously replayed the instant spatial distortion in the forest of death and the firm warm strength of Kushina pulling my wrist. Rigorous logic versus vivid emotions, cold spatial theory versus warm mochi. My world was becoming increasingly intricate and vividly real at a rate surpassing any computational model. The road ahead is long but the star of direction seems ever clearer. Whether it is the thorny path to the flying thunder god's peak or the future intertwined with that flame-like existence, I will walk with steady steps. The Death Forest training exercise rippled across my seemingly unchanging life like a stone cast upon still water. The most palpable shift emerged from Uchiha Fugaku. After the exercise concluded he did not approach me, as others did, with curiosity or probing glances. He remained the same taciturn aloof prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet during our occasional encounters in the corridors he would offer the faintest nod, and within those obsidian eyes, once filled solely with detached scrutiny, now lingered something ineffable and almost imperceptible acknowledgement. A silent understanding had formed between us, forged not by words but by mutual respect for each other's strength and by our shared intuitive perception of that enigmatic realm, the spatial principles I sought to grasp. This bond was singular, cold yet unyielding, as steadfast as bedrock. In contrast, my time with Kushina felt like basking beneath an unceasing sun, warm, radiant, and gloriously noisy. Hey, Minato. Look. She sprinted toward me, brandishing her newly issued shinobi registration tag, cheeks flushed from exertion. Number 735. From today onward I'm an official shinobi of Konoha Hidden Village. One step closer to becoming Hokage. I watched the sheer effervescent joy shimmering in her eyes, and nodded. Congratulations. She deserved no less. Her diligence had never escaped my notice. She tucked the tag away reverently, then leaned in, lowering her voice with theatrical secrecy. By the way, that jutsu you used in the Death Forest last time, the one that went whoosh, like you were vanishing yet didn't, what was it? Even that Uchiha guy stood there stunned. She mimicked the fleeting distortion of space with animated clumsy gestures, vibrant and full of life. I paused, thoughtful. With Kushina, obfuscation felt unnecessary, and impossible. An unsuccessful attempt at spatial interference. I chose candor. It falls far short of true instantaneous movement. Spatial interference. She repeated the phrase, blinking her emerald eyes, not probing deeper into its arcane theory but instead delivering a hearty bone-rattling clap on my shoulder. Sounds incredibly powerful. But failure doesn't matter, next time you'll succeed. I believe in you. Her faith was direct, unadulterated, free of calculation or compromise. This unreserved support flowed through me like warm current, gently permeating the soil of my mind, so long accustomed to logic and deduction. I found myself growing accustomed to it, even faintly anticipating her impulsive, unwavering encouragement. Our days at the Shinobi Academy drew to a close. On the day the graduation team assignments were posted, the classroom hummed with restless energy, equal parts anticipation and unease. I stood before the bulletin board, gaze calm and steady as it traced the list. Minato Namikaze, Team 7. Supervising Jonin Jiraiya. Kushina Uzumaki, Team 7. Supervising Jonin Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku, Team 7. Supervising Jonin Jiraiya. Same team. This outcome was both unexpected, and utterly inevitable. Placing the Jinchuriki, the Uchiha prodigy, and myself, a newly ascendant talent, under the direct tutelage of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was clearly a deliberate decision by the village's highest echelons. From the perspective of resource allocation and potential cultivation, it represented nothing short of the optimal solution. Wonderful. Minato. We're on the same team. Kushina cried out, her crimson hair flaring like a banner in the air, drawing curious glances from classmates all around. She paid them no mind, her face alight with unguarded delight. Uchiha Fugaku stood at a distance. Upon reading the list, his expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze lingered upon us for a fleeting moment, followed by a subtle respectful nod. Just then a voice, lazily drawled yet resonant, sounded behind us. Well, well. So these are the future members of my squad. We turned. A tall man stood before us, wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, his snow-white hair spiked like a porcupine, arms crossed across his broad chest, grinning broadly. He appeared disheveled, yet his eyes gleamed with unnerving sharpness, piercing as if capable of reading the soul itself. Jiraiya the Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sannin. His gaze first settled upon Kushina, carrying a quiet knowing appraisal, then shifted to Uchiha Fugaku, who received a curt nod. Young man of the Uchiha clan, you show promise. Finally his eyes locked onto me, curiosity and keen inquiry burning brightly within them. Minato Namikaze. He stroked his chin, stepping closer to circle me slowly. I hear you stirred up quite a commotion during that training exercise. Even the third Hokage himself mentioned it. I met his gaze steadily. Merely an immature attempt, Master Jiraiya. Immature. Jiraiya burst into laughter and slapped my back with such force that only my rooted stance kept me from staggering forward. Fascinating. I've always had a soft spot for immature geniuses. Come on, Team 7, we'll hold our first official gathering somewhere more private than this crowded hallway. With a grand sweep of his arm he strode toward the training grounds. We exchanged glances, and followed in silence. Team 7's early days unfolded under Jiraiya's deceptively casual yet rigorously tailored high-intensity regimen. He quickly discerned our individual strengths and needs. For Uchiha Fugaku he emphasized tactical coordination and the strategic deployment of the Sharingan in team combat, guiding him to reconcile his clan's pride with the village's collective duty. For Kushina he reinforced foundational discipline, especially precision in chakra control, while also introducing her deliberately to elementary Fuinjutsu theory, laying groundwork for her eventual mastery over the immense power sealed within her. He watched her with particular attentiveness, his gaze often softened by the warmth of a guardian yet shadowed by a quiet unspoken concern. As for me, Jiraiya's approach was the most unconventional of all. He offered no immediate instruction in specific jutsu. Instead he thrust into my hands a formidable stack of scrolls, on chakra, nature transformation, shape transformation, even natural energy, and interspersed among them ancient manuscripts touching upon spacetime theory. Your path diverges from theirs, boy. One day, after observing me complete an advanced chakra shape transformation exercise, he leaned against a tree trunk, a blade of grass dangling lazily from his lips. That flying thunder god technique. Not my forte, but I know enough to recognize its essence. It demands unparalleled perception and mastery over both chakra and space. These scrolls, he gestured dismissively at the pile, will lay your foundation. How tall the edifice rises, that rests entirely upon you. I understood his intent. He was paving my road, not with rigid doctrine but with the widest possible expanse of knowledge, granting me the freedom to explore and discover my own way. This trust, and expectation, carried profound weight. I devoted ever more time to refining my spatial perception. No longer confined to the training grounds, my practice extended everywhere, feeling the earth's vast extension beneath my feet as I walked, sensing the subtle flow of air while seated in stillness, even during sparring, striving to detect the infinitesimal spatial ripples stirred by an opponent's motion. The process was solitary and arduous. Night after night I trained alone on the practice field, repeating exercises that seemed meaningless, even absurd to outsiders, enduring the hollow exhaustion of depleted chakra and the searing ache of mental overexertion. Kushina was the sole person who occasionally interrupted my solitude. Sometimes she sat quietly beside me watching my practice, handing me a canteen and ration pills when I grew weary. Other times she'd seize me without warning for live sparring, dubbing it performance evaluation, using her overwhelming pressure-laden combat style to push my reflexes and speed to their absolute limits. "Your movements seem faster," she remarked after one session, sitting cross-legged on the ground and rubbing her numb forearm, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at me. "And sometimes, it feels like you're not there." "An illusion." "No illusion." I wiped sweat from my brow. As my perception deepened, my Hiratian technique evolved imperceptibly, becoming harder to track, edged with the faintest whisper of spatial distortion. A spark of qualitative transformation kindled by relentless quantitative accumulation. Uchiha Fugaku, by contrast, remained a silent observer. Occasionally he appeared during my specialized training, his Sharingan activating without sound, meticulously recording subtleties invisible to ordinary eyes. We exchanged no words, but I knew he was striving to comprehend, perhaps even emulate. This unspoken rivalry and mutual elevation forged a unique, potent momentum. Time raced forward amid intense training and missions. Team 7 began accepting crank, and occasionally brank, assignments. In real combat our synergy sharpened with each mission. Fugaku's Sharingan provided tactical insight and genjutsu support. Kushina's prodigious chakra reserves and raw physical prowess served as our vanguard, while I, leveraging speed and strategic acumen, orchestrated the entire operation, often achieving mission success with minimal cost. The moniker Konoha's Yellow Flash began circulating quietly among genin and chunin. Yet beneath this placid surface unseen currents churned ceaselessly. One day we returned to the village following a crank escort mission. While filing our report at the mission desk, I overheard two chunin speaking in hushed tones. "Cloud Village's movements grow increasingly ominous. Border patrols have already endured several probing assaults. Word is their AB combination has grown unusually active, intent unknown. Sigh. Let's hope no major conflict erupts." My expression remained impassive, but inwardly I stiffened. The AB combination, the Cloud Village's elite dual-unit combat force. Their unusual activity signaled grave portents. My gaze instinctively drifted to Kushina beside me, who was enthusiastically discussing a tactical nuance from the mission with Fugaku, seemingly oblivious to the murmured conversation. Yet I knew latent danger loomed ever closer. The Cloud Village's covetous gaze upon the Jinchuriki had never wavered. Having completed our report, we stepped out of the mission hall. The setting sun stretched our shadows long across the ground. Jiraiya materialized beside us without warning, his expression uncharacteristically grave. The area surrounding the village has grown unstable. Outside of missions, do not stray far from the central district. He glanced at each of us, his gaze lingering a beat longer on Kushina. "Especially you, Kushina. Be especially vigilant." Kushina blinked, then nodded vigorously. "Understood, Master Jiraiya." Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. I said nothing, absorbing the intangible tension thickening the air. Never before had the desire to grow stronger burned so fiercely. Not merely to unravel the mysteries of ninjutsu, but to wield sufficient power to protect this land that held my deepest bonds, and the people beside me. I watched Kushina ahead of us, her crimson hair blazing like living flame in the sunset, then glanced at Fugaku beside me, silent, steadfast, and finally at Jiraiya, whose eccentric exterior concealed profound dedication to our growth. My path still led toward the elusive, boundless frontier of space, but I walked it no longer alone. Green leaves shall mature into dense shade, swift light shall pierce the dawn. I, Minato Namikaze, stand ready to meet every storm. Jiraiya's warning hung over Team 7's daily routine like an invisible veil. Training remained rigorous, missions continued to be executed, yet a newfound vigilance permeated the air. I could sense the frequency and density of the Umbu's surveillance around Kushina increasing as shadowy figures wearing animal masks lurked silently in the shadows of buildings and the gaps between leaves. Uchiha Fugaku grew increasingly taciturn, his Sharingan activating more frequently during missions, scanning the surroundings with an almost instinctive scrutiny. I began to consciously expand my spatial perception not only during cultivation but also while walking and resting, dedicating part of my mind to it like a spider weaving an invisible web, sensing any subtle disturbances in the surrounding space. This was an immensely taxing practice, yet it provided me with an earlier warning of potential threats. Kushina was the only one attempting to break the oppressive atmosphere. She still spoke loudly, still sweat profusely during training, and would still laugh joyfully at a successful technique. But occasionally in her unguarded moments I could catch a glimpse of the deep-seated unease within her eyes, a sense of being shackled. She resembled a fledgling bird bound by invisible chains, yearning to soar yet fully aware of the hawk lurking beneath the sky. "Hey Minato," during a drank mission, clearing debris from a river outside the village, she casually asked me while using chakra to lift a massive boulder, "Do you think the people from Kushina are really that strong?" I took the boulder she handed me and placed it steadily on the bank. According to the current intelligence, Kushina ninja are generally proficient in lightning-based ninjutsu known for their fierce style. Their AB combination is assessed at the level of a Hokage, posing a significant threat. I provided an objective analysis. She pouted and tossed another clump of water plants onto the shore. "So what if they are strong? If they dare to come, I'll just knock them all away with my fists." Her tone was still vibrant, but I sensed a hint of bravado masking her inner fragility. She had the nine tails sealed within her, which was both a source of power and her greatest weakness. If it fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. I didn't push the issue, merely nodding. "So we need to become stronger." She looked at me, her emerald eyes blinking, and suddenly smiled. "Exactly. We need to get stronger. Strong enough to make those lurking in the shadows too afraid to show themselves." Just then I felt my spatial perception being pricked by a faint sensation. A highly subtle, tinged with lightning chakra, paralyzing and aggressive fluctuation flickered and vanished deep within the woods about a kilometer away from us. The speed was astonishing. Had I not maintained my perception, I would have almost missed it. My movements showed no sign of hesitation as I calmly continued to stack the stones, but my mind was racing. Chakra nature confirmed, direction confirmed, distance confirmed. Are they scouts? Or Fugaku? I whispered, my voice low yet audible enough for Uchiha Fugaku nearby to hear. He was carefully drying a damp riverbank with fire release, and upon hearing my call he paused imperceptibly. His Sharingan wasn't activated, but his gaze had sharpened, scanning me keenly. 3 o'clock direction, 1 kilometer away. Suspected Kushina reconnaissance unit has disengaged. I relayed the information succinctly, my tone steady as if discussing the weather. Fugaku's gaze sharpened, not questioning how I sensed it, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge receipt. He resumed his task, but his body subtly adjusted to a stance ready for combat. Kushina had overheard our conversation. Her smile faded, her fists instinctively clenched as she looked warily towards the direction I indicated, though only dense trees were visible. "Should we report this?" she asked in a hushed tone. "Mission comes first," I replied. "They've already moved away and haven't shown any direct intent to attack. We should prioritize completing the current mission and report back to Jiraiya Sensei. It wouldn't be wise to act prematurely and alert the enemy. They were merely scouting. If we reacted excessively, we might reveal more information. Maintaining the status quo was the optimal choice." The remaining cleanup was finished swiftly in an unspoken silence. On our way back to the village, all three of us were more vigilant than usual. When submitting the mission report, I added a note to the person in charge at the mission center: detected unidentified chakra fluctuations in the mission area, suspected foreign ninja, marking the approximate location and time. The person in charge's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly, not asking further questions. Leaving the mission center, the sky was nearing dusk. "It seems those guys are really lurking nearby." Kushina kicked a small stone on the road, her tone slightly irritable. "As expected." Fugaku spoke calmly, marking the first time he took the initiative to share his thoughts. "Today the Jinchuriki is a strategic target." His words were direct and cold, exposing the unspoken truth between us. Kushina stiffened slightly, not rebutting, merely pursing her lips tightly. "Enhance vigilance and strengthen our abilities," I summarized, glancing at both of them. "This is currently the only way to cope." After parting ways, I didn't head straight back to the dormitory, but instead went to the third training ground. The sunset bathed the area in a warm golden hue, yet my mind remained calm. The reconnaissance from Kushina confirmed the imminent threat. Merely passive defense and conventional improvements seemed insufficient. I needed to increase my speed. Not just in movement speed but also in reaction speed, decision-making speed, and even the speed to traverse space. I closed my eyes, immersing myself once more in my perception of space. This time I no longer felt aimless. Instead I attempted to compress and focus my perception range, like concentrating scattered light into a laser, directing it towards a specific point, the approximate location where the Kumogakure chakra had vanished. With intense concentration, chakra was mobilized with unprecedented precision, extending along that invisible perception line. The resistance was immense, as if I were traversing through thick molten metal with waves of pain pulsing in my brain. 1 kilometer. 1,200 meters. 1,500 meters. My perception range struggled to expand. Surrounding scenery blurred within my mind's eye, yet the line pointing into the distance grew increasingly clear. I saw the outlines of trees, heard the faint rustling of wine through the treetops, and could even vaguely capture some residual syntodissipate traces belonging to that lightning chakra. Just as my perception was about to reach its limit, my mind stretched taut like a bowstring ready to snap. Buzz. A strange resonance washed over me. It wasn't my extended perception line resonating with distant space, but rather a special kunai I carried inside my ninja tool pouch. This kunai had a slightly different design from the ones I usually used, with an intricately engraved seal at the blade handle junction containing my unique chakra fluctuations. This was the initial version of the coordinate I had painstakingly researched and engraved based on the fragments left by the second Hokage. Extremely crude and unstable, I wasn't even sure if it would work. Yet at this moment this kunai established a faint yet real connection with the space at the end of my extended perception line. It was as if a weak lighthouse had suddenly illuminated in the endless night. Had I succeeded? No, I was still far from achieving true flying thunder god teleportation. I couldn't move using this connection, and even maintaining it was exceedingly difficult. But this indicated that I was heading in the right direction. Combining the coordinate mark with long-distance spatial perception was feasible. The immense mental strain left me dizzy, forcing me to terminate my perception. I leaned against a nearby tree, breathing heavily, cold sweat covering my forehead, yet the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve into a faint smile. Hope. I saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. A few days later, an urgent Brank mission was assigned to Team 7 to track and expel a group of Kumogakure ninjas suspected of mapping and gathering intelligence near the borders of the Land of Fire. Intelligence indicated that there were 4 of them, all of Chunin rank or higher, operating stealthily. The mission level and objectives cast an unusual shadow over this operation. This was not just a mission, it could lead to a direct confrontation with Kumogakure. Before departure, Jiraiya rarely refrained from joking, his expression serious as he looked at us. Remember, the mission is to expel them, but ensuring your own safety is paramount. If the situation goes awry, retreat immediately. Signal for help and support will arrive swiftly. Especially. His gaze fell on Kushina again. Take care of yourself. We nodded solemnly. The tracking process was not easy. The enemy was clearly an experienced reconnaissance unit, adept at utilizing the terrain to conceal their movements, and had set clever traps. However, under the scrutiny of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, most traps were rendered ineffective, while my spatial perception allowed me to preemptively avoid their alert zones and occasionally capture their residual chakra traces to guide our direction. Kushina was responsible for dealing with obstacles that required brute force. Her incredible strength proved to be immensely useful at such times. Finally, we caught up to our target in a dense bamboo forest near the border. 4 Kumogakure ninjas dressed in dark combat uniforms and face painted with war paint were huddled around a stone slab inscribed with runes recording something. Upon noticing our presence, they immediately became alert, scattering to form a combat formation, their eyes fierce, reflecting the tenacity typical of the Lightning Country ninjas. Without any unnecessary dialogue, the battle erupted in an instant. Kunai and shuriken clashed while lightning and fire exploded in the bamboo forest. Fugaku's Sharingan locked onto one opponent using genjutsu interference in conjunction with fire attacks. Kushina faced off against a burly Kumogakure ninja, their fists and feet meeting with dull thuds, and thanks to her powerful chakra and strength she momentarily held her ground. I confronted the other 2 Kumogakure ninjas, who worked in perfect harmony. Their lightning ninjutsu was incredibly fast, their attacks fierce, trying to suppress me with speed. My figure darted through the forest, moving at full speed, dodging the interwoven lightning strikes. My mind calculated their attack rhythms and coordination patterns coolly. Their speed was impressive, but under my dynamically honed visual perception and reactive instincts through spatial awareness, they were not insurmountable. It was time to test my recent progress. In the split second I sidestepped a lightning blade, I stealthily flicked a special kunai with my left hand. The kunai wasn't aimed at the enemy but rather traced an arc embedding itself into a stout bamboo behind them. This action was subtle, almost unnoticed amidst the fierce battle. The two Kumogakure ninjas launched another assault from left and right, their lightning flashing sealing off my escape routes. Now's my chance. I chose not to retreat or block, instead I condensed chakra in an unprecedented manner beneath my feet, not for explosive speed but for resonance. The target was the coordinate of that special kunai. Flying Thunder God technique. Buzz. The space before me emitted a low tremulous sound that only I could distinctly perceive. The area in front of me distorted as if a stone had been thrown into a water surface, creating minute ripples. The two Kumogakure ninjas carrying violent lightning charged into this distorted area, their movements suddenly exhibiting an extremely subtle delay and deviation that defied physical laws. It was like running into an invisible yet soft wall. This delay lasted less than 1/10 of a second, but in a duel between top-tier ninjas it was enough. In the moment they faltered due to spatial interference, I slipped through the gaps in their attacks like a wraith, my chakra scalpel precisely targeting their wrist, holding the ninja tools and the nodes gathering chakra. Ah! Two cries of pain rang out almost simultaneously as the lightning dissipated and their weapons slipped from their hands. I didn't linger, I swiftly withdrew, joining Fugaku and Kushina, who had shaken off their opponents. The remaining two Kumogakure ninjas, seeing their comrade severely injured in an instant, exchanged glances and without hesitation executed lightning-based body flicker technique, transforming into two streaks of light and fleeing frantically beyond the national border. We did not pursue. The mission objective was to expel, not annihilate. The bamboo forest returned to silence, leaving behind the two injured captured Kumogakure ninjas and scattered ninja tools. Kushina, panting, looked at the two captives, then turned to me, her eyes wide. Minato, what did you just do? It seemed like they suddenly hit a wall. Fugaku's Sharingan was now closed, but his gaze toward me held more depth than ever before, filled with a complete and undeniable recognition. He had clearly witnessed the moment of spatial anomaly. It was an application attempt, I replied calmly, providing no further explanation as my eyes fell on the special kunai embedded in the bamboo. The Flying Thunder God technique still felt out of reach. Yet the Flying Thunder God guiding technique, a defense and support application based on the principles of the Flying Thunder God, seemed to have brushed against the threshold. The shadow of Kumogakure still loomed, but I knew that the edge of the blade in my hand was sharpening at a speed beyond ordinary comprehension. The brilliance of Konoha would eventually illuminate all shadows. News of the border skirmish quickly spread back to the village. Two captured Yunin ninja were placed under strict guard awaiting the intervention of the interrogation squad. Team 7 received commendation from the higher-ups for successfully repelling the invaders and capturing enemy personnel. Yet behind this honor lay an increasingly tense atmosphere. Upon returning to the village, I noticed that the Umbu's protective detail for Kushina had been elevated once more. Not only were they monitoring from afar, but along her daily routes I could faintly sense those concealed presences hidden under disguises. Uchiha Fuyue grew even more taciturn, his training became fiercer, as if he were amassing strength to confront an inevitable storm. As for me, I devoted more energy to perfecting the Filishan Dao Lei, Flying Thunder God guiding thunder. The border battle had proven its utility, but it was still unstable and consumed too much chakra. I needed more precise spatial coordinate targeting, faster jutsu activation speed and lower chakra consumption. This required countless tedious repetitions and minute adjustments. Even Jiraiya Sensei's training became more rigorous. He began teaching us advanced ninjutsu and tactics and occasionally recounted his encounters with formidable enemies and perilous situations during his travels, invaluable experience for us. I could sense that he too was preparing for the impending conflict. One evening after a day of training, I was about to return to the dormitory. Passing through the commercial street at the village edge, my spatial perception once again detected that familiar chakra fluctuation laced with lightning-type paralysis. This time it was closer, right near the village's outer barrier. And not just one presence but several. My steps did not falter, I continued walking with a composed expression, but my mind instantly shifted into high alert. The enemy was extremely cautious, their chakra concealed so well that only my specially honed perception could detect them. They seemed to be probing the barrier's weak points, or searching for something. The target without question remained Kushina. I did not raise the alarm immediately. Starting a commotion might force the enemy into desperate action, causing chaos within the village. The optimal solution was to ascertain their precise location numbers and intent before deciding the next move. I changed direction, seemingly casually stepping into a secluded alley, merging my body into the shadows. Restraining my chakra and slowing my breath, I cautiously extended my spatial perception like a spider's web toward the source of the fluctuations. 100 meters, 200, 300. Within my perception, 3 blurred chakra signatures appeared, arranged in a triangular formation, lurking in the forest beyond the barrier. Their chakra was condensed and unyielding, carrying the patience and danger of a panther. Just as I tried to pinpoint their exact positions, one of the signatures produced a subtle targeted fluctuation. An extremely covert investigative chakra thread, almost blending with natural energy, extended like a tendril toward the village, specifically sweeping in the direction from which my perception had spread. Detected. No, the enemy was likely only conducting routine area sweeps as a sensorinen, but their acuity was formidable. I could neither forcefully resist nor withdraw. Once my perception made contact, it would inevitably raise an alarm. In the blink of an eye, I made my move. Instead of forcibly severing or shielding my perception, I guided it to mimic the flowing frequency of surrounding natural energy, like a drop merging into the ocean. I gently and imperceptibly pushed that investigative thread away from my area, redirecting it to an empty patch of ground nearby. This was an extremely delicate operation, demanding an extraordinary level of control over chakra and energy flow. Only through long-term spatial perception training could I barely manage it. The investigative chakra thread lingered over the empty space for a moment, found nothing amiss, and slowly withdrew. My heart tightened. The enemy's sensory ninja was highly skilled. I could no longer risk approaching. My objective had been achieved, confirming their presence, approximate numbers, and location. I silently exited the alley, blending into the sparse crowd on the street like an ordinary villager returning late. Only after putting distance from that area did I quicken my pace and head straight for the Huiying Hokage administrative building. I bypassed the usual mission reporting channels and directly sought an audience with the third-generation Huiying Yuan Fei Risen. In the brightly lit Huiying office, I reported my findings, including the enemy's numbers, their lurking positions, and the extraordinary skill of their sensory ninja, clearly and concisely to the third generation. The third generation listened, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk as smoke curled slowly from his pipe, blurring his wise and steady features. He did not ask how I had detected and avoided the enemy's perception. That itself was a sign of trust. Yunin, it seems they have not given up. The third generation spoke, his voice carrying a trace of gravity. Shui Men, you did well, calm and decisive. I will dispatch the Umbu to handle this immediately. He pressed a mechanism under the desk and a masked Umbu materialized instantly inside the office. Strengthen the village's perimeter, especially the southeastern direction. Some rats have slipped in, 3 of them. Clean them up without alarming the villagers. The third generation commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Yes. The Umbu saluted and vanished in an instant. The third generation turned his gaze back to me, his eyes carrying approval and a touch of complex emotion. Shui Men, your rate of growth has exceeded many expectations. Keep striving. The future of my Konoha needs young people like you. Yes, Huiying-sama. I bowed and withdrew from the office. Stepping out of the Huiying building, the night breeze was cool. I knew the covert confrontation had already begun. Yunin's infiltration was like water in a gutter, permeating every crevice. And my duty was to silently sever these undercurrents before they could touch those I was meant to protect. When I returned to the dormitory, I found a box of still warm dumplings on the windowsill, weighed down by a familiar note. The handwriting was slightly more hurried than usual, as if written in a rush for the ever-busy textbook gentleman. The future Huiying-sama, who nearly blew up the kitchen today practicing a new jutsu. Luckily I ran fast. Looking at the vibrant handwriting and the comical postscript, I picked up a dumpling and put it in my mouth. The sweet glutinous texture melted on my tongue, dispelling some of the night's chill. The world outside was turbulent with hidden currents, but within this small space there still existed a warmth worth protecting in clumsy everyday moments. I picked up a pen and wrote on the blank space of the note in my usual neat script, received. Thank you. Stay safe. I replaced the note under the box, walked to the window and gazed toward the pitch-black forest beyond the village. The Umbu should have begun their operation. The night was deep, but the lights of my still flickered stubbornly dot by dot. I knew that what I protected was not only that blazing flame but also all the ordinary peace beneath these lights, and to achieve that I needed to become faster and stronger, faster than all the schemes in the shadows, stronger than every enemy that attacked. The path of Phylician Flying Thunder God must be walked to its end. The purge conducted by the Umbu was as silent as the night wind brushing through the treetops, stirring no turbulence among the villagers. Yet the atmosphere among the village's upper echelons had grown palpably more taut. The patrol teams rotated with increased frequency, and the members of the barrier squad stood watch in shifts day and night, fortifying the village's defensive systems. A suffocating sense of impending storm weighed upon the hearts of those in the know. Team 7's daily training regimen continued, but its substance had shifted imperceptibly. Master Jiraiya began to place greater emphasis on guiding us in squad-based coordinated combat, especially tactical drills designed for extreme scenarios involving the capture or assassination of specific targets. He simulated a variety of sudden crises, being surrounded by multiple jonin falling into traps, escorting an important figure to safety. The intensity of the training was scarcely inferior to actual life-or-death combat. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan seemed to grow keener under the high-pressure environment. He even began experimenting with new applications of his dojutsu, such as using genjutsu to create large-scale environmental interference or predicting an opponent's chakra flow with greater precision. Beneath his silence lay the Uchiha clan's unique, almost obsessive craving for power. Kushina's training meanwhile focused more on chakra control and explosive release. Master Jiraiya seemed to be consciously guiding her on how to more delicately mobilize her immense chakra without triggering the seal, and to integrate it with the Uzumaki clan's distinctive sealing techniques. I noticed that occasionally during training breaks she would practice complex hand seals alone, seals that emitted an ancient and abstruse chakra fluctuation. As for me, I further refined the application of the Flying Thunder God technique, specifically the Guiding Thunder variation. No longer content with passive defensive deflection, I began attempting more active spatial interference. For instance, I would attach minuscule spatial coordinate marks to kunai, allowing me to subtly alter their flight trajectories, or use brief spatial distortions during movement to accelerate or change direction. These attempts carried extreme risk, each one felt like dancing on the edge of a cliff, but my understanding and mastery of space advanced rapidly through these gambles. One day we received a special escort mission delivering a crucial shipment of medical supplies to a frontline supply post of Konoha located at the border between the land of fire and the land of hot water. The mission was rated a rank not only because of the value of the supplies but also due to the perilous route, through a region where the two nations' forces intermingled and frequent skirmishes occurred. At the mission briefing, the third Hokage attended in person. His gaze swept over the three of us and finally settled on Jiraiya. Jiraiya, this task is no ordinary one. The supplies must be delivered safely, and... He paused, his tone grave. Kushina's safety must be ensured under all circumstances. Absolutely no mistakes. According to reliable intelligence, the AB combo of Cloud has been behaving anomalously near the border lately with unknown objectives. The AB combo. At the mention of that name, even Jiraiya's expression grew stern. Understood, old man. Jiraiya nodded. I'll bring them back intact. On the eve of departure, a vague sense of unease gnawed at my heart. It was not fear of the mission but a more nebulous premonition, as if the strings of fate were being plucked. I checked my ninja tools once more, especially the specially crafted kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula. They were the pinnacle of my spatial ninjutsu research, so far still imperfect, but perhaps they could prove decisive at a critical moment. Kushina also seemed unsettled. When we gathered, she was unusually quiet, silently organizing her equipment, a hint of barely perceptible worry in her emerald eyes. What's wrong? I walked over and asked softly. She looked up at me and forced a wan smile. Nothing, just a bad feeling. Maybe I'm overthinking. Stay alert. I offered no comfort because I shared that premonition. At a time like this, maintaining the highest vigilance was paramount. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, but he inspected his tools with even greater meticulousness than usual, his Sharingan even unconsciously activated, briefly scanning the surroundings. Master Jiraiya looked at us and grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Hey, don't all tense up like you're going to your deaths. With me around, any AB combo that shows up, I'll turn them into a CD combo. His joke did not dispel the shadow over our hearts. The team departed in the darkness before dawn. Besides Team 7, a support squad of 4 experienced Chunin accompanied us, handling the horse-drawn carriage loaded with supplies. Once we exited the barrier of Konoha, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Gone was the peaceful serenity of the village, it was replaced by the stark murderous uncertainty of the wilderness. We advanced swiftly along the predetermined route. Master Jiraiya shed his usual slackness and became like the most vigilant leopard, sensing everything around him. The first 2 days of travel were relatively smooth, only a few small bands of bandits and rogue ninja attacked and we dealt with them easily. But the closer we drew to the border, the more the tension intensified. Along the way we saw more traces of battle, scorched earth, shattered trees, and the occasional uncollected fragments of ninja corpses. On the afternoon of the 3rd day we entered a region of complex hills. Dense forests and ravines made it an ideal ambush site. My spatial perception remained active within a certain range, like an invisible radar scanning the surroundings. Suddenly a violent malevolent chakra fluctuation slammed into the edge of my perception network. It was approaching at tremendous speed, charging directly from the ravine on our side front toward our formation. This chakra, vast, blazing, filled with the hatred and chaos unique to a tailed beast. Is it the 8 tails? No, it feels different, but it is definitely on the level of a tailed beast. Enemy attack. Left ravine. High-speed approach. I issued the warning, my voice calm but carrying an undeniable urgency. Almost simultaneously Master Jiraiya's face changed, he too had sensed that terrifying chakra. Prepare for battle. Protect the carriage. The Chunin of the support squad immediately formed hand seals, using earth release to raise simple defensive walls around the carriage. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan activated instantly, 3 tomos slowly rotating locked onto the direction of the chakra source. Kushina's face paled, she clasped her hands in a seal, a faint glow of sealing formula shimmering on her skin, clearly readying for the worst. Here it comes. A massive form wreathed in dark red chakra burst from the ravine like a cannonball, exuding an aura of utter destruction as it slammed toward our position. It was not a fully manifested tailed beast. It was a tall dark-skinned cloud ninja wearing sunglasses covered in a cloak of dark red tailed beast chakra with a solid tail of chakra swaying behind him. The 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. It's Cloud's Jinchuriki. Jiraiya roared, his hands flying through seals. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. His white hair instantly hardened and extended, wrapping around himself and those nearby like a giant hedgehog. However, Yujito's target did not seem to be us but the carriage. Ignoring Jiraiya's defenses, her claws shrouded in tailed beast chakra lunged straight for the supply carriage. No, you don't. Kushina cried, unleashing her pre-prepared sealing technique, a simplified version of adamantine sealing chains. Several golden chakra chains shot from her back like serpents coiling toward Yujito. Yujito let out a roar, more beast than human, her tail sweeping to clash with the golden chains in a shrill screech of metal. The chains shuddered violently. Kushina grunted, her face growing even whiter under the immense pressure. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Uchiha Fugaku's fire jutsu arrived in time. A huge dragon of flame roared toward Yujito, forcing her to abandon her attack on the carriage and dodge aside. In that chaotic instant my spatial perception once again detected another extremely dangerous chakra, swift as lightning, violent as a storm, approaching at an unbelievable speed from a different direction as if teleporting. This speed far surpasses Yujito. Is it the 4th Reikage? Or the target is still Kushina? Behind. I could only shout the shortest warning. A figure wreathed in dazzling tangible lightning chakra appeared as if by teleportation right behind Kushina. The speed was so great that even Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan could barely track it. It was a man with golden hair and a bear-like physique, expressionless, his right hand crackling with lightning like the sharpest blade thrusting straight for Kushina's back. The 4th Reikage. It's over. At this distance, this speed, even Master Jiraiya cannot intervene in time. The flow of time seemed to turn viscous. I could see Kushina's startled face as she turned her head, Uchiha Fugaku's frozen attempt to pivot, Master Jiraiya's wide-eyed expression of fury. Everything seemed already decided. No. My brain raced at an unprecedented speed, every calculation, every possibility, every risk colliding and integrating within thousandths of a second. The Flying Thunder God technique, incomplete. The Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder, too far away to lock. Normal body flicker, too slow. The only possibility, that I hesitated not a moment. The specially made kunai I'd been holding between my fingers, the one inscribed with the most complex and unstable flying thunder god formula, was hurled with all my mental energy and chakra, not toward the enemy, not toward Kushina, but toward the empty space between me and the wreckage. Simultaneously I initiated the most extreme and dangerous application of guiding thunder I could currently manage, not deflecting an attack but attempting an ultra-short distance self-targeted force spatial coordinate swap. The target coordinate was that kunai flying into the void. Flying Thunder God Mutual Substitution Technique. Incomplete version. Space groaned and twisted violently under unbearable strain. I felt as if my body would be torn apart, my soul ripped from my flesh. Before my eyes darkness consumed everything except madly flickering ribbon of multicolored light formed by spatial turbulence. In the next instant unimaginable agony seared through my right shoulder. The Raikage right hand wreathed in savage lightning chakra pierced through my shoulder like a hot knife through butter, not through Kushina's back. I had used my own body with that high-risk incomplete spatial substitution to forcibly intercept the lethal blow at the last moment. Blood instantly sprayed out, staining the Raikage's arm and spattering onto Kushina's horrified face. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. A distinct look of astonishment appeared on Laying Ace's face for the first time. His sharp eyes fixed on me, who had suddenly appeared in the path of his attack, as if he couldn't comprehend how I had managed to instantaneously move and precisely block the blow with my body under such circumstances. The intense pain caused my vision to darken and the numbing sensation from the lightning chakra swept through half of my body. Yet my mind remained terrifyingly clear. Minato! Kushina's scream was filled with heart-wrenching terror. Bastard! Jiraiya's roar echoed his white hair like the mane of an enraged lion violently charging towards Laying. Laying reacted swiftly, abruptly withdrawing the arm that had pierced my shoulder, causing a spray of blood. He unhesitatingly abandoned the chase, his body flashing with lightning as he retreated, narrowly evading Jiraiya's hair attack. Yamurin, retreat! Laying growled, his voice deep like thunder. Although the two Yamurin were at an advantage upon witnessing Lei Ying's failure and facing the joint assault of Jiraiya and Uchiha Fugaku, they no longer wished to continue fighting. The tailed beast chakra erupted, breaking through Kushina's adamantine ceiling, transforming into a dark red flash as they escaped towards the canyon behind Lei Ying. Don't think you can run. Jiraiya, filled with rage, was about to pursue. Sensei. I gritted through the intense pain and numbness, my voice hoarse from blood loss. Protect the supplies and Kushina. As a priority. My judgment was based on the current situation. I was gravely injured and had lost most of my combat ability, while the opponents were Lei Ying and the Jinchuriki, far surpassing us in strength. Blindly pursuing them carried great risks and could easily lead us into a trap. Ensuring the safety of the remaining personnel and supplies was the top priority. Jiraiya paused, glancing at my bleeding shoulder and then at the pale, terrified Kushina. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly halted his pursuit. Medical team. Hurry. Among the accompanying Chunin guards was a medical ninja who immediately rushed forward, clumsily starting emergency first aid and stopping the bleeding. The chakra scalpel severed the necrotic tissue scorched by the lightning release, bringing forth a new wave of excruciating pain. I let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on my forehead. Kushina dashed to my side, hands trembling as she hesitated to touch me. Her green eyes were filled with tears, her voice quivering. Minato. You fool. Why did you? The optimal choice, I interrupted her, inhaling due to the pain but striving to keep my tone steady. You cannot be hurt. She froze, tears finally rolling down her cheeks, landing on the back of my hand, warm and moist. She wiped her face with determination, then turned to the medical ninja and said, "Let me do it. My chakra has strong life force, it can help stabilize his injuries." Without waiting for the medical ninja to respond, she knelt beside me, her hands covering the wound on my shoulder, gently and powerfully channeling chakra into me. The chakra, imbued with the unique warmth and vitality of the Uzumaki clan, flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing the tissues damaged by the lightning release, significantly alleviating the pain and numbness. I looked at her in surprise. She pursed her lips, her gaze focused and resolute. The usual playful and impulsive demeanor vanished, leaving only a calm, undeniable strength. In this moment she was no longer the girl who shouted about wanting to become Hokage. She resembled a reliable companion. Uchiha Fugaku approached, his Sharingan already deactivated, yet his expression remained grave. He glanced at my wound, then looked in the direction where Lei Ying had disappeared, stating in a deep voice, "Their target is clear. It is Uzumaki Kushina. This failure will not deter them." Jiraiya with a somber expression nodded. "It seems that Kumogakure is determined to act. We must immediately change our route and reach the supply point as quickly as possible, then find a way to contact the village for reinforcements." With Kushina's chakra assistance and the medical ninja's urgent treatment, my injury stabilized temporarily, but my right arm was nearly unusable, significantly reducing my combat effectiveness. We abandoned our original route, choosing a more concealed yet rugged path hastening towards the supply point. The atmosphere was heavy along the way. Everyone understood that we had narrowly escaped death. The simultaneous deployment of Lei Ying and the Jinchuriki from Kumogakure indicated that the situation had escalated to an extremely dangerous level. Kushina stayed close to me, occasionally glancing at my injuries with concern. Her silence was starkly different from usual, making me feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I'm fine," I tried to reassure her. She looked up, her eyes still a bit red, but her expression was exceptionally serious. "Minato, promise me next time. Don't do something so foolish again." I gazed at her without answering. If faced with the same choice again, I would still make the same decision. Protecting her was an instruction ingrained into the core of my logic. Regardless of consequences, it was simply a necessity. She seemed to read the answer from my silence, glaring at me in annoyance, but ultimately just sighed and muttered, "What a stubborn textbook example." After a day and night of rapid travel, we finally reached the border supply point, safe yet scattered. It was a small fortress built against the mountains, heavily guarded. Upon seeing our disheveled appearance, especially my serious injuries, the person in charge of the supply point was taken aback. After listening to Jiraiya's brief explanation of the situation, he immediately ordered the highest alert status and promptly sent an emergency rescue message to Konoha via a messenger hawk. I was placed in the medical room for further treatment. The wound was deep, and the nerve damage caused by the lightning release would require time to recover. It seemed I wouldn't be able to engage in high-intensity combat for the time being. Lying on the hospital bed, I stared at the ceiling, replaying the moment I blocked Lei Ying's strike in my mind. The sensation of space replacement. Although painful and incomplete, it had indeed succeeded. In the face of life and death, my potential was unleashed, and my understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to have taken a significant leap forward. The door was gently pushed open and Kushina entered, holding a bowl of steaming porridge. "Eat something." She placed the porridge on the bedside, then sat on a nearby chair, her hands resting on her knees, appearing somewhat awkward. "Thank you." I propped myself up, taking the bowl with my left hand. She watched me clumsily use the spoon with my left hand, hesitating for a moment before quietly saying, "Thank you, Minato. If it weren't for you, I might have." "We are comrades," I interrupted her, scooping a spoonful of porridge. "Protecting comrades is only natural." She looked at me, her green eyes shimmering with complex emotions under the light, as if she wanted to say something but ultimately just nodded. The room fell into a brief silence, with only the subtle sound of me eating porridge. "Minato," she suddenly spoke again, her voice very soft, "were you scared then?" I paused, looking up to meet her gaze filled with fear and inquiry. Scared? At that moment my mind was filled with countless calculations and a singular solution, leaving no room for emotions like fear. There was no time to be scared, I answered truthfully, only problems that needed to be solved. She was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling somewhat helplessly. "That's just your style after all." She watched me finish the porridge, took the empty bowl and stood up. "You should rest well. I will stay nearby." She walked to the door, then paused, turning her back to me, her voice firm. "I will also become stronger, strong enough that I won't need you to protect me with your body anymore. Strong enough to protect everyone together with you." With that she opened the door and walked out. I stared at the closed door. The spot on my shoulder still throbbed with pain, but something within my heart seemed to become clearer and more resolute. This attack was a brutal warning and a tempering. The shadow of Kumogakure grew ever heavier, and the road ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns. But I knew I was not walking alone. Moreover, I had already touched upon that path of light capable of severing all shadows. In the medical room of the border supply point, the scent of herbs mingled with disinfectant. I lay on a simple cot, the bandages wrapped around my right shoulder barely masking the persistent burning pain from the lightning release injury. The medical ninja had just finished the second round of debridement and the conclusion matched my own assessment. Severe damage to the meridians would require at least 2 weeks of rest to recover basic combat capability. 2 weeks is too long. I muttered to the ceiling. The threat from Kumogakure loomed urgently. Every moment of delay could plunge the village into crisis. The door slid open and Jiraiya entered carrying a tray of food. He had set aside his usual playful demeanor, placing the tray on the bedside table. Eat up. I had the kitchen add extra nutrients. What's the situation? I propped myself up using my left hand to pick up the spoon. The messenger hawk has been dispatched, but it'll take at least 3 days for a reply. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, his expression grave. The barrier squad reported abnormal chakra fluctuations nearby, likely a reconnaissance team from Kumogakure. I swallowed slowly, my mind racing. The supply point's fortifications were adequate, but if the Raikage himself led a full assault we might not hold for long. We need to change tactics, I said. Passive defense will only worsen the situation. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You have an idea. Feign weakness, lure the enemy, then counterattack. I set down the spoon. My injury is both a weakness and an opportunity. That night the supply point quietly adjusted its defensive formations. Outward patrol strength was reduced while elite Umbu operatives lay hidden in key positions. I was moved to the restroom next to the command post, with Kushina insisting on standing guard outside the door. You should rest, I said, gazing at the crimson figure standing in the hallway. The barrier here offers protection. I said I wanted to become stronger. She turned the torchlight, reflecting in her eyes. This starts with protecting you. Late at night the abnormal chakra fluctuations appeared again, this time much closer. Inside the command post Jiraiya stared at the image in his crystal ball. 2 squad standard reconnaissance formation. Let them see what they want to see, I said. The next morning the supply point deliberately spread news that the severely injured patient's condition had worsened. Medical ninjas frequently entered my room, creating an atmosphere of tension. True to expectations, the attack came that night. Not the Raikage, but an elite squad led by Yujito. They infiltrated from the weakest defensive point in the east, just as anticipated, heading straight for the medical area. Here they come. Fukika's Sharingan glimmered faintly in the darkness. The moment Yujito shattered the window, the waiting Umbu closed in from all sides. But the Jinchuriki's power far exceeded ordinary shinobi. A burst of dark red chakra erupted, sending 2 Umbu flying. Adamantine sealing chains. Golden chains shot out from the shadows, precisely coiling around Yujito's limbs. Kushina leaped from her ambush point, her emerald eyes blazing with fighting spirit. You won't get away this time. Yujito sneered, her second chakra tail materializing abruptly. Against you. Crimson chakra clashed violently with the golden chains, shaking the entire medical area. Fukika's fire release joined the fray at just the right moment, the 3 forces locked in a stalemate. I observed the battle through the crystal ball. Yujito's attention was completely occupied. The time was right. Sensei. Jiraiya nodded, his hands forming seals. Ninja art toad hiding jutsu. As the smoke dissipated we stood at the edge of the battlefield. I endured the sharp pain in my right shoulder, gripping 3 specially made kunai in my left hand. After these days of rest my perception of spatial coordinates had grown sharper. Flying thunder, god-guided thunder. The kunai left my hand, not aimed at Yujito but driven into 3 points around her, forming a triangle. Space began to warp, creating an invisible cage. Yujito finally sensed the anomaly, but it was too late. Her movement slowed in a distorted space and her chakra flow became erratic. Now. Jiraiya's hair lengthened abruptly, descending like a silver net. Fukika's great fireball sealed off her escape route. Kushina's adamantine sealing chains tightened, binding Yujito securely. Damn it! Yujito snarled, her tailed beast chakra surging wildly. I stepped forward, slowly pressing my left hand to the ground. This barrier absorbs chakra. The more you struggle, the tighter the binding. Yujito glared at me, then suddenly laughed. You think you've won? The Raikage is. A thunderous roar came from the main gate of the supply point, shaking the entire fortress. A greater crisis had only just begun. The explosion from the front gate was deafening, causing dust to fall from the walls of the medical area. The crystal ball reflected a suffocating scene. Fourth Reikage descended like a thunder god surrounded by a tempest of lightning chakra, shattering the reinforced gate with a single punch. A diversion. Jiraiya's face darkened. His target has always been Minato. The wooden figure let out a smug laugh. If you let me go now, you might still leave with your lives intact. Kushina's adamantine chains tightened further. Shut up. I quickly surveyed the battlefield. The guards at the front gate were retreating while the Reikage's assault team moved as if in an uninhabited realm. On the side of the medical area, although the wooden figure was subdued, it could go berserk at any moment. Split up. I immediately made a decision. Teacher will confront the Reikage Hiden, Fugaku and Kushina will maintain the barrier. You stay here. Kushina interrupted urgently. Your injury isn't healed yet. It's precisely because I'm injured that I need to strike. I looked toward the unstoppable Reikage in the crystal ball. He believes I've lost my combat capability. This is the best bait. Before they could object, I had already formed the seals to create 3 shadow clones. The main body stayed in place to maintain the barrier while the shadow clones scattered in different directions. Nonsense. Jiraiya stomped his foot in anger but still charged towards the front gate. The shadow clone closest to the front gate soon encountered the Reikage. Upon seeing my form, the Reikage's lips curled into a cruel smile, a desperate struggle. A flash of lightning and the shadow clone disintegrated instantly. But in that moment the other 2 shadow clones simultaneously threw specially made shurikens. Flying Thunder God technique. The space around the Reikage warped. Although it couldn't completely halt his momentum, it successfully slowed his actions by a fraction. In that brief hesitation, Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main technique had already struck. A trivial skill, the Reikage roared, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra that forcefully shook off the technique. But in this exchange the tactical objective was achieved. The Reikage was successfully restrained to the front gate area. In the medical area, the wooden figure sensed the Reikage's chakra and began to struggle wildly. The dark red chakra relentlessly battered against the barrier, causing the adamantine chains to emit a burdensome hum. It can't hold much longer. Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. She's calling upon the power of the tailed beast. Kushina bit her lip, suddenly releasing one of her chains, her hands forming complex seals, sealing technique adamantine prison. More golden chains surged from the ground, forming an impenetrable cage. However, using this technique clearly took a great toll and her complexion instantly turned pale. At that moment an unexpected change occurred. The dark red chakra surrounding the wooden figure suddenly retracted and then violently erupted. 2 chakra tails fully manifested and her voice became inhuman. Enough. I'm going to tear you all apart. Be careful. She's going to achieve partial tailed beast transformation. I warned loudly. But it was already too late. The dark red chakra swept through the medical area like a storm and the barrier began to shatter. Fugaku was blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall. Kushina struggled to maintain the adamantine prison, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. I instinctively wanted to rush forward but was restrained by a sharp pain in my right shoulder. In that critical moment a flash of white light appeared. Ninjutsu Hair Needle Senbon. Countless hardened strands of hair shot towards the wooden figure like a torrential rain, forcefully interrupting her tailed beast transformation process. Jiraiya arrived just in time to provide support, but the front line was thus compromised with the Reikage closing in. There's no other choice. Jiraiya's expression turned resolute as he bit his finger, summoning technique. In the smoke a giant toad Gamabunta appeared. Another troublesome situation, huh? I'm counting on you, Bunta. Jiraiya leaped onto the toad's head. Buy us some time. Gamabunta swung his kanabo to confront the Reikage. Each collision shook the ground. But everyone could see that this could only delay the inevitable. The medical area was in disarray. Although the wooden figure's tailed beast transformation was interrupted, it still retained combat capability. Fugaku barely managed to rise, but his Sharingan was temporarily unusable due to chakra exhaustion. Kushina knelt on the ground, her chakra nearly depleted. I approached her side and saw the bloodstains on her palm from the chains. Can you still fight? I asked softly. She looked up, revealing a weary yet determined smile. Of course. I surveyed the surroundings. Jiraiya was engaged in a fierce battle with the Reikage while the wooden figure loomed menacingly. The supply points guards were faltering. All options flashed through my mind rapidly, finally settling on a perilous plan. We need to take a gamble. I looked at Kushina and Fugaku. Trust me. Before they could respond, I withdrew the chakra, maintaining the barrier. The wooden figure immediately sensed it, grinning wickedly as it stood up, finally giving up. No. I calmly looked at her. It's a change of approach. With my left hand gripping the last 3 specially made shurikens, I poured all my chakra into them. This time the objective was not defense nor disruption but teleportation. Flying Thunder God technique variation. As the shurikens were launched, the space twisted violently. But unlike before, this time the area of distortion covered the entire medical area. What are you trying to do? The wooden figure finally realized the danger and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The dizziness from the spatial transition hit us. When we regained our balance, we were already in an open area outside the supply point. Not far away, the Raikage engaged in combat with Gamabunta turned in astonishment. Minato! Are you crazy? Jiraiya exclaimed. Moving the battlefield to the wilderness meant losing the fortress protection. But this was the opportunity one was waiting for. Kushina, I looked at the red-haired girl beside me. Do you remember what you said about protecting everyone together? She paused momentarily, then understood my intent and nodded firmly. Fugaku, use your last strength. The Uchiha genius did not ask further. His Sharingan activated once more, though dim, it was enough to fulfill the mission. The Raikage and the wooden figure charged simultaneously, with lightning and dark red chakra intertwining into a torrent of destruction. Now's the time. Fugaku's Sharingan caught the momentary flaw in the flow of the 2 chakras. Kushina infused all her remaining chakra into the adamantine seal while I completed the final calculations. Flying Thunder God 3 phases. The space around the Raikage and the wooden figure formed 3 layers of distortion. The first layer diverted the Raikage's assault direction, the second layer disrupted the flow of the wooden figure's chakra, and the third layer teleported all 5 of us back inside the supply point. The Raikage and the wooden figure lost their balance due to the spatial shift while we had returned to a relatively safe position. Seal the gate. Jiraiya immediately ordered. The heavy gate dropped, isolating the furious Raikage outside. The wooden figure, now unable to tail beast transform due to chakra disruption, was reined in. I knelt on one knee, the wound on my right shoulder completely torn open, blood soaking the bandages. This overexertion of the Flying Thunder God had compounded my injuries. But it was worth it. Kushina supported my swaying body, her voice tinged with tears. You idiot. Always acting recklessly. Fugaku leaned against the wall, a rare semblance of a smile crossing his face, a brilliant tactic. Jiraiya approached, looking at me with a complex expression. You nearly got us all killed, you brat. But it worked. I looked up at the Raikage in the crystal ball, who was organizing the next attack. He won't underestimate us again. Outside, the Raikage's roar was like thunder. But this time we had gained precious time. In the distance, the signal flares of Konoha reinforcements were rising. The arrival of Mui's reinforcements was like dawn piercing through thick fog, instantly turning the critical situation of the border supply point. When the green vests of the advance force appeared on the ridge line, the garrison that had been trapped for days erupted in thunderous cheers. After confirming the situation was irretrievable, Raikage AI decisively ordered a retreat. The cloud-hidden shinobi receded like a tide, leaving only chaos in their wake. Before leaving, Erwei Yomuren shot me a deep glance, her eyes mixed with reluctance and a certain degree of acknowledgement, before turning into a dark red streak of light and vanishing into the forest. I stood on the broken fortress wall, the bandage on my right shoulder fluttering slightly in the wind. Below, Mui's medical team was urgently treating the wounded while the engineering squad began repairing the damaged defenses. Zilai Yasensei was handing over duties to the reinforcement commander. His loud voice could be heard from far away. That's how it was. If it weren't for Shuemen risking his life, you'd be here to collect our corpses. I frowned slightly, disliking being publicly praised like this. Turning to leave the wall, I saw Jio Shinai had somehow already stood behind me. Her face still bore traces of dirt, a few strands of red hair plastered to her forehead by sweat, but those emerald eyes were astonishingly bright. Everyone is praising you, she said, her tone carrying a proud sense of shared honor, yet tinged with a barely perceptible trace of lingering fear. It's just a completed mission, I replied calmly, my gaze sweeping over the fresh scrapes on her arm. Your injury needs treatment. She waved her hand dismissively, it's just a scratch. Compared to you. She cut off halfway then said, now that reinforcements have arrived are we going back to the village soon? Probably so. I nodded. But deep inside a certain intuition whispered a warning, the crisis was not yet completely resolved. The next 2 days passed in a flurry of activity. Repairs at the supply point proceeded orderly and the condition of the wounded gradually stabilized. My injuries improved considerably under the meticulous care of the field medical ninja. Although my right arm still couldn't exert force, it at least no longer hindered daily activities. On the night before the return journey, Yi called a meeting for our Team 7. We set out at dawn tomorrow. He sat cross-legged with rare seriousness, his gaze sweeping over the three of us. The road back won't be peaceful. Cloud Hidden has suffered a loss this time if they won't let it go easily. Fuyu quietly wiped his kunai then looked up, they will ambush us on the way. Especially you Shuemen. Yi looked at me. The one Raikage most wants to eliminate is you. Your incomplete flying thunder god has already made him feel threatened. Shinai immediately tensed, should we change the route? Or request more escorts? No. Yi and I spoke almost simultaneously. I continued, changing the route would appear cowardly and might implicate other units. Strengthening the escort would let Cloud Hidden confirm our actual strength. Yi nodded approvingly, exactly. So we will do the opposite, tomorrow morning Team 7 will depart alone taking the fastest route. Bait. Fuyu said succinctly. The sharpest spear. Yi grinned. Let those lurking in the shadows know that Mui's fangs have never feared the light. The plan was risky but logical. A small elite unit had greater mobility and was actually safer than a large force. Moreover, I looked at Yi, Sensei, you already have a plan. He winked mysteriously, you'll find out when the time comes. The next morning we set off lightly equipped. Apart from essential tools and provisions, I only brought a few scrolls of notes on spacetime ninjutsu. These were ideas I had organized while recovering. Soon after leaving the supply point we entered the dense forest on the border of the Land of Fire. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky and the forest was filled with morning mist and the smell of decaying vegetation. We advanced in standard marching formation. Fuyu scouted ahead, Shinai and I were in the middle and Yi brought up the rear. My spatial perception was maintained constantly like a spread spiderweb, catching every anomaly around. The injury affected the precision of my perception, but the range had actually expanded due to this life-and-death ordeal. 500 meters ahead, left bird startled into flight. Fuyu's voice came through chakra, audible only to our team. Continue forward, same speed. Yi responded. We adjusted our postures in silent understanding, seemingly unchanged, yet each of us was poised for battle. Zinai's fingers unconsciously brushed over her tool pouch which held her special kunai. As we passed through a thicket, the very edge of my perception suddenly caught an extremely faint chakra fluctuation, not human, more like some kind of summoned beast. Stop. I raised my hand to signal. Almost simultaneously Yi shouted, underground. The four of us scattered instantly. The ground where we stood exploded and several pangolin-like summoned beasts burst forth, their scales gleaming with the luster of earth release. It's Rock Hidden's trick. Fuyu's Sharingan activated instantly, 3 tomo spinning slowly. There's more than one wave. Sure enough, dense shuriken shot from the surrounding treetops, their angles cunning and vicious. To make matters worse, all these shuriken had explosive tags attached. Defensive formation. Yi formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. In the instant the earthen wall rose, my left hand had already gripped 3 special kunai. After the battle at the supply point, my application of Flying Thunder God guidance had become more refined. Guidance triangular deviation. The kunai flew out in a triangular formation, creating 3 distorted spacetime nodes amidst the rain of explosive tags. Most of the shuriken were deflected and exploded in the empty distance. But the attack was far from over. A second wave of enemies emerged from the mist, this time in standard Cloud Hidden attire, the light of lightning release techniques flickering in the forest. A mixed unit. Zinai's adamantine chains lashed out, blocking a lightning strike. Rock Hidden and Cloud Hidden have joined forces. Impossible. Fuyu analyzed calmly, it's likely a hired relationship. Rock Hidden provides terrain alteration and traps. Cloud Hidden handles the main assault. While he spoke, the enemies had already completed their encirclement. 8 Jonin-level enemies cooperating with seamless coordination, clearly a carefully selected assassination squad. It seems this old man has quite a reputation. Zilayi laughed heartily, but his eyes were cold as a blade. Shuiman, protect Joshinai. Fuyu, the left flank is yours. The battle erupted in an instant. Lightning and fire intertwined, adamantine chains and Sharingan illusions flew together. I stayed by Jiozinai's side, primarily using Flying Thunder God guidance for defense and disruption. The injury on my right shoulder limited my movements, but the unpredictability of spacetime ninjutsu was enough to intimidate our enemies. 3 o'clock lightning release, false darkness. I called out a warning. Joshinai immediately formed hand seals, water release, water formation wall. Fire and water clashed, generating thick steam that obscured vision. In that moment a figure penetrated the mist like a phantom, striking directly at Jiozinai's back. A Cloud Hidden assassin. He had used the steam as cover, his speed astonishing. I almost instinctively tried to activate Flying Thunder God, but the searing pain from my right shoulder made me a beat too slow. Damn. At the critical moment a white streak flashed past. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Zilayi returned in time, his hardened white hair blocking the fatal blow. But this also left an opening. Another enemy's lightning blade was about to strike his back. Time seemed to slow in that moment. I saw Fuyu trying to come to aid but unable to reach in time. I saw the shock on Jiozinai's face. I saw the glimpse of resolve flashing in Zilayi's eyes. I can't let anyone else get hurt for me. A certain barrier shattered in my mind. The spatial coordinate calculations that had always troubled me suddenly became clear, and the Flying Thunder God technique perfected itself in my mind. Not through logical deduction but through some kind of intuitive understanding. So this is it. Spacetime jumping doesn't require precise calculation of every coordinate, it only requires trusting one's own perception. Flying Thunder God second stage. Without using a kunai as medium, I appeared directly behind Zilayi. The lightning blade pierced my left abdomen, but this time I had actively met it. Trading a light wound for a lethal one was worth it. Shuimen. 3 cries of alarm rang out simultaneously. The assassin, clearly not expecting this turn, froze for a moment. That one instant was enough. Fuyu's fire release struck the target precisely, and Jiozinai's adamantine chains bound it tightly. Zilayi's white hair lashed out like a rainstorm, piercing the remaining enemies. I knelt on one knee, blood gushing from the wound in my left abdomen, but the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Flying Thunder God second stage. Succeeded. Medical squad. Zilayi shouted while still fighting. No need. I pressed on the wound using chakra to slowly stop the bleeding. Light wound. The battle ended quickly. All 8 Jonin were annihilated, but we were all wounded. The most serious was my new stab wound. Though not fatal, it aggravated my already unhealed body. After a simple bandaging we continued our journey. We had to leave this area quickly. No one knew if a second wave of ambush awaited. That move just now. On the road, Zilayi couldn't help asking, was that Flying Thunder God a prototype of sorts? I replied. I can't yet manage long-distance movement, but short-range teleportation is now feasible. Fuyu rarely spoke up. No medium required. The medium has always been here. I looked at my own hands. It was our understanding of space that limited the possibilities. Joshinai looked worriedly at the bandage on my abdomen. But your injury? It's nothing, I said. It was the truth. Compared to the breakthrough of mastering the Flying Thunder God second stage, this pain was insignificant. By evening we reached the planned rest point, a hidden cave. After confirming safety, Zilayi finally revealed his arrangement. Come out, old buddy. From the smoke a small toad wearing a straw hat appeared. Zilayi, you've gotten yourself into trouble again. Trouble comes knocking by itself. Zilayi scratched his head and laughed. How is the situation? It's already arranged. Toad Shinswa looked around at us. Tomorrow morning toads from Mount Mayaboku will receive you using reverse summoning to directly send you back to my Reverse summoning. This was indeed the safest method. No wonder Yi was so confident. But Shinzua changed his tone, looking at me. This little one's condition is not good. Repeated use of immature space-time ninjutsu. His chakra meridians are nearly at their limit. I remained silent. Toad Sage Shinzua was right, since this morning I had felt occasional blockages in my chakra flow. The burden of Flying Thunder God on the user was far greater than imagined. After returning to the village you need at least a month of quiet recuperation. Shinzua said seriously. During this time absolutely no use of space-time ninjutsu. Joshinai immediately declared, "I'll supervise him." Fuyu also nodded, "I'll write the mission report." I looked at them, a strange warmth welling up in my heart. Is this the feeling of being cared for by comrades? That night I had a dream for the first time in a long while. No longer cold calculation formulas and spatial coordinates, but warm red long hair and the smiling face of a girl who said she wanted to be Hokage. The next morning, with the help of the Mount Mayaboku toads, we returned safely to Mai. When the familiar Hokage rock came into view, even the ever-calm Fuyu let out a sigh of relief. But my spatial perception caught an unusual chakra flow above the village, the sign of a large-scale barrier operating at full power. Seems that during our absence Mai has not been peaceful either. A new storm is brewing. And I, having mastered the Flying Thunder God's second stage, am destined to be drawn into the eye of the vortex. The moment I stepped through the gates of Konoha, a familiar atmosphere mixed with an undeniable tension enveloped me. The number of patrol teams had clearly increased, and they were all elite shinobi of Chunin rank or above. Though the villagers continued their daily lives, there was an almost imperceptible worry etched on their brows. We were directly taken to the Hokage's office. Walking down the familiar streets, my spatial awareness automatically expanded, capturing more anomalies. The number of Umbu surveillance points had increased by 30%, and the barrier corps had set up temporary defenses around every vital facility. Even the shops in the commercial district had closed early. "It seems a lot has happened while we were away," Jiraiya said quietly, his usual playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood by the window, his pipe emitting a haze that obscured his grave expression. When he turned around, I noticed the shadows under his eyes were much deeper than when we had left. "Welcome back." His gaze swept over us, lingering slightly at the bandages on my shoulder and abdomen. "Thank you for your hard work." The simple mission report was delivered by Fugaku, his account objective and precise, with no key details omitted and no exaggeration of our achievements. When the subject of my use of the incomplete Flying Thunder God to combat the Raikage came up, the third Hokage's gaze sharpened noticeably. "In summary, the threat level of the Cloud Village needs to be reassessed." Fugaku concluded his report and quietly stepped aside. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "The intelligence you provided was very timely. In fact, just 3 days ago we intercepted evidence of a secret communication between the Cloud Village and the Stone Village." He walked to his desk and unfurled a scroll. It detailed the clandestine exchanges of interests between the two major shinobi villages. Stone Village provided border passage and terrain support, while Cloud Village promised to remain neutral in future conflicts. "Their target is not just the Ninetales Jinchuriki," the third Hokage pointed at the scroll, "but also to undermine the strength of the new generation in Konoha. Minato, you are already on their kill list." Silence fell in the office. Kushina instinctively moved a half-step forward as if to shield me. However, the third Hokage shifted his tone. "Your performance this time exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially you, Minato. The breakthrough in the Flying Thunder God technique means Konoha now possesses a new strategic power." He stepped in front of me, his gaze filled with scrutiny and anticipation. "From today onward you are granted access to the sealing book reading room, where you can review all the notes left by the second Hokage regarding the Flying Thunder God. This is a great honor. The sealing book contains Konoha's most core forbidden techniques, typically accessible only to the Hokage and elder advisors. But," the third Hokage's tone turned serious, "until you fully master the Flying Thunder God, this information must remain strictly confidential. On the surface you will be assigned to the Umbu as a decoy. A reasonable arrangement?" I nodded in acceptance. "Understood." As for Kushina, the third Hokage looked at her, "From today onward your security level will be elevated to the highest. Except for routine tasks you are not to leave the village's barrier." Kushina opened her mouth to protest, but under the stern gaze of the third Hokage she could only lower her head. "Yes. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan performed excellently in this border conflict. The police force needs talents like you. Fugaku calmly saluted. I will follow Lord Hokage's orders. As I left the Hokage's office, the sunset was perfectly setting over the Hokage rock. The statues of the three Hokages were bathed in golden light as if guarding the village below. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Well, that place suits a quiet person like you. But remember, don't let those masks assimilate you. I nodded. The nature of Umbu's work indeed suited me, efficient, direct, and devoid of excessive emotional exchanges. Kushina remained silent until we reached a fork in the road, suddenly speaking, Minato, you need to be careful. Her expression was complex, filled with both concern and a certain determination. I will become stronger, strong enough not to need protection, strong enough to fight alongside you. Watching her red figure fade away, I realized for the first time that what I wanted to protect was not just the peace of the village but also this girl's right to freely pursue her dreams. Joining Umbu happened faster than I had anticipated. Early the next morning I was brought to the Umbu headquarters. I was greeted by a captain wearing a fox mask codenamed Hawk. Kamikaze Minato, from today onward your code name is Light. Hawk's voice was emotionless, processed. In Umbu, forget your past identity and relationships. You only need to remember missions and orders. He handed me a standard set of equipment, a cat-faced mask, standard ninja tools, and a white cloak. As I donned this attire I felt as if I had truly become another person. The training in Umbu was brutal yet effective. The first day was a continuous 12 hours of non-stop combat drills with opponents being experienced Umbu veterans. My second stage of the Flying Thunder God was constantly refined in battle, reducing the preparation time from half a second to almost instantaneous. But the cost was immense. Every time I used the Flying Thunder God my chakra pathways felt as if they were being torn apart. The warning from Sage Zaku echoed in my ears, but I had no choice. There was no space for the weak in Umbu. On the night of the third day I received my first official mission to surveil a gathering of the Uchiha clan. This task was quite delicate. As one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha had always enjoyed a high degree of autonomy, but recently their relationship with the village seemed to have frayed. I lurked in the woods outside the Uchiha clan's territory, blending into the night. The insight of my Sharingan was exceptional and I had to suppress my presence to the utmost. Inside the clan grounds the lights were bright and the meeting seemed to have been ongoing for quite some time. Through my telescope I could see Fugaku standing at the front of the crowd, listening expressionlessly to the elder's speech. The elder was clearly agitated, waving his arms from time to time. Suddenly my spatial awareness caught a hint of an anomaly, not from within the clan grounds but from behind me. An ambush. Almost as soon as I sensed the danger I activated the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. The spot I had just occupied was pierced by several shuriken, their blades shimmering with a strange purple hue, poison. 3 ninjas wearing the headbands of other villages emerged from the shadows, their coordination impeccable, clearly a professional assassination team. The target was unmistakably me, who was on a surveillance mission. The Light of Konoha truly lives up to its name, the lead ninja said in a hoarse voice, but unfortunately you shall fall here today. I did not respond. The first lesson learned in Umbu: unnecessary words in battle only expose one's flaws. Kunai clashed under the moonlight. The strength of these 3 far exceeded that of the Cloud Village assassins I had previously encountered. Their tactics specifically targeted high-speed ninjas. Whenever I attempted to use the Flying Thunder God, distracting ninjutsu would interrupt my rhythm. Was there a leak of information? Or had they observed the weaknesses of the Flying Thunder God? The wound on my left abdomen began to throb. The continuous high-intensity battles had slowed my recovery and now it was exacerbated. His range of movement is shrinking, another assassin said coldly. Proceed as planned. The 3 suddenly changed formation, beginning to form the same hand seal. That was lightning release, lightning capture technique. Impossible, this technique requires at least 5 jonintu. I suddenly realized their true objective, not to kill me but to capture me alive. This modified version of the lightning capture technique was clearly meant to restrict movement. I cannot be trapped. Channeling my chakra to the limit I prepared to forcibly activate a long-distance Flying Thunder God. But the excruciating pain from my pathways caused me to hesitate. Now is the time. Lightning enveloped me like a cage. Just at that critical moment several fireballs roared into the fray from the side, accurately interrupting the trio's hand seals. Fire release Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fugaku's figure appeared atop the treetops, his Sharingan glowing coldly in the night. When did he? Uchiha Brat, the leader of the assassins, sneered, want to intervene. Attacking Konoha Umbu outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku's voice was even colder than usual. Do you wish to incite a war? Before he finished speaking, more Uchiha ninjas emerged from all directions, surrounding the three assassins completely. Clearly they had long been aware of the battle happening here. The situation turned instantly. Retreat, if the assassin leader commanded decisively. But it was too late. The Uchiha's Genjutsu barrier had already been established and the illusions from the Sharingan attacked from all angles. In just a few breaths the three assassins had collapsed to the ground. Fugaku leaped down from the treetops and approached me. His gaze swept over the blood seeping from my left abdomen. You execute missions with injuries still unhealed, is that how Umbu operates? Missions take priority, I replied shortly, adjusting my disordered breathing. At that moment the Uchiha elders also arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing the scene, the elder who had been so agitated at the meeting turned pale. Fugaku explained this. There was an external enemy intruding, attacking Umbu on official duty. Fugaku replied calmly, in my capacity as the next clan leader of Uchiha I ordered their capture. The elder narrowed his eyes. Umbu. Why were they executing duties outside our clan grounds? All eyes focused on me. This question was dangerous and an improper answer could provoke greater conflicts. Routine patrols, I chose a neutral response. The surrounding area of the village has not been peaceful lately. Is that so? The elder's Sharingan slowly rotated. What a coincidence. The atmosphere became tense. Fugaku positioned himself clearly between me and the elder. We have already taken the people away. Ultimately the elder snorted coldly. The Uchiha will conduct the interrogation personally. As for Umbu, you may leave. This was the best outcome. I nodded in acknowledgement and activated the Flying Thunder God to leave the scene. When I returned to the Umbu dormitory the sky was already starting to lighten. I removed my mask and found a note underneath. See you at the old place tomorrow. Don't forget to bring medicine. Future Hokage. Looking at the familiar handwriting I exhaled softly. When I took off my blood-stained uniform the bandage on my left abdomen was completely soaked. This attack was definitely not a coincidence. Those assassins clearly knew my abilities inside out and their timing was impeccable. The shadows of Konoha were deeper than I had imagined. But what concerned me most was Fugaku's meaningful gaze. In the instant he interrupted the assassin's hand seals, his Sharingan seemed to have seen something. Perhaps the Uchiha clan knew far more than what was apparent. Outside the window the first rays of sunlight shone upon Hokage Rock. A new day began while undercurrents were just starting to stir. The wound on the left abdomen slowly healed under the medical ninja's treatment, but the damage to the chakra pathways required a longer period of rest. Master Fukasaku's warning still echoed in his ears, yet the Umbu's missions would not be postponed due to personal injury. 3 days later I received a new mission to investigate suspicious individuals who had been appearing frequently around the village recently. According to intelligence, these people seemed to be gathering information on the rotation schedule of the barrier core. At dusk I lurked in the shadow of the watchtower on the western side of the village. From this position I could overlook the entire barrier core headquarters as well as the 3 main roads surrounding it. The Umbu's cat-faced mask merged perfectly into the twilight, with even my breathing controlled to the faintest rhythm. My spatial perception slowly expanded outward from me. After the fierce battles at the border, this perceptual ability seemed to have undergone a certain refinement, with its range expanding by about 15% and its precision improving. At this moment countless subtle chakra flows formed a 3-dimensional network in my consciousness. The steady chakra of the barrier core staffed the regular movement patterns of the patrol squads and even the warm lights of distant villagers' homes. Suddenly 3 discordant fluctuations caught my attention. They came from the direction of the commercial district to the south, their chakra deliberately suppressed to a very low level, but the rhythm trained and reeking of blood was utterly distinct from that of ordinary villagers. The targets appeared. I followed them silently, always maintaining a safe distance. Their anti-tracking skills were quite professional. They abruptly changed routes, wove through crowds and occasionally left false trails deliberately. An ordinary tracker would have been shaken off long ago. But they were dealing with someone who could perceive spatial fluctuations. No matter how they shifted their positions in my perception, they were as clear as fireflies in the dead of night. The tailing lasted about 20 minutes and they eventually entered an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the village. I remained on the rooftop opposite the warehouse, focusing my perception inside. The rotation schedule for the barrier core has been confirmed, a hoarse male voice said. There's a handover every 6 hours with a 15-minute vacuum period. Enough for us to act, another younger voice responded. But is Owl ready? Owl. My code name. No, that must refer to someone else. Umbu code names are often reused. The plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow at midnight, hand over the goods at the third training ground. The third voice was the most steady, clearly the leader. Remember, if you encounter Flash, retreat immediately. That person specifically instructed that now is not the time for a direct confrontation with him. Flash. That was me. It seemed my code name had already spread among them. Is that Namikaze Minato really that terrifying? The young voice said defiantly, isn't he just good at some space-time ninjutsu? Fool, the leader cut him off harshly. A man who can rescue a Jinchuriki from under the Rakich's nose, do you have the right to judge him? Just do your part. The conversation came to an end. The three soon split up and left the warehouse from different directions. I remained in hiding, my mind racing. Tomorrow at midnight, third training ground, hand over the goods. This was clearly vital intelligence. But what concerned me more was that they had mentioned that person. To command such professional spies and have such a thorough understanding of my abilities. This person likely held a significant position within Konoha. When I returned to Umbu headquarters to report, I deliberately omitted the part about Flash. My intuition told me that this intelligence should not be shared for now. After listening to my report, Owl's gaze seemed sharper beneath the mask. Well done. Tomorrow night I'll arrange personnel to set an ambush at the third training ground. Do you need me to participate? I asked. No, he refused bluntly. You have another mission. The Hokage wants to see you. Summoned at this time. Was it a coincidence? When I stood in the Hokage's office again, I found Fugaku there as well. He stood by the window, silent as always. Minato, you're just in time, the third Hokage gestured for me to approach. Regarding the attack outside the Uchiha compound last night, Fugaku has provided some interesting information. Fugaku turned around, his Sharingan unusually deep under the indoor light. Among those three assassins I saw a familiar scene in one of their memories, the residence of Elder Shimura. Shimura Danzo. That elder who had always coveted the position of Hokage. The memory could have been tampered with, I raised a reasonable doubt. Indeed, Fugaku nodded. But combined with their level of knowledge about your abilities, this coincidence is worth noting. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Danzo has always been very interested in the Flying Thunder God technique. After the second Hokage's death, he has repeatedly applied to review the relevant scrolls, but I have always refused. The pieces began to fit together. Why were the assassins so familiar with my battle style? Why did they strike specifically outside the Uchiha compound? Why? Cancel the mission tomorrow night. The third Hokage suddenly said. You two have a new mission. Fugaku and I looked up at the same time. I want you to investigate Danzo's root organization. The third Hokage's voice was very low. You don't need to gather evidence, just confirm one thing, whether Root has direct contact with Kyomogakure. This mission was extremely dangerous. Danzo's Root was a secret organization independent from Umbu, directly answering to him alone. Investigating them was tantamount to directly challenging Danzo's authority. But the third Hokage's eyes told us that this was a mission that had to be completed. When we left the Hokage's office, night had already fallen. Fugaku stopped at a fork in the road. Tomorrow night at midnight, meet me at the Naka Shrine. This was the Uchiha clan's secret meeting place. His choice of this location was laden with meaning. When I returned to my quarters, I found a food box at the door. Inside it were still warm red bean soup and a few rice balls with a note pressed beside them. I heard you got hurt again. Eat properly. Your future Hokage. The handwriting was more sloppy than usual, as if written in a hurry. I picked up a rice ball and found a small roll of bandages and medicine hidden underneath. This feeling of being cared for was still unfamiliar but no longer repulsive. The next day I used the free time before the mission to visit the hospital. The wound had healed faster than expected, surprising even the medical ninja. Your cell activity is far above normal, the attending physician looked at the test reports, especially the recovery speed of your chakra pathways. It's almost like. Wait, this fluctuation is. He suddenly paused, carefully examining the data on the device. Have you recently come into contact with tailed beast chakra? Kushina. Was that the residual effect from when she healed me? Maybe I encountered it by chance on a mission, I evaded vaguely. The doctor nodded thoughtfully. I see. Tailed beast chakra does promote cell regeneration, but it is very dangerous. Excessive contact can lead to chakra disorder. Leaving the hospital, this discovery plunged me into deep thought. Kushina's chakra had unintentionally accelerated my recovery, but it also meant that our chakras had produced some kind of resonance. At dusk I arrived early at the Naka shrine. It was an ancient building hidden deep in the forest within the Uchiha compound. Fugaku was already waiting there, dressed in dark civilian clothes instead of his usual ninja uniform. Danzo's stronghold is underground. He cut straight to the point. The entrance is in the dry well at the rear of the Shimura residence. But there is a strong barrier there. Conventional methods won't work for infiltration. Spacetime ninjutsu will be necessary. I understood his meaning. Fugaku nodded. My Sharingan can perceive the barrier structure, but breaking it takes time. If you can use the Flying Thunder God to directly cross the barrier. It was a very risky plan. My mastery of the Flying Thunder God was still imperfect, and crossing a barrier was something I had never attempted before. But it was indeed the most efficient method. At midnight we lurked in the shadows outside the Shimura residence. The security of this residence was even tighter than that of the Hokage Tower, with sentries both visible and hidden interwoven, leaving almost no blind spots. The barrier covers the entire residence. Fugaku's Sharingan rotated slowly. But the fluctuation at the northeast corner has a subtle irregularity. Probably a mistake by the barrier core. Not a mistake. I carefully observed that area and realized that the barrier was unstable because an underground river passed beneath it. The natural water flow disrupted the barrier's integrity. That's the spot. I confirmed the coordinates and placed my hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Don't resist. At the moment the Flying Thunder God activated, the familiar tearing sensation came. But this time it was different. In the instant of crossing the barrier I felt a certain surveillance. Not from the outside, but from the Flying Thunder God technique itself. It was as if a pair of eyes were observing us through the rift in space. The next moment we were standing in a damp underground passageway. Fugaku's face was somewhat pale, but his Sharingan blazed with startling intensity. Was that just now a side effect of the Flying Thunder God? I explained briefly, suppressing the discomfort. The passage extended forward with faintly glowing stones embedded in the walls at intervals. The chakra here was suffocating, filled with a sense of oppression and distortion. We advanced silently. Along the way we encountered several patrols of root members. They all wore masks similar to those of Umbu, but their presence was far colder, as if they were emotionless machines. After bypassing the third fork, Fugaku suddenly pulled me back and indicated that someone ahead was speaking. The envoy from Kumogaku arrives tomorrow. A low voice said. Lord Danzo plans to receive him personally. For that experiment, another voice asked. The cell extraction from the Jinchuriki is complete, and now we need activation through lightning release chakra. The voices gradually faded away. Fugaku and I exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Danzo was not only cooperating with Kumogaku but also conducting experiments involving Jinchuriki. This went beyond betraying the village, it was practically playing with fire. Delving deeper we arrived at a huge iron door. Complex sealing formulas were engraved on the door, and I could faintly sense the ominous chakra emanating from beyond. Should we go in? Fugaku asked. I shook my head. The risk is too great. The intelligence we have gathered is already sufficient. However, just as we were about to withdraw, the iron door suddenly emitted a heavy groan. Someone was coming out. Fugaku's Sharingan instantly transformed into 3 tomo, and I already had a special kunai held between my fingers. At the moment the door opened, we glimpsed the scene behind it. Inside a massive cultivation tank floated some kind of dark red tissue. Those tissues writhed continuously, and occasionally patterns resembling the Sharingan emerged on their surface. Standing before the cultivation tank was precisely Shimura Danzo. He leaned on a cane with bandages wrapped around his right eye and right arm. So it seems some mice have sneaked in. Danzo turned slowly, a dangerous gleam flickering in his single eye. The brat from the Uchiha clan and Namikaze Minato. Discovered sooner than expected. I immediately activated the Flying Thunder God, but space seemed sticky, making movement extremely difficult. Surprised. Danzo sneered. This room is covered with barriers that interfere with space-time ninjutsu. I've made ample preparations to deal with you. Fugaku had already assumed a combat stance. Danzo, you are betraying Konoha. Betrayal? Danzo scoffed. I am precisely saving Konoha. The weak Sarutobi is not fit to lead the village. Only power, absolute power, can make Konoha stand tall. He abruptly tore off the bandage from his right eye, revealing a Sharingan. And it was no ordinary Sharingan. The pattern was so complex it sent chills. Now let me test this new power. Danzo formed hand seals, wind release vacuum great sphere. A violent wind pressure swept toward us. In this narrow space we had almost no room to dodge. But Fugaku was faster. His Sharingan spun at incredible speed, copying Danzo's technique in an instant. Wind release vacuum great sphere. The same ninjutsu collided and the resulting shockwave shook the entire room. I channeled my chakra to the limit and forcibly activated the Flying Thunder God's second stage. Space groaned, but this time it succeeded. Under Danzo's stunned gaze, Fugaku and I appeared at the other end of the passage. After them. Danzo's roar came from behind. We dashed outward at full speed. Root members along the way tried to block us, but with the coordination of the Sharingan and the Flying Thunder God they could not even delay us. However, just as we neared the exit, a familiar figure blocked our path. Owl. No, now I should call him Shimura, Danzo's confidant. He removed his mask, revealing a face I had never seen before. I'm sorry, Light, he raised a kunai. This is the end of the road. Fugaku wanted to step forward, but I held him back. Looking at this former comrade, I slowly removed my own mask. Tell Danzo, my voice echoed in the passage, the flash of Konoha will never be extinguished in any shadow. The next instant the Flying Thunder God activated. Before Danzo could catch up, we were already standing in the courtyard of the Naka Shrine. Fugaku leaned against a pillar, panting, his Sharingan already deactivated. That Sharingan was Uchiha Kageme's. So he really... He did not finish, but the meaning was clear. Danzo had stopped at nothing in his pursuit of power. The intelligence is confirmed, I said. Now it's up to the Hokage. Fugaku nodded, but there was concern in his eyes. Danzo won't let this go. You must be especially careful, Minato. When we parted, the sky had begun to lighten with the pale blue of dawn. Returning to my quarters, I found another food box on the windowsill. This time, besides food, there was a fresh cosmos flower inside. As I picked up the flower, a small note fluttered down. I heard Cosmos bring good luck. See you tomorrow. Your future Hokage. I placed the flower in a water bottle and sat on the edge of the bed, sorting through my thoughts. Danzo's threat, Kumogakure's conspiracy, the Uchiha's stance. Countless threads interwove in my mind. Yet what troubled me most was the pair of eyes I had felt when using the Flying Thunder God. What was that? Outside the window, the first rays of sunlight shone on the petals of the cosmos, dewdrops glistening faintly. The long night had passed, but the true undercurrents were only beginning to surge. The intelligence regarding Danzo's secret laboratory struck the high-ranking officials of Konoha like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up monstrous waves. However, when the third Hokage attempted to convene the Council of Elders for an inquiry, Danzo evaded the meeting under the pretext of secluded training. The root organization under his command also retreated entirely underground, as if it had never existed. This eerie stillness only deepened the unease. Even Master Jiraiya had abandoned his usual frivolity, training us with a severity that was truly terrifying. That man Danzo is like a venomous snake lurking in its burrow. During a training break he, unusually without a cigarette, gazed toward the direction of the Shimura estate. He's not moving now because he's waiting for a single fatal strike. Kushina's training intensity escalated once more. Jiraiya began systematically teaching her the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Those ancient and intricate formulas kept her immersed in the library all day, leaving less time for her to find me to eat dumplings. "I must master these as quickly as possible," she said to me once with reddened eyes, a scroll densely covered in ceiling formation diagrams spread before her. "Danzo wants the power of the Nine Tails. I will never let him succeed." Looking at her earnest profile in the candlelight, I suddenly realized that the boisterous red-haired girl was growing at an astonishing rate. Not only in strength but also in that heavy sense of responsibility. My training of the Flying Thunder God had also entered a critical phase. With the special permission of the third Hokage, I gained access to the Forbidden Scroll reading room to study the original notes left by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. The value of those notes far exceeded my imagination. Lord Tobirama had not only recorded the complete technique of the Flying Thunder God but also elaborated in detail on his understanding of the nature of space. One passage left me in deep contemplation: for a long time space is not homogeneous. The flow of chakra, the activity of life, and even intense emotions can leave imprints in space. The essence of the Flying Thunder God is to perceive and utilize these imprints to leap. Emotions could also leave imprints. This explained why when using the Flying Thunder God I occasionally felt certain resonances that defied logical explanation. As my research deepened, my Flying Thunder God gradually matured. From initially being able to move only 10 meters to making arbitrary jumps within my sensory range, from needing a kunai as a coordinate to leaving temporary imprints on objects I had touched. But the cost was immense. After each training session my chakra pathways ached as if pierced by red-hot iron wires. The painkillers provided by the medical corps had lost their effect, forcing me to endure solely through willpower. Late one night I was practicing consecutive leaps of the Flying Thunder God on the training ground. Under the moonlight my figure flickered like a ghost across the field, each appearance accompanied by a faint spatial ripple. On the third leap a sharp pain suddenly struck my chest. I fell to one knee and coughed up blood laced with fragments of chakra. My chakra pathways were overloaded. I knew this would happen. A familiar voice came from behind. Master Jiraiya emerged from the shadows holding a flask of sake. Old man Fukasaku was right. If you keep pushing yourself like this you'll cripple yourself sooner or later. Time is short. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. Danzo won't wait. That's no reason to wreck yourself so recklessly. Jiraiya sat down beside me and handed over the flask. Take a sip, it'll dull the pain. I took a small drink. The fiery liquid burned my throat, but it did ease the ache somewhat. Do you know why the second Hokage classified the Flying Thunder God as a forbidden technique? Jiraiya asked abruptly. Because it's too difficult and the risks are too great. That's part of it. Jiraiya gazed at the night sky. But the more important reason is, this technique alters the user's perception of the world. In his later years Master Tobirama often said he couldn't distinguish between reality and the afterimages left by spatial jumps. He turned to look at me. Have you been having strange dreams lately? Or, when using the Flying Thunder God, have you sensed something that shouldn't exist? Those eyes. I didn't say it out loud, but my expression revealed everything. Jiraiya sighed. Just as I thought. Listen kid, the Flying Thunder God is no ordinary jutsu. It touches the essence of time and the memory of space. Overusing it will gradually make you lose your grasp of the present. This warning was even graver than the one from Sage Fukasaku. But I have no choice, I said calmly. If I don't sharpen the blade before the storm strikes, we'll all die. Jiraiya stared at me for a long time, then shook his head helplessly. You're just as stubborn as your old man. Fine, here, take this. He pulled out an aged scroll from his robe. An introduction to Mount Myobaka's sage art. You can't learn it yet, but the chakra nourishing method inside will be useful. As I took the scroll I could feel the extremely ancient chakra fluctuations lingering on it. Thank you, master. Don't thank me yet. Jiraiya stood up. I'm leaving the village for a while in a month. By the time I return you must master the basic applications of the Flying Thunder God without killing yourself in the process. Can you do it? Yes. He patted my shoulder gently. Remember, you have to stay alive to protect those you want to protect. After Jiraiya left I didn't continue training. Instead I opened the Sage Art Scroll. Its contents were esoteric and difficult, but the section on nourishing chakra pathways was indeed exquisite. Following the method to regulate my breathing, the pain in my pathways noticeably subsided. But just as I immersed myself in cultivation, my spatial perception suddenly detected an anomaly in the distance, not from Danzo's side but from the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds. That was Fugaku's chakra fluctuating violently. And it didn't feel like combat but more like some kind of ritual. I hesitated. By common sense I shouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. But Fugaku's chakra fluctuations were laced with indescribable pain and struggle. In the end I activated the Flying Thunder God. When I appeared in the courtyard of the Naka shrine, the sight before me stunned me. Fugaku was kneeling in front of the main hall, his hands pressed against the ground, his entire body trembling. His Sharingan was uncontrollably active, the three tomo spinning wildly, almost merging into a more complex pattern. Fugaku. He jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. Leave here, now. Before he finished speaking, his chakra suddenly erupted. Not an aggressive outburst but rather, a transformation. In an instant the pattern of his Sharingan completed its change, from three tomo into a complex three-bladed shuriken shape. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Almost as the pattern solidified, black flames surged from his eyes, gathering in the air to form the shape of a skeletal frame. That was the rudiment of Susanoo. But Fugaku clearly couldn't control this power. The black flames began to backlash, blood seeping from all 7 of his orifices. I couldn't hesitate any longer. I rushed to Fugaku's side, placed both hands on his shoulders and injected my chakra into him. Calm down. Control your chakra flow. My chakra clashed with the in-release chakra nature of the Uchiha clan. This forced intervention was extremely dangerous. But at this moment there was no time to worry. Fugaku's body shook violently, the pattern in his eyes alternating between clarity and blur. I could sense the struggle deep within his consciousness, an immense grief and rage were devouring him. Control it. I barked. Don't let your emotions control you. After what felt like an eternity, Fugaku's trembling gradually subsided. The black flames slowly dissipated and his Sharingan returned to its ordinary three-tomo state. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. Thank you. After a long silence he spoke hoarsely. What happened? Fugaku was silent for a long time, then finally said, I saw something I shouldn't have. In Danzo's lab, among those Sharingan, one of them belonged to my father. This truth struck my heart like a heavy hammer. Fugaku's father, the former head of the Uchiha clan, had died in the line of duty on a mission years ago. Now it was clear that the truth was far more sinister. Danzo must pay the price. Fugaku's voice was icy. But now is not the time. The Uchiha don't have the strength to oppose him yet. He pulled a scroll from his robe. This was left by my father. It contains the Uchiha clan's research on spacetime techniques. Though incomplete, it should be useful to you. I took the scroll. This was not just intelligence, it was a heavy burden of trust. What are you going to do? I asked. Grow stronger, Fugaku said slowly as he stood up, his silhouette under the moonlight looking eerily lonely. Until the day I have the power to settle everything. When I left the Naka shrine, dawn was almost breaking. I returned to the Umbu dormitory and opened the scroll Fugaku had given me. Its contents were astonishing. The Uchiha clan's research on spacetime was far deeper than I imagined. They had even proposed a theory of timeline interference. Though only a rudimentary theory, some of its ideas coincided with the principles of the Flying Thunder God. What troubled me more was the final page of the scroll, on which a passage was written in cipher. The pinnacle of the Sharingan can briefly glimpse fragments of time and space. But every glimpse comes at a price. The Uchiha's curse stems from greed for the truth. I closed the scroll as morning light streamed through the window. I walked to the window and saw the Hokage rock faces in the distance. The first Hokage built the village, the second perfected the system, the third safeguarded the peace. And the coming fourth would face an unprecedented storm. My Flying Thunder God was far from perfect. Danzo's threat loomed. The Cloud Village lurked at the border and undercurrents surged within the Uchiha clan. But looking at the two precious scrolls in my hands, the Sage Art introduction from Jiraiya and the spacetime research from Fugaku, I suddenly realized I was not alone. Whether it was the red-haired girl who always talked about becoming Hokage, the Uchiha genius burdened by his clan's weight, or the seemingly irresponsible teacher silently supporting us. Each of us was preparing in our own way for the impending storm. The morning bell sounded in the distance. A new day began. I changed into my Umbu uniform and put on my cat mask. Today there were missions to execute, intelligence to investigate, and people and things to protect. Light time to go. Owl's voice rang from outside the door. Yes. As I pushed open the door, the sunlight fell perfectly on the mask. The storm was approaching, but the flame of Konoha would never be extinguished. On the 7th day since Jiraiya left the village, the tension in Konoha reached new heights. The patrol frequency of the Umbu doubled and members of the barrier team took shifts with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Even the shops on the commercial street noticed something unusual, with more and more stores closing early. I stood on the roof of the Umbu headquarters, my spatial perception covering half the village. After this period of training, my perception range had stabilized and expanded to 1.5 kilometers with improved accuracy. Now I could distinguish the chakra signatures of different ninjas, much like identifying fingerprints. Shao silently appeared behind me. The Hokage summons you. In the Hokage office there was more than just the third Hokage. Mito Menyen and Toru Komatsu were also present. Their expressions were complex when they saw me, both appreciation for the young genius and unease towards uncontrollable power. Minato, sit. The third Hokage gestured for me to take a seat. There is a task that requires your special abilities. He unfolded a map marked with several red dots around Konoha. In the past week we have discovered remnants of spatial barriers at these locations. This was not done by our people. I scrutinized the map. The distribution of those red dots seemed random, but when connected they vaguely formed the outline of a massive technique. It's a teleportation array. I concluded someone is setting up a super-large teleportation barrier covering Konoha. The two advisors gasped. Mito Menyen said solemnly, can you determine the source? A field investigation is necessary, I replied, but based on the age of the traces. The earliest signs may have been laid out a month ago. A month ago was precisely when we returned from the border. This was no coincidence. Your task is to investigate these locations and gather intelligence, but do not alert the enemy. The third Hokage looked at me. How many people do you need? One person is enough. I replied, having more would only increase the risk of exposure. Toru Komatsu frowned. That's too dangerous. At least take a small team. The Umbu light is most suited for this task. The third Hokage interrupted her. It's settled then. Minato, you have a week. It was already dusk when I left the Hokage's office. I did not set off directly, but first went to the library. To crack the unknown teleportation barrier I needed more knowledge about ancient spatial techniques. The sealing arts section of the library was empty. Under the candlelight I rummaged through the scrolls that might be related. Just as I pulled out a document about dragon veins, I heard a faint sound from behind the bookshelf. Who? A red-haired girl poked her head out from behind the bookshelf holding a large stack of scrolls. Minato. Are you here to look up information too? Kushina placed the scrolls on the table, all concerning tailed beast sealing and barrier techniques. She looked more fatigued than the last time I saw her, but her eyes still sparkled. What are you preparing for? I asked. The homework assigned by Jiraiya-sensei before he left. She sighed. He said if I could master the basics of the four symbols seal within a month he would teach me more powerful techniques. The four symbols seal. That is a high-level sealing technique capable of sealing tailed beasts. Jiraiya's expectations for her were higher than I had imagined. And you? Kushina leaned over to look at the scroll in my hands. Dragon veins. Isn't that something from legends? It might be related to the recent anomalies. I did not hide it and told her about the teleportation barrier. Kushina's expression turned serious. Do you need my help? I have a decent understanding of barrier techniques. Your task is more important. I shook my head, and this time it needs to be discreet. She looked a bit disappointed but nodded. Then you must be careful. We are all waiting for you to come back. The word "we" was spoken softly, but I sensed the weight behind it. Late at night I changed into dark civilian clothing without wearing any symbols of Konoha. The first investigation point was deep in the forest to the northwest of the village. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. I fully activated my spatial perception and soon found the target, a massive tree root with runes carved into the bark that were almost invisible to the naked eye. These runes were extremely ancient, not belonging to any existing ninja technique system. I took out a specially made chakra sensing paper and gently pressed it against the runes. The paper quickly changed color, revealing the complex chakra flow trajectories. Indeed, this was not an ordinary teleportation array. The structure of this technique was closer to a summoning. Just as I was recording the data, an alarm went off in my spatial perception. It wasn't coming from the ground but from underground. I instantly activated Flying Thunder God and appeared on a tree branch 10 meters away. The ground where I had been standing exploded and 3 figures burst forth from the earth. They were all clad in black tight-fitting outfits with their eyes hidden behind goggles. Quick reaction. The leader's voice was processed and devoid of emotional fluctuations, but not enough. The 3 of them simultaneously formed hand seals and the ground began to soften, swallowing everything around like a swamp. This was a combined earth technique, Yellow Spring Swamp, and its range was astonishing. I couldn't get trapped. I activated Flying Thunder God, continuously moving swiftly through the forest. But no matter where I appeared, the opponents always seemed to predict my position and launched an attack. Could they track Flying Thunder God? No, it must be that the spatial fluctuations generated while I was moving were sensed. In that case, I deliberately stayed in one position a little longer. Just as the enemy's attack was about to hit, I activated an improved version of Flying Thunder God to deflect, not the attack but myself. The space twisted in an instant and my figure appeared behind the attacker. A kunai slashed through and one of their goggles shattered. The eye that was exposed made my heart skip a beat. That was Byakugan. Hyuga clan. No, the gaze was wrong. That Byakugan was hollow and lifeless, more like a puppet. Retreat. The leader ordered. The 3 of them sank back underground, disappearing without a trace. I stood there looking at the shattered goggles in my hand. Inside the lens was a small symbol, a circle with 3 wavy lines inside. I had seen this symbol before in the chapter about forbidden techniques in the Sealing Book. It represents artificial humans. When I returned to Konoha, dawn was breaking. I did not go back to the Umbu headquarters but headed directly to the Hyuga clan's estate. As a prestigious clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan had a strict division of main and branch families, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. I waited outside the clan estate for about half an hour before I saw a familiar figure, Hyuga Hizashi, the genius of the branch family whom I had met a few times during ninja school. Namikaze Minato. Hizashi looked a bit surprised. Do you have business this early? I want to ask about Byakugan. I got straight to the point. Is it possible for Byakugan to be implanted in someone who is not from the Hyuga clan? Hizashi's expression changed instantly. What did you see? I handed him the goggles fragment. Hizashi only glanced at it and gasped, this is impossible. Implanting Byakugan requires extremely precise surgery and it must be harvested from a living person. If the surgery was successful? I asked. Hizashi remained silent for a long time, finally whispering, follow me. This matter must be reported to the clan head. The main residence of the Hyuga clan was even more ancient and solemn than I had imagined. After I finished my account, clan head Hyuga Hayashi's face turned terrifyingly gloomy. Minato-kun, the people you saw. What other characteristics did they have? Their movements were stiff, the chakra flow was abnormally smooth and there was almost no emotional fluctuation. I recalled it was like they were puppets under precise control. Hayashi and Hizashi exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It's the shell. Hayashi slowly uttered a word I thought that was just a legend. Shell. This was the first time I had heard this name. During the Warring States period there was a mad ninja organization. Hayashi began to explain. They believed that bloodline limits were obstacles to evolution and tried to create perfect ninjas through transplant surgeries. They conducted inhumane human experiments to collect various bloodline limits, including Byakugan. Hizashi added, according to the clan's historical records, the first Hokage united the major ninja clans to eradicate the shell organization. But evidently, someone has inherited their legacy. Danzo. That name surfaced in my mind. Only he could have access to such forbidden knowledge and the capability to restart such experiments. The Hyuga clan will investigate this matter thoroughly. Hayashi said seriously. Byakugan must not fall into the hands of such individuals. Minato-kun, thank you for your intelligence. As I left the Hyuga estate, the sunlight filled the streets. I walked on the way back to the Umbu headquarters, my mind racing with thoughts. The shell organization, Byakugan transplantation, super-large teleportation barriers, Danzo's human experiments. These fragments were gradually piecing together a terrifying picture. If Danzo was indeed creating a puppet army implanted with Byakugan combined with the lightning release activation technology he obtained from Kumogakure. Minato. A familiar call interrupted my thoughts. Kushina ran from around the corner holding a bento box. I knew you'd be around here. Have you eaten breakfast? Without allowing me to say anything, she shoved the bento box into my hands. I made rice balls and miso soup. Hey, why do you look so pale? Did you stay up late again? Just a bit tired, I replied, accepting the bento. Thank you. Why are you being so polite? She smiled, but her smile quickly faded. Seriously, are you okay? I heard you went on a mission last night. The mission went smoothly. I lightly evaded. How's your sealing technique practice going? Mentioning this, Kushina's eyes brightened again. I can already complete the basic 4-symbol seal. Although it's still unstable. By the way, I have an idea about Flying Thunder God. She pulled me to sit on a bench by the roadside and took out a notebook from her ninja tool pouch. Look, this is the structure of the Flying Thunder God technique, and this is the 4-symbol seal. I found that they are quite similar at certain nodes. I was wondering if we could use sealing techniques to stabilize the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. I took the notebook and carefully examined the diagrams she drew. I must say this idea is quite creative. The biggest difficulty with Flying Thunder God lies in the instability of the coordinates. If we could reinforce it with sealing techniques. It requires experimentation, I said, but theoretically it is feasible. Kushina clapped her hands happily. That's great. Then, when you have time next, can we study it together? Sure. This agreement made her smile even brighter. The sunlight shone on her red hair, resembling burning flames. After parting, I returned to the Umbu headquarters. Xiao was already waiting in my room with more intelligence spread out on the table. Based on your findings, we have re-examined all the anomalies. Xiao pointed to the new markings on the map. We have discovered 3 more teleportation array nodes. The total is now 9. If connected, they form a complete 9-square grid. This is the most stable barrier structure sufficient for large-scale teleportation. Additionally, Xiao lowered his voice, the Hokage has received reliable intelligence. In 3 days a delegation from Kumogakure will officially visit Konoha. The timing is too coincidental. The teleportation barrier, the Kumogakure delegation, Danzo's conspiracy. What is the purpose of the delegation? I asked. On the surface it is a peace negotiation regarding border conflicts. Xiao sneered, but according to intelligence from our informants, members of the AB combination are in the delegation. The right-hand men of the Raikage personally coming over is definitely not just for negotiation. What is our task? To protect the site of the talks while investigating the true intentions of the delegation members. The Hokage specifically instructed that if the opportunity arises, make contact with a young man named Killer B. Killer B. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from Kumogakure. Why make contact with him? He is part of the peace faction within Kumogakure, Xiao explained. If we can establish a connection with him, we might be able to prevent the outbreak of war. This task carried significant weight. Contact between Jinchuriki is extremely sensitive. Any misstep could trigger a diplomatic crisis. Understood, I nodded. I need detailed intelligence on the delegation. It's already prepared. Xiao handed me a scroll. Furthermore, the Hokage has allowed you to demonstrate your power if necessary. Demonstrating power means I can use Flying Thunder God in front of the delegation. It's both a deterrent and a warning. I opened the scroll. It contained information about each member of the Kumogakure delegation. When I saw Killer B's photo, I was momentarily taken aback. He looked like a boy my age with a bright smile, completely unlike someone burdened with a tailed beast. The data showed he loved rap and had a cheerful personality, being quite popular in Kumogakure. But deeper intelligence pointed to his inner aversion to war and the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki Burubi. Burubi's cause of death was labeled Tailed Beast Rampage, but the timing coincided perfectly with when the Raikage decided to adopt a hardline stance against Konoha. Too coincidental. As I closed the scroll, the afternoon bell chimed outside. There were 3 days left until the Kumogakure delegation arrived. In 3 days I needed to perfect the combination of Flying Thunder God and sealing techniques, investigate the remaining teleportation array nodes, and prepare for every possible action the delegation might take. The pressure weighed down on my shoulders like a tangible force. But as I stood up, the faces that flashed in my mind were Kushina's smiling face in the sunlight, Fugaku's resolute gaze in the shrine courtyard, and Jurya-sensei's instructions before he left. Also, in the distance, the statues of past Hokages guarding the village atop Hokage Rock. I walked to the mirror, looking at the golden-haired blue-eyed boy reflected. My childishness was fading, replaced by a certain steadiness and sharpness. Namikaze Minato, I told myself, you can do it. Wearing the mask and draping the cloak, when Light stepped out of the room, all hesitation and fatigue had vanished. The shadows of Konoha stretched beneath my feet, but light will always shine in the darkest places. 3 days of intense preparation passed in the blink of an eye. The diplomatic reception area of Konoha was redecorated to appear friendly, yet every corner bristled with barriers and covert sentries. Villagers were told this was ordinary border negotiations, but the sensitive already smelled an unusual tension in the air. I spent most of my time at the training ground studying the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing arts with Kushina. Her ideas were highly creative. We attempted to engrave simplified 4-symbol seal formulas onto specially crafted kunai to reinforce spatial coordinates. Look, the Gen position sealing node perfectly corresponds to the stability of the spatial coordinates. Kushina knelt in the center of the training ground, complex sealing diagrams spread before her, her red hair casually tied back with a kunai. Her fingers traced along the ink lines, her gaze so focused as if studying the most important subject in the world. I stood beside her, sensing the chakra flow on the kunai. Indeed, when the 4-symbol seal formula activated, the fluctuation of spatial coordinates became noticeably more stable. But the cost was an increase in chakra consumption by about 30%. Stability increased by 42%, consumption increased by 31%, I recorded. Net efficiency gain is limited. Kushina pouted. It's only the first experiment. And isn't stability more important? If the Flying Thunder God's coordinates are unstable, people could die. She was right. In life or death combat, stability far outweighed chakra efficiency. I nodded in agreement. Continue optimizing. If we can reduce consumption to within 20%, it will be practical for battle. Her eyes lit up and she immediately buried herself in modifying the formula. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the training ground, casting dancing specks of light on her shoulders. For a moment I forgot the impending storm and the heavy burden on my shoulders, simply watching this girl fully absorbed in her work. Hey Minato, she suddenly looked up, a smudge of ink on her face. What do you think the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure is like? The question snapped me out of my brief reverie. I recalled the information about Killer Bee from the scroll. According to intelligence, he's cheerful, loves rap, and is very popular in Kumogakure. Rap? Kushina blinked. That sounds different from what I imagined the Jinchuriki would be like. Indeed. As vessels for tailed beasts, Jinchuriki usually live under discrimination and fear, often developing reclusive or violent personalities. Someone like Killer Bee who could integrate into the village was extremely rare. Maybe Kumogakure treats Jinchuriki differently, I said. Or maybe he's especially strong. Kushina fell silent, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the diagram. After a long while she whispered, if only I could talk to him. That wish was naive but not impossible. If the plan went smoothly, I might indeed have a chance to contact Killer Bee during the delegation's visit. Stay vigilant during the talks, I reminded her. You're a key protected target, don't leave the barrier area. She nodded, but with some reluctance. I want to help too. You already are, I pointed at the formula on the diagram. This improvement could save many lives. Her face flushed slightly, whether from the compliment or something else. Just as she was about to speak, footsteps sounded at the training ground entrance. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the door, dressed in deep blue clan leader robes that made him appear even more composed. His Sharingan was not activated, but the aura of a powerful shinobi was unmistakable. Sorry to interrupt, he said calmly. Minato, I need to talk to you alone. Kushina tactfully gathered her diagrams. I'll go to the library to research. You two talk. After she left, Fugaku walked to the center of the training ground. He didn't speak immediately, instead he first surveyed the area, ensuring no surveillance barriers were present, then said in a low voice, "The Uchiha have discovered new information. About Danzo. About the Kumogakure delegation." Fugaku produced a memory crystal from his sleeve. Last night a clan patrol intercepted a Kumogakure spy trying to infiltrate the village. This is an image extracted from his memory. I infused chakra into the crystal. Blurry scenes unfolded a dim room, several figures seated around a table. Though their faces were unclear, one voice was familiar. The weakness in Konoha's barrier is in the southeast corner, an underground river passes through there. On the third midnight after the delegation arrives, I will create a disturbance and you will act. It was Danzo's trusted subordinate, the one impersonating Owl. The image shifted, showing the list of delegation members. Beside Killer B's name was a red symbol, elimination target. They wanted to kill Killer B. Why? There's a division within Kumogakure, Fugaku voiced my thoughts. The Raikage wants war, but Killer B and his supporters desire peace. If Killer B dies in Konoha, war becomes inevitable, I finished his sentence. A venomous scheme. Danzo wanted war, the Raikage wanted war, they were in perfect alignment. And Killer B, this young man yearning for peace, became an obstacle that must be eliminated. What will the Uchiha do? I asked. Fugaku's eyes sharpened. Protect Killer B. Not out of goodwill toward Kumogakure, but because the cost of war is too great. That answer was pragmatic and very Uchiha. They considered the clan's survival in war and peace was clearly more advantageous. I will report the intelligence to the Hokage, I said. But we need evidence. The memory crystal is evidence, Fugaku said. But that alone isn't enough. Danzo will deny it and Kumogakure will counter that it's a Uchiha conspiracy. Indeed. Memories can be fabricated, especially those extracted by the Sharingan, making authenticity easier to question. So we need to catch them in the act, I stated, the only solution. When the transaction happens, catch them red-handed. Fugaku nodded. The Uchiha's Sharingan can see through all disguises. If needed, we can provide support. This was a significant commitment. The Uchiha clan rarely intervened in village affairs. Their voluntary offer meant Fugaku had made his choice. Wait for my signal, I said, pocketing the memory crystal. Until then, don't alert the enemy. After Fugaku left, I immediately headed to the Hokage's office. After viewing the memory crystal, the third Hokage remained silent for a long time. Smoke from his pipe curled before him, blurring his deep expression. What do you think, Minato? We must protect Killer B, I said bluntly. He is the key to preventing war. But what if this is a trap? The third tapped his desk. What if Kumogakure deliberately leaked this plan, luring us to protect Killer B, then accusing us of kidnapping their Jinchuriki? I had considered that possibility. But based on intelligence analysis, the probability was below 20%. Killer B had considerable support within Kumogakure. The Raikage wouldn't gamble with his own people's lives. I believe the risk is worth taking, I said. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to root out the spy. The third stared at me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. I give you full authority over security during the delegation's visit. The Umbu Barrier Corps patrol units. All resources are at your disposal. The authority was astonishing, almost equivalent to a temporary Hokage assistant. But I didn't decline, for this was no time for modesty. Additionally, the third added, the Hyuga clan also provided intelligence. They confirmed that the Byakugan puppets you encountered are indeed related to the lost techniques of the Kara organization. The Hyuga had acted faster than expected. It seemed the theft of their Byakugan had touched their most sensitive nerve. Clan leader Hayashi stated that if needed, the Hyuga can provide Byakugan support. He knows it's sensitive, but some lines cannot be crossed. Both of Konoha's Dojutsu clans had stepped forward. This could be a crisis or a turning point. Leaving the Hokage's office, I went directly to Umbu headquarters. For the next 48 hours I would have no time to rest. I needed to set up defenses, draft contingency plans, coordinate actions among various parties. Passing through the market street, I saw Kushina standing in front of a dumpling shop talking with the owner. She bought 2 portions of 3 colored dumplings. When she turned and saw me, she immediately ran over. Here, she shoved 1 portion into my hands. You look like you need energy. I took the still warm paper bag. Thanks. She hesitated, then finally asked, is the situation really bad? I didn't hide it. Very bad. But well, handle it. She nodded, her eyes showing no fear, only determination. I believe in you. But you also need to believe in us. That us included many people, her Fugaku Master Jiraiya and all those silently protecting the village. I will, I said. After parting, I ate the dumplings while walking toward Umbu headquarters. The sweet chewy texture melted on my tongue, briefly dispelling the gloom in my heart. Inside the Umbu conference room, all department heads had arrived. When they saw me enter, everyone stood up. Everyone, I said, standing in front of the long table, my voice calm but clear, from now on Konoha enters level 1 combat readiness. Here are the task assignments. The meeting lasted 3 hours. I assigned the barrier core deployment plan, arranged the Umbu's covert positions, and set emergency procedures for the patrol units. Every detail was meticulously considered, every possible contingency had a prepared plan. When the meeting ended, the sky was completely dark. I remained alone in the meeting room, gazing at the large Konoha map on the wall. It was densely marked with various symbols and lines like a gigantic chessboard. And we were the pieces on that board. No. I touched the position of the Hokage monument on the map. We were not pieces, we were the hands moving the pieces. Late at night, I finished the last contingency plan and was about to rest briefly when my spatial perception suddenly triggered an alert, not from within the village but from outside. That direction was the Uchiha clan grounds. I immediately activated the Flying Thunder God. The moment I appeared at the Naka shrine, the heavy smell of blood hit me. In the shrine courtyard, 5 black-clad ninja lay dead on the ground. Their goggles were shattered, revealing Byakugan eyes beneath. And among them stood Fugaku, drenched in blood. His Sharingan spun wildly, the Mangekyo pattern flickering in and out of view. Black flames coiled around him, but unlike last time, they were not out of control, but flowed like a living armor. You. I looked at him warily. Fine. Fuyu's voice was hoarse but clear. They want to attack the shrine and steal the Uchiha's research on time-space ninjutsu. He kicked the corpse at his feet. They are all puppets. The real body must be controlling them from afar. I crouched down to examine the corpse. Indeed, although it looked like a living person, the structure of the chakra meridians was quite abnormal, as if it had been artificially modified. How many came? 13. We took out 5, the rest escaped. Fuyu's Sharingan returned to normal and the black flames gradually dissipated, but they took something away. He pointed towards the main hall of the shrine. The door was wide open and one of the Uchiha's ancestral scrolls was missing, specifically the one that recorded the time-space ninjutsu. It was deliberate. I immediately understood. They knew there was defense here. The attack was just a ruse and the real target was the scroll. Fuyu nodded, his face grim. I was careless. Now is not the time for self-blame, I said. What sensitive content is in the scroll? Most of it is theoretical, but there is one diagram. Fuyu closed his eyes, seemingly recalling. It details the layout of the time-space anchor points. If combined with enough chakra, a stable time-space passage can be opened at specific locations. Time-space passages. How does this relate to those teleportation barriers? At that moment my communication talisman suddenly became hot. It was an emergency contact from the barrier unit. Lord Light. The southeast barrier detected massive spatial fluctuations. Something is about to be transported here. I looked at Fuyu. He clearly also received the Uchiha's alert. We simultaneously activated the body flicker technique and rushed to the southeast barrier point at the fastest speed. Upon arrival, the scene before us was breathtaking. A massive spatial rift was slowly opening in the originally calm night sky. The edges of the rift flickered with ominous purple lightning, and a nauseating chakra fluctuation emanated from within, mingled with the ferocity of tailed beasts, the resentment of the dead, and some kind of distortion not belonging to this world. Even more terrifying was the figure standing beneath the rift. Shimura Danzo. He leaned on a cane, the bandage over his right eye already undone, revealing a Sharingan that emitted an eerie glow in the darkness. His right arm was also exposed, densely embedded with 10 Sharingan. Good evening, young man. Danzo's voice was like sandpaper scraping. It seems I've chosen a good time. I sensed the spatial rift. The things inside were approaching very close. At most 3 minutes before they would fully arrive. Are you insane? Fuyu's voice trembled with anger. Do you know what is inside there? Of course I do. Danzo laughed, his smile chilling. It is the final legacy of the Shell organization, the embryo of the artificial tailed beast Zero Tail. Once it descends, Konoha will fall into chaos. And in that chaos, a new order will be born. He intended to use Zero Tail to destroy Konoha, then take the position of Hokage as a savior. This plan was mad to the point of foolishness, but also thus unpredictable. Barrier unit. Seal the rift with all your might. I ordered through the communication talisman. Umbu, evacuate the nearby residence. Quickly. As the order was issued, Fuyu and I charged towards Danzo. We had to stop him before he completed the summoning. Danzo calmly formed hand seals, would release birth of the forest. The ground split open and countless giant trees burst forth. This was the wood release of the first Hokage. Danzo could even do this. Watch out. Fuyu's Susanoo skeleton formed, instantly blocking the first impact of the wood release. I activated Flying Thunder God, attempting to attack Danzo directly. But just as my kunai was about to pierce him, the space suddenly warped. Was it the Flying Thunder God guiding lightning? No, it was more intricate. Did Danzo use his Sharingan to copy my technique? Are you surprised? Danzo's figure appeared on the other side. The Sharingan can see through all ninjutsu, so it can naturally learn it. Although not as good as the original, it's enough to disrupt you. Indeed, the distortion he created was rough, but sufficient to mess up the calculations of the Flying Thunder God. I was forced to reveal my position while the wood release's attack was already coming. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fuyu's ninjutsu clashed with the wood release, erupting in a blaze of flames. But Danzo's objective had already been achieved. The spatial rift widened further and the silhouette of what lay within was becoming visible. It was a massive translucent embryo, vaguely showing the shape of multiple tails. Zero Tail was about to descend. At this critical moment, a familiar voice came from afar. Sage Art 5, right gate. A massive sea of fire, waves of oil and wind pressure combined into a sage technique rushed in, instantly turning the forest of wood release to ashes. Jiraiya descended from the night sky, standing atop Gamabunta. Sorry, I'm a bit late. He grinned, but his eyes held no warmth. Danzo, you old coot, have you finally stopped hiding? Danzo's expression changed for the first time. Jiraiya. You left the village, didn't you? Just putting on a show. It has to be convincing. Jiraiya jumped down from Gamabunta, standing shoulder to shoulder with me. The old man has long suspected you, he just didn't have evidence. Now we have you dead to rights. He looked at the spatial rift, his smile fading, but before that we need to deal with this trouble. It's too late. Danzo sneered, the summoning of Zero Tail cannot be interrupted. In 3 minutes it will fully descend. By then all of Konoha will. His words were suddenly cut off. A golden chain like divine punishment descended from the sky, piercing through the spatial rift. Who said it was going to descend? Kushina stood on a nearby rooftop, her red hair dancing wildly in the night wind. Her hands formed intricate seals and a massive sealing array unfolded behind her. Sealing technique, diamond lock, divine music eye. More golden chains surged from the array, wrapping around the spatial rift like living beings. They were not attacking but reinforcing. They firmly locked the edges of the rift, preventing it from expanding further. Impossible. Danzo shouted in disbelief, how could you possibly have a sealing technique on this scale? Because I am Uzumaki Kushina. The girl's voice was clear and resolute, I am the future Hokage, the one who will protect this village. The chains tightened and the spatial rift began to tremble violently. The embryo of Zero Tail inside let out a silent roar but could not break free from the binding of the seal. Now, Jiraiya shouted. I understood his meaning. The strength of the Flying Thunder God lies not in attack or defense but in Movement. I appeared directly in front of the spatial rift, pressing my hands against the ceiling chains. The technique of Flying Thunder God spread along the chains, resonating with Kushina's chakra. Flying Thunder God guiding lightning modified maximum output. My target was not an object nor a person but the entire spatial rift. I would teleport this rift away. Chakra was drained from me in an instant as if my meridians were about to burst. But I did not stop, for Kushina's chakra was continuously transmitted to me through the chains, warm and powerful. The space was wailing and distorting. The rift began to shrink, collapsing from the edges toward the center. The embryo of Zero Tail struggled wildly, but to no avail. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Teleportation complete. As I exhausted my last bit of strength, the spatial rift disappeared into the night sky. Not destroyed, but transferred to a deserted wasteland hundreds of kilometers away. There, even if it descended, it would not harm anyone. I knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Kushina also leaped down from the rooftop, her face pale but with a victorious smile. "We did it," she said softly. But the crisis was not yet averted. Danzo had already escaped to the distance while we dealt with Zero Tail. Fuyue and Jiraiya were in pursuit. "No need to chase him," the third Hokage's voice came. He had arrived at some point accompanied by a large group of Umbu. "Hokagesama Danzo. He won't escape." The third Hokage looked in the direction Danzo had vanished, his expression complicated. "I have removed all his positions and issued a warrant for him across the ninja world. From today on, Shimura Danzo is a rogue ninja of Konoha." This decision was heavy but necessary. The Umbu began to clean up the scene and the medical unit arrived to treat the injured. I leaned against the wall, feeling all my strength drained. Kushina walked over to me and handed me a soldier pill. "Eat this." I took it and swallowed it. The bitter taste made me slightly more alert. "Thank you for earlier," I said. She blushed. "What are you thanking me for?" "We are comrades." "Yes, comrades." This word took on a new weight today. In the distance, Jiraiya returned with Fuyue. They hadn't caught Danzo. That old fox had clearly prepared multiple escape routes. "Let him get away," Jiraiya spat, but I smashed 3 of his Sharingan on his right arm. That should hurt him for a while. Fuyue brought good news. The Uchiha retrieved the stolen scroll. Danzo's men only managed to copy part of it, but the core content was preserved. A silver lining amidst the misfortune. The sky gradually lightened. The long night had finally passed, but the new day would not be easier. The cloud-concealed delegation would arrive at noon today. The third Hokage approached me. "Minato, can you continue?" I stood tall. "Yes." "Good." The third Hokage patted my shoulder. "Today you are the face of Konoha. Let them see how outstanding our next generation is." I nodded, looking towards the rising sun in the east. The storm had already begun and the true test was just starting. Kushina stood beside me, Fuyue on the other side and Jiraiya Sensei behind us. The third Hokage turned to walk towards the Hokage building to prepare for the final welcoming of the delegation. "Are you ready?" Jiraiya asked. The 3 of us nodded simultaneously. In the morning light, Konoha gradually awakened. Villagers began their new day. Children ran to school and shops opened one after another. They did not know what had happened last night nor what they were about to face. But it was precisely this ignorance that required us to protect. "Let's go," I said, to welcome the guests. We walked towards the village entrance, towards the diplomatic stage that would soon determine the fate of Konoha. Behind us the statues on Hokage Rock bathed in the morning sun, as if watching us, as if saying, "The legacy of Konoha is entrusted to you." The scorching midday sun blazed down upon the earth and banners fluttered in the open space before the gates of Konoha. The red carpet laid out in accordance with the highest diplomatic protocol stretched from the village entrance all the way to the Hokage's office, flanked by rows of Konoha ninja standing in neat formation. The air was thick with a deliberately crafted solemnity mingled with an unmistakable tension that could not be concealed. I stood half a step behind the third Hokage, clad in a specially made white ceremonial uniform of the Umbu. Prepared for this occasion, it preserved the Umbu's concise and efficient style while adding the dignity required for diplomatic events. The mask was temporarily set aside. My golden hair gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight. Kushina as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should not have appeared in such a public setting. Yet after deliberations among the higher-ups, the third Hokage had decided to let her attend under the identity of the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment she stood among the front ranks of the onlookers dressed in traditional Uzushio attire. Her red hair was meticulously coiled with a jade hairpin and her emerald eyes calmly fixed on the direction of the village entrance. Fugaku meanwhile led the Uchiha police force in handling the outer perimeter security. He stood atop the watchtower, and though his Sharingan was not activated, the presence of a powerhouse like him made every passing ninja unconsciously straighten their backs. "They're here," the third Hokage murmured. On the distant horizon clouds of dust rose into the air. The procession of the Cloud Envoy gradually came into view. A dozen guards in dark armor rode tall lightning beasts, a unique ninja beast from Kumogakure resembling leopards with lightning patterns on their fur, surrounding 3 ornately decorated carriages. At the head of the group a burly bear-like man with blonde hair rode on horseback, the fourth Raikage. Even from such a distance one could feel the palpable pressure emanating from him. My spatial perception had already extended, covering the entire envoy. The Raikage's chakra was like a violent thundercloud, and inside the second carriage behind him. "Killer Bee is in the carriage." I sent a telepathic message to the third Hokage through a secret technique. "His chakra fluctuations are calm, there is no hostility." The third Hokage gave a slight nod. The envoy halted at the village entrance. The Raikage dismounted with a clean, swift motion, landing without even raising a speck of dust. It was a minor detail, yet it sufficiently demonstrated the exquisite level of control he had over his power. "Hokage." The Raikage's voice boomed like rolling thunder. Though he lowered his volume out of courtesy, it still made the ears of the front-row ninja tingle. "The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure arrives as invited. Welcome to Konoha, Lord Raikage." The third Hokage stepped forward, his smile warm yet carrying an inviolable authority. "May these talks bring lasting peace to both villages." Standard opening lines, standard diplomatic rhetoric. Yet in the moment their eyes met, it felt as if invisible sparks of electricity crackled in the air. The ensuing entry ceremony was long and tedious, reviewing the honor guard, exchanging gifts, delivering welcome speeches. Every step was conducted under the watch of countless eyes. I remained at the third Hokage's side, appearing as an ordinary guard, but my spatial perception had already locked onto every member of the envoy. There were 27 in total. Aside from the Raikage and Killer Bee, there were 5 Jonin-level guards, and the rest were Chunin and civilian staff. On the surface it seemed like a standard diplomatic envoy. But my gaze fell on the middle-aged civilian official at the very back of the group who kept his head lowered. His chakra was suppressed extremely well, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet in my perception beneath that disguise lurked a familiar sense of dissonance, identical to the Byakugan puppet that had attacked the Uchiha last night. "Target confirmed," I transmitted through the Umbu's secret technique. At the rear of the formation, gray-robed civilian official suspected puppet. "Maintain surveillance, do not alert him." The concise reply from Fugaku came through the miniature communication seal in my ear. Understood. The envoy was settled in the diplomatic quarter, a complex built specifically for foreign guests surrounded by barriers and hidden sentries. According to the schedule, the formal talks would begin tomorrow morning. This afternoon was free time, of course under the escort of Konoha ninja. "Minato, you are responsible for the Raikage's itinerary," the third Hokage instructed outside the quarter. "Mind the boundaries. Show Konoha sincerity, but also let them know that we are not to be trifled with." "Understood." The afternoon arrangement was a tour of Konoha's ninja academy and training grounds. This served both as a window to display the strength of Konoha's new generation and as a subtle deterrent. At the academy, children were engaged in their daily training. When they saw the Raikage and the accompanying Cloud Ninja, they peered curiously but did not stop their movements. This was the result of years of training, to prioritize the mission regardless of the circumstances. Konoha's educational system is indeed thorough. The Raikage offered a rare positive comment as he watched the lower-grade students practicing shuriken throwing in unison on the field. "Children are the village's future," the third Hokage said with a smile. "Every village should invest resources in the next generation." There was a subtext in those words. The Raikage did not respond and simply continued walking. At the training ground, senior students were conducting mock combat exercises. When they saw us approach, the supervising Jonin immediately ordered a halt and the students lined up to salute. "Continue," the Raikage waved a hand. "Let me see the strength of Konoha's youth." The drills resumed. Two squads simulated an offensive and defensive battle, although they were only genin, their tactical coordination was already impressive. The Raikage watched intently, occasionally whispering questions to the Cloud Jonin beside him. Just then an accident occurred. A group of students while practicing fire release had a chakra control deviation. A fireball that should have shot straight at the target suddenly went out of control and veered off course toward the viewing area. "Watch out!" the supervising Jonin cried, his face turning pale. But it was too late. The fireball hurtled toward where the Raikage stood, more precisely toward a Cloud civilian official behind the Raikage. In that split second the Raikage moved. His motion was so fast it left only an afterimage. With a casual flick of his right hand the fireball collided with an invisible wall and instantly scattered into countless sparks. The whole process took less than a second. The Konoha ninja on site drew in sharp breaths. This was the Raikage's power. "I'm sorry." The student who caused the accident was pale with fear, bowing repeatedly. "Two didn't mean to." "No harm done," the Raikage said, looking at the student. He suddenly asked, "Did you start with the bore hand seal?" "Why wise?" "Wrong," the Raikage unexpectedly began instructing. "The nature transformation of fire release lies in explosion. Starting with the bore seal is stable, but it suppresses chakra activity. Try starting with the horse seal and control the output." The student, stunned, followed the advice. When he performed the seals again he indeed felt a smoother flow of chakra. He cautiously expelled a small fireball which this time accurately struck the target. Thank you, Lord Raikage," the student said, his voice trembling with excitement. This incident eased the atmosphere considerably. The third Hokage seized the opportunity. "Lord Raikage's understanding of ninjutsu is admirable. Why don't we visit the advanced training ground? There are more impressive demonstrations there." This was part of the plan. At the advanced training ground Kushina and Fugaku would engage in an informal sparring session. The objective was not to determine a winner but to showcase the strength of Konoha's younger generation. When we arrived a crowd had already gathered at the training ground. Kushina and Fugaku stood on opposite sides. The former had changed into a combat-ready ninja outfit while the latter wore the Uchiha's deep blue battle attire. "This is..." The Raikage's gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Kushina. "A descendant of the Uzumaki clan and an Uchiha prodigy. An interesting combination." The third Hokage smiled. "Young people sparring with each other helps mutual improvement. Begin." There was no referee, no rules. Fugaku's Sharingan activated instantly, 3 tomos slowly revolving. Kushina meanwhile performed hand seals and golden chakra chains extended from her back. The battle erupted in an instant. Fugaku struck first fire release, great fireball technique surged forth like an enraged dragon. Kushina did not dodge, her adamantine chains formed a shield and stubbornly blocked the flames. At the same time several other chains shot up from the ground like venomous snakes aiming directly at Fugaku's lower body. "Beautiful counterattack," murmured a Cloud Jonin beside the Raikage. Fugaku leaped into the air to evade the chains, his Sharingan locking onto Kushina's movement trajectory. But just as he was about to launch a genjutsu, Kushina suddenly changed her tactics. She abandoned defense, converting all chains into offense, sealing off Fugaku's evasive space from every angle. This was a mutually destructive approach. If Fugaku continued his attack he would also be entangled by the chains. Yet the Uchiha prodigy was clearly not so easily trapped. His Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly perceiving the attack trajectories of all the chains. His figure moved like a phantom through the gaps between the chains, each step precisely avoiding the strikes. "The insight of the Sharingan lives up to its reputation," the Raikage commented. Just then an unexpected change occurred. Kushina suddenly retracted all her chains and performed an extremely complex hand seal. Above the training ground a massive sealing formation slowly unfolded. Sealing technique: 4 symbols seal confinement. 4 beams of light descended from the 4 corners of the formation, forming a cubic barrier that trapped Fugaku inside. This was the fruit of her arduous training, a battlefield control technique adapted from the original sealing arts used for tailed beasts. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly as he tried to find weaknesses in the barrier. But the stability of the 4 symbols seal far exceeded that of ordinary barriers. Even with the Sharingan's insight it would take time to break. "Shall we end it here?" The third Hokage interjected at the opportune moment. Both stopped simultaneously. The barrier dissolved. Fugaku landed steadily with his Sharingan returning to normal while Kushina was slightly out of breath with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Remarkable, the Reikage applauded, though it was a ceremonial gesture. The appreciation in his eyes was genuine. The young people of Konoha have truly impressed me. He turned to the third Hokage. I've heard that Konoha also has a young prodigy known as the Yellow Flash. He is not here today. Finally this question. I had anticipated it. Minato, the third Hokage, called. I stepped forward and bowed Minato Namikaze's greetings to Lord Reikage. The Reikage's gaze fell upon me, those sharp eyes as if trying to see through me. After a moment he suddenly laughed. I see. Standing behind the Hokage. That ordinary guard is capable of blocking even my thunder heat blade, the flare. This statement instantly tightened the atmosphere around us. The guards of Yunin instinctively gripped their weapons while the Umbu of Konoha entered a state of alert. But Reikage waved his hand saying there's no need to be tense. On the battlefield each serves their master and your performance is commendable. He stepped closer, nearly face to face with me. However, I am very curious. How much of the Flying Thunder God technique did you accomplish? This question was quite tricky. A conservative answer would seem timid while an overly confident one might reveal my trump card. Sufficient to complete the mission. I chose a neutral response. Reikage stared at me for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Good. You have pride yet remain cautious. The next generation of Konoha is quite interesting. The visit concluded at dusk. The delegation returned to the embassy while my work was just beginning. After nightfall I changed into my Umbu attire and donned a mask. The observations from this afternoon had confirmed several suspicious targets and now it was time to delve deeper. The first target was that grey-clad official. According to the Umbu's surveillance, he left the embassy after dinner under the pretense of taking a walk and was now wandering in the commercial district. I lurked in the shadows of the rooftop, my spatial perception locked onto his every move. He appeared to be aimlessly walking, occasionally stopping in front of various shops, but my perception caught subtle fluctuations of chakra. He was leaving some kind of mark along the way. It was not a teleportation coordinate but rather a signal marker. Just as he passed a narrow alley, an anomaly occurred. 3 dark figures sprang from deep within the alley, aiming directly for the official's vital points. The attack came suddenly and viciously, clearly intended to kill in one blow. The official's reaction was surprisingly swift. His body twisted in an unnatural manner, evading all attacks at impossible angles. Simultaneously his goggles shattered, revealing his Byakugan. However, instead of counterattacking he turned and fled, not towards the embassy but towards the village's edge. The 3 assailants pursued relentlessly. I immediately followed, notifying the Umbu via communication seal the target is being attacked by unidentified individuals and is moving southeast. Requesting to seal off the area. Received. Light, stay safe, support is on the way. The chase continued for about 5 minutes, ultimately stopping at a desolate warehouse area on the village's outskirts. The official was surrounded by 3 attackers with no way to retreat. By order of Lord Danzo, the leader of the assailants, spoke coldly, all failed experiments must be retrieved. As expected, they are Danzo's puppets. They intend to silence him. The official, or rather the puppet, suddenly laughed, a smile that was exceedingly eerie. Do you think I am still the same as before? His body began to swell, something writhing beneath his skin. The Byakugan turned blood red and the chakra fluctuations surged dramatically, that twisted sensation. He's going to self-destruct. I immediately issued a warning while activating the Flying Thunder God. But this time my target was not myself but those 3 attackers. The space warped and the 3 assailants were forcibly transported 100 meters away. Almost simultaneously the puppet's body exploded. It wasn't an ordinary explosion but a diffusion mixed with chakra and some corrosive substance. The buildings within the explosion radius rapidly dissolved and the ground was etched with a deep pit. I stood outside the blast zone watching the 3 assailants I had saved. They had already lost consciousness, their bodies bearing the wounds left by the puppet. When the Umbu arrived, all that remained at the scene were traces of corrosion and 3 unconscious captives. Take them back for interrogation. I ordered. Also immediately check the other officials within the embassy. I suspect there is more than one puppet. This premonition was soon confirmed. During the surprise inspection that night, 2 more officials attempted to resist and chose to self-destruct after being subdued. Their bodily structures were identical to the first, Byakugan-modified chakra pathways and detonating seals hidden in the heart region. This is a provocation. The third Hokage's face was grim at the emergency meeting. Danzo is using this method to tell us that his influence has already reached within the Yunin delegation. What's more terrifying is that if these puppets self-destruct during the formal talks, strengthen the embassy's barriers. I suggested at the same time I recommend that the Reikage conduct internal checks on the delegation members. This suggestion was quite bold, akin to interfering in his internal affairs. However, given the gravity of the situation, the third Hokage still conveyed the message through diplomatic channels to the Reikage. To my surprise, the Reikage's response was unexpectedly cooperative. The talks scheduled for tomorrow morning are postponed. This was his reply. Tonight Yunin will conduct an internal cleanup. At midnight, intense fluctuations of chakra emanated from the embassy area. But the duration was short, and within 10 minutes calm was restored. In the morning, the Reikage proactively requested a private meeting with the third Hokage. We cleaned up 5 people. The Reikage got straight to the point. All of them are newcomers who joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the past 6 months. The intelligence provided by Konoha was very timely. This was a formal expression of gratitude. The third Hokage nodded slightly. Ensuring the safety of the talks is a shared responsibility of both sides. However, the Reikage shifted the topic. I have a question. Where did Konoha obtain the techniques used on those puppets? This question was sensitive. The third Hokage paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to be partially honest. We are also investigating. The current intelligence indicates a connection to an ancient organization known as Shell. Shell. The Reikage had clearly heard this name before. The legendary taboo researchers. If they are still alive, things will get complicated. At that moment, the atmosphere of the talks truly began to shift. The common threat caused the 2 shadow-level powerhouses to temporarily set aside their prejudices and start discussing deeper cooperation. While I stood guard outside the conference room, I received an unexpected request. Mr. Namikaze Minato. A Yunin Jonin approached me, bowing respectfully. Lord Killer Bee wishes to see you. He said. There are some things he wants to discuss with someone who understands the pain of the Jinchuriki. Killer Bee wants to see me. At such a sensitive time. I glanced at the third Hokage, who nodded slightly. Lead the way. The interior of the embassy was more austere than I had imagined. Killer Bee's room was on the top floor, guarded by 2 Yunin Jonin. Upon seeing me approach, they hesitated for a moment but still opened the door. Inside the room, a blue-haired youth was sitting on the floor, a music score spread out before him. He wore loose hip-hop style clothing and sported an exaggerated gold chain around his neck, completely different from the image I had envisioned of a Jinchuriki. Yo. You made it, bro. Killer Bee looked up, revealing a hearty smile. Sit down, don't be shy. His tone was upbeat, but deep within his eyes lay a weight that belied his age. I sat cross-legged across from him. Did you need something from me, Lord Killer Bee? Just call me B. He waved his hand dismissively. All that Lord stuff is too troublesome. Well. Let's get straight to the point. I knew when I saw that red-haired girl yesterday, that she is also one, right? This also implied something we both understood. Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I admitted. Killer Bee nodded, his smile fading slightly. She looks like she's doing well. Being able to walk in the sunlight, training alongside companions. That's really nice. There was an unmistakable envy in his words. Is Yunin's treatment of Jinchuriki different? I asked. Different yet the same. Killer Bee fiddled with the gold chain around his neck. Reikage is very good to me, truly. He gives me freedom, lets me do what I like. But. He lifted his head, his gaze sharpening. What about the others? The villagers who look at me with a mix of fear and disdain. What about the children who call me monster behind my back? These won't change just because of Reikage's attitude. This is the shared sorrow of Jinchuriki. No matter how well treated on the surface, the fact that they are essentially weapons remains unchanged. So you yearn for peace? I stated. Yearn for it, of course I do. Killer Bee said softly, because if war breaks out I must go to the battlefield. At that time, I will kill again and see my companions die. I'm tired of this cycle. There was a deep weariness in his voice. This was not the emotion a youth should possess. Konoha is willing to strive for peace. I conveyed the third Hokage's position, but the premise is that both sides must be sincere. Killer Bee stared at me for a long time, then suddenly laughed. You know, the Eight Tails said that your chakra is quite special. Not like an ordinary person nor like us Jinchuriki. More like someone standing between the two. This assessment was quite intriguing. Can the Eight Tails sense the influence of the flying thunder god on space? I have things I must protect. I did not answer directly. For that I need power. A justifiable reason. Killer Bee stood up and walked to the window. Let me share some intelligence with you. Reikage is under tremendous pressure this time. The hardliners within Yunin have gained the upper hand. If this meeting yields no substantial results, war will become inevitable. He turned to look at me, and I am the last card of the peace faction. If something happens to me in Konoha, you understand the consequences. This was an explanation for why someone wanted to kill him, as well as a hint of his own position. Konoha will guarantee your safety. I made a promise in the name of the Hokage. Killer Bee smiled, this time genuinely. I believe you. Then, in return, I will also give you a promise. As long as I am alive, I will do everything in my power to prevent war. This was a pact that transcended villages, a resonance between Jinchuriki. As I left the room, the sky was already dimly brightening. A new day was about to begin, and today's formal talks would determine the future fate of the two villages. Walking back to the Hokage building, I looked up at the gradually brightening sky. Killer Bee, Kushina, Fugaku, Jiraiya Sensei, and countless others striving for peace. Perhaps this world can truly change. Perhaps this storm can indeed find a calm outlet. But before that, there was one last hurdle to overcome. This afternoon, according to the schedule, the Reikage would visit Konoha's Forbidden Technique Research Archive. There all the information on the Flying Thunder God is stored. And Danzo will never let this opportunity slip by. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the corridor of the Hokage building, casting long shadows of window panes on the floor. The Forbidden Technique Research Archive was located 3 floors underground, guarded by a complex array of barriers and seals at its entrance. Even with the highest level of access, entry must always be conducted under the supervision of at least 2 Umbu. I walked a half-step beside Reikage, with the third Hokage leading the way ahead. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and aged ink, mingled with the aroma of some herb used for pest control. Time seemed to have frozen here, each breath carrying the weight of history. The archive is divided into 3 sections. The third Hokage paused before a heavy iron door, forming hand seals to dispel the seal. The outer layer contains theoretical documents, the middle layer houses incomplete forbidden technique research, and the innermost layer is the complete forbidden scrolls. The iron door slid open silently, revealing a dimly lit interior. Bookshelves extended from the floor to the ceiling on both sides of the walls, densely packed with scrolls. The candelabra automatically lit up, flames dancing within specially designed glass covers, ensuring that these precious documents would not catch fire. Reikage's gaze swept over the shelves, finally settling on a solitary display stand in the center of the room. There lay a dark golden scroll sealed with a sealing technique. This was the original record of the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the legacy of the second Hokage. The third Hokage approached the stand but did not touch the scroll. Before his death, teacher Tobarama instructed that this technique could only be taught to those who truly understand the essence of space. Reikage stepped closer to the stand, his movements slow and imbued with a rare caution. Even as a powerful figure, he maintained a basic reverence in the face of such a high-level forbidden technique. Can I feel the chakra fluctuations? Reikage asked. This was a reasonable request. Many advanced ninjutsu could be sensed through chakra resonance without unsealing the scroll. The third Hokage looked at me, seeking my opinion with his eyes. As the only one currently possessing part of the Flying Thunder God techniques, my input was crucial. I nodded slightly. The structure of the Flying Thunder God technique is incredibly complex. Simply sensing chakra fluctuations would not replicate its essence. Furthermore, I also wanted to see Reikage's reaction. The third Hokage formed seals to deactivate the protective barrier around the stand. In an instant, a peculiar spatial fluctuation spread out. It wasn't aggressive, it felt more like the breath of space. The scrolls on the shelves fluttered on their own, and the candle flames wavered in strange patterns. Reikage closed his eyes, drawing all his chakra inward to the utmost limit, only the very tip of his right finger extending a minuscule amount of lightning chakra to gently touch the surface of the scroll. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, a look of shock flashing in them. This technique is not merely about movement. It is altering the records of space. His astonishing insight was remarkable. To comprehend this extent simply through contact with chakra, Reikage's spatial perception talent exceeded my expectations. You could say that, the third Hokage explained, the flying thunder god does not create new pathways but rather utilizes pre-existing nodes in space for jumping. And with each jump the user leaves their mark on the node. Therefore the more you use it, the entire space becomes your domain. Reikage summarized, then looked at me. To what extent can you already manage? This question was direct, but I did not evade it. Short range instant movement, medium range requires coordinate, media long range is still under research. So you already possess practical combat value. Reikage pondered. Konoha has gained a new strategic weapon. No wonder Danzo was so eager to eliminate you. Just then my spatial perception caught a hint of abnormality. It was not from within the archive but rather from further below. Hokage-sama, I warned softly, there's movement underground. Almost simultaneously the entire archive began to tremble. It was not an earthquake but rather a rhythmic pulsing, as if a giant heart was beating. The scrolls on the shelves fell one after another, the candelabra shook and the flames flickered ominously. The barrier has been triggered. The third Hokage's expression changed. How is this possible? The defenses here are at the highest level. Before he finished speaking, the ground in the center of the room suddenly cracked open. It wasn't a physical rupture but a tearing of space. A pitch-black fissure appeared out of nowhere, its edges glimmering with ominous purple lightning. What surged forth from the fissure halted everyone's breath. It was a viscous substance. A black semi-transparent slime exuding a foul odor, spilling out from the crack like a living entity, quickly covering the ground. Wherever the slime touched, the stone slabs hissed as they corroded, even the air grew thick. This is the secretion of the Zero Tails. The third Hokage exclaimed. Danzo did not fully summon it but rather used its power to erode the spatial nodes. He understood, as did I. Danzo's true goal was not to summon the Zero Tails but to use its power to open an unstable spatial fissure in the very core area of Konoha. As long as this fissure exists, the entire barrier system of Konoha will be disrupted, even collapse. Sealing team. The third Hokage shouted, immediately seal off this room. But it was already too late. The black slime had spread to the walls, beginning to corrode the foundational runes of the barrier. What was even more terrifying was that the fissure continued to widen, emitting nauseating sucking sounds. An embryo of the Zero Tails was trying to squeeze through the crack, attempting to enter this world. Reikage suddenly moved. His entire being erupted with dazzling lightning chakra, rushing towards the fissure like a human lightning bolt. Lightning released thunderclap. A violent lightning strike crashed into the fissure, causing intense spatial fluctuations. The black slime was temporarily repelled, but the fissure instead widened. No. I shouted, a direct attack will exacerbate the instability of space. But Reikage did not relent. He formed hand seals, gathering chakra to a terrifying degree. Then let's shatter it all at once. Lightning release, raging thunder axe. This was one of his ultimate techniques, capable of cleaving mountains with a heavy lightning strike. If it hit the fissure, the consequences would be unimaginable. Space could completely collapse, swallowing the entire Hokage building and surrounding areas. I couldn't let him strike. I activated the flying thunder god, instantly appearing in front of Reikage. It was not an attack but a defense, the maximum output of the flying thunder god guiding lightning aimed at the ninjutsu he was about to unleash. Are you crazy? Reikage yelled, but he couldn't stop himself. The clash of lightning and warped space erupted in a blinding flash. I felt my chakra pathways threaten to explode. The old wound in my left abdomen burst open, blood soaking through the bandages. But the ninjutsu was diverted. The furious lightning grazed the edge of the fissure, crashing into the side wall. The entire wall vaporized in an instant, revealing the sky outside, and the scene in the sky. There more spatial fissures were opening. Not one, not two, but over a dozen. Like black wounds they tore through the sky of Konoha. Danzo. The third Hokage gritted his teeth. He wants to drag all of Konoha into the spatial turbulence. Black slime poured down from the fissures like a waterfall, beginning to corrode everything it touched. Buildings, trees, streets. Everything began to dissolve. In the distance, screams of villagers and alarms from ninjas could be heard. Konoha was being consumed. We must close the fissures. I forced myself to calm down, my mind racing, but it will take time. Someone needs to hold back the infiltration of the Zero Tails. Raikage glanced at me, suddenly grinning. Kid, you've got guts. Alright, I'll hold off this disgusting thing. You go do what you need to do. With that, he unleashed a burst of lightning once again. This time it wasn't an attack, but created a massive lightning release barrier, temporarily sealing the fissure within the archive. The black slime crashed against the lightning, producing a piercing hissing sound, but it could not break through. At most 10 minutes, Raikage's voice came through the lightning, heavy with pressure. After 10 minutes my chakra will run out. 10 minutes is nowhere near enough to close over a dozen spatial fissures. Unless use the flying thunder god to connect all the fissures. A voice sounded at the doorway. Kushina stood there, her red hair swirling behind her. She formed hand seals and a massive sealing array unfolded behind her, not the 4 symbols seal but an older, more complex technique. 8 trigrams sealing revision. Her voice was chillingly calm. I can stitch all the fissures together to form a stable spatial node. Then she looked at me. Use the flying thunder god to teleport this node away. Just like we did last night, but on a larger scale. This plan was reckless and bold. To forcibly stitch together over a dozen spatial fissures and then teleport them all at once. This required unimaginable chakra control and precise grasping of spatial structures. More frightening was that if it failed, the stitching process could trigger a spatial collapse, pulling everything nearby into the void. Success rate? I asked. Not sure, Kushina replied candidly, chillingly so, but I can sense. The core consciousness of the Zero Tails is right behind these fissures. It wants to drag all of Konoha into its stomach. We have no choice. She was right. The black slime had already spread to the streets outside, leaving no trace of life in its wake. In the distance, ninjas were struggling to resist, but conventional ninjutsu was almost ineffective against spatial erosion. The third Hokage made a decision. Kushina, Minato, go do it. Konoha believes in you. There was no time to hesitate. Kushina nodded at me, then closed her eyes. The sealing array behind her began to spin. Golden chains surged forth from the array like living beings, but not to attack, rather to weave. The chains penetrated through space, precisely threading into the edges of each fissure. Then they began to tighten, forcibly stitching those torn spaces together. This process triggered a terrifying chain reaction. The space wailed, resisting. The black slime gushed forth, attempting to corrode the chains. Kushina's complexion rapidly paled, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. But her hand seals showed no signs of wavering. I was not idle either. The flying thunder god technique unfolded around me, not preparing to teleport but rather to sense. To sense the position of each fissure, to sense the structure after they were stitched together, to sense the coordinates of the node that was about to form. This process was extremely taxing. I could feel my chakra draining rapidly, my pathways burning with pain. The wound in my left abdomen had completely burst open, but I had no time to tend to it. 5 minutes later, Kushina completed the stitching. Over a dozen fissures were forcibly twisted into a massive, unstable spatial whirlpool hovering above Konoha. At the center of the whirlpool was an unfathomable darkness, as if leading to another world. And in that world something was awakening. A gigantic eye opened in the darkness, its pupil a distorted spiral. The Zero Tails. It was about to emerge. Now's the time. Kushina screamed hoarsely. I poured all my chakra into the flying thunder god technique. This time the target was not an object or a person, but that enormous spatial whirlpool with a diameter of over 50 meters. Coordinates locked. Distance calculated. Energy demand assessed. Not enough. My chakra was insufficient. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a warm hand pressed against my back. A vast, vibrant chakra surged into my body. It was Kushina who, after completing the stitching, transferred all her remaining chakra to me. Then came the second, third. The third Hokage Fugaku Master Jiraiya even. Reikage. Their chakra converged onto me through different means. This was no longer the flying thunder god but something akin to resonance. The spatial whirlpool began to contract, forcibly dragged into the coordinates I had set. The zero tails let out a silent roar, massive tentacles stretching out from the whirlpool trying to grasp something to anchor itself. But it was too late. Flying thunder god, divine speed. There was no sound, no light, only the complete distortion of space. In the next moment the massive whirlpool vanished above Konoha as if it had never existed. Silence. Absolute silence. Then from a distance the first cheer broke out. I collapsed to the ground, my vision starting to blur. Kushina collapsed beside me, already unconscious, but a hint of a smile was on her lips. The third Hokage and Master Jiraiya supported us while Fugaku directed the Uchiha to clean up the remaining black slime. Reikage approached me, his lightning release barrier already dispelled, looking utterly exhausted but with bright eyes. "Kid," he said, "I take back what I said before. The next generation of Konoha is not interesting but terrifying." This was the highest form of praise. "Let's collaborate." He turned to the third Hokage, "Not just this meeting. The Cloud Hidden and Konoha should establish a deeper alliance." The third Hokage looked at him deeply and then nodded, "I agree." As the medical team lifted Kushina and me onto stretchers, I gazed at the sky of Konoha. Though it still bore the scars of space, at least it was whole. And at the edge of the sky the sun was rising. A new day was beginning. When I awoke in the hospital room it was already the morning of the third day. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the sheets, warm and pleasant. My wounds on the right shoulder and left abdomen had been rebandaged and the damage to my chakra pathways was slowly recovering. In the bed next to mine Kushina was still asleep. Her complexion was pale but her breathing was steady. The medical ninja said she had overexerted herself and needed at least a week of rest. The door was gently pushed open and the third Hokage walked in. He appeared significantly older but his gaze was still sharp. "How are you feeling?" "Ready for battle," I replied. The third Hokage smiled, "You still haven't changed. But this time you've won a precious period of peace." The delegation from the Cloud Hidden left yesterday afternoon carrying formal peace agreements and alliance treaties. This was good news. At least for a short time war would not break out. "What about Danzo?" I asked. The smile on the third Hokage's face faded. "He escaped. But we destroyed most of his strongholds and he won't be able to stir up trouble in the short term. Moreover," he paused, "the joint search team from the Hyuga and Uchiha found a hidden laboratory of the Shell organization. Inside were things that sent chills down the spine." I did not inquire further about the details. Some truths are better left unknown. "What are the next plans?" the third Hokage asked. I looked out the window at Konoha. On the streets villagers had resumed their daily lives. Children were playing, shops were open, ninjas were patrolling. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. But I knew that some things had changed forever. "I will continue to grow stronger," I said, "so that next time I can protect better." The third Hokage nodded, then took out a scroll from his robe. "This is for you. It contains the complete techniques of the Flying Thunder God. And all the insights left by the second Hokage. He said that the ultimate goal of this technique is not movement but understanding the essence of space." I finished the sentence. The third Hokage looked a bit surprised but then relaxed. "It seems you are already on the right path." After he left I opened the scroll. On the first page was the handwriting of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju. "Space is the vessel of memory, time is the flow of memory. The true essence of the Flying Thunder God lies in reading the memory of space and leaving one's own mark in the river of time." A philosophical statement, yet I seemed to begin to understand. The sunlight outside grew brighter. A new day, a new beginning. And my journey was still long. Kushina woke up in the afternoon. When she saw me her first words were, "Did we succeed?" "We succeeded," I nodded. She smiled, a weak but bright smile. "That's good. By the way, while I was unconscious I had a dream." "A dream?" "Yes. I dreamed that Konoha had turned into a very large village where everyone could live in peace. And I She paused. I became Hokage and you were beside me helping out. This dream was beautiful. It will come true. I said. She looked at me, her eyes serious. Do you promise? I promise. Because this is our vow and also our responsibility. The medical system of Konoha demonstrated astonishing efficiency in the aftermath of the war. Within just a week the areas eroded by the secretions of the Zero Tails had been thoroughly cleaned and rebuilt, and the injured villagers and shinobi had all received proper treatment. The suffocating tension in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief at having survived the ordeal and hope for the future. On the 5th day in the hospital I was kicked out by the medical squad. The attending medical ninja shook his head with a sigh. Your cell activity is too abnormal. Your recovery rate is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. If you stay any longer we'll start doubting our own medical skills. This was probably thanks to the residual influence of Kushina's chakra when she healed me earlier. Tailed beast chakra indeed has a miraculous effect on promoting cell regeneration, though it comes with unpredictable risks. The first stop after leaving the hospital was not the ANBU headquarters nor the Hokage's office but the training ground. I needed to verify some ideas, the peculiar resonance experience I had while confronting the Zero Tails rift and the obscure theories in the second Hokage's notes. The training ground was empty. The morning mist drifted through the forest and sunlight cast dappled shadows through the leaves. I stood in the center of the field, closed my eyes and slowly extended my perception. This time, instead of hastily activating the Flying Thunder God, I first tried to listen to the voice of space. It was an abstract concept, but the second Hokage's notes repeatedly emphasized space is not an inanimate object, it has memory, breath and rhythm. To truly master the Flying Thunder God one must first become a friend of space, not its conqueror. My breathing slowed and chakra flowed smoothly through my meridians. I abandoned all jutsu calculations and coordinate deductions, simply feeling the subtle ripples as the wind brushed against my skin, the steady pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the trajectory of sunlight cutting through the air. At first I sensed nothing. Space was like a mirror reflecting only without a whisper. But gradually a subtle fluctuation began to emerge. It was not a chakra fluctuation nor a physical vibration, it was more like an echo. It was the traces left by everything that had happened here. The sweat and shouts of ninja during training, the laughter of children at play, and even earlier when this land was still forest, the songs of birds and the rustle of wind. Space indeed remembered. Every inch of land, every particle of air was etched with the memories of time. The moment this realization surfaced, the Flying Thunder God's technique seemed to reassemble itself in my mind. No longer needed complex coordinate calculations, because space itself was telling me, here you can leap, there is a node, this position is stable, that direction has resistance. I opened my eyes and flicked an ordinary kunai. The kunai traced an arc through the air and embedded itself in a tree trunk 30 meters away. An instant later I appeared beside the kunai. No hand seals, no calculations, not even a deliberate activation. It was as natural as breathing. So this is the true essence of the Flying Thunder God. I see. A voice came from behind. I turned and saw Jiraiya-sensei leaning against the pillar at the entrance of the training ground, a sake flask in hand, a gratified smile on his face. Looks like you've finally gotten it. When did you return, sensei? Last night. Jiraiya walked over and looked me up and down. You look well. I heard you took down the Zero Tails. Sent it away, I corrected. To be precise, teleported it to an uninhabited desert. Same result. Jiraiya waved his hand, his expression turning serious. I found some interesting things on this trip, about the Kara organization, about Danzo, and about you. The last sentence made me alert. Don't be nervous, Jiraiya said, taking a swig. It's good news. Do you remember the story of your parents? I shook my head. The orphanage records were simple. Namikaze's Minato parents died in the Third Shinobi World War, details unknown. I checked the mission records from back then. Jiraiya's expression grew complicated. Your father Namikaze Minato was an elite of the Sealing Corps. Your mother Namikaze Mikoto was a genius of the Medical Corps. They participated in the mission to besiege the Kara organization's last stronghold. This information stunned me. That battle was brutal. Before its fall, the Kara organization activated a self-destruct mechanism and the entire stronghold sank into a spatial rift. Your parents stayed behind voluntarily to maintain the seal and protect their comrades and disappeared along with the stronghold. Disappeared, not killed in action. That wording was subtle. According to survivors' accounts, the jutsu your father used at the final moment. Jiraiya stared at me. Looks a lot like a prototype of the Flying Thunder God. He might have independently researched a similar technique and used it to protect others. My father also mastered spacetime ninjutsu. This possibility explained many things: why I was born with such keen spatial perception, why I could master the Flying Thunder God so quickly. The inheritance of bloodline. I murmured. Maybe not. Jiraiya shrugged. More importantly, I found the Kara organization's true goal. They researched spacetime ninjutsu and Jinchuriki technology not to create perfect shinobi. He paused, his voice low, but to open the gate, a gate to another world. Another world. That sounded too bizarre. But thinking of the twisted existence of the Zero Tails and the malice from another world that seeped through those spatial rifts. Any evidence? A little, but not much. Jiraiya pulled a black stone from his robe. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet completely non-reflective. This was found at the ruins of the Kara organization. It's not a mineral from this world, maybe not even from this dimension. I took the stone. It felt icy cold without any chakra reaction, yet my spatial perception had a strong repulsion to it, like water and oil naturally incompatible. What Danzo wants is probably not just the Hokage seat. Jiraiya put away the stone. He might be after something far more dangerous. And the Kara legacy has given him a way to achieve it. We need to notify the third Hokage, I said. Already done, Jiraiya nodded. The old man is up to his neck in trouble. The peace treaty was just signed and now Cloud has stirred up trouble. The Raikage faces strong opposition from the War Hawks after returning, and Cloud might split internally. That news was worrying. If Cloud descended into civil war, it would only be a matter of time before Konoha got caught in the spillover. So you need to become stronger faster. Jiraiya patted my shoulder. Not just in strength, but also in influence. The old man hinted that he plans to retire next year. The candidate for the next Hokage. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. I'm not ready yet, I said honestly. It wasn't false modesty, it was an objective assessment. Leading a village required more than just power. That's why you need to learn. Jiraiya smiled. Starting today, your training schedule is revised. Handle ANBU affairs in the morning, study strategy and diplomacy with me in the afternoon, and train on your own at night. Oh, and you also need to make time to mentor Kushina once a week. That's the old man's idea. Jinchuriki needs a reliable peer companion. The schedule was packed but reasonable. What about Fugaku? I asked. The Uchiha clan's stance was crucial to the village's stability. That kid is busy now. Jiraiya's expression turned ambiguous. A major purge is underway inside the Uchiha clan, cleaning out Danzo's infiltrators and the radicals. Fugaku's methods are more decisive than we expected. That was good for the village, but it might also plant new seeds of trouble. Enough chit-chat. Jiraiya stretched. Let's begin today's lesson. First lesson: how to intimidate an opponent without revealing your strength. For example. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing behind me with a finger pressed against my back. If I were an enemy, you'd already be dead. So fast. Not Flying Thunder God, but pure Taijutsu Shunshin. But that's too obvious. Jiraiya returned to his original spot. A better method is. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a spinning ball of chakra in his palm, the Rasengan. Unlike before, this Rasengan made no sound and had no visible chakra fluctuation, like a harmless orb of light. When you internalize power to its extreme, it becomes more terrifying. Jiraiya dispersed the Rasengan. Because the opponent doesn't know when it will erupt or how devastating it will be. The unknown is the most fearsome weapon. A profound insight with practical value. Give it a try. Jiraiya gestured for me to act. After a moment of thought, I didn't use Flying Thunder God but formed a Rasengan with minimal output. The chakra spun rapidly in my palm, but I deliberately suppressed all outward fluctuations, even using the spatial manipulation technique of Flying Thunder God to create an insulating layer around the sphere. The result was a silent, barely perceptible orb of light. It looked harmless, but I knew that once unleashed, its power would be enough to shatter rock. Not bad. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. But not yet fully internalized. Your insulating layer is too deliberate. A skilled opponent would notice something off immediately. True internalization is making the chakra disappear, not physically but in perception. He demonstrated again. The same Rasengan, but this time even the light vanished, leaving only the faint distortion of air in his palm. If I hadn't watched him form it, I wouldn't have sensed any chakra there at all. This is a technique from Senjutsu. Jiraiya explained. Using natural energy to wrap chakra, achieving complete concealment. You haven't started sage training yet, but you can try to simulate it with Flying Thunder God spatial techniques. I succeeded only on my third attempt. Wrapping chakra with spatial distortion achieved a similar concealment, but the consumption was enormous, unsuitable for prolonged maintenance. Take your time. Jiraiya was unfazed. This is just to give you the concept. In combat the key is timing, conceal when necessary, strike like thunder when the moment comes. The morning training passed with such explanations and practice. After a short lunch break, Jiraiya took me to the Hokage's office to sit in on a meeting about border trade. It was tedious but necessary. I observed how the third Hokage balanced the interests of all parties, made concessions without harming the village, and used the art of language to defuse potential conflicts. The essence of politics is compromise, the third Hokage said after the meeting. But compromise doesn't mean weakness. Knowing when to be firm and when to yield is the most important quality of a leader. He added, Fugaku has done well in this regard. The recent Uchiha reforms have been radical, but he chose to use trade-offs to gain support rather than relying solely on force. That was a lesson worth learning. In the evening I met Kushina in the library. She looked quite recovered, carrying a large stack of sealing scrolls. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. Minato. Perfect timing, I have an idea that needs your help to verify. She pulled me to a corner seat and spread out a complex sealing diagram. Look, this is the basic structure of the 4-symbol seal. I studied the spatial markers of your Flying Thunder God and realized we could use a similar principle to reinforce spatial nodes. She talked endlessly about her ideas, her emerald eyes sparkling in the candlelight. I listened quietly, occasionally offering suggestions. Her idea was bold but not infeasible. So if it works, we could set up permanent spatial coordinate points around the village. Kushina said excitedly. That way the moment an enemy invades you can appear anywhere you're needed. The concept had significant strategic value. But the problem was that permanent spatial coordinates required continuous chakra consumption to maintain and were vulnerable to detection and destruction by enemies. We can use a sealing technique to automatically replenish chakra in a cycle, Kushina said, clearly having considered the issue. As for concealment, Fugaku said the Uchiha's Sharingan has some special ocular abilities that can help. Even Fugaku was involved. It seemed they had done a lot while I was hospitalized. Let's try it then, I agreed. Start with the training ground. If the experiment succeeds we can expand it. Great. Kushina clapped happily. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I want to visit my parents' grave. Can you come with me? The request caught me off guard. Seeing the momentary vulnerability in her eyes, I nodded. Sure. After the fall of Uzushiyogakure, Kushina's parents' remains had been moved to Konoha's Memorial Cemetery, a quiet hillside in the north of the village, resting place of the spirits who gave their lives for Konoha. The next morning we brought simple offerings to the cemetery. The weather was fine with warm sunlight and a gentle breeze. Kushina wore a plain kimono, her red hair tied back with a white ribbon. She looked much more subdued than usual. Her parents were buried together under a simple tombstone engraved with the Uzumaki clan's crest, 3 intertwined spirals, and their names Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Reiko. Kushina knelt before the grave, carefully wiping the tombstone and arranging the offerings. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. Father, mother. She said softly, I've come to see you. I am doing well now. I have great teachers, reliable comrades, and I'm working hard to become Hokage. Her voice choked a little, but she didn't cry. Konoha accepted me, so I will protect this village with my life. That is, my promise to you. I stood 3 paces behind her, watching her silhouette. Suddenly I understood the source of her tenacity, not mere idealism but a sense of responsibility, carrying the expectations of the departed. After the memorial service we sat on a slope outside the cemetery. In the distance the full panorama of Konoha spread before us. The morning mist was dissipating. The village awakened under the sun with cooking smoke rising in wisps. Minato, Kushina suddenly asked, "Where do you think people go after death?" It was a philosophical question. I had no definitive answer, but I recalled the second Hokage's theory about spatial memory. Maybe, they become the memories of space. As long as someone remembers them, they exist in some form. Kushina turned to look at me, her eyes thoughtful, like your parents. I was taken aback, realizing she might have heard something. "Did Jiraiya-sensei tell you?" She nodded. "He said your parents were remarkable, they gave their lives to protect their comrades." "So." She paused, "You're not alone either. You're also carrying something, aren't you?" The insight was sharp. I had indeed never felt like an orphan, not because I had no parents but because I had always sensed a kind of guidance. Maybe, I didn't deny. We sat in silence for a moment, then Kushina suddenly smiled. "Then let's make a pact. We'll grow stronger together, protect this village together, and together, become people others can trust with their future." It was a weighty promise. But I extended my hand. "It's a deal." In the moment our hands clasped, a certain resonance flowed through our chakra, not deliberate but a natural harmony, like two drops of water finally merging. They will eventually converge into the same river. When we returned to the village it was almost noon. We parted at the commercial street. She was going to the library to continue her research while I headed to the Umbu to handle the backlog of affairs. But just as I was walking toward the Hokage building, my spatial perception suddenly caught a familiar fluctuation, not an enemy but Fuyue. The Yuzhibo genius emerged from the street corner, his expression more solemn than usual. "I was just about to look for you. It's an emergency." "About Tuanzang?" "More than that." Fuyue lowered his voice. "In the Shell Organization's laboratory we discovered an unfinished experiment record. It mentioned the term Detongmu. Detongmu, I had only heard of this surname in the legends of the Six Paths Immortal. The record shows that the Shell Organization was researching how to open a passage to the homeland of Detongmu." Fuyue continued. "And after Tuanzang took over he seemed to be attempting reverse engineering. Reverse engineering. Deriving the method of constructing a spatial channel backward from Detongmu's technology. What's worse," Fuyue's voice dropped even lower, "the Rishian clan has confirmed that the Bai Yen indeed originated from Detongmu. And the Shell Organization's research on the Bai Yen might be for more than just transplantation. This intelligence connected everything. Tuanzang collected Xiaolunyan, and Bai Yen studied Jinchuriki technology and attempted to open spatial channels. What he wanted was not the position of Hokage nor even dominion over the ninja world. He wanted to become a god. We must inform the Hokage immediately." "Already on the way." Fuyue nodded. "But there's another thing, a special puppet was found in the laboratory. Its brain had been removed, replaced with a glowing cube." "A cube?" "Yes. And the energy reaction of that cube," Fuyue looked at me, "has a 73% similarity to the spatial fluctuation when you use Flying Thunder God." My blood seemed to freeze in an instant. The Shell Organization may have already developed a method to artificially create spatial sensors. Fuyue spoke the deduction I least wanted to hear. "And Tuanzang likely possesses this technology." If this was true, then Tuanzang might have cultivated a puppet force capable of using techniques similar to Flying Thunder God. With numerical superiority, even if each individual was inferior to me, they could pose a devastating threat. Inside the Hokage's office the atmosphere was so heavy it could drip water. The third Hokage, 2 advisors, Jiraiya, Fuyue, Rishiang, Rizu and me. The small room gathered the core decision-makers of Mai, and worry was etched on every face. "Has the intelligence been confirmed?" the third Hokage asked in a grave tone. "Confirmed," Rishiang Rizu replied. "The Bai Yen indeed originates from Detongmu. This is a secret passed down for generations in the Rishian clan. And the Shell Organization's research on the Bai Yen has touched upon the very essence of bloodlines." He presented several documents seized from the laboratory. They detailed how to extract the origin of I-power from the Bai Yen and how to use this origin to enhance spatial perception. This is the taboo among taboos. Rishiang Rise's voice trembled with anger. The Bai Yen is the pride of the Rishiang, not an experimental material. Tuanzang has crossed too many lines. Zhuanqin Xiaochun expressed rare unequivocal anger. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The problem is how to find him. Mizuman Yen frowned. He's surely hidden in some spatial crevice now. Conventional search methods are useless. All eyes fell on me. Shuiman, the third Hokage, spoke slowly. If it were you, how would you track an enemy who can use spacetime ninjutsu? This question was tricky. Theoretically, a spatial jump leaves a fleeting trace like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples. But these traces dissipate quickly and are easy to disguise. He needs to use spacetime ninjutsu again, I analyzed. And it can't be too minor or the trace would be too faint to capture. Then lure him out. Jiraiya interjected. Use bait he can't resist. What bait? The complete scroll of Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya's words were startling. Spread the rumor that we plan to publicly display the Flying Thunder God technique at the opening ceremony of the Chunin exams 3 days from now. Tuanzang would never allow a forbidden technique of this level to be made public. He will surely come to seize it. The plan was risky, but if successful it might indeed catch the big fish. We need to set up a trap. Fuyue said. The Yuzebo's Xiaolunyan can create a large-scale genjutsu barrier combined with the Rixiang's Bai-Yen reconnaissance, forming an inescapable net. The barrier squad can strengthen spatial stability to prevent him from teleporting away directly. Rishian Rizu added. The third Hokage pondered for a long time and finally made the call, so be it. But the Chunin exams cannot be risked. Move the display site to the training ground outside the village and evacuate the surrounding villagers in advance. The plan was set. Over the next 3 days I operated like a precision machine. The barrier squad secretly deployed a large-scale barrier to disrupt spatial jumps. The Yuzebo and Rishiang jointly set up multiple layers of genjutsu and reconnaissance networks while elite Umbu lurked in every corner of the training ground. And I needed to prepare the bait, a duplicate of the Flying Thunder God scroll convincing enough to fool the enemy. This task proved more difficult than imagined. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God's formulas far surpassed that of ordinary ninjutsu. Each rune embodied an understanding of spatial rules. It took me 2 full days to barely complete a temporary replica that could last 24 hours. On the evening of the 3rd day everything was ready. All villagers within 5 kilometers of the training ground had been evacuated and the jonin participating in the operation were in position. I stood at the center of the field, the scroll in my hand emitting a faint spatial fluctuation, just enough for a distant sensor to detect yet not too conspicuous. Has he arrived? I asked through the communication talisman. Not yet. Fuyu's voice came. But the edge of the barrier detected a faint spatial disturbance. He should be probing. This was expected. Tuanzang was inherently suspicious and would never step into an obvious trap easily. Time ticked by. The sun set and night fell. The forest around the training ground was eerily silent, with not even the chirping of insects. When the moon rose to its zenith, a sudden anomaly occurred. Not from one direction but from all around, dozens of spatial rifts opened simultaneously. From each rift surged that familiar black mucus and figures. Not puppets but living people. They wore ninja uniforms from various villages, their eyes vacant, yet their movements were exceptionally swift. More horrifyingly, each of them exuded the aura of spatial fluctuation. 17 in number. Rishian Rise's voice carried shock. All possessed the ability to perform spatial jumps. Tuanzang had actually cultivated a force capable of using spacetime ninjutsu. Execute the plan. At the 3rd Hokage's command came. Around the training ground the barrier squad activated the barrier simultaneously. A massive sealing array lit up on the ground, forcibly stabilizing space and disrupting all ongoing or imminent spatial jumps. But those 17 space ninja did not panic. They quickly gathered and formed a strange formation, not for attack, not for defense, but they are resonating. I immediately sensed the anomaly. Preparing a combined jutsu. It was too late. The chakra of the 17 connected, creating a massive spatial distortion field. Cracks began to appear in the barrier. The light of the sealing array flickered violently. Stop them. Jiraiya struck first, unleashing Senpo Gomen. Fuyu Susanu's skeleton rose from the ground, wielding a chakra greatsword to slash at the formation's core. Rishiang Rizu led the Rishiang elite in a flanking assault, their gentle fist targeting the enemy's chakra points. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. But those space ninja displayed astonishing resilience. When injured they would instantly teleport to avoid fatal blows, when surrounded they would swap positions with each other via teleportation, they could even short-range teleport ninjutsu, rendering our attacks ineffective. This was not Flying Thunder God, but the principle was similar. They used a simplified version of spatial jump technique, short-range long preparation time, but with numerical superiority they formed a terrifying tactical coordination. I tried to use Flying Thunder God to cut into the core of their formation, but each time I was locked on by multiple targets simultaneously forcing me to abort the jump. This was a targeted tactic. Tuanzang had studied my fighting style and prepared a countermeasure specifically. Just then the mastermind finally appeared. Tuanzang stepped out from the largest spatial rift. His right arm was still embedded with Xiaolunyan, but the number had decreased to 7 and the Xiaolunyan in his right eye had been replaced, its pattern more complex, exuding an ominous aura. "Good evening everyone." Tuanzang's voice echoed through the night sky. "Thank you for the bait you prepared. However, what I want is more than just the Flying Thunder God." He raised his right arm and the Xiaolunyan on it rotated simultaneously. Mu Dun Hana Jukai Korin. A forest of wood style even vaster than before burst from the ground. But this time bizarre flowers bloomed on the giant trees, their pollen spreading on the night wind with a potent paralytic effect. "Poison!" Jiraiya shouted. "Hold your breath." But some had already been affected. Several Rishiang ninja moved sluggishly and were wounded by the space ninja. The tide began to turn. Tuanzang's forces, aided by the cover of wood style, gradually suppressed our line. Worse, Tuanzang himself had yet to go all out. We had to break the deadlock. I looked at the fake scroll in my hand and suddenly an idea came to me. "Third Hokage, I need support," I said through the communication talisman. "Cover me for 10 seconds. "Understood." The next second I deliberately revealed a flaw, raising the scroll high, feigning the posture of casting a technique. This action immediately attracted the attention of all the space ninja and they rushed at me simultaneously. Now, Flying Thunder God multiple shadow clone technique. Not ordinary clones but ones infused with spatial coordinates. 6 shadow clones appeared at different positions, each emitting the same spatial fluctuation as the original. The space ninja fell into instant confusion. Unable to distinguish the real body, their attacks became scattered. Meanwhile my real body had already appeared behind Tuanzang. Spiral sphere. But Tuanzang seemed to have anticipated this. Without turning his head he swung his right arm backward, Mu Dun Boka no Jutsu. A forest of wooden spears thrust from the ground, forcing me to abort the attack. At the same time his Xiaolunyan locked onto me, Izanagi. Damn. Time seemed to reverse in an instant. I returned to the state before launching the attack, and on Tuanzang's right arm one Xiaolunyan had closed forever. At the cost of one Xiaolunyan he had rewritten a moment of reality. This was the Yuzebo's forbidden technique. "You are excellent, Shuemen." Tuanzang turned to face me. "But not yet mature. Hand over the real scroll of Flying Thunder God and they'll spare your life." "Do you think that's possible?" I steadied my breath. "Then it's a pity." Tuanzang raised his right arm and the remaining 6 Xiaolunyan glowed simultaneously. Mu Dun Jukai Korin Kai. This time it was not a forest but countless wooden tentacles, each entwined with the fluctuation of spatial distortion. They came from all directions, sealing off every avenue of evasion. I could not face it hidden. I activated Flying Thunder God, but this time the space felt as if it were glued. Tuanzang's wood style contained a power that interfered with space. At the critical moment golden chains tore through the air. Adamantine sealing chains. Juxune's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. She had clearly rushed from the village, her face was still pale but her eyes were frighteningly resolute. The chains entangled the wooden tentacles, forcibly holding back their onslaught. At the same time more chains formed a net shielding me in the center. "Why did you come?" I frowned. "It's dangerous here. I am a ninja of my." Juxunai cut me off. "Anne. I said I would fight alongside you." Her arrival shifted the battle. The adamantine sealing chains had a natural suppressive effect on Wood's style, and her sealing techniques began to affect the space ninja. Each time they attempted a spatial jump, the chains interfered with the stability of the coordinates. Well done. Jiraiya intensified his assault. Senpo Senbon Hari. Countless hardened hair strands rained down on Tuanzang like a storm. Fuyu's Susanoo also delivered its full-powered strike, Yasukani no Magatama. Facing attacks from all sides, Tuanzang finally showed signs of fatigue. Two more Xiaolunyan on his right arm closed, and the scale of Wood's style visibly shrank. Retreat. He gave the order decisively. The space ninja began to teleport away. But this time their movements were noticeably sluggish. Juxune's sealing techniques had disrupted the stability of the spatial channels. Don't think you can escape. Rishiang Rizu led the Rishiang elite to seal the escape route. In the end, only 6 of the 17 space ninja escaped, the rest were captured or killed. Tuanzang himself, after paying the price of 3 Xiaolunyan, forcibly tore through space and fled. The battle ended. The training ground was in shambles, littered with the remnants of Wood style and traces of spatial rifts. The medical team was urgently treating the wounded, and the Umbu were cleaning up the battlefield. I walked over to Juxunai. She leaned against a tree trunk, panting, sweat dampening her forehead hair. "Thank you," I said. She looked up at me and gave a weak smile. "Didn't we agree to fight side by side?" In the distance, the third Hokage was receiving the battle report. The captured space ninja were confirmed to be test subjects modified by Tuanzang using the Shell Organization's technology. They had originally been ninja from various villages captured by Tuanzang, brainwashed and reconstructed. "This is a war crime," Zhuanqin Xiaochun said angrily. "We must report it to the other villages. But that would also expose our intelligence sources," Mizuman Yen reminded. "When it's time to expose, we expose." The third Hokage made the decision. Peace cannot be built on the foundation of concealing the truth. This decision was bold, but it also demonstrated Mui's sense of responsibility. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the training ground, everything finally settled. Although Tuanzang had escaped, his forces were severely crippled and would not recover for some time. More importantly, Mui's core forces had demonstrated unity and strength in this battle. The Uzibo, the Rishiang, the Umbu, the Sealing Squad. All forces fought for the same goal. "Let's return to the village," the third Hokage said. "There's much to deal with." I looked eastward. The rising sun cast golden light across the land. A new day had begun. And I still stood tall. On the way, Juxunai walked beside me and whispered, "Shuiman, do you think peace can really be achieved?" I looked ahead. In the distance, the silhouette of Mai appeared faintly in the morning mist, wisps of cooking smoke rising. A new day was beginning. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "But as long as we keep striving, hope will always exist." She nodded and clenched her fist. "Then we'll keep striving." "Yes, keep striving. For this village, for the important people, for that promised future. The flying light of Mai will eventually illuminate all the shadows ahead. And I, Bufeng Shuiman, will continue to walk forward. Until I become the light that can truly protect everything." 3 days after Danzo's retreat, the order in Konoha had mostly been restored. However, beneath the surface, new turmoil was brewing. The intelligence extracted from the captured space ninja had raised the concerns of Konoha's upper echelons to a new height. According to the interrogation results, Danzo has at least 3 similar underground bases. In the Umbu interrogation room, Kuro was reporting. The cat-faced mask concealed his expression, but the seriousness in his voice was palpable. "They are located at the borders of the Land of Fire, in the mountainous areas of the Land of Iron and in the Land of Rain." The Land of Rain, a small nation plagued by constant warfare, was an excellent hiding place for Danzo. But the more troublesome matter was the Land of Iron being a neutral country where Konoha's influence would be significantly restricted. Additionally, Kuro paused. "The captives mentioned that Danzo is searching for the exact location of the Dragon Vein. It seems to be a continuation of some ancient plan." The term Dragon Vein reminded me of the materials I had found in the library, a legendary convergence point of Earth chakra possessing the power to distort time and space. If Danzo has truly located the Dragon Vein, leave the base in the Land of Rain to me. Jiraiya voluntarily offered. I have some old acquaintances there who can help gather more intelligence. The situation in the Land of Iron requires diplomatic efforts. The third Hokage pondered. I will contact General Mitsuba and request assistance for the investigation. As for the base within the Land of Fire. He looked at me. Minato, take a small team. Be cautious, focus on reconnaissance and do not venture too deep. That is a reasonable arrangement. My Flying Thunder God technique has significant advantages in reconnaissance and evacuation, making it ideal for such a task. Team members. Choose for yourself. The third Hokage granted me ample autonomy. Umbu Uchiha Hyuga. Requisition whoever you need directly. After leaving the Hokage office, I began to contemplate the candidates. This mission requires stealth and efficiency, so the number of people should not be excessive. Fugaku is my first choice. His Sharingan is irreplaceable for reconnaissance and dispelling illusions, and after our previous joint missions we have developed considerable synergy. From the Hyuga side. Hyuga Hizashi. As a prodigy from the branch family, his Byakugan possesses extremely high precision and is not as restricted as that of the main family. We also need an expert skilled in traps and disguise. There is an Umbu ninja with the codename Spider who is recognized as a master in this area. Finally, medical support. Although I can quickly evacuate the injured on-site, first aid is equally important. The recently emerging medical ninja from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Suki, is said to have unique applications of the Sharingan in medical ninjutsu. Once the list was finalized, I immediately issued a summons. An hour later, everyone gathered at the third training ground. Fugaku remained as calm as ever. His deep blue clan attire changed into a more practical ninja outfit. Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan slightly activated, scanning the surroundings of the training ground. Spider was a petite female ninja, almost blending into the environment. Uchiha Suki appeared to be a somewhat shy girl, but the double Tomo Sharingan in her eyes indicated that she was far from weak despite her appearance. Mission briefing. I spread out the map. The target is located at the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Rivers. According to the intelligence, this base is built underground with at least 5 layers, the entrance concealed and the interior filled with traps and barriers. I pointed at several markers on the map. Our mission is to infiltrate, obtain detailed blueprints of the base's internal structure and confirm whether Danzo has left any important materials there. If we encounter resistance, prioritize evacuation. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Infiltration plan. Spider's voice was soft, almost to herself. Conventional earth techniques or disguise. Flying Thunder God direct teleportation. I provided the answer, but we need precise coordinates. Hizashi, how deep can your Byakugan penetrate the layers? Normal soil for 50 meters, rock layers for 30 meters, if there are barriers interfering it will be even less. Hizashi replied accurately, we need to scout in advance. Then let's proceed in 2 steps. I formulated a plan. First, teleport to the base's periphery where Hizashi and Fugaku will determine the entrance location and internal structure. Then, based on the coordinates, it'll directly teleport the team to the critical area. Fugaku nodded. The Sharingan can work in conjunction with the Byakugan to see through illusions and traps. Spider will be responsible for setting up anti-tracking traps along the way, and Suki will be on standby for medical support. Any questions? No one raised any objections. The professional caliber of this temporary team was satisfactory. The departure time is set for midnight tomorrow. I rolled up the map. Prepare individually today. Dismissed. After the team members left, I remained alone in the training ground, beginning to prepare the specially made kunai for teleportation. This mission's distance is considerable, requiring more stable coordinate markings. At that moment Kushina arrived. She had changed into combat attire, her red hair tied into a neat ponytail, looking fully recovered from the exhaustion of the past few days. I heard you're going on a mission. She got straight to the point. Take me with you. It's dangerous. I spoke frankly, and your identity is special. That's why I want to go. Kushina insisted. Danzo's target includes the Nine Tails, I must understand his methods. Moreover, she paused. My sealing technique has a restraining effect on spatial barriers and could be of assistance. She made a valid point. The adamantine sealing chains had indeed demonstrated potential against space ninjutsu in the previous battle. It requires the third Hokage's approval. I did not refuse outright. I've already got it. Kushina proudly presented a document with the third Hokage's signature. He said, as long as you agree it's fine. I can understand the third Hokage's considerations. Allowing Kushina to participate in actual combat serves both as training and experience accumulation. After all, as a host she will inevitably face more brutal battles. Then join in. I agreed, but you must follow orders. Understood, Captain. She playfully saluted, then became serious. By the way, I've improved the coordinate reinforcement technique. It should enhance the stability of the Flying Thunder God. Do you want to try it? She handed me a new technique diagram. I studied it for a moment and found that she had incorporated the unique cycle concept of the Uzumaki clan into the 4 symbols sealing technique. The coordinates are no longer a one-time consumable but can self-repair and recharge. Theoretically feasible. I commented, but the actual effect needs testing. Then let's try it now. Kushina was eager to give it a go. We conducted 3 hours of experiments in the training ground. The results were surprising. The new technique extended the duration of the coordinates from 24 hours to 72 hours, enhancing stability by about 40%, and even if partially damaged it could slowly self-repair. Well done. I generously offered my praise. Kushina smiled happily but then became serious. This is just the beginning. I have a bigger idea. If we could expand this technique to cover the entire village, forming a permanent spatial coordinate network. She described that blueprint centered on Konoha, setting coordinate points at key locations within 100 kilometers. Normally in a dormant state, once needed the user of the Flying Thunder God can instantly arrive at any coordinate point. The strategic value of this concept is immeasurable. But the difficulty of implementation is also immense, requiring vast amounts of chakra to maintain high-level barrier techniques and trust. After all, once this network is established, whoever controls it will possess unparalleled mobility. It can serve as a long-term goal. I will not dampen her enthusiasm. Let's start practicing with this mission. The next day at midnight the team gathered outside the gates of Konoha. In addition to the originally scheduled 5 members, Kushina was now included. Final confirmation before departure. I scanned the team equipment: ninja tools, emergency medical supplies, all set. Everyone nodded. Then I clasped the specially made kunai, setting the coordinates to the approximate location of the base mentioned in the intelligence Flying Thunder God technique. A sensation of spatial transition occurred. In the next moment we stood in a dense forest. The moonlight was obscured by a thick canopy and the surroundings were dim, filled only with the sounds of insects and the night breeze. The position is correct. Hisashi's Byakugan activated, scanning the surroundings. 800 meters to the northeast there is an underground space. The entrance is disguised as a natural cave surrounded by barriers. It is a composite perception and defense barrier. Fugika's Sharingan also activated. The structure of the barrier is complex, but the core node is found at the root of that ancient tree to the left front. Spider had already begun to quietly set up anti-tracking traps. Uchiha Suki vigilantly watched the surroundings, ready to open her medical kit at any moment. Kushina, can you break the barrier? I'll give it a try. She formed hand seals and golden chains emerged from her back, but this time not for attack, rather they gently probed towards the barrier like tentacles. The moment the chains made contact with the barrier they emitted a faint humming sound. With her eyes closed, Kushina seemed to be sensing the structure of the barrier. After a moment she opened her eyes. I can break it, but it will take time. About 10 minutes. That's too long. Fugaku frowned. Danzo Space surely has an early warning mechanism. Prolonged breaking will trigger an alarm. Then let's use a more direct method. I had a new idea. Flying Thunder God guiding thunder, forcibly opening a temporary passage through the barrier. Fugaku, coordinate with me to lock onto the weakest node. The Sharingan and spatial perception focused simultaneously. Soon we found the seam of the barrier, where different techniques intersected, relatively weak. That's the spot. I threw out 3 specially made kunai arranged in a triangle on the surface of the barrier, guiding thunder. Triangle penetration. Space twisted as a gap was forcibly torn open in the barrier, just enough for one person to pass through. The edges of the gap flickered with unstable electrical sparks, clearly unable to hold for long. Quickly pass through, I ordered. The team entered in single file. Spider was the last to enter, casually setting up disguise and alarm traps at the gap. Once inside the barrier the environment immediately felt different. The first floor was a storage area, the second floor a laboratory, and the third a prison. The fourth and fifth floors had stronger barriers, making them impossible to see clearly. A prison. That word put everyone on alert. Any signs of life? 12 on the third floor. Very faint. They might be unconscious or in a weakened state. Hyuga Hisashi's tone grew heavy. Also on the second floor there are puppets patrolling. The number exceeds 30. The situation was more complex than anticipated. Danzo had not only conducted experiments here but also imprisoned living people. Change of plans. I quickly adjusted. Priority is to rescue the prisoners. Tsukimi, prepare medical supplies. Kushina, can your sealing technique suppress the puppets? I can try. Kushina nodded. But I need to get within 50 meters. Then we move stealthily. I looked at Spider. Can you avoid the puppet patrol routes? Yes. Spider had already drawn a rough map on the ground. The puppets patrol on a fixed cycle, a loop every 15 minutes. We have an 11-minute window. 11 minutes infiltrate from the second floor to the third, rescue 12 prisoners and then withdraw. Tight but barely enough. Move out. The team slipped into the cave without a sound. The first floor was indeed a storage area piled with various experimental equipment and materials. We didn't linger, heading straight for the concealed staircase leading to the second floor. The sight on the second floor was nauseating. On both sides stood transparent cultivation tanks soaking various human tissues, some still retaining human shape, others twisted beyond recognition. Puppets patrolled mechanically through the corridors. They resembled humans but moved stiffly, their eyes shimmering with the unique chakra of puppets. Stay close. Spider led the way, her steps eerily precise, each one landing in the puppet's blind spots. We moved through the corridor like shadows, drawing no attention. The entrance to the third floor was a heavy iron door engraved with sealing formulas. Kushina approached, her chains probing the lock. Soon a click echoed, the lock yielded. What lay beyond the door was even more shocking. 12 iron cages stood in a row, each holding a person. Most were ragged, bearing scars from various experiments. Some were unconscious, others stared with hollow eyes, unresponsive to our arrival. They're ninjas from other villages. Hyuga Hisashi's Byakugan swept over the prisoners. Their headbands have been removed, but judging by chakra nature. There are ninjas from Cloud Rock Sand. Even Mist. Danzo's madness exceeded imagination. He was antagonizing the entire shinobi world at once. Tsukimi, start treatment. I ordered while keeping watch. Fugaku Hisashi, stay alert. Spider, prepare the evacuation route. Kushina. Before I could finish, an alarm blared. Not triggered by us but from deeper within. The fourth floor. Hyuga Hisashi's expression shifted. A violent chakra fluctuation. Something is coming out. Almost simultaneously the entire base began to tremble. Walls cracked, stones fell, and the prisoners screamed in terror. Evacuate. I made the call instantly. Take the prisoners who can move. Evacuate now. Tsukimi quickly injected the prisoners with emergency medicine while Spider and Fugaku began breaking the cages. Kushina used her adamantine sealing chains to form a net shielding against falling debris. But the tremors grew stronger. Heavy footsteps came from the stairway, each step shaking the ground. That wasn't a puppet. It was something much larger. Hurry. I urged. In the end we rescued 9 prisoners. The remaining 3 were too injured to move. Tsukimi gritted her teeth and injected them with potent analgesics and a death-feigning drug, hoping they would survive until subsequent rescue. Just as the team rushed the prisoners toward the exit, that thing finally revealed itself. Surging up from the fourth floor was a giant. Over 5 meters tall, its body covered in black keratin with multiple tails similar to a tailed beast but far more twisted. Its head was a massive featureless fleshy orb with a single enormous Sharingan at its center. What is that? Hyuga Hisashi's voice trembled with disbelief. An artificial tailed beast. I recognized that chakra fluctuation, similar to Zero Tails but far more savage. Danzo has combined tailed beast chakra with the Sharingan. The giant let out a silent roar, its enormous claws sweeping toward us. Fukika Susanoo's skeletal frame materialized, instantly blocking the blow with a deafening crash, but he was sent flying back a dozen meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. No good, the power gap is too great. Fugaku gritted his teeth. Kushina's adamantine chains wrapped around the giant's limbs but were easily shaken off. The explosive trap spider set detonated against the giant, leaving only shallow scorch marks. Its defense was terrifying. Someone has to hold it off. I glanced toward the exit. The others take the prisoners and go. I'll stay. Fugaku didn't hesitate. Susanoo can hold for a while longer. And me. Kushina stood beside me. Sealing techniques are effective against it. Spider and Tsukimi evacuated with the prisoners. Hyuga Hizashi hesitated for a moment, then chose to stay. The Byakugan can find its weak point. No time for argument. I nodded. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, regardless of the outcome we withdraw. The battle resumed. Fukika Susanoo swung its chakra greatsword, slashing toward the giant's head. The giant blocked with its claws, producing a screeching clash. Kushina's adamantine chains seized the giant's tail, attempting to restrict its movement. Hyuga Hizashi pushed his Byakugan to the limit. Weak point is on the chest. There's a chakra core there. I seized the moment, using Flying Thunder God to appear before the giant's chest. I unleashed a full-powered Rasengan, striking the spot Hizashi indicated. Roar! For the first time the giant voiced a sound, a mixture of agony and fury. The keratin on its chest shattered, revealing the pulsating chakra core beneath like a beating heart. Now! I shouted. Fukika Susanoo struck down with all its might. Kushina's chains locked the giant in place. I condensed a second Rasengan, aiming at the exposed core. But at that instant the giant's Sharingan blazed with eerie crimson light. Time. Slowed. No, not time itself, my movement slowed. A genjutsu from the Sharingan. No, something more direct. It's time distortion. Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed. Its Sharingan can locally warp the flow of time. This ability was extremely dangerous. Within its influence our movements became sluggish while its own remained unaffected. The giant seized the chance to break free from the chains, swatting Fukika Susanoo away with a claw. Fugaku spat blood. Cracks appeared on Susanoo's skeletal frame. Kushina tried to assist, but her adamantine chains moved agonizingly slowly in the distorted time. The situation turned desperate. I bit my tongue, forcing focus through pain. The greatest advantage of Flying Thunder God was that the jump itself required no time. As long as coordinates were set, movement was instantaneous. But if time itself was distorted, even an instant could be stretched. No, there was a way. Time distortion must have a range. If I could leap outside that range. Hizashi, what's the distortion radius? Radius. 15 meters. Within 15 meters of the giant, time slows by about 3 times. 15 meters. Flying Thunder God could easily jump beyond that range, but attacking required entering it. A contradiction. Unless I could complete the attack during the instant of the jump. That demanded extreme precision and only one chance. Fugaku, Kushina, cover me. I gripped a special kunai. Hizashi, report the core's exact location. Left chest below the third rib, depth 7 centimeters. Coordinates locked. I poured all my chakra into the Flying Thunder God seal while forming a Rasengan in my left hand. Now. I vanished. In the next instant I appeared before the giant's chest, but at the edge of the time distortion, not inside it. The giant sensed danger. The Sharingan's crimson glow intensified. The time distortion grew stronger. But I didn't pause. Flying Thunder God, second step, from the edge directly to the core position. During this process the time distortion affected me for only 0.3 seconds. Enough. The Rasengan plunged into the exposed chakra core. The giant let out a harrowing scream, its massive body beginning to collapse. Black keratin flaked off, revealing twisted flesh beneath. Evacuate. I seized the moment, using Flying Thunder God repeatedly to teleport Fugaku, Kushina and Hizashi out of the base. When we appeared in the forest, a massive explosion erupted from the base. The collapse of the artificial tailed beast's core triggered a chain reaction. The entire underground structure was caving in. Spider and Tsukimi had already evacuated the prisoners to a safe distance. Seeing us emerge, Tsukimi immediately began treating Fugaku. "Is the mission complete?" Kushina panted. I looked at the collapsing base, then at the 9 rescued prisoners. "It's done." But my heart was heavy. Danzo was already capable of creating monsters of that caliber, and the fluctuation we'd sensed on the 4th floor. There might be something even more horrifying down there. Moreover, that time-controlling Sharingan. Where did Danzo get it? "Let's return to the village," I said. "We need to report immediately." On the journey back, no one spoke. Each person was still shaken by the fierce battle. And I knew this was only the beginning. Danzo's game had just begun, and we had to find and checkmate his king before he completed his insane plan. Under Konoha's night sky, new shadows were spreading. But the light in our hands had never burned so brightly. The road ahead was arduous, but we would press on. The morning mist clung to my skin like a damp, cold veil. I stood by the window of the Hokage's office, watching as the streets of Konoha gradually awakened below. The street vendors began to stoke their fires, and thin blue smoke rose straight into the brightening sky. Children rubbing their eyes were pulled out of their homes by their parents, heading towards the ninja school. Everything felt so ordinary, so mundane, that it made me feel as if everything I had experienced last night in Danzo's underground base was merely a vividly real nightmare. The old injury on my right shoulder throbbed faintly in the cold morning mist. It was a scar left by the rakeage, a penetrating wound that even after healing still remembered the burning sensation of being torn apart by lightning release. Now a new wound on my left abdomen joined this chorus of pain, the spot where the claws of the artificial tailed beast had grazed, a dull ache pulsing beneath the bandage. This was not merely a flesh wound, the tissues eroded by that twisted chakra healed at an agonizingly slow pace. I could distinctly feel the blood soaking through the bandage, warm and sticky. The medical team had warned me yesterday against any strenuous activity, but the definition of strenuous activity in the ninja world has always been ambiguous. I repeated the word Sunigakure, my voice raspier than I had anticipated. My throat felt as dry as if I had swallowed sand. Since my evacuation last night, I hadn't had a single sip of water. My lips were already chapped, and when I licked them with my tongue I tasted the metallic tang of blood, probably from biting my lip during the battle. The 3rd Hokage turned around, the glow of his pipe flickering in the dim light. He appeared much older than he had a month ago, not just from the added wrinkles but from a weariness that radiated from his very bones. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes ran deep, as if etched there by shuriken marks left by years of frowning. Kyobaken sent a message through secret channels. She said the sealing team from Sunigakure dealt with the Dragon Vein crisis 30 years ago. He spoke each word slowly, as if weighing the significance of each syllable. "She is willing to share intelligence, but there is one condition." My reflection appeared on the windowpane, disheveled blonde hair, a few strands stuck to my forehead with blood and sweat. Dark shadows hung under my eyes, evidence of several sleepless nights. Yet the calm in those blue eyes remained as still as a frozen lake, no matter how turbulent the depths beneath. I raised my hand to adjust my forehead protector. This simple action tugged at the wound on my left abdomen, the pain sharp and clear, as if someone had thrust a burning needle deep into my muscle. I completed the motion without changing my expression, the cold metal edge of the forehead protector pressed against my forehead, sharpening my senses slightly. "She wants to meet me in person." The 3rd Hokage stated the condition, smoke swirling around him obscuring the emotions in his eyes. "As a condition for exchanging information. This request is rather strange. Kyobaken is a legend in Sunigakure, the pinnacle of puppet techniques and medical ninjutsu, a powerful figure in the Elder Council of Sunigakure. Why would she specifically want to meet with a young ninja from Konoha like me? I quickly considered the possibilities. Is it because of my parents? The names of Minato and Kushina were not unfamiliar in the circles of sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. If they had participated in any missions related to the Dragon Vein back in the day. Maybe. The 3rd Hokage did not deny it, but also did not confirm it could be because of Flying Thunder God. He paused, his gaze settling on me as if assessing a weapon. The essence of the Dragon Vein is a massive spatial energy node. And you are the closest person in the ninja world to understanding the nature of space. Kyobakan, having lived for over 70 years, sees this clearer than anyone. The light outside brightened a little more and the morning mist began to dissipate. More people filled the streets, the sounds of the morning market reaching my ears. That was the sound of peace, the sound of daily life so distant from everything we had experienced in the underground base last night. I remembered the distorted forms of those artificial-tailed beasts, the hollow eyes of the prisoners, the eerie red glow in that giant Sharingan. The sensation of time being distorted was something I would never forget in my life. The terror of feeling the entire world slow down while my mind still functioned normally. The struggle of the flying thunder god in such an environment. When do we depart? I asked without hesitation nor needing to hesitate. The time manipulation techniques mastered by Danzo, the methods of creating artificial-tailed beasts, and that insane plan regarding the Otsutsuki Gate. Every step we delay brings him closer to success. Now. The third Hokage's answer came without hesitation, but I caught a hint of reluctance in his eyes, flickering so fast I could barely grasp it. Jiraiya has already gone ahead to the land of rain. Fugaku is handling matters within the Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan is analyzing the information brought back from the base. You are the most suitable candidate. Most suitable yet most dangerous, I added in my mind. The relationship between Tsunegakure and Konoha had always been delicate. It had been less than 10 years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and many still bore scars that had not fully faded. The friction at the border between the land of wind and the land of fire had never truly stopped. For someone like me with such a sensitive identity, candidate for the fourth Hokage, user of the Flying Thunder God and the one who had heavily injured the Kumogakure forces in border skirmishes, going alone to Tsunegakure was akin to walking on the edge of a blade, particularly on the enemy's blade. But I had no room to refuse. This was something the third Hokage knew, that I knew, and likely that Kyobakan also knew. Alone. Alone. The third Hokage nodded. Taking too many people would only convey distrust. Moreover, you need to make the round trip quickly. Danzo won't give us much time. He pulled a scroll from his desk drawer and handed it to me. This is the pass and diplomatic credentials. And this. It was a small charm sewn from deep blue fabric with the symbol of Konoha embroidered on it. It looked quite ordinary, but when I took it I could feel the chakra contained within. It was a sealing technique. If you encounter life-threatening danger, crush it. The third Hokage did not elaborate further, but his gaze spoke volumes. It will teleport you back to a specific coordinate in Konoha. It can only be used once, so use it with caution. I tucked the charm into the inner pocket of my ninja tool pouch. The rough texture of the fabric against my fingertips brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The route. Follow the border of the land of river, avoiding the main trade routes. Tsunegakure will meet you at the border. The third Hokage walked to the map on the wall, his finger tracing a winding path. The estimated journey is 3 days. Your wounds. They won't affect my movements. I interrupted him. This was the truth. I could endure the pain, and the amount of blood loss was within a controllable range. The medicines from the medical team were very effective, at least preventing the wound from tearing open during the long journey. The third Hokage studied me for a few seconds before finally sighing, "Go to the medical team and have the bandage redone and get some supplies. Depart in 1 hour." As I left the Hokage building, the morning mist had completely dissipated. The sunlight was a bit blinding and I squinted my eyes. The streets were bustling. An old lady selling dango recognized me and waved with a smile. "Minato-kun. You're out so early today." I paused for a moment and walked over to buy 2 dango. The red bean paste was warm to the touch. The old lady chatted on about her grandson's amusing tales from the ninja school, saying that he wanted to become a ninja like me. He always says that Minato's body flicker technique is the most amazing, as fast as light. She chuckled as she handed me the dango, her eyes crinkling into slits. I took the dango and paid. The warmth and softness of the dango conveyed a temperature through the paper bag, reminding me of the times Kushina had forcefully stuffed them into my hands. I wondered if she was awake yet. When we parted last night her face had still looked quite pale. "Thank you." I nodded to the old lady and turned to leave. On my way to the medical team I slowly ate one of the dango. The sweet red bean paste melted in my mouth, temporarily quelling the dryness in my throat. I placed the other dango into my ninja tool pouch, not for myself but for. This thought made my steps falter. I shook my head, shaking off those irrelevant thoughts. The medical team was still busy. Most of the injured ninjas from last night were still lying down, groans mixing with the smell of disinfectant. The medic who was in charge of me frowned when he saw me. Minato, your bandage has bled through, I know. As I unfastened my clothing, the wound on my left abdomen was exposed to the air, not deep but with darkened edges, a sign of tissue eroded by twisted chakra. The medic cleaned the wound with sterilized cotton swabs, the antiseptic causing my muscles to twitch in response. You need at least a week of bed rest, he said while rebandaging. If you undertake such a long journey, the wound could easily become infected or even. I have medicine, I replied tersely. The emergency medication provided by the umbu is highly effective, though with significant side effects, but it ensures the wound won't become a liability at crucial moments. The medic sighed, stopping short of further persuasion. He wrapped the bandage carefully, firm but not overly constricting. Finally he handed me a small package. Painkillers, anti-inflammatories, and this. It was a pale green syringe contained within a specially designed glass tube. A potent cell activator. The medic lowered his voice. It will keep you at peak condition for 12 hours, but there will be a 3-day period of weakness afterward. Do not use unless absolutely necessary. I took the syringe, the cold glass tube pressed against my palm. I had heard of this, one of the forbidden drugs used by the umbu, something that overdraws one's vitality. Thank you, I said. Leaving the medical team, I did not head straight to the village entrance. Instead, I took a detour to the third training ground. The training ground was empty in the early morning. Traces remained from when Kushina and I had experimented with new techniques yesterday, charred earth and unnatural spatial distortions lingering in several spots. I walked to the center of the field and closed my eyes. Breathing slowed. Chakra flowed smoothly through my meridians and my perception gradually expanded. Not for training but to confirm one thing, the state of the Flying Thunder God. That battle last night, forcibly using the second stage of the Flying Thunder God in an environment of time distortion, had placed quite a burden on my chakra meridians. I could feel that some parts of my meridians had become fragile like an overstretched rubber band. I raised my hand, not making any seals, just moving my will. In the next moment I appeared next to a wooden post 30 meters away. There was no sense of lag, the movement was smooth. But when I landed, a sharper pain shot from the wound on my left abdomen and there was a brief burning sensation in my chakra meridians, very light but present. Not stable enough. If I encountered combat during my journey to Sunigakure. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stop this meaningless worry. Worrying solved nothing, it only wasted time. I checked my ninja tool pouch one last time: kunai, shuriken, smoke bomb, soldier pills, medical supplies, and the pass. And that charm and dango. Everything is ready. I turned and walked towards the gates of Konoha. The guarding ninja stood at attention and saluted when they saw me. Minato-sama, are you going on a mission? Yes. I nodded and presented the pass. Be careful on your way. They opened the gate. The moment I stepped out of Konoha's barrier, I felt something subtle. It was like stepping from a greenhouse into the wilderness. The air smelled different, less of the village's smoke and more of the earth and raw scent of plants. I did not immediately sprint at full speed but instead walked along the main road for a while. The border of the Land of River lay southeast, requiring passage through the heart of the Land of Fire. I had walked this road many times, familiar with every stream where I could rest and every patch of forest suitable for ambush. But today felt different. The wound on my left abdomen throbbed rhythmically with my steps, like some sort of the metronome of stillness. The sun grew fiercer, its rays scorching against the skin. I pulled up my collar to cover the lower half of my face, not for disguise but out of ingrained vigilance. Passing the first rest point, I did not linger. Time was pressing, I must reach the hidden sand as swiftly as possible. Moreover, I disliked leaving too conspicuous a trail during missions. At noon I ventured deep into the forest. Towering trees stood sentinel, sunlight fractured into scattered shards by the dense foliage casting shifting dapples upon the ground. The air cooled somewhat yet clung heavy with moisture, making my clothes stick unpleasantly to my skin. I halted, leaning against a colossal tree. From my ninja pouch I retrieved my canteen and drank in small measured sips. The water was cool, offering a fleeting respite as it slid past my parched throat. The bandage on my left abdomen was soaked through with sweat. I loosened it to inspect the wound, fortunately no further seepage of blood. As I rewrapped the dressing, my fingers paused at the edge of the wound. The skin there was abnormally discolored, a mottled black and purple like the harbinger of necrosis. The chakra of the artificial tailed beast was indeed poisonous. I retrieved the medicine from the medical unit and swallowed 2 pills. The effect was swift, the pain abated, but a mild dizziness followed, a side effect of the analgesic. I could not rely on the drugs. I stuffed the vial back into my pouch and pressed on. The afternoon journey was relatively uneventful. I encountered no bandits nor any sign of pursuers. My spatial perception remained fixed within a certain range like an invisible net, capturing every anomaly around me. But just as the sun began to tilt westward, a ripple suddenly brushed the edge of that net. It was not human nor animal. Something far stranger. I halted instantly, concealing myself within the canopy. Through the gaps in the foliage I saw in the forest clearing ahead several things moving. Their forms approximated humans, but their motions were unnaturally stiff. Their skin was a pallid gray, gleaming with an eerie luster under the setting sun. Stranger still, they emitted no chakra fluctuations, at least not normal ones. Instead there was a cold mechanical energy reaction. Puppets. No, nothing like the puppet arts of the hidden sand. These things were more primitive and more twisted. I counted them, 5 in total. They moved in a single file, slowly traversing the clearing as if searching for something. One of them suddenly stopped and raised its head, if that could be called a head. Its face bore no features, only a hollow pit. That pit oriented toward the direction of my hiding spot. Had I been discovered? I held my breath, condensing my chakra to the utmost. The coordinates for the flying thunder god were already prepared. If they showed any aggressive intent, I could evacuate in an instant. But the puppet merely gazed for a few seconds, then turned back and continued moving with its companions. They crossed the clearing and vanished into the woods on the other side. I waited until I could no longer sense their energy reactions before leaping down from the canopy. I walked to the spot where they had stopped, crouched, and examined the ground. The soil bore shallow footprints, strangely shaped, not like shoe prints, more akin to hoof prints. Yet the size was close to that of a human foot. I touched the earth at the edge of the print. It was cold, unnaturally cold, as if frozen. And faint traces of energy lingered in the soil, similar to the distorted chakra I had sensed in the underground base. Danzo's puppet forces. Had they already spread this far? The thought sent a chill down my spine. If Danzo's influence had already infiltrated the heart of the land of fire, then the villages around Konoha. No, now was not the time for such thoughts. I stood, dusted the dirt from my hands. The mission took precedence. I must reach the hidden sand as quickly as possible. But for the remainder of the journey I became even more vigilant. I expanded my spatial perception to its limit, halting at every rustle of grass or whisper of wind to confirm it was harmless. It was draining, but worth it. As night fell, I reached the predetermined campsite, a concealed cave. The entrance was veiled by vines, the interior dry and airy, an ideal spot to spend the night. I set up a simple alarm barrier at the mouth of the cave, then kindled a small fire inside. The flames danced, driving away the chill within the cavern. From my ninja pouch I took out a soldier pill and chewed it slowly with water. The taste was as atrocious as ever, like wax, but it provided sufficient energy. After eating I checked the wound on my left abdomen. In the firelight its condition was clearer, the black-purple discoloration at the edges had spread, roughly the size of a coin. I cleaned it with disinfectant, then reapplied medicine and bandaged it. When the powder touched the wound a sharp sting made me clench my teeth. After dressing the wound I leaned back against the cave wall and closed my eyes. But I did not sleep, I merely rested with eyes shut. In the wilderness, especially in areas where enemies might be active, deep slumber was a luxury. The night deepened. From outside the cave came the calls of nocturnal animals near and far. The wind rustled through the trees with a soft whispering sound. Everything seemed so normal it was unsettling. I recalled the puppets I had encountered during the day. Their movement patterns, their energy reactions, and that cold inhuman texture. What exactly was Danzo creating? If those things appeared in large numbers, could ordinary shinobi forces handle them? And the dragon vein? What intelligence did Granny Chio possess? Why did she specifically request to see me? Amid the tangled thoughts, time slipped away bit by bit. The fire gradually died, leaving only embers glowing faintly red. The cave darkened, lit only by the moonlight filtering through the entrance. Then in the darkest hour before dawn, my perception net suddenly convulsed violently. Not from outside but from beneath. I sprang up instantly, a kunai already in hand. Almost simultaneously the ground under my feet split open and a gray-white hand burst through the earth, reaching for my ankle. The flying thunder god activated. I appeared at the cave entrance, looking back. In the center of the cave, 3 of those gray-white puppets emerged from the ground. Their featureless faces looked toward where I had been, then slowly turned toward the entrance. Could they track spatial jumps? No, it must be the residual chakra fluctuations from my movement. All 3 puppets charged simultaneously. Their speed was far greater than what I had seen during the day, nearly reaching Chunin level. I did not engage them heeding. I hurled a kunai, embedding it in the nearest tree. The flying thunder god activated again and I appeared atop a branch. From the high vantage point I could clearly see their movements, stiff yet precise, acting in perfect coordination, sealing off every possible landing spot I might take. A troublesome enemy. I drew 3 specially made kunai and infused them with chakra. A faint glow shimmered on their surfaces, the mark of activated coordinates. Lightning guidance triangle seal. The kunai flew in a triangular formation, embedding in the ground around the 3 puppets. Space began to warp, forming an invisible cage. The puppets' movements instantly slowed, as if moving through viscous liquid. Seizing the opportunity, I leaped down from the branched chakra scalpels forming at my fingertips. I did not need to kill them, only to destroy their energy cores. Based on my observations during the day, the core should be located in the chest cavity. The chest of the first puppet was sliced open, revealing a complex mechanical structure and a pulsating dark violet crystal. I plunged my scalpel into the crystal and it shattered with a crack. The puppet stiffened, then collapsed to the ground, dissolving into a pool of black viscous liquid. The second, the third. The same technique. The battle ended within 10 seconds. I stood amid the 3 pools of goo, breathing heavily. The wound on my left abdomen ached again, likely aggravated by the intense movements. My chakra reserves had also taken a toll. Continuous use of the flying thunder god was a heavy burden for me in my current state. I crouched to examine the liquid. It was corrosive. If the ground it touched hissed and bubbled. The crystal fragments still retained residual energy. Carefully I collected a few pieces, wrapped them in sealing tags and tucked them into my ninja pouch. Perhaps the sealing core of the hidden sand could analyze them. Dawn was approaching. The eastern sky was tinged with pale light and the morning stars faded one by one. I extinguished the embers in the cave, erased all traces of my presence and continued on my way. After this battle I was even more certain of one thing: Danzo's reach extended farther than we had imagined. And his puppet technology was advancing. The ones during the day had been clumsy, but these 3 at night possessed considerable combat capability. The next 2 days of travel were relatively calm. I avoided all towns and villages, traveling only through desolate wilderness. The wound fluctuated between better and worse. The painkillers grew less effective, and by the 3rd day I was forced to use the potent injection given to me by the medical unit. As the needle slid into my vein, a wave of heat spread from my arm throughout my body. Fatigue vanished, the wound ceased to hurt, and my chakra felt more abundant than ever before. But I knew this was a false prosperity. The price to pay in 12 hours would be steep. At noon I reached the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind. Here lay the edge of a vast desert where yellow sands intermingled with oases and heat haze distorted the distant scenery. According to the agreement, the hidden sands rendezvous point should be somewhere within the oasis. I expanded my perception and quickly pinpointed an anomalous chakra fluctuation, not a natural one. It felt more like a shinobi hiding their presence. I walked toward that fluctuation. Passing through a grove of dead poplars, a small pool of water appeared ahead. Beside the pool a figure sat in the shadow of a rock. It was a female shinobi, appearing around 20 years old, with dark brown hair tied in a high ponytail, and she wore the standard hidden sand mask. She was clad in a hidden sand shinobi uniform, but over it she wore a dark cloak. The most striking feature was her eyes, a rare amber color narrowed like a cat's against the blazing desert sun. Minato Namikaze. She spoke, her voice a little hoarse, as if she had not spoken for a long time. That's me. I stopped, maintaining a safe distance. Sent by Granny Chiyo. She nodded and stood. Her movements were swift and practiced, clearly that of an experienced shinobi. My name is Pakura. I am ordered to escort you to the Hidden Sand Village. Pakura. The name rang a bell, an elite jonin who had risen in recent years among the Hidden Sand, a user of the Scorch Release bloodline limit. I had not expected her to be the one to receive me. Any tales? She asked, her sharp gaze sweeping the area behind me. Dealt with, I said. 3 of Danzo's puppets. Pakura's brow furrowed. Puppets. Within the Land of Fire. It seems the Hidden Sands intelligence network hasn't reached that far. I did not elaborate. Now was not the time to share intelligence, especially on someone else's turf. Pakura did not press further. She turned, follow me. The journey still takes a day, we must cross the Death Desert before nightfall. The Death Desert, one of the most dangerous regions in the Land of Wind. Quicksand, sandstorms and all manner of venomous insects and beasts adapted to the extreme environment. For outsiders unfamiliar with the terrain it was a true death trap. Well, take the underground passage, Pakura said. The Hidden Sand has built secret routes beneath the desert. Keep up and don't fall behind. She walked to the edge of the pool and formed a series of hand seals. The water surface rippled, then parted to both sides, revealing a descending stone staircase. The steps were narrow, just enough for one person, and the darkness below was impenetrable. I'll go first. Pakura descended without hesitation. I followed closely. Once inside the passage, the water above closed back and all light vanished. But Pakura lit a firelighter, its faint glow barely illuminating the way. The passage was more spacious than I had imagined. The walls bore marks of manual excavation, rough yet sturdy. The air was stifling and hot, carrying the smell of sand and a certain mustiness. We walked one behind the other, footsteps echoing in the narrow space. The sound echoed in the narrow space. After walking for about half an hour, Yetsong suddenly halted. She raised her hand to signal silence, tilting her head to listen. I stopped as well, extending my perception. Ahead. There was a sound. Not human, something crawling, many of them densely packed. Sand scorpion swarm. Yetsong said in a low voice. They nest underground this season. We'll take a detour. She turned and headed into a side passage. The side passage was even narrower, I almost had to turn sideways to squeeze through. The walls were damp and slimy to the touch, some kind of secretion, unknown origin. After another hour of walking, Yetsong stopped again. Not because of danger this time, but because. She turned toward me. How much do you know about why Granny Chiyo wants to see you? She asked. The firelight flickered across her profile, her expression blurred. Only that it's related to the Longmai, I answered honestly. Yetsong was silent for a moment. 30 years ago the Longmai rampage cost Sunagake your 17 elite sealing ninja, including my parents. Granny Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law also perished in that catastrophe. The weight of this information hung heavy. I waited for her to continue. The Longmai rampage was not a natural phenomenon. Yetsong's voice was calm, but beneath it stirred an undercurrent. Someone tried to forcibly extract the Longmai's energy, which led to the loss of control. And according to the survivors, the technique that person used. She turned, her amber eyes meeting mine in the firelight. Bore an 80% similarity to a certain jutsu recorded in your father Bufunku's research notes. My breath caught for an instant. Father. Involved in the Longmai rampage. Granny Chiyo has investigated for 30 years. Yetsong continued. She found evidence that your father was indeed in the Wind Country at that time and had indeed accessed the Longmai research. But whether he participated in the rampage. The evidence is insufficient. So she wants to see me, I said, my voice unnaturally distinct in the narrow passage. Not for an exchange of information, for a trial. No. Yetsong shook her head. For the truth. Granny Chiyo is old. She wants to understand what truly happened before she dies. And you are the only one who might know the answer, Bufunku's son, one who inherited the talent for space-time ninjutsu. She paused. Moreover, according to our intelligence, Danzo is also searching for the Longmai. If he was involved in the incident back then. She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. If Danzo was connected to the Longmai rampage 30 years ago, then his current revival of the plan might have a far more terrifying objective than we imagined. We've arrived, Yitsong said abruptly. Light appeared ahead. We emerged from the passage and the blinding sun forced me to squint. After my eyes adjusted, I beheld the scene before me, a vast oasis cradling a sapphire lake. Dense palm trees and various desert plants encircled the water. And deep within the oasis the silhouette of Sunagakure emerged faintly. The buildings carved into sandstone wavered in the heat haze like a mirage. But what drew my gaze most was not the village but what lay behind it. There the sky was discolored. Not blue nor the dusky yellow of the desert but a purple twisted hue as if space itself trembled. That is where the Longmai resides, Yitsong said, a complex emotion in her voice. It has remained unstable for 30 years. Sunagakure's sealing core must reinforce the seal every 3 months. And recently, the fluctuations have been growing more frequent. I stared at that twisted patch of sky. Even from this distance I could sense the spatial disturbance emanating from there, immense, ancient, filled with an indescribable power. Granny Chio is waiting for you, Yitsong said. Follow me. We walked toward Sunagakure. The guards at the gate snapped to attention at the sight of Yitsong. Their eyes were wary when they saw me, but they did not stop us. Sunagakure's streets were very different from Konoha's. Most buildings were constructed from yellowish sandstone with small windows to shield against sandstorms. Few people were about and all moved with purpose. Yitsong led me to a building at the heart of the village, the seat of Sunagakure's Council of Elders. It had a simple imposing architecture and 2 ANBU wearing animal masks stood guard at the entrance. Go on in, Yitsong said. I can only accompany you this far. I gave her a nod, then walked into the building alone. The interior was much cooler and dimly lit. The corridor stretched long with portraits of Sunagakure's past Kazekage adorning the walls. At the far end a heavy wooden door, candlelight seeping through its cracks. I pushed the door open. The room was spacious but sparsely furnished. A long table, a few chairs and a map of the Wind Country hanging on the wall. At the head of the table sat an old woman, Granny Chio. She was older than I had imagined, deeply wrinkled with sparse white hair. But her eyes remained sharp like an eagle's. She held a long pipe, smoking it slowly. Wufen Schumann, she said, her voice aged but strong. Sit. I took the seat across from her. The chair was hard, the wood rough. Your eyes are very like your father's, Granny Chio appraised me. But your temperament is different. He was more gentle. You are colder. I said nothing, merely meeting her gaze. Yitsong should have told you, Granny Chio continued. 30 years ago during the Longmai rampage your father was present. That is a fact. She slid a document across the table. The paper had yellowed, its edges frayed, clearly an old archived file. I opened it. Inside were mission records, testimonies and several blurry photographs. The pictures showed a young Wufen standing before a glowing purple energy field. His expression was grave, his hands forming seals, the opening posture of a sealing technique. He was attempting to seal the Longmai, Granny Chio said. According to survivors, when the rampage began your father was the first to charge in. He tried to stabilize the Longmai with a technique of his own devising, but... She paused, the glow of her pipe flickering in the dimness. He failed. The Longmai completely erupted, its energy burst, engulfing everyone present. Your father, my son and daughter-in-law, Yitsong's parents. 17 people. Only 3 survived, all gravely wounded, and they passed away soon after. Silence filled the room. Only the occasional soft hiss of the pipe broke the stillness. So you hated him, I said. I did, Granny Chio admitted candidly. I hated him for many years. But later I uncovered more. And found something amiss. She pushed another file toward me. This one was newer records from recent years of investigation. The Longmai rampage was not an accident. It was triggered deliberately. While your father attempted to seal, someone injected destructive chakra from the outside, causing the loss of control. And that person. Her finger landed on a blurry portrait. The figure in the picture wore a mask, the face unrecognizable, but the silhouette was a young Shimura Danzo. I voiced the answer. Granny Chio nodded. Correct. At that time Danzo visited Sunigakure as a delegate from Konoha supposedly for academic exchange. But according to our covert intelligence his true purpose was to steal the Longmai research data. And when he realized that your father might succeed in sealing the Longmai he chose to sabotage, to prevent Konoha from monopolizing the Longmai's secrets. The truth was ugly but logically sound. It was entirely in Danzo's style. If he couldn't have it he destroyed it. So you called me here to form an alliance, Granny Chio said. Danzo has set his sights on the Longmai once again. And this time he may have mastered even more dangerous techniques. Sunigakure and Konoha must join forces to stop him. She rose and walked to the window gazing at the distorted patch of sky in the distance. The power of the Longmai if abused could destroy the entire Wind Country, and even spill over into neighboring nations. The catastrophe of 30 years must not be repeated. I also stood. What do you need me to do? 2 things. Granny Chio turned her eyes piercing. First, assist Sunigakure's sealing core in stabilizing the Longmai's fluctuations. Your flying Raijin ability may provide help on the spatial level. Second. She stepped closer, though much shorter than me, her presence undiminished. Find Danzo and stop his plan. No matter the cost. I looked into her eyes. Those aged eyes held sorrow, anger, but above all resolve, the determination to protect Sunigakure at any cost. I agree, I said. Not out of sympathy nor guilt. Simply because. It was the right choice. Danzo's threat transcended the boundaries of villages, and if the Longmai's power spiraled out of control the consequences would be unthinkable. Good. Granny Chio nodded. Yitsong will take you to the sealing core. Rest well today, work begins tomorrow. Time is running short. Having said this she sat back down, closed her eyes, and seemed to age another decade in an instant. I withdrew from the room. In the corridor Yitsong was waiting. Finished? She asked. Ahem. I nodded. Follow me. I'll arrange your lodgings. Yitsong turned to lead the way. We exited the council building. The evening desert wind blew, carrying sand that stung against my skin. In the distance that purple patch of sky had deepened like venom about to drip. Yitsong brought me to Sunigakure's guest house, a simple room with a bed, a table and a chair, but spotlessly clean. Dinner will be delivered, she said. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Also. She hesitated, then pulled a small cloth pouch from her bosom. This is a special Sunigakure ointment effective against wounds eroded by chakra. That wound on your left abdomen looks severe. I took the pouch. The fabric was coarse, but the medicine bottle inside felt cool. Thank you, I said. Yitsong nodded and turned to leave. At the door she paused without looking back. My parents were excellent sealing ninja. I hope their sacrifice was not in vain. The door closed. I stood in the room watching the darkening sky through the window. The wound on my left abdomen throbbed again, the effect of the potent injection was fading and exhaustion surged in like a tide. But I could not rest. Too much remained to be done. I uncapped the medicine bottle Yitsong had given me. Inside was a pale green salve with a cool, refreshing scent. I unwrapped the bandage and applied the salve to the wound. As the ointment touched my skin, a sting shot through me, but it was soon replaced by a cooling sensation. The blackish-purple edges of the wound seemed to fade slightly. After rewrapping the bandage I lay down on the bed. It was hard, but still better than sleeping in the wilderness. Closing my eyes, the image of my father surfaced, young focus standing before the Longmai. What was he thinking? Did he know he might die? Or was there a mission he had to fulfill? No answers came, only the desert wind howling outside the window. Tomorrow I would face the Longmai. And Danzo lurking in the shadows waiting. I clenched my fist. My nails dug into my palm if the pain kept me lucid. No matter what the truth was, no matter how treacherous the path ahead, I would keep walking. Until I brought this to an end. The dawn of Sunigakure arrived fiercely and swiftly. One moment there was thick darkness, the next sunlight poured down like molten gold, violently splashing over the sand dunes. When I opened my eyes the room had already been dyed a shade of orange. A familiar ache emanated from the wound on my left abdomen. Though it was somewhat lighter than yesterday, Yi Tsang's ointment was indeed effective. I sat up feeling a cool penetration on my skin beneath the bandage, like the coldness of a desert night seeping deep into my wound. The side effects of the potent injection began to manifest. My muscles felt sore as if overstretched, and my chakra channels were faintly heating up, akin to the fatigue after running 100 miles. But all this was within expectation. It was bearable. A rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door, 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more. It was Yi Tsang's rhythm. "Come in." As the door swung open, Yi Tsang had already changed into her combat attire, a standard deep brown ninja outfit from Sunigakure layered with lightweight leather armor. She held a ceramic plate with a simple breakfast: hard flatbread, pickled vegetables, and a small bowl of thick soup whose ingredients were unrecognizable. "Eat up and then we'll set off." She placed the plate on the table and leaned against the door frame, her gaze falling on my left abdomen. "How's the wound?" "Improving," I replied succinctly, picking up the flatbread. It was quite hard and required effort to tear apart with a rough texture that provided sufficient carbohydrates. The pickled vegetables were bitterly salty but paired well with the bread. The soup had a strange taste, like a mix of various desert plants boiled together, but drinking it made my body noticeably warmer. Yi Tsang waited for me to finish eating before speaking. "The sealing team is already in position. Granny Chio is also on site. This wave is more intense than expected and we might not have much time to prepare." "What do you need me to do?" "We'll discuss it once we arrive." Yi Tsang turned and said, "Follow me." As we stepped out of the inn, Sunigakure had fully awakened. The streets were becoming more crowded, but the atmosphere was oppressive. Villagers hurried by with little conversation, their faces etched with worry. I could feel the tension permeating the air. It was like a taut bowstring ready to snap at any moment. We passed through the village, heading toward the twisted purple sky. The closer we got, the stronger the sense of anomaly in the air became. It wasn't a change in temperature or wind, but rather a kind of pressure. It felt like diving deep into the ocean with water pressure compressing all around. The location of the Dragon Vein was in a sand valley 3 kilometers behind the village. At the valley's entrance, Sunigakure's ninjas stood guard. They saluted and let us pass upon seeing Yi Tsang. Upon entering the sand valley, the sight took my breath away. The valley floor was not made of sand but rather a crystallized surface. Purple crystals jutted up from the ground like the fangs of a monster, some as tall as 2 people, others as thick as an arm. The surface of the crystals pulsed with a flowing light, flickering like a living creature breathing. In the center of the valley was a massive bottomless pit. The pit's diameter exceeded 50 meters with jagged edges that looked as if torn apart by some force. From the pit surged the twisted purple light, substantial spatial energy so dense it was almost liquid, slowly rolling and boiling in the air. Surrounding the pit, Sunigakure's sealing team had already established a complex barrier. 12 sealing ninjas stood in a circle, hand signs forming a web of chakra that barely suppressed the overflowing energy of the Dragon Vein. Yet the surface of the barrier rippled continuously like a lake in a storm on the verge of collapse. Granny Chio stood outside the barrier, leaning on a staff carved with a snake's head. Her expression was terrifyingly grave and she nodded upon seeing us. "How is the situation?" Yi Tsang asked. "It's 3 times worse than expected." Granny Chio's voice was heavy. "The core energy of the Dragon Vein surged suddenly last night. If we don't reinforce the seal quickly, the existing barrier will fail in 3 hours. She turned to me. "Namikaze, Minato, can your flying thunder god sense the structure of the Dragon Vein on a spatial level?" I approached the edge of the barrier and closed my eyes. I expanded my perception, not targeting chakra but the space itself. In that instant I nearly drowned. The Dragon Vein was not merely a collection of chakra, it was a wound. A wound in the very fabric of space. I could see deep within that pit, not leading to the Earth's core but to some interstice. An interstice between spaces filled with violent primal untamed energy. And that energy was battering against this world's membrane, attempting to tear through and surge in. I can sense it. I opened my eyes, finding my forehead slick with cold sweat, but the structure is chaotic. The energy flow is erratic and constantly changing. That's the problem. Granny Chio tapped the ground with her staff. The rampage 30 years ago destroyed the natural structure of the Dragon Vein, turning it from a stable cycle into disordered eruptions. Every time we reinforce the seal we are merely patching up leaks, not repairing the root cause. She looked at the pit, her eyes complex. What your father attempted was to reconstruct the energy cycle of the dragon vein. If successful, the dragon vein would stabilize, even providing a sustainable energy source for Sunigakure. But Danzo sabotaged that process, leading to complete structural collapse. So what we need to do now, Yizong interjected, is not reinforce but repair. In theory, yes. Granny Chio nodded, but the difficulty is immense. Someone needs to enter the dragon vein, find the core nodes amid the chaotic energy flow, and then rebuild the cycle. And that person must possess spatial ninjutsu abilities to move and position oneself within the energy turbulence. They need knowledge of sealing techniques to understand the structure of the dragon vein. They also need a physique capable of withstanding the energy surges of the dragon vein. The requirements were demanding. So demanding it felt almost impossible. "I'll go," I said. Not out of impulse but as a calculated conclusion. Only I possessed the spatial ninjutsu ability here. Sunigakure's sealing team was adept at barriers but not at moving in such an environment. Moreover, if my father sacrificed himself to repair the dragon vein, then it would in a sense be a legacy for me to complete the unfinished task. Granny Chio stared at me for a long time before slowly nodding. Yizong will assist you. The sealing team will maintain the barrier and create opportunities for you. But remember, if you feel you can't hold on any longer, retreat immediately. Staying alive is the only chance for next time. Understood. Yizong walked over to me, taking out 2 specially made wrist guards from her ninja tool pouch. Put these on. They can partially block the dragon vein's energy erosion, but time is limited, at most 20 minutes. Exceeding this time will overload the guards and your body will be directly exposed to the chaotic energy. I took the wrist guards. Their material was peculiar, neither metal nor wood, with a surface etched with intricate sealing runes. Once worn, a cool sensation spread from my wrists to my arms, alleviating some pain from the wound on my left abdomen. I will maintain a temporary coordinate at the edge of the pit while you enter. Yizong continued. If you encounter danger, use the Flying Thunder God to return to the coordinate point. But be aware, the energy within the dragon vein will interfere with spatial jumps, and the deeper you go the stronger the interference. At the deepest point you may not be able to use the Flying Thunder God. This was the worst-case scenario, meaning there would be no retreat once I went deep. Got it. I checked my ninja tools, specially made kunai sealing talismans, emergency medicines, and a protective charm given by the 3rd Hokage. The last one was truly a life-saving trump card. The sealing team began to adjust the barrier. The 12 ninjas simultaneously changed hand signs, morphing the barrier from a spherical shape into a funnel, opening a narrow passage directly above the pit. Now's the time, Granny Chio shouted. I took a deep breath. The wound on my left abdomen ached faintly, and the residual burning sensation of the potent injection lingered in my chakra channels. But none of this mattered now. I activated the Flying Thunder God. It wasn't a long-distance jump, just a short-range teleportation. My figure appeared directly above the pit and then plummeted downward. The moment I entered the purple light, the world transformed. Sound vanished. The light turned into an indescribable color, not just purple but a whirlpool of countless colors mixing, distorting and rotating. My body felt like it was thrown into a drum, spinning in every direction where up and down lost all meaning. The wrist guards began to heat up, the sealing runes glowing, forming a thin layer of energy membrane around me. This membrane blocked most of the energy impact, but I could still feel that violent force compressing and tearing at me. I steadied my form. I forced myself to adapt to this environment, fully unleashing my spatial perception. In the chaotic energy turbulence I caught a glimpse of a subtle structure, energy channels resembling blood vessels, but most were broken, twisted and tangled together. The dragon vein resembled a shattered heart, each pulse spewing out blood yet unable to complete its cycle. I moved downward. Without a concept of gravity, I could only use the Flying Thunder God for short-range movements, 10 meters, 20 meters, slowly but steadily delving deeper. 50 meters. 100 meters. The wrist guards grew increasingly hot, the runes on the surface began to flicker. About 5 minutes had passed, yet it felt like several hours. 200 meters. The energy density here was terrifying. The purple had nearly become tangible, like a viscous liquid wrapping around my entire body. The wrist guards emitted a sharp humming sound. This was the overload warning. 300 meters. Suddenly a relatively calm area appeared ahead. The chaotic energy flow formed a vortex at this center, and in that center I saw it, the core of the dragon vein. It was a massive translucent crystal suspended in the void. Liquid light flowed within the crystal, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. But the surface of the crystal was covered with cracks, some reaching deep within, from which violent energy continuously seeped out. This was what my father had tried to repair back then. I moved in front of the crystal, pressing my palm against its surface, icy smooth, yet the pulse emanating from within was strong and powerful, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. My perception seeped into the interior of the crystal. The structure was more complex than I imagined, with countless energy channels interwoven into a net, but most of the key nodes were damaged. I needed to repair these nodes and reconstruct the cycle. But how to repair? With what to repair? I pondered, suddenly recalling a phrase from the second Hokage's notes: space itself possesses self-healing abilities. The healing of a wound requires guidance, not forceful stitching. Guiding. Right. I didn't need to repair every node, I just needed to guide the dragon vein's energy to find its own path to cycle. Like carving a riverbed for a flood rather than plugging every gap. But how to carve this riverbed? The coordinate marks of the flying thunder god might work. I bit my fingertip and drew the first coordinate mark on the surface of the crystal. The moment my blood touched the crystal, it hissed and was absorbed into it. The mark glowed dimly but wasn't dispersed by the chaotic energy flow. The stability of the crystal itself protected it. Viable. I began to draw more coordinate marks on the crystal's surface. Not randomly, but along the natural paths of energy flow. Each one took a significant toll on my chakra and energy, as I had to resist the impact of the dragon vein's energy. 5. 10. 15. The wrist guards emitted a piercing alarm. I glanced down. Half of the runes were already extinguished and the remaining ones were flashing violently. Time was running short. 20. 25. Suddenly a violent tremor resonated from within the crystal. It wasn't an energy rampage, but rather a resonance. The coordinate marks I had drawn began to connect with one another, forming a rudimentary energy guiding network. Effective. I quickened my pace. My fingers began to tremble from overusing chakra, and the wound on my left abdomen sent a tearing pain. Perhaps my actions were too vigorous, causing the wound to reopen. 30. 35. The wrist guards failed completely. The moment the energy membrane vanished, the violent energy of the dragon vein directly impacted my body. The feeling in that instant was indescribable. It felt like being thrown into a furnace or buried in an icy sea. Energy surged into every pore, washing through my channels, tearing at my cells. The wound on my left abdomen felt like it was doused in strong acid, the pain causing my vision to darken. But my hands couldn't stop. 40. 45. Blood oozed from the corner of my mouth, dripping onto the crystal where it was swiftly absorbed. I could feel my chakra rapidly depleting, my channels beginning to crack. 50. Done. The moment the last coordinate mark was placed, the entire crystal suddenly erupted with dazzling light. All the marks illuminated simultaneously, connecting into a complete network. Energy began to flow along the network, transforming from chaotic eruptions into an orderly cycle. The cracks didn't disappear, but they no longer leaked energy. The violent turbulence began to calm, the purple light gradually becoming softer and steadier. I did it. Just as this thought arose, the crystal suddenly trembled violently again. But not from within, something was descending from above the pit. I quickly raised my head. Amid the settling energy turbulence, a figure was rapidly approaching. It was neither Yitsong nor a Sunigakure ninja. The figure wore a mask, dressed in a black robe, and had their right arm exposed, embedded with a Sharingan. Danzo. How could he be here? What about Sunigakure's barrier? What about the sealing team? But there was no time to think. Danzo had already seen me and the stabilizing core of the dragon vein. A hint of madness flashed in his single eye. Namikaze Minato. His voice transmitted through chakra, distorting in the energy environment. You are just as much of a nuisance as your father. But this time you cannot stop me. He raised his right arm, the Sharingan spinning in tandem would release birth of the tree world. Using would release in the energy environment of the dragon vein produced a bizarre effect. The trees sprouting from Danzo's arm were not ordinary trees but crystallized translucent energy trees. They grew wildly, wrapping around the core of the dragon vein and entangling me. I immediately activated the flying thunder god, but the space was disrupted, not by the dragon vein but by Danzo. He unleashed some technique that interfered with space using his Sharingan. The crystallized trees ensnared my right ankle. A bone-chilling cold enveloped me, followed by excruciating pain. The trees were absorbing my chakra. Rasengan. I concentrated a chakra sphere in my right hand and slammed it into the tree. The crystal shattered, but more trees surged forth. Danzo laughed maniacally, rushing toward the core of the dragon vein. What I couldn't obtain 30 years ago, I will finally. His words were cut off. From above the pit, golden chains cascaded down like a torrential rain. Adamantine sealing chains, heavenly lock. It was Kushina. The chains bound Danzo, entangling the crystallized trees as well. Danzo roared in anger, attempting to break free, but the sealing techniques attached to the chains had a powerful suppressive effect on his chakra. At the same time, another figure appeared beside me. Fugaku. Are you okay? His Sharingan was activated, the skeletal form of Susanoo dimly visible behind him. How did you? I coughed, blood spurting from the corner of my mouth. Jiraiya Sensei's intel. Fugaku explained briefly. He said Danzo might attack the dragon vein, so we rushed over. Kushina insisted on coming along. I looked up. At the edge of the pit, Kushina was forming hand signs, her face pale but her eyes determined. Her chains firmly restrained Danzo, but it was clear she was struggling. Let's deal with Danzo first. I forced myself to stand straight, the sharp pain in my left abdomen darkening my vision, but I could still hold on. Danzo had already broken free from some of the chains. On his right arm, 2 Sharingan had forever closed. He had used his Enaji to rewrite his bound reality. Would release flower tree world descends. He formed hand signs again. But this time Fugaku's complete Susanoo had fully manifested. The massive purple chakra giant rose up, swinging its chakra blade toward Danzo. Simultaneously I made my move. Not to attack Danzo but, flying thunder god, Godspeed. My target wasn't a person but the core of the dragon vein. I appeared before the core, pressing both hands against the surface of the crystal. The energy guiding network I had just constructed was still operational, but Danzo's would release had already invaded some nodes. Guide. I closed my eyes, channeling all the remaining chakra into the network. It wasn't to repair but to detonate. No, not a true detonation, but to briefly overload the energy, then concentrate its release along the path I had set. Target, Danzo. The crystal shone to its limit. The next moment a purple energy beam over 5 meters in diameter shot from the core, accurately slamming into Danzo. Danzo's pupils constricted suddenly. He attempted to evade using the flying thunder god. He indeed possessed a similar technique. But Kushina's chains tightened at that moment, forcibly interrupting his jutsu. The energy beam struck. There was no sound, as sound was devoured by the energy itself. Only an eye-searing light completely engulfed Danzo's figure. The brilliance lasted 3 seconds before dissipating. Where Danzo had stood there was only a charred pit. He himself was nowhere to be found. He wasn't vaporized, he escaped. At the last moment he used some life-saving technique, likely as Enaji, with the last few Sharingan on his right arm. But this time he paid a heavy price. On the ground lay a charred half of an arm, still embedded with 3 closed Sharingan. The battle was over. The release of the energy beam drained the rampaging energy from the core of the dragon vein and also exhausted the instability of the crystal. Now it floated calmly, the internal energy flowing slowly along the network I had constructed, forming a stable cycle. The dragon vein stabilized. I knelt on one knee, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The bandage on my left abdomen was completely soaked and my chakra channels felt like burnt-out wires, sending waves of searing pain. Fugaku released Susanoo, supporting me. Hang in there, the medical team will be here soon. Kushina also descended from above. Her complexion was worse than mine, but when she saw me her eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Idiot. You went and did it again. I had no strength to respond. My vision began to blur and a buzzing sound rang in my ears. Before losing consciousness, the last thing I saw was the core of the dragon vein, glowing steadily and softly like the stars on a desert night. Also, on the surface of the crystal the coordinate marks drawn with my blood were slowly fading, absorbed by the crystal itself. Father, I have completed what you could not finish back then. This thought flashed by, and then darkness engulfed everything. Upon awakening, the first sensation was a hard cold touch, not a hospital bed but some stone surface. I lay still, allowing my consciousness to fully clear before slowly opening my eyes. My vision blurred for a few seconds before gradually focusing. This was a narrow stone chamber with rough walls bearing obvious artificial chisel marks. The only light source came from above, not lamps but some kind of luminescent moss casting a bluish-white cold glow. The air was damp, carrying a blend of earth and certain herbal scents. I lay on a stone platform covered with a thin blanket. When I tried to move, a sharp pain stabbed from my left abdomen, but it was suppressed by something, not entirely gone but separated by a layer like hearing sounds through water. The condition of my chakra meridians was even worse. Upon internal inspection I could see the meridians covered in fine cracks like the parched riverbed's fissures. The backlash from forcibly conducting the dragon vein energy was more severe than anticipated. If not for the wrist guard absorbing most of the impact at the last moment, my meridians would have shattered completely. "You're awake." The voice came from a corner of the stone chamber. I turned my head and saw Yitsang sitting on a simple wooden chair holding a yellowed scroll. She looked exhausted too, with deep shadows under her eyes, but her gaze remained sharp. "Where am I?" My voice was hoarse, barely able to produce sound. "Underground medical chamber of Shain." Yitsang put down the scroll, walked over to check my bandages. "A safe house, fewer than 5 people know of it. You were unconscious for 3 days. 3 days. I closed my eyes, calculating time in my mind. Tuansang escaped, the dragon vein stabilized. I had no idea how things were in Muyi. "What's the situation outside?" I asked. "The dragon vein has stabilized." There was a barely perceptible note of relief in Yitsang's tone. "The sealing squad confirmed that the energy cycle has been rebuilt. There will be no risk of rampage for at least a decade." Granny Chio said. "You accomplished what your father could not." She paused, then continued, "From Muyi Jiraiya sent intelligence. Tuansang fled back to the Rain Country base but suffered heavy losses. His right arm was completely destroyed and only 2 Sharingan eyes remain. He won't be able to stir up trouble for a short time." That was good news, but not enough. As long as Tuansang lived, he was always a threat. What about Kushina and Fugaku? I remembered seeing them before losing consciousness. "They returned to Muyi," Yitsang said. "Fugaku overused Susanoo, severely draining his chakra. He needed to recuperate in the Uchiha clan grounds." Kushina. She glanced at me. She wanted to stay, but urgent matters arose in Muyi and the third Hokage summoned her back. "Before leaving she asked me to tell you." Yitsang took out a folded slip of paper from her chest. I took it and opened it. It had only one sentence: "Come back alive. Otherwise they'll find you in the underworld and settle the score." The handwriting was hasty, showing it was written in a rush, but the strokes were heavy, almost tearing through the paper. I stared at that sentence for a few seconds, then carefully folded the note and tucked it into my ninja tool pouch, miraculously still fastened at my waist though badly damaged. "She's a special girl," Yitsang suddenly said. "To come down and save you." She alone suppressed Tuansang for over 30 seconds. The load from that sealing technique would have knocked out an ordinary ninja. I didn't respond, just slowly sat up. The movement pulled at every wound and pain beaded cold sweat on my forehead. Yitsang didn't help me, she just watched until I sat fully upright on my own. "Your injuries require at least a month of rest," she said. "But I know you won't stay that long." So the medical team prepared an alternative. She handed me a small porcelain bottle filled with thick black ointment. Shain's Special Meridian Repair Medicine. Apply it 3 times daily, combined with a special chakra circulation route to accelerate meridian healing. But the process is painful. I took the bottle and pulled out the stopper. The ointment smell was strong, like a blend of a dozen stimulating herbs. Just smelling it made my meridians ache faintly. How painful. "Like scraping your meridians from the inside out with red-hot iron wires," Yitsang said bluntly. "And 3 times a day, each lasting 2 hours. 7 consecutive days. If you can endure, your meridians will recover to 80%. If not. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Let's begin, I said. Yitsang stared at me for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Follow me. She led me out of the stone chamber through a narrow passage into another larger cave. It was arranged like a makeshift medical room with a stone bathtub in the center already filled with dark green medicinal liquid. Steam rose from the surface emitting a pungent odor. Take off your clothes and get in. Yitsang turned her back. The medicinal bath will first soften your meridians, then apply the ointment. You'll be outside, call me if anything happens. She left me no privacy but also no excess emotion, as if stating a medical procedure. I removed my damaged ninja attire. It was almost unwearable, covered in blood, sand and crystallized energy residue. When the bandage on my left abdomen was unwrapped, I saw the full extent of the wound. It was worse than I thought. The edges of the wound had turned completely black as if burned, and in the center was an irregular hole showing pink muscle tissue underneath. Worse still, purple reticulated patterns spread across the skin around the wound, traces of dragon vein energy erosion. I stepped into the bathtub. The medicinal liquid was scalding, stabbing like countless needles the moment it touched my skin. I clenched my teeth and slowly sank until the liquid reached my shoulders. At first it was just surface pain, but soon the medicinal power began to penetrate. I could feel the liquid seeping into my body through my pores, spreading along my chakra meridians. Wherever it went, just as Yitsang said, it felt like red-hot iron wires scraping inside my meridians. The pain was layered. First the burning on the skin, then the tearing sensation in the muscles, and finally an indescribable dull ache deep in the marrow. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to regulate my breathing, using willpower to fight the boda's instinctive resistance. Time became blurred. It might have been 10 minutes or an hour. When Yitsang returned, my entire skin had turned an eerie bluish purple, a sign that the medicinal power had fully penetrated. Come out, she said. I stood up, the liquid streaming off my body, hissing as it dripped onto the stone floor. The liquid was highly corrosive. Yitsang handed me a rough cloth towel. I dried myself and then lay down on the adjacent stone platform. She began applying the ointment. The moment the black medicine touched my skin, the agony intensified tenfold. If before was scraping, now it was like using a file to grind my meridians layer by layer. I gripped the edges of the stone platform, my knuckles white stone dust sifting down between my fingers. Yitsang applied it carefully, starting from the limbs and finally to the torso. When she reached the wound on the left abdomen, she paused. This is the worst. Bear it. The moment the ointment touched the wound, my vision went black. It was no longer describable as pain. It felt like someone had stuffed a red-hot charcoal into my abdominal cavity and stirred. I bit through my lip, the taste of blood spreading in my mouth, but I didn't make a sound. When it was all applied, I was soaked in sweat as if pulled from water. Yitsang rewrapped the wound with clean bandages, this time not using cotton but gauze directly soaked in medicinal liquid. The first time is the most painful, she said, still calm. You'll gradually adapt afterward. But after each application there will be a 3-hour period of weakness during which chakra is completely unmanageable. You're most vulnerable during this time, so you must not leave this cave. I nodded, lacking even the strength to speak. Lie down and rest. They'll call you for the second application in 3 hours. Yitsang finished and turned to leave. The cave was left with only me and that bone-deep pain. I lay on my back staring at the glowing moss above. Pain prevented me from sleeping or focusing my thoughts. I could only passively feel every response of my body. Under the medicinal force, my meridians were indeed slowly repairing. I could feel the edges of those cracks contracting and healing, but the process was extremely slow, and every healing was accompanied by new agony, like the itch and pain of new flesh growing over a wound but magnified 100 times. Time passed minute by minute. The pain gradually shifted from sharp to heavy, like a weight pressing on my chest, requiring effort with every breath. I tried to circulate chakra, but the meridians felt blocked. The chakra flowed with extreme difficulty, and every inch forward triggered new intense pain. This was what treatment had to go through, I told myself. Repair meant destruction first, then reconstruction. I didn't know how long it was before Yitsang returned. She unwrapped the bandages without a word. I saw the changes in the wound. The black-purple edges had lightened a bit and the purple reticulated patterns had receded slightly. It was working though weakly. The second application of ointment still hurt, but perhaps due to adaptation it wasn't as unbearable as the first time. Or maybe my pain threshold had just increased. After applying, Yi-san didn't leave immediately but sat by the stone platform taking out dry rations and water from her ninja tool pouch. Eat something. You need strength. I forced myself to sit up and took the hard flatbread and clear water. Chewing was laborious and swallowing felt like sandpaper scraping my throat. But after the food went down I did feel a trace of warmth combating the icy pain inside. About Tuan-san's severed arm, Yi-san suddenly spoke. Sha-in's sealing squad analyzed it. Among the Sharingan eyes on it, 3 were from the Uchiha but the other 2 had unknown origins. They don't match any known Uchiha member's eyes. This information made me stop chewing. Unknown origins. Yes. Yi-san nodded. The dojutsu characteristics of Sharingan are like fingerprints, every Uchiha member's eyes are different. But those 2 eyes have no match in Sha-in's records. And she hesitated as if choosing words. According to the analysis, the age of those 2 eyes far exceeds normal. Normal Sharingan even after the owner's death will gradually dissipate in a few years. But those 2 have existed for at least 50 years, yet their dojutsu power has barely diminished. 50 years. What did that mean? Where did Tuan-san get them? Additionally, Yi-san continued, on the bone of the severed arm we found this. She handed me an impression paper. On it was a complex symbol resembling some ancient script or a simplified sealing formation. I stared at that symbol. It looked very familiar. Where had I seen it? Memory traced back. Father's notes. Yes, in the research notes my father left behind there were similar symbols. That was the mark of the Shell organization. The connection between Tuan-san and the Shell organization is deeper than we thought, I concluded. Those 2 ancient Sharingan eyes might come from the Shell organization's collection. Or even, they might be products of the Shell organization's experiments back then. Yi-san's expression turned grave. If the Shell organization could create or preserve Sharingan eyes for so long, then the techniques they mastered back then might be more terrifying than we imagine. And Tuan-san had inherited those techniques. We must notify Muyi immediately. I said. Already done. Yi-san said. Jiraiya is investigating other heritage sites of the Shell organization. But we need more intelligence, about the dragon vein, about Tuan-san's plan, about what he really wants. She looked at me. Granny Chio wants to see you. After you finish today's 3rd treatment. The 3rd treatment came 3 hours later. This time the pain was still intense, but my body had begun to adapt, or rather gone numb. After the application I could even barely stand, though every step felt like walking on knife edges. Yi-san led me back. I returned to the original stone chamber. Granny Chio was already waiting there, seated at a stone table strewn with numerous documents and scrolls. She gave me a slight nod upon seeing me. How do you feel? I can move. I answered honestly. And Granny Chio smiled, a smile tinged with quiet approval. Just like your father, reckless to the core. Sit, and I took the stone stool opposite her. It was unyielding, its hardness pressing sharply against my bones, but still preferable to lying down. At least this way I could remain lucid. After the Dragon Vein stabilized, Sunegakure's sealing team conducted a comprehensive inspection. Granny Chio began without preamble. Deep within its core they discovered this. She slid a photograph across the table. It showed a metallic cylinder covered in intricate seals, its one end embedded with a glowing crystal, the other connected to a tangle of wires and conduits. What is it? A device installed by the Kara organization within the Dragon Vein 30 years ago, Granny Chio replied, her voice turning frost-cold. More precisely, an energy extraction apparatus. The Dragon Vein's catastrophic surge 30 years ago was no accident, and certainly not the impulsive act of Danzo. It was the culmination of a long-planned experiment orchestrated by Kara. They sought to harness the Dragon Vein's energy to fulfill a far grander design, not grander design. The phrase instantly evoked Danzo's obsessive pursuit of the Otsutsuki Gate. Can this device still function? No. It has been utterly corroded by the Dragon Vein's energy. Granny Chio shook her head. But among its ruins we recovered this. She pushed forward another photograph, this time of a metal plate etched with complex diagrams and inscriptions. Most of the script had faded, yet several key terms remained legible: spatiotemporal coordinate calibration, energy threshold, gate activation. And recurring throughout, the emblem of the Kara organization. And we deciphered what fragments we could. Granny Chio continued, Kara's ultimate objective was to use the dragon vein's immense power to open a gate, a portal to a precise predetermined coordinate. And this coordinate, and her finger tapped a corner of the metal plate, where fragmented numerals and symbols lingered: 34. 5 136, and then a peculiar glyph: 3 interlocking rings. And, what kind of coordinate is this? I asked. Unknown, Granny Chio admitted frankly. Sunagakure's scholars spent 3 days cross-referencing every known map, no match emerged. Not wind country, not fire country, nor any location recorded in history. She paused, locking eyes with me, yet there is one hypothesis. This may not be a geographical coordinate, but a spatiotemporal coordinate, and the term sent a chill down my spine. The Flying Thunder God technique relied on spatial coordinates alone. But adding the dimension of time, and, you mean they intend to open a gate to a specific time and place, and, or perhaps, summon something from that precise time and place. Granny Chio added, that is precisely why Kara required the dragon vein's colossal energy. Ordinary space-based ninjutsu could never achieve such a feat. The hypothesis held chilling logic, and greater terror. If Danzo had inherited Kara's plan, if he too sought to force that gate open. What lies beyond the gate? I asked, the most vital question of all. And Granny Chio fell silent for a long while before slowly shaking her head. We do not know. All related records were deliberately destroyed. We know only one thing, that 30 years ago Kara came perilously close to success. Had your father not arrived in time, had he not attempted to forcibly seal the dragon vein, interrupting the ritual, and she left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung heavy in the air. That gate almost certainly led to something profoundly dangerous, so dangerous that Kara would willingly trigger the dragon vein's cataclysm and sacrifice their entire research facility just to force it open. Now that Danzo has lost access to the dragon vein, he will seek alternative energy sources, I stated. Where else in the shinobi world might harbor comparable reserves? Granny Chio and Yagura exchanged a glance, then Yagura spoke. According to Sunagakure intelligence, several analogous sites exist across the nations. The Thunder Pool and Lightning Country, the Sea Eye and Water Country, the Earth Vein Core and Earth Country, yet none rival the dragon vein in scale. To open a gate of that magnitude, the dragon vein remains the ideal source, and, unless... Granny Chio interjected, unless he has devised another method. For instance, by integrating multiple smaller energy sources. Or, and her gaze grew unfathomably deep, or he has uncovered a far more efficient power source. Such as a tailed beast, and the word froze the very air in the stone chamber. And the 9 tails resided in Konoha, the 8 tails in Kumogakure, the 1 tail in Sunagakure. And, Shikaku, Yagura murmured the name softly. Our 1 tail currently sealed within the human vessel monk Bunpuku. He remains under strict protection, but if Danzo truly sets his sights on the tailed beasts, then both Sunagakure and Konoha stand equally endangered. We must heighten security immediately, I declared. Danzo is gravely wounded, this is our optimal window to act. He will not wait long, and Granny Chio nodded. Sunagakure has entered maximum alert status. Yagura will oversee Shikaku's protection. Additionally, and her expression turned complex as she looked at me, there is one more matter concerning your father we must tell you. I waited silently. And, 30 years ago, after your father vanished during the dragon vein's eruption, we recovered fragments of his personal effects. Granny Chio retrieved an aged wooden box from beneath the table and placed it before me. For various reasons these items were sealed away by Sunagakure. Now, it is time they were entrusted to you, and I opened the box. Inside lay few things: a cracked Konoha forehead protector, its edges charred black, a short blade whose scabbard had rotted away though the steel remained razor-sharp, and a scroll. Knit was small, sealed with a sophisticated binding technique, and bore a single line of inscription, to my son Minato, if you behold this scroll it means you have walked the same path I once did. This was my father's handwriting. And my hand trembled, not from pain but from something deeper, more profound. I lifted the scroll. The seal dissolved the instant my chakra touched it. My father had encoded it with bloodline authentication. And the scroll unfurled. Inside was no text, but a memory seal. I channeled chakra into it and closed my eyes. And memories surged forth like a tidal wave. And I beheld my father young and resolute. He stood within a laboratory-like chamber surrounded by intricate instruments and sealing arrays. He looked more exhausted than in any photograph I'd seen, his eyes bloodshot yet unwavering in their resolve. "Minato, if you see this memory, then I am no longer among the living." His voice resonated directly within my mind, calm, gentle, carrying a timbre both unfamiliar and deeply inexplicably familiar. "Forgive me for speaking to you thus. But certain truths must reach you," and the scene shifted. I saw more fragments, my father and mother jointly studying Fuinjutsu, excavating within an ancient ruin, debating with a group of figures. I recognized several faces: a younger Granny Chiyo, and Danzo. "And 30 years ago I joined a specialized research unit," my father's voice continued. "Its mission was to investigate remnants of Kara's technology, and assess their threat level. But I soon realized the truth ran far deeper, and the vision changed again, to a dark subterranean chamber where my father secretly pored over documents. Their pages bore Kara's emblem, their contents detailed the Gate project in chilling precision. And the so-called Gate does not lead to some distant realm, but to an ancient prison." His voice thickened with gravity. "A prison built to contain an entity beyond description, one that belongs neither to this world nor perhaps even to this dimension. Kara seeks to release it, and wield its power." The chamber door burst open. And young Danzo stood framed in the doorway, his expression glacial. "I uncovered Danzo's connection to Kara," my father said. "He wasn't investigating them, he was inheriting them. He intends to complete what Kara failed to achieve, forcing open the gate, and unleashing that entity." And the following images blurred, arguments, clashes, my father fleeing with critical data in hand. He raced to the dragon vein, intending to obliterate the gate's coordinates using its raw energy. But Danzo pursued him, and triggered the cataclysm. In the final vision, my father stood before the erupting dragon vein, hands weaving seals. Knowing death was inevitable, he performed one last act, and I altered the coordinates. His voice waned in the memory, growing faint, as if echoing from immeasurable distance. I shifted the gate's destination, from that prison, to a place of safety. A place where even should the gate open, that entity could never emerge. Ni's form began to dissolve, consumed by the dragon vein's blinding radiance. Yet before vanishing entirely, he uttered his final words: "And the key to the coordinates lies within the pendant your mother left you. Guard it well, Minato. And never, ever open that gate." The memory ended. And I opened my eyes, tears streaming freely down my cheeks. Not from sorrow, but from something far richer: understanding, quiet resolution, and the solemn weight of legacy. My father was no culprit of the dragon vein's calamity, he was the hero who tried to avert it. And the pendant my mother left me, and instinctively my fingers rose to my throat. I had worn it since earliest memory, a simple silver chain bearing a small pale blue crystal. I never imagined it held significance beyond sentiment, merely its quiet presence had become part of me. "The coordinates your father altered," Granny Chiyo's voice grounded me back to reality. "Sunagake, your scholars have partially decoded. They are not fixed, but mobile, cycling between several precise locations. And the pattern governing that cycle resides within the key itself. A mobile coordinate. That explained why Danzo had never located the true nexus." "And does he know my father altered the coordinates?" I asked. "We do not know," Granny Chiyo shook her head. "He believes the coordinates were nullified by the dragon vein's eruption. But if he continues his investigation, the truth will surface, eventually. When that day comes, and he will come for me. Or for the pendant." And I clenched the crystal pendant in my palm. Cold at first, then gradually warming against my skin. "I will protect it," I vowed. "And I will stop Danzo." And Granny Chiyo studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "I believe you. Just as I believed your father all those years ago." And she rose, leaning on her cane. "Your treatment continues. In 7 days, if you can stand, you must return to Konoha. There you are needed most." "And Danzo's next target may well be Konoha," Yagura added. "The Nine-Tails chakra surpasses even Shikaku's in sheer magnitude." He requires far greater energy to force open that gate, and I understood. Konoha. Kushina, she was now Danzo's greatest vulnerability. I will recover swiftly, I affirmed. As I departed the stone chamber I glanced back at the wooden box upon the table, my father's forehead protector, my mother's short blade, that scroll. These were all they left me. Yet they were enough. I tightened my grip on the pendant, feeling the crystal's warmth bloom steadily in my palm. Father. Mother. Your unfinished battle, I shall carry it forward. Danzo, the gate you seek to open, I will ensure it remains forever sealed. In the name of Minato Namikaze. The 7 days of treatment were like throwing my body into a furnace and pulling it out to be forged repeatedly. Each medicinal bath felt like a brush with death, and every application of medicine was like pouring salt on an already numb wound. However, after 7 days, when I stood in the stone chamber and circulated my chakra, although my meridians still ached faintly, they were able to flow normally. After examining my condition, Yitsang rarely revealed a satisfied expression. The recovery speed is faster than expected. It may be due to the residual chakra of Kushina within you. I looked down at the wound on my left abdomen. The black purple had completely faded, leaving only a faint pink scar with some redness around the edges. It still hurt when pressed, but it no longer affected my ability to fight. When do we set off? I asked. Tomorrow morning, Yitsang replied. Chayo Baba prepared enough supplies and medicine for you. And this, she handed me a new ninja outfit. The deep blue fabric was thicker than the standard issue of Konohagakure, durable and lined with a special coating to prevent chakra leakage. Both the shoulders and waist had hidden tool pouches designed with extreme cunning. Specially made by Sunagakure, Yitsang explained. Chayo Baba said it was a token of gratitude from Sunagakure to your father. I accepted the outfit. The fabric was rough yet sturdy, carrying the unique scent of the desert. That evening I sat in the stone chamber one last time, checking my gear. The tool pouch was filled with new shuriken and kunai. Most were specially made by Sunagakure, differing slightly in weight from Konohagakure's, requiring time to adapt. The medicines were categorized in small porcelain bottles, each labeled pain relief, hemostatic, anti-inflammatory, detoxification, meridian repair. 7 types in total. My father's wooden box was also packed into the tool pouch, wrapped in the softest fabric. That necklace, the one left by my mother, still hung around my neck, the pendant warm against my skin. Before sleeping I took out the note left by Kushina and read it once more. Come back alive. Otherwise he'll go to the underworld to settle the score with you. I stared at the few lines of handwriting, imagining her expression when she wrote this note. Surely she was puffed up with anger yet filled with concern. Her red hair might have fallen down a few strands. She would impatiently push it aside, gripping the pen tightly as she left deep impressions on the paper. I folded the note again and placed it back against the necklace on my chest. The desert nights were cold. The wind howled through the dunes, producing ghostly wails. Yet in this underground stone chamber it was very quiet, with only the occasional soft crackling from the glowing moss. Tomorrow I would be going back. The dawn arrived quickly. Yitsang came to fetch me before sunrise, guiding me through the winding underground passages to a concealed exit outside Sunagakure. The desert was still shrouded in the gray blue of dawn, with the eastern skyline tinged with pearly white. The air was cold and biting, entering my lungs like a sip of ice water. I tightened my grip on the specially made cloak from Sunagakure, watching the sky gradually brighten in the distance. Chayo Baba won't come to see you off, Yitsang said, she said. She doesn't like farewells. I understand. Yitsang fell silent for a moment, then took out a scroll from the tool pouch. This is a secret communication method between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. If you find any trace of Danzo or need support, contact us at any time. I took the scroll and tucked it away. Yitsang's voice paused. If one day Konohagakure and Sunagakure stand on opposing sides again, I hope not to face you in battle. This was a high praise as well as a heavy promise. I looked into her amber eyes. I hope so too. She nodded slightly and then turned, disappearing into the darkness of the passage. I stood alone on the dune, facing the rising sun. Off we go. The return journey was more arduous than the way there. Although the dragon vein had stabilized, the residual energy around Sunagakure continued to interfere with spatial perception. My flying thunder god technique could only be used over short distances. Most of the time I had to rely on walking. On the first day I crossed the edge of the Death Desert. The wind and sand hit my face like countless tiny needles. The wound ached faintly in such an environment, but it was bearable. In the evening I spent the night in an abandoned cave, starting a small fire to dry the clothes soaked with sweat. The next day I entered the desolate grasslands of the land of rivers. Vegetation began to appear, although sparse, at least I could see green. The air was no longer so dry. I stopped by a small stream to wash the sand and dust off my body while also checking my wound. It was healing well with new pink skin growing at the edges. On the third day I traversed the heart of the land of rivers. I was not far from the land of fire, occasionally spotting signs of human habitation, a few shepherds, a caravan. I avoided them, opting to take a detour, not wanting to stir up trouble. On the fourth day I finally saw the sign marking the border of the land of fire, the familiar rolling forest. Standing on the border line I took a deep breath. The air was humid, carrying the scent of soil and plants, the taste of home. After walking for another 2 hours, as darkness fully enveloped the sky, I saw flickering lights ahead. Konohagakure. In the night it looked like a pearl embedded in the earth, warm and peaceful. The statues of the Hokage on Hokage Rock stood out clearly in the moonlight, the 4 Hokages silently guarding the sleeping village. My footsteps involuntarily quickened. The wound on my left abdomen throbbed faintly, but I didn't care. The gates of Konohagakure were right ahead. The sentry ninja froze for a few seconds when they saw me, then exclaimed loudly, "Lord Minato has returned. Hurry and report." I was surrounded and taken into the village. The members of the Umbu arrived first, confirming my identity before quickly dispersing into the shadows. Then came the patrol team, who saluted, their expressions reflecting a joyful relief. I did not head directly to the Umbu, nor did I go to the Hokage building. I went to the third training ground. Under the moonlight the training ground was deserted. I walked to the center of the field, standing there with my eyes closed. The wind blew, bringing the rustling of leaves and the sound of the distant stream. Here I perfected my first Rasengan. Here I sparred countless times with Kushina. Here I first felt the heartbeat of space. Then I heard footsteps. They were not the deliberately softened steps of a ninja, but rather an unrestrained, almost running sound. I turned around. Under the moonlight a red figure was running towards me. Kushina. She suddenly stopped a few steps away from me, panting, her red hair disheveled, her face still bearing the sleepiness of just waking up. She was wearing pajamas, casually draped with a coat, barefoot, her feet muddy and wet with dew. She stared at me, her eyes shining astonishingly in the moonlight. I looked at her as well. Then she dashed over and punched me in the chest. "You idiot." The hit was strong and I stumbled back a step, the wound on my left abdomen tugging painfully, causing me to suck in a breath. She froze, looking down at my hand clutching the wound. In the moonlight blood could vaguely be seen seeping through the bandage. You're hurt." Her voice softened instantly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" I didn't mean to hit you so hard." "It's fine," I said. "I'm healing up well enough." She didn't believe me and reached out to lift my shirt for inspection. I pressed her hand down. "Really, it's fine." She looked up at me, the tears in her eyes sparkling in the moonlight. We locked gazes for a few seconds. Then she suddenly hugged me tightly. It was a strong embrace, as if she wanted to melt me into her body. I could feel her trembling, unsure if it was from the cold or something else. "You jerk." Her voice muffled against my chest. "I thought you wouldn't come back." I raised my hand, hesitating for a moment before placing it on her back. She hugged me even tighter. The moonlight cast down on us and the surroundings were quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. "I'm back," I said. She didn't respond, just held me tighter. The next morning I was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage looked slightly better than before, nodding slightly when he saw me. "I heard you're back. How's the injury?" "It doesn't affect my movements," I replied habitually. The third Hokage stared at me for a few seconds, then sighed. "Just like your father, you never tell the truth." "Forget it, the medical team will check on you." He walked to the window, looking out at Konohagakure. "There's news from Sunagakure regarding the dragon vein." "You did well." "What about Danzo?" "Still investigating." The third Hokage's expression became serious. "Jiraiya sent the latest intel. Danzo has established a new base in the Land of Rain 3 times larger than before." Moreover, he is recruiting wandering ninjas on a large scale and has even formed alliances with some small ninja villages. This meant that Danzo's influence was expanding. As for Kushina, we've heightened the alert, the third Hokage said. The Umbu are on guard 24 hours and the barrier team has reinforced the seals protecting the Jinchuriki's residence. It should be safe in the short term. He turned to look at me, but this is not a long-term solution. Danzo's target is the Nine Tails and that won't change. We need more proactive measures. Attack the Land of Rain. No, the third Hokage shook his head. The terrain of the Land of Rain is complex. Hanzo's territory and a rash attack would provoke war. What we need is infiltration, intelligence, and then a decisive strike. He paused. Jiraiya suggested that you lead a small team to the Land of Rain. Under the guise of supporting him, the actual mission is to investigate the precise location and defensive weaknesses of Danzo's base. When? In 3 days. The third Hokage said, in these 3 days take good care of yourself. You are not allowed to go anywhere until you're fully healed. I nodded. This was a reasonable arrangement. As I left the Hokage's office, I ran into Fugaku in the corridor. He looked to be recovering well too, his Sharingan normal, his step steady. When he saw me, he nodded slightly. Is your injury healed? Almost, I said. What about you? You know the Uchiha's recovery ability. He rarely made a joke, but his expression remained serious. That Sharingan on Danzo's severed arm. I've checked it out. It's not the eye of an Uchiha. This intelligence matched the analysis from Sunigakure. It might be a legacy from the Shell organization. I said. Fugaku nodded. I will continue to investigate. If that kind of eye can really be preserved for over 50 years. Then the Uchiha's legacy might be more complex than we know. He turned to leave but stopped again. By the way, Kushina almost didn't come to training this morning. I heard she caught a cold last night. After saying that, he left, leaving me standing alone in the corridor. At noon I went to visit Kushina. Her place was not far from the Hokage building, a small independent house surrounded by watchmen and barriers. When I knocked on the door, a flurry of sounds came from inside, and then the door opened a crack, revealing a green eye. You. What are you doing here? Her face was a bit red. I heard you caught a cold. I handed her the medicine and snacks I bought on the commercial street. Just came to check on you. She froze for a moment, then opened the door. The room was a mess. Clothes were thrown everywhere, the table piled with sealing technique scrolls and a few empty dango boxes in the corner. She awkwardly cleared a path quickly for me to sit on the tatami. "Chu just forgot to wear my coat when I ran out yesterday, that's why," she explained while hurriedly making tea, her movements flustered. I watched her busy figure, the sunlight streaming through the window illuminating her red hair like burning flames. "The tea's ready." She brought it over and sat across from me, her head down, not looking me in the eye. We silently drank tea like that. The atmosphere was slightly awkward but comfortable. She suddenly spoke. "No one in Sunigakure gave you trouble, right?" "No," I said. "Chayobaba helped a lot." "That's good." She sighed in relief, then looked up at me, her expression serious. "Next time, don't go alone again. We are comrades, right?" "Yes." She smiled, her smile like sunshine dispersing the clouds. After finishing the tea, she walked me to the door. As I was leaving, I paused. "By the way, I received that note you left." She froze for a moment, then her face instantly turned beet red. You still kept it?" "Tu just wrote it casually." "I kept it," I said. "It's taped to my chest." She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Finally she pushed me away hard. "Hurry up and go. Go take care of your injury." I followed her push out the door, glancing back to see her standing at the door, blushing yet smiling beautifully. "See you in 3 days," I said. Be careful on the way." The door closed, but I could hear a thud from inside, as if something had bumped against the wall, probably her being excited and hitting the wall. I turned and walked away, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of my mouth. 3 days passed quickly. With the careful treatment of the medical team, my wound healed even better. Although I couldn't fight at full strength yet, I could handle most situations. Before setting off, I checked my gear one last time. Tool pouch. Special kunai. Medicine. Rations. Sunegakure's communication scroll. My father's wooden box. The necklace left by my mother. And Kushina's note. I stood in front of the mirror looking at my reflection. My blonde hair had grown a bit longer, the faint bluish tinge under my eyes a sign of recovery, but my eyes remained calm and clear. Are you ready? I asked my reflection. It didn't answer, but its gaze was firm. Stepping out of the dormitory, the morning sunlight bathed over me. Kushina and Fugaku were already waiting for me at the door. When they saw me come out, Kushina immediately ran over. Let's check your gear. Without letting me speak, she opened my tool pouch and checked each item. Do you have enough kunai? Do you have all the medicines? What about rations? Oh no, why did you bring so little? It's enough, I said. Not enough. She glared at me, then stuffed a bundle into my arms. Bring more. This is onigiri, this is healing medicine, this is a talisman. She pulled out a small cloth bag and stuffed it into my tool pouch. The bag was small, embroidered with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. I made it myself, she said softly. It might not be of much use, but it's useful, I said, accepting the cloth bag. She looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. Fugaku coughed lightly beside us. Excuse me, it's time to set off. We three headed toward the village entrance. Along the way, familiar ninjas and villagers greeted us. Minato-kun, be careful on the road. Lord Fugaku, take care. Kushina, come back soon. Kushina responded one by one, her smile radiant. At the village entrance, the third Hokage came personally to see us off. Behind him stood his advisors Komura-ko and Mito Gate along with several Umbu. The mission briefing has been conveyed. The third Hokage said, the objective is to gather intelligence on Danzo's base in the Land of Rain. The time limit is 1 week, if you do not return by then we will send a rescue mission. He paused, his gaze sweeping across our three faces. Remember, come back alive. A failed mission can be redone, but once you die everything is lost. Stretching. Kushina walked on the left, Fugaku on the right, and I was in the middle. Minato, Kushina suddenly asked, what is the Land of Rain like? It rains year-round, I said. Damp, cold, poor visibility. Sounds awful, she frowned but then smiled again, but it's okay with the three of us together, there's nothing to fear. Fugaku rarely agreed, indeed. I looked at them, two companions, two people I could trust with my back. Ahead the road curved into the unknown distance. But it was fine. We walked together. After leaving the Konoha barrier we picked up speed. The forest receded behind us and the view gradually opened up. This was the heart of the Land of Fire, relatively safe, so the three of us maintained a relaxed pace. Kushina talked the whole way, complaining about the heat, grumbling about some difficult scroll, recalling a new technique she had discovered during our last sparring session. Fugaku occasionally gave brief replies but mostly traveled in silence. I habitually maintained my spatial perception, listening to Kushina's chatter while mentally rehearsing various possible emergencies. The Land of Rain. Danzo's new base. Master Jiraiya had been lurking there for nearly 2 weeks. I wondered what he had found. Hey Minato, Kushina suddenly leaned in, lowering her voice, do you think Danzo has set up those time-distorting monsters in the Land of Rain too? Highly likely, I said. He probably has more of those artificial-tailed beasts from last time. What do we do then? She looked a bit tense. Retreat if we encounter them, I said. Priority is the mission, don't fight Hiden. I know. She muttered but still looked nervously ahead. Fugaku suddenly spoke, there's something up ahead. Kushina and I stopped at once. Fugaku's Sharingan was already active, staring at the thicket 100 meters ahead. 3. No 4 chakra sources. Well hidden, but the chakra nature is very special, similar to those puppets from last time. Danzo's puppet core had already infiltrated the border of the Land of Fire. Detour or eliminate? Fugaku asked. I quickly assessed. A detour would cost at least 2 hours and there was no guarantee there weren't other ambushes further on. Elimination might expose our whereabouts. Eliminate, I decided. But make it quick. We immediately spread out and took combat positions. The battle went smoother than expected. Although the 4 puppets had considerable combat ability, their coordination was clearly lacking. Fugaka's Sharingan easily saw through their movement patterns. Kushina's adamantine chains perfectly countered their spatial leap ability, and my flying thunder god cut off their retreat at critical moments. In 2 minutes all 4 puppets were destroyed and we collected their core crystals. Weaker than last time, Fugaku commented. Mass-produced models, I said. Danzo might be trying batch production, but the quality has dropped significantly. Kushina kicked the black sludge on the ground. These things are disgusting. I have to wash for ages after every fight. I picked up a core crystal and wrapped it in sealing tags. Analyzing these crystals back at the village might reveal the puppet's weaknesses. Let's move on, I said. The 3 of us resumed our journey. By evening we reached the last village on the border of the Land of Fire. Once through this village it would be half a day's walk to the Land of Rain. We decided to stay overnight in the village and enter the Land of Rain at dawn. We found an inconspicuous little inn and took 2 rooms. Fugaku insisted on having his own while Kushina and I shared one. She insisted it was safer. At dinner we sat in a corner quietly discussing the next day's plan. The entrance to the Land of Rain must have Danzo's eyes and ears. Fugaku said. We need a disguise. I'll handle it, Kushina volunteered. Sealing techniques can alter chakra fluctuations so outsiders won't recognize us. We also need to change our appearance, I added. The Land of Rain rains year-round. Cloaks are necessary. We can use them for concealment. The 3 of us discussed as we ate, finalizing the infiltration plan for the next day. Back in the room it was already late. Kushina leaned on the windowsill gazing at the stars outside. Minato, she suddenly asked, what do you think will happen if Danzo really opens that door one day? I walked over to her and looked at the stars with her. I don't know, I said. But whatever my father stopped with his life must be terrifying. Your father? What kind of person was he? The question made me silent for a few seconds. I don't know, I finally answered honestly. I have no memory of him. Only research notes and that memory seal. Kushina turned to look at me. Moonlight fell on her face and there was a gentle light in her eyes. But you've inherited everything from him, she said. Talent, will, and the determination to protect what's important. She paused and said softly, my parents too. I don't even remember their faces, only that when the Uzumaki clan fell my mother hid me in a chest and told me live. This was the first time I had heard her speak of this. So I understand, she looked at me. What it feels like to lose someone important. So. She looked at me seriously, so you have to live well. We all have to live well. That's the best response to the departed. I didn't answer, just looked into her eyes. Under the moonlight we gazed at each other. After a long time her face suddenly flushed and she turned away. Sleep. Sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. She burrowed into the futon facing away from me, her ears red. I lay down and closed my eyes. Her steady breathing came from beside me. Outside the moonlight shone quietly. The next morning we left the village and entered the border of the Land of Rain. A fine drizzle began to fall. At first just scattered drops, but soon it became a steady curtain of rain. The air was damp and cold, visibility plummeting. We put on our cloaks, pulling the hoods over our faces. Kushina's sealing technique altered our chakra fluctuations. Even if a sensor ninja probed, they would only sense ordinary wandering ninjas. The rain grew heavier. The ground turned muddy, each step sinking in. Kushina's complaints were drowned out by the rain, but I could see her muttering lips. Fugaku walked ahead, his Sharingan always active, alert to everything around. Suddenly he stopped. I immediately became alert. Kushina also stopped, her hand on her ninja tool pouch. Ahead a massive silhouette emerged through the rain. It was a building. No, a complex of buildings, built into the mountain, astonishing in scale, surrounded by high walls covered in the glow of barrier seals. Danzo's base in the Land of Rain. We had found it. But just as we prepared to move closer, a sudden anomaly occurred. Countless figures emerged from the rain. Not humans, puppets. Hundreds of puppets surrounded us from all directions, sealing off every escape route. An ambush. Fugaku barked. Kushina's adamantine chains instantly spread out, shielding us in the center. I stared at the puppets, my mind racing. Too many, no chance of winning Hedon. We had to retreat, but how? At that critical moment a massive figure descended from the sky. Toad mouth binding technique. An enormous toad intestinal wall fell from above, engulfing both us and the puppets. Then as the wall contracted we were transported to an unfamiliar place. Master Jiraiya! Kushina exclaimed in delight. A white-haired figure emerged from the shadows, still dripping with rain but with a brilliant smile. Yo, right on time. He looked at the puppets temporarily trapped in the intestinal wall. But we've been discovered, troublesome. Follow me. We followed Jiraiya through winding passages until we reached a hidden cave. The cave was deep, the entrance concealed the interior, dry and warm, stocked with various supplies. Safe house, Jiraiya explained. I've been here for 2 weeks, got a good grasp of the base's layout. He looked at us, his smile fading. That old man Danzo is playing big this time. He unfurled a map densely marked with the base's structure. 5 underground levels, each heavily guarded. At the lowest level are the laboratories and a massive energy collection device. Smaller in scale than the one at the Dragon Pulse but more sophisticated in design. An energy collection device. What exactly was Danzo collecting? And more, Jiraiya's voice dropped even lower. I found the mark of the Shell organization. Many of them. Danzo hasn't just inherited their technology, he's essentially inherited their entire plan. He looked at me. Minato, the coordinate that your father sealed back then, Danzo has already found clues about it. What he needs most now is the key to open that coordinate. Key. I instinctively pressed the necklace against my chest. Jiraiya's gaze followed my movement. You've guessed it. That key is on you. The cave fell silent. Kushina and Fugaku both looked at me. I slowly took off the necklace. A pale blue crystal pendant glowed softly in the firelight. My mother left it to me, I said. Jiraiya nodded. Your father turned the coordinate into a mobile one before he died, and the key to open it is this crystal. Danzo has been searching for it, but he doesn't know its true form. He stared at me. Now Danzo has 2 choices, either find the key or use enough energy to forcibly open the coordinate. And the latter is exactly what he's doing. Energy collection device. Tailed beasts. Jinchuriki. Kushina. Fugaku said quietly. Kushina's face paled slightly, but she took a deep breath and straightened her back. I'm not afraid. Let him come if he wants. He'll be waiting. I looked at her and suddenly understood my father's feelings back then. Protecting those you care about is sometimes more important than any mission. We won't let him succeed, I said. Together. Jiraiya laughed. That's my student. All right now. Before he could finish, a violent explosion came from outside the cave. The entire cave shook, rocks falling from the ceiling. We've been found. Jiraiya's face changed. Retreat. We rushed out of the cave. Outside, an army of puppets had surrounded the area. And in the midst of the puppets stood a familiar figure, Danzo. His right arm had been repaired by some unknown method. His single eye locked onto us, or more precisely onto the necklace on my chest. Namikaze Minato. His voice drifted through the rain. Hand over the key. I didn't answer, only gripped the necklace tighter. Danzo sneered. Then die here together. He raised his right hand and the puppets all activated at once, lunging toward us. Combat erupted. Fugika Susanoo rose from the ground, blocking the first wave of puppets. Kushina's adamantine chains formed a net entangling the puppets trying to flank us. Jiraiya's sage art blasted toward Danzo's location. And I activated Flying Thunder God, targeting Danzo. But Danzo was prepared. His Sharingan locked onto me, distorting space again. My jump was interrupted and I landed 10 meters from him. The same trick won't work on me. Danzo sneered. You think I've been idle all this time? I've been studying ways to counter you. He formed hand seals. Wood style flower tree world descends. Massive trees erupted from the ground, flowers bloomed and pollen filled the air. Kushina's chains tried to block it, but the pollen was too fine to be completely sealed off. Hold your breath. Jiraiya shouted. But it was too late. I felt my body begin to go numb, my vision blurring. Danzo slowly approached me. The key is mine at last. Just as his hand was about to touch the necklace, a golden light suddenly shot through the rain. No, not golden, it was a Rasengan. But a Rasengan couldn't come from that direction. I saw Kushina. Somehow she had broken free from the puppet encirclement and was standing to the side, her hands forming a seal I had never seen. 3 golden orbs floated beside her, each radiating the fluctuation of a Rasengan but more pure. What Minato taught me, Shadow Clone plus Rasengan. Her voice came clearly through the rain. I call it Rasengan Flash. The 3 orbs shot out simultaneously, blasting toward Danzo. Danzo's face changed and he was forced to retreat. One of the orbs grazed his arm, leaving a deep wound. Next time I won't miss. Kushina said, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. The toll of this technique was clearly immense. Danzo stared at her, then at me, and finally sneered, enough for today. But the key will be mine sooner or later. He vanished into the rain. The puppets withdrew as well. I dropped to one knee, gasping for air. The numbness was fading, but my limbs still wouldn't obey. Kushina ran over and supported me. Are you okay? I looked at her pale face in the rain and those determined eyes. I'm fine, I said. She sighed in relief, then suddenly slapped me on the back. You're at it again. How many times have I told you? The slap was heavy. I coughed twice. Jiraiya walked over and looked at us, laughing. All right, let's retreat first. Danzo will be back. Fugaku dismissed his Susanoo and nodded. We need to report back to the village as soon as possible. Supporting each other, we disappeared into the rain. Behind us, Danzo's base stood silent in the rain like a lurking beast. But it was all right. We would return. Next time with more power. 3 days later we were back in Konoha. Mission reports, medical checks, briefings with the higher-ups. After going through the whole process, I finally returned to my quarters. It was already late at night. Lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, my mind was filled with those images. Danzo's hand about to touch the necklace, Kushina's Rasengan flash shining in the rain, my father's words from the memory, never open that door. The necklace still hung on my chest, the crystal warm. I closed my eyes. The sound of wind through the window reached my ears. In the distance the village lights gradually went out as people drifted into dreams. But I knew this night wouldn't remain peaceful for long. Danzo lurked in the shadows. And we had to be ready. For Konoha. For the people we hold dear. For the future we promised. The next morning I was awakened by a knock. I opened the door. It was Kushina. She was carrying a tray with steaming breakfast. I heard you're resting today, she asked. I made this specially. Eat up, eat up. I looked at her, sunlight streaming from behind her, red hair blazing like fire. Thank you, I said, taking the tray. She smiled, and that smile was brighter than the sun. Outside a new day had begun. Konoha's sky was still a clear blue. And our story continued. The days of recuperation were harder to endure than anticipated. It wasn't the pain of the wound. Thanks to the Sans medicine and the meticulous care of Konoha's medical unit, the gash on his left abdomen had healed considerably, leaving only a faint pink scar that still ached slightly when pressed. His chakra network had also recovered to 80 or 90%, though it still radiated a faint heat when fully activated. It no longer hindered combat. What was truly unbearable was the inability to fight. The third Hokage himself had issued the order. Minato Namikaze was to rest for a week, during which he was forbidden from undertaking any missions, participating in any combat training, and even his daily reports to the ANBU were excused. This is an order, he had said, the smoke from his pipe blurring his expression. You went too far with the dragon's vein this time. If you don't rest properly, you won't be using the Flying Thunder God technique anymore. I knew he meant well, but idleness was more exhausting than battle. On the first day I tried reading the second Hokage's notes on the Flying Thunder God 3 times over, my father's research materials twice, and even half of the Sealing Arts primer Kushina had forced upon me. The books finished, the sun had barely passed noon. On the second day I began organizing my ninja tools. I took out all the kunai and shuriken, inspecting, wiping and maintaining each one meticulously. The standard issue equipment from ANBU, the specially crafted odd-shaped kunai from the sand, and those I had inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, each had a different degree of wear and required careful differentiation. This task took most of the day. By evening my tool pouch was neatly arranged, all items categorized and clear at a glance. On the third day there was nothing to do. I stood by the window of my quarters watching the bustling Konoha outside. Ninjas leaped across rooftops, students ran on the training grounds, and vendors hawked their wares on the streets. Everything was normal, everything functioned, and nothing required me. This feeling of being excluded was strange. As I stood in a daze, a knock came at the door. Opening it revealed Kushina. She wore casual clothes, her red hair tied up loosely with a ribbon, carrying a small basket. "Bored out of your mind, aren't you?" she said, entering uninvited. "Come on, I'll take you out for a walk." "The third Hokage said I can't." "The third Hokage said you can't go on missions or combat training," she interrupted. "He didn't say you can't take a stroll. Let's go." She took my hand and pulled me out. I followed passively, her palm warm against mine with a light layer of calluses. We crossed the village, walked through the shopping district, past the ninja academy, and finally arrived at a small hill on the village's outskirts. It was covered in cherry blossom trees, though the blooming season had passed. The full green leaves still looked beautiful under the sunlight. "When I'm feeling down, I like to come here," Kushina said, sitting under a tree and patting the grass beside her. "Sit." I sat down next to her. Below the hill the panoramic view of Konoha unfolded. The Hokage monument's carved faces stood out clearly in the sunlight. People came and went on the streets, and wisps of cooking smoke rose gently. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she asked. "The first time I came here was not long after I arrived in Konoha," she said softly, her eyes fixed on the distance. "Back then I didn't know anyone, couldn't speak the language, and every day people pointed fingers at me, calling me the red-haired demon. One day I couldn't take it anymore and ran here to cry." She paused and smiled. "Later the third Hokage's wife, Lady Biwako, found me and sat with me the whole afternoon. She said that everyone has a place in their heart that needs protecting, and from now on my place could be Konoha." I looked at her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face. "That's why I want to become Hokage," she turned to me, her eyes shining. "Not to prove anything, but to protect this place. Just like Lady Biwako protected me." The wind blew, rustling the leaves. "What about you?" she asked. "Minato, why do you want to be a ninja?" The question made me pause for a few seconds. "I don't know," I finally answered. "I grew up in an orphanage. The ninja academy was the only place I could go. I trained, got stronger, carried out missions. That's how I've been going." "And now?" she pressed. "Is there something you want to protect now?" I thought for a moment, looking toward the distant Konoha. "Yes," I said. She waited for me to continue. "The village. Comrades. Anne." I turned to her. "You." She froze. The wind lifted her red hair, a few strands brushing her cheeks. She didn't move, staring straight at me as if petrified. "What? What did you say?" Her voice trembled. "I want to protect you," I repeated, calm. "That's the truth." Her face flushed visibly, from cheeks to ears, even her neck tinged pink. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but only vague syllables emerged. Finally she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Idiot. Saying things like that." I said nothing, just watched her profile. The sunlight shone on her hot ears, turning them translucent red. After a long while she raised her head, took a deep breath as if steeled by some resolve. Then he'll say it too." She turned to me, tears glistening in her eyes, but more so determination. "I want to protect you too, Minato. Not just because you're my comrade, but because you." She couldn't continue, but the meaning was conveyed. We looked at each other. The wind blew and a few cherry blossom leaves drifted down, spinning in the air. I said. She blinked. "Just You." She glared at me with mock anger, but her eyes were full of laughter. "You textbook professor. Can't you say more at a time like this?" "Say what?" Like. She thought for a moment, then blushed again. "Never mind, forget it." She stood up, brushed the grass clippings off her clothes, then extended her hand. "Come on, let's go back and eat dumplings. My treat." I took her hand and stood up. On the way down the hill she never let go of my hand. Nor did I. On the fourth day I was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Fugaku was also there, and Jiraiya Sensei. He looked travel-worn, obviously just returned. "There's new intelligence," the third Hokage said without preamble. "Danzo's recent movements are more dangerous than we thought." He spread out a map marked with several red dots. "The base in the Land of Rain is just one of them. According to Jiraiya's reconnaissance, Danzo has established similar energy collection devices in at least 3 places, the Land of Rice, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Waterfalls. 3 energy collection devices meant 3 times the energy. If Danzo truly intended to use that energy to forcibly open that door. Worse still, Jiraiya interjected, Danzo has recently made contact with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki. This emerging mercenary organization had recently gained notoriety in the shinobi world. Its members all shrank missing and operating in secrecy with ruthless methods. "What does the Akatsuki want?" Fugaku asked. "No idea," Jiraiya shook his head. "But given their style, it's nothing good. If Danzo and the Akatsuki join forces, the consequences would be dire. We need to act preemptively," I said, voicing my judgment. "We can't wait for him to be ready." The third Hokage looked at me, silent for a moment. "Your injury?" "No problem." He nodded. "Then that's the plan. Jiraiya, you'll take a team to the Land of Rice. Fugaku, the Uchiha forces will handle the Land of Grass. Minato." He paused. "You and Kushina will go to the Land of Waterfalls. It's the farthest from Konoha, the terrain is most complex, and it's the most likely to be overlooked. Danzo may have deployed heavy forces there requiring our most elite strength." "Kushina." Fugaku frowned. "Sending her on a mission like this. She needs the experience," the third Hokage interrupted. "And her sealing techniques can counter Danzo's devices. If they encounter danger, her adamantine sealing chains can buy enough time." The arrangement was reasonable, but the risks were high. "I accept," I said. On the evening of the 5th day I met Kushina outside Konoha's main gate. She had changed into a new combat outfit, deep red, lightweight and durable, with the Uzumaki clan crest embroidered on the back. Her red hair was tied into a neat ponytail and her face bore a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Ready?" I asked. "Of course." She patted her tool pouch. "Equipment, medicine, rations, all set. Oh, and I brought this extra." She pulled out a small bag of tricolor dumplings from her pack and shook it proudly. "Snacks for the road." I looked at her, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. "What are you smiling at?" She glared at me. "Nothing." I took the dumplings and stored them in my own pouch. "Let's go." We walked into the night together. The Land of Waterfalls lay to the northwest of the Land of Fire, with the lands of Rice and Grass in between. To avoid Danzo's eyes we chose a remote mountain path. The first night we spent in a cave. Kushina volunteered for sentry duty, insisting that my injury hadn't healed yet and I needed rest. I couldn't argue with her, so I lay by the campfire and closed my eyes to rest. In the middle of the night I opened my eyes. The fire had burned down to embers. Kushina sat at the mouth of the cave, her back to me, motionless. I got up and walked over to her. She startled, then relaxed when she saw it was me. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Your turn," I said, sitting down beside her. "Get some sleep." "I'm not tired." "Go to sleep." I looked at her. "We need to travel after dawn." She stared at me for a few seconds, then finally conceded with a nod and lay down by the fire. I sat at the cave entrance gazing at the night sky. The moon was bright, the stars sparse. The mountain wind carried the scent of grass. Behind me came the soft sound of snoring. I glanced back. She was curled up, sleeping soundly, a trace of a smile on her face as if dreaming of something pleasant. I turned back and continued my watch. Near dawn she woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she walked over and handed me a canteen. "Drink some." I took it and took a sip. The water was cold but refreshing. "Did you stay up all night?" she asked. "I'm used to it." She was silent for a moment, then sat down beside me, her shoulder against mine. "Next time I'll take over," she said. 50-50. "All right." The dawn light gradually brightened, illuminating the outlines of distant mountains. Birds began to sing, a new day had begun. We stood up, brushed the dust off ourselves. Let's go, I said. Ahem. We continued on our way. By noon on the 7th day we reached the border of the land of waterfalls. The terrain here was completely different from the land of fire, continuous mountain ranges crisscrossing valleys and waterfalls and rapids everywhere. The air was thick with moisture, a deep breath filled the lungs with a wet sensation. Danzo's base should be in that mountain, I pointed to the highest peak ahead. According to intelligence, the entrance is on the mountainside disguised as a cave behind a waterfall. Kushina squinted for a moment. There's a barrier. A very complex one. Can you break it? She concentrated for a few minutes. Yes, but it'll take time. And breaking it will trigger an alarm, so we'll have to move in quickly afterward. I made a quick assessment. Breaking the barrier would take about 10 minutes, with the infiltration it would take at least 15 minutes to reach the core area. During that time Danzo's forces would counterattack fiercely. Can you do it? Kushina took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. Then let's move. We approached the peak silently. The roar of the waterfall masked our footsteps. On the mountainside a massive torrent of water plunged from above into a deep pool, kicking up mist. The entrance is behind the waterfall, Kushina confirmed. The barrier's core is inside the water curtain, we need to get in to break it. Together. We dove into the pool and swam toward the waterfall. The water was cold, numbing the skin. Passing through the curtain we found ourselves in a large cave. Deep within the cave light shone, hinting at man-made structures. Kushina formed hand seals and golden chains extended from her back, not for attack but carefully probing toward the barrier. The moment the chains touched the barrier she closed her eyes. Time ticked by. I kept watch around us, a specially marked kunai ready in my hand. 6 minutes. 7. 8. Done. Kushina's eyes snapped open. Go. We charged into the cave. The passage was long, with glowing ore embedded in the walls on both sides. Around a bend the view opened up, a vast underground chamber at the center of which stood a complex device smaller than the one at the dragon's vein but more intricately designed. Around the device hundreds of puppets stood ready. So many. Kushina gasped. I'll hold them off, I said. You destroy the device. But. Trust me. She looked at me then nodded. Be careful. I activated the flying thunder god and plunged into the puppet horde. Kunai flew, my figure flickered each appearance, causing chaos among the puppets. But there were too many to kill. Kushina rushed toward the device. The adamantine sealing chain spread out, wrapping around the device's core components. She began forming hand seals, complex ones I had never seen before. Sealing technique: 4 symbols: seal, collapse. The chains tightened and the device emitted a grating screech of twisting metal. Energy ran wild, purple lightning shot out in all directions and the puppets began to malfunction. At that moment a figure shot out from the shadows, Danzo. His target wasn't the device but Kushina. I instantly activated the flying thunder god, appearing in front of Kushina to shield her. Danzo's palm struck my chest. The immense impact blackened my vision. But I also grabbed his arm. Rasengan. A sphere of chakra slammed into Danzo's abdomen at close range. He grunted in pain and released his grip. But at the same time the device completely collapsed. Energy erupted and the entire underground chamber began to cave in. Retreat. I grabbed Kushina and activated the flying thunder god. We appeared in the air above the waterfall and plunged into the deep pool. The icy water revived me somewhat. Minato. You're bleeding. Kushina's voice was choked with tears. I looked down. The fabric on my chest had been torn by Danzo's strike and on the skin was a black palm print, poisoned. But worse, the necklace was gone. The necklace my mother had left me, that pendant, was gone. It must have been taken by Danzo in that instant. I closed my eyes. We had failed. We returned to Konoha on the 10th day. Mission result: Danzo's device was destroyed but Danzo himself escaped. Most importantly, the key to opening the door, the necklace left by my mother, had fallen into Danzo's hands. In the Hokage's office the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. The third Hokage listened to the report and fell silent for a long time. Finally he sighed. This isn't your fault, Minato. Danzo has been scheming for this key for decades. But. No buts, he interrupted. The most important thing now is the next step. Danzo has the key, he'll definitely try to open the door. We need to prepare to unite all the forces we can. He looked at me. First go to the medical unit and get checked. The poison has been neutralized but you need rest. I left the office. In the hallway Kushina stood there, her eyes red. I'm sorry. She whispered. I was too slow. If I had been faster. It's not your fault, I said. I failed to protect it. She looked up at me, tears streaming down. That necklace. It was from your mother. I was silent for a few seconds, then said, the necklace is lost but my father's words remain. Never open that door. As long as we're still here and can still stop it, we haven't lost. She looked at me, tears still flowing, but her eyes gradually grew resolute. She nodded firmly. Well, stop it together. Outside the window far away the sky was covered with dark clouds. A storm was coming. But at least we weren't alone. That night I had a dream. In the dream my father stood before the dragon's vein, his back to me. He turned around, looked at me and smiled. Minato, he said, protect her. Who? He didn't answer, he just pointed behind me. I turned and saw Kushina standing there, her red hair blazing in the light. I looked back to ask my father again, but he had vanished. Only the light of the dragon's vein remained slowly fading. I woke up to rain falling outside the window. I reached for my chest, the necklace was no longer there. But my father's words remained. Protect her. I got up and walked to the window. In the rainy night the lights of Konoha glimmered like scattered stars. Kushina's dwelling was among those lights. I will, father. I promise you. 3 days after the necklace was lost, Konoha's alert level was raised to a state just short of war. The barrier around the village was fully reinforced, patrol density tripled, and the Umbu's reconnaissance range expanded to 30 kilometers beyond the border. Even the usually hidden Sealing Corps were mobilized in full, laying down dense defensive formations across the village. Yet none of these measures could erase the feeling in my heart, a hollow missing piece, as if something had been carved out of me. That necklace had hung around my neck for as long as I could remember. It was the only physical link between my parents and me, the sole keepsake they left behind, a pair I had never known. Now it was gone, snatched by Danzo, about to be used to open the door that my father sealed with his life. I could feel time trickling like sand in an hourglass, each falling grain bringing me one step closer to an unknown catastrophe. On the 7th day intelligence finally arrived. The Hokage's office, 3 in the morning. I was roused from bed by an emergency summons. When I arrived, Jiraiya, Fugaku and Kushina were already present. The third Hokage stood by the window, his back to us. Smoke rose from his shoulder and drifted into the night. The Akatsuki has officially intervened. He turned around, his expression graver than I had ever seen. 3 days ago Danzo's base in the Rain Country came under attack. Not by our people. By the Akatsuki. I quickly analyzed the intelligence in my mind. The Akatsuki attacked Danzo. Why? Hadn't they just made contact? What were the results? Jiraiya asked. Danzo was severely wounded and the base was destroyed. But the Akatsuki's target seemed not to kill him but to. The third paused. To steal something from him. My heart clenched. It's the key. I heard my own voice say. They took the necklace. The third nodded. According to intelligence from Umbu operatives in the Rain Country, the Akatsuki's leader, the man who calls himself Pain, acted personally. Danzo used his Anaji to save his life, but the key has fallen into the Akatsuki's hands. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Kushina instinctively moved a step closer to me, her hand gripping my wrist tightly. I didn't move. I just kept looking at the third. What do the Akatsuki want the key for? Fugaku asked the crucial question. Unknown. The third shook his head. But one thing is certain, they are different from Danzo. Danzo wanted the power to control the door in order to rule the ninja world. The Akatsuki, their goal is more vague and more dangerous. Jiraiya added from the side. While I was infiltrating the rain country I heard some rumors. The Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to collect the tailed beasts and create some kind of ultimate weapon. If that rumor is true, then their interest in the key likely means that on the other side of the door, there is something they want. Tailed beasts. The door. The key. These three words collided in my mind, forming a terrifying picture. If the Akatsuki really opened that door, releasing the being my father sealed with his life. If that being possessed power beyond the tailed beasts. I dared not think further. What do we do now? Kushina's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were resolute. The key has been taken. Danzo is finished and the Akatsuki are about to open that door. Is there anything else we can do? The third walked to the wall and pulled open a giant map of the shinobi world. His finger pointed to several locations: the rain country, the rice country, the grass country, the waterfall country. Then moved further: the lightning country, the water country, the earth country, the wind country. The Akatsuki's members are scattered across the shinobi world. He said. Each of them has the power to destroy a small country. If they gather together, if they open that door. The scale of the Third Shinobi World War would be insignificant in comparison. He turned his gaze, sweeping over each of us. But the Akatsuki are not invincible. Their greatest weakness is their internal disunity. Every member has their own purpose, they are only cooperating temporarily for common interests. If we can find the contradictions among them, if we can pick them off one by one. We need intelligence, Jiraiya interjected. A great deal of intelligence. The identities, abilities, patterns of movement and weaknesses of each Akatsuki member, every piece could be crucial. The third nodded. So I have decided to form a special task force dedicated to investigating the Akatsuki. This team will report directly to me and can mobilize all resources of the Umbu Barrier Corps and Sealing Corps. His gaze finally settled on me. Minato, you will be the team leader. The appointment caught me off guard. I looked at Jiraiya, who gave me a nod. At Fugaku, who also nodded slightly. At Kushina, who tightened her grip on my hand. Yes. I accepted. The first meeting of the Special Task Force was held at 4 a.m. that day. The location was an underground meeting room in Umbu headquarters, a cramped space without windows with only a long table and a few chairs. A shinobi world map hung on the wall and the table was piled high with intelligence scrolls. Besides myself, the members included Jiraiya, Fugaku, Kushina and 3 elite jonin reassigned from the Umbu, codenamed Owl, Crow and Wolf. They were all seasoned veterans skilled in intelligence gathering and infiltration missions. Let's first organize what we know, I said directly. What are the currently known members of the Akatsuki? Jiraiya unrolled a list. Leader Pain, female member Konan, these two are the founders and the most mysterious. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi. The name made Fugaku's body stiffen slightly. Hoshigaki Kisame, former mist swordman of the Bloody Mystic. Kakuzu, a missing nin from Waterfall said to have lived for a very long time. Haiden, a heretic from the river country. Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Kushina exclaimed. That Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya's expression grew complicated. Yes. After defecting from Konoha, he joined the Akatsuki. Though it's merely a cooperative relationship, his presence raises the Akatsuki's danger level by more than one tier. I stared at the names on the list, each represented a bloody history. What about their goal? The most credible intelligence so far is that the Akatsuki are collecting the tailed beasts. Jiraiya said. They've already attacked Jinchuriki in several small countries and seized some of the tailed beasts. But the specific plan remains unclear. What does the key have to do with this plan? It might be related or it might not. Jiraiya shrugged. We need to find someone who knows the inside story. He paused and looked at me. Orochimaru might be a breakthrough. Though he's a Missingnin, he was once a Konoha shinobi. If we can find him, maybe we can learn something. Where is he? Not sure. Jiraiya shook his head. But according to recent clues, he might be hiding in the Sound Village in the Rice Country. That is a force he secretly fostered. I quickly planned a route in my mind. The Rice Country wasn't too far from Konoha, but the terrain was complex and close to Danzo's former sphere of influence. I'll go, I said. No. Kushina immediately objected. It's too dangerous for you alone. An opponent like Orochimaru. That's why I need help. I looked at Fugaku. The Uchiha's Sharingan has strong resistance against Genjutsu. Orochimaru excels in Genjutsu and forbidden arts and Fugaku's abilities counter that. Fugaku nodded. I can do it. I'm coming too, Kushina insisted. You need to stay here, I said. The Akatsuki's targets include tailed beasts. If you leave Konoha you'll give the enemy an opening. She opened her mouth to argue but in the end she just bit her lip and nodded. After the meeting the others left one by one. Kushina lingered standing at the door looking at me. Be careful, she said. Someone like Orochimaru. He'll do anything. I know. She walked over, suddenly rose on tiptoe and gently brushed her lips against my cheek. It was very light, like the touch of a butterfly's wing. Then she turned and ran, disappearing down the corridor. I stood there touching the spot she had kissed, stunned for a few seconds. 2 days later Fugaku and I set out for the rice country. To conceal our identities we dressed as ordinary travelers, even putting away our forehead protectors. Fugaku wore a bamboo hat that hid his distinctive Sharingan eyes. After crossing the border of the fire country the terrain gradually became unfamiliar. The rice country was more desolate than I had imagined, abandoned farmlands and uninhabited houses everywhere. Occasionally we spotted a few gaunt villagers, but they would hide at the sight of us. The aftermath of war, Fugaku muttered. The rice country was fought over repeatedly during the Third Shinobi World War and hasn't recovered yet. I nodded. This kind of place was indeed suitable for someone like Orochimaru to hide. No one would notice and no one would care. The Sound Village was located in a valley deep in the rice country. From the outside it looked like an ordinary small village, but both Fugaku and I could sense the hidden alert barriers and sentries. We need to infiltrate, I said. Leave it to me. Fugaku raised his hat slightly, the Sharingan glowing red in the shadows. We slipped into the valley under cover of night. Fugaku's Sharingan could see through all Genjutsu disguises, guiding me past the complex traps and alert lines. After passing through a bamboo grove a huge underground entrance appeared before us. This should be it, Fugaku said. Just as we were about to enter a cold voice suddenly came from behind us. My, we have guests. I spun around instantly, a kunai already in my hand. Under the moonlight a slender figure stood at the edge of the bamboo grove. A pale face, golden serpentine pupils, long black hair falling to his shoulders. He wore a white kimono, a faint smile playing on his lips. Orochimaru. Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku. He slowly intoned our names, his smile deepening. What do the young ones of Konoha want from me? I stared at him, my mind racing. He didn't attack immediately, which meant there was room for negotiation. The Akatsuki's key, I said. We need information. Orochimaru tilted his head, his serpentine pupils scanning us. The key. Oh, you mean that little thing that can open the door? Indeed, I've heard of it. But... He paused, his smile turning dangerous. Why should I tell you? What do you want? Fugaku asked directly. Orochimaru stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. The Uchiha bloodline limit interests me greatly. But if I killed you both here I'd get it anyway, wouldn't I? As the words left his mouth he moved. His speed was astonishing. In an instant he appeared before Fugaku, his arm twisting like a snake, aiming for Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku was prepared. The Sharingan activated instantly, the three tomos spinning wildly as he launched a counter-genjutsu. But Orochimaru seemed unaffected. His serpentine pupils met the Sharingan, he didn't fall into the genjutsu. Instead he revealed a sinister smile. The Sharingan is indeed formidable, but unfortunately. His arms suddenly extended, wrapping around Fugaku's neck. My eyes are no longer ordinary eyes. Fugaku grunted, erupted with chakra, and the skeletal frame of Susanoo instantly formed, repelling Orochimaru's arm. I moved as well. Activating the Flying Thunder God, I thrust a kunai straight at Orochimaru's back. But he twisted his body like it had no bones, contorting into impossible angles to evade the attack. At the same time his mouth opened and a sword thrust out from his throat, the Kusanagi blade. I narrowly avoided the blade edge as it grazed my cheek, leaving a shallow cut. As expected of the yellow flash of Konoha. Orochimaru praised. Such speed. But. He suddenly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu many hidden snake hands formation. Countless snakes surged from the ground overwhelming us like a tidal wave. Fugaku's Susanoo blocked most of them but there were too many to kill them all. I grabbed Fugaku's shoulder ready to retreat with the flying thunder god. Just then a golden chain suddenly descended from the sky wrapping around Orochimaru's ankle. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina's voice exploded through the night sky. I jerked my head up and saw her standing on a large tree, her red hair burning in the moonlight. Her face was pale but her eyes were terrifyingly determined. Orochimaru looked down at the chain around his ankle, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Interesting. He tried to break free but the chains tightened further. Kushina gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The strain of using such a long-range sealing technique was immense. "Why are you here?" I shouted. "I was worried," she replied, her voice trembling. "Hurry. I can't hold on much longer." Fugaku's Susanoo struck with full force. Meanwhile I used the flying thunder god to appear behind Orochimaru, driving a Rasengan toward his back. Orochimaru broke free of the chains at the last moment but couldn't fully evade. The Rasengan grazed his left shoulder, leaving a charred wound. He grunted, retreating a few steps, the smile finally vanishing from his face. 3 against 1, how unfair. He licked his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "But that's enough for today. Next time we meet I'll give you a proper reception." His body suddenly dissolved into countless snakes scattering in all directions. We couldn't intercept them in time. When the last snake disappeared into the darkness, the bamboo grove fell silent again. Kushina jumped down from the tree and stumbled on landing. I quickly caught her. Her face was deathly pale and her chakra fluctuation was so weak it was almost imperceptible. "Idiot," I couldn't help saying. "Who told you to follow?" She looked up at me and suddenly smiled, weak but radiant. "Because I promised to protect you." I froze. Under the moonlight she leaned against me, her red hair spilling over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling. Fugaku cleared his throat beside us. We should withdraw. Orochimaru might come back." I nodded, supporting Kushina. The three of us, leaning on each other, vanished into the night. Behind us the bamboo grove rustled in the wind. Back in Konoha, Kushina was forcibly admitted to the medical unit. Her chakra had been overextended and she needed at least a week of bed rest. I sat by her bedside watching her pale face. She was asleep, her breathing steady, her brows slightly furrowed. I wondered what she was dreaming about. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her face. I reached out and gently smoothed the furrow between her brows. She stirred, opened her eyes and froze when she saw me. What are you doing here?" "Keeping you company." She blushed, about to say something, but finally just snorted and turned her head away. But I saw the corner of her mouth secretly lift. Outside the window a new day began. Though the key was still in the Akatsuki's hands, though Orochimaru had escaped, though the road ahead was still long. At least we were together. That was enough. On the third day of Kushina Uzumaki's hospitalization, 2 momentous events unfolded across the shinobi world. The first was the official announcement by Kumogakure that it had forged a military alliance with Konohagakure. At a press conference, the Reikage declared a statement that stunned all who heard it. The wounds left by the Third Shinobi World War must now heal. And the first step toward healing was to make those who sought to tear those wounds open anew understand, this was no land to be trifled with. The second event was Akatsuki's public declaration of war. Not against any single village, but against the entire shinobi world. That noon, the barrier over Konoha suddenly convulsed violently. Before the ANBU could react, a colossal figure materialized in the sky above the village, a being formed entirely of chakra pain. His image hovered motionless, his Rinnegan eyes gazing down upon the entire settlement with utter impassivity. "Shinobi of Konoha, and all who hear my voice," his voice resonated directly within every mind, cold, serene, utterly devoid of emotion. "I am Pain, leader of Akatsuki." People froze mid-stride in the streets, craning their necks upward in terror. Children from the academy were shielded behind their teachers. The ANBU swiftly assembled, but none dared act rashly. I know what you are thinking, Pain continued. You believe Akatsuki is a rogue Nin organization, a threat, an entity that must be eradicated. You are mistaken. His Rinnegan slowly rotated as though observing each soul beneath him. Akatsuki seeks neither conquest nor dominion, but peace. That word sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Murmurs erupted in the streets, disbelief flickered behind the ANBU masks. Peace. Jiraiya leapt down from the Hokage Tower's rooftop and landed beside me, his expression grim and unyielding. He calls that peace. True peace can only be born of suffering, Pain's voice intoned. Only when all have endured identical anguish, only when all have tasted the agony of loss, can this world finally cease its endless wars. And Akatsuki's sacred mission is to ensure this world feels that suffering. He raised one hand. From the heavens countless black rods began to coalesce. As our first demonstration, I shall prove to you, the will of Akatsuki is unstoppable. The black rods descended like rain. They did not strike the populace, but instead pierced Konoha's 4 cardinal points: the Barrier Division's headquarters, the ANBU Communications Tower, the Medical Division's main building, and the Hokage Rock itself. 4 simultaneous detonations shattered the air. The barrier collapsed. Communications severed. The Medical Division burst into flames. And the statue of the 4th Hokage, carved upon the rock, was impaled by black rods and collapsed in thunderous ruin. This is but a warning. Pain's voice remained tranquil. In 1 month's time I shall arrive personally to claim an object. You have ample time to decide, will you surrender it willingly? Or shall Konoha vanish from the map forever? His image dissolved. The sky returned to its ordinary cerulean hue, but the oppressive weight lingered long after. Screams erupted across the streets. Children wept. Adults shouted. Chaos and panic reigned. The ANBU scrambled to restore order, but with the barrier destroyed and communications severed, they resorted to the most primitive method of all, running breathlessly to relay messages. Upon the Hokage Rock only half the 4th Hokage's face remained. I had commissioned that statue shortly after assuming the title, less than a year ago. I stared at the rubble, the echo of Pain's words reverberating in my ears, to claim an object. An object. What object? The answer surfaced instantly. The tailed beasts. Kurama. Kushina. An emergency council convened in the underground shelter beneath the Hokage Tower. With the communications tower destroyed, messengermen were dispatched to summon clan heads and department leaders. The chamber overflowed with figures, the atmosphere so thick with tension it seemed ready to ignite. The 3rd Hokage sat at the head of the table, his expression graver than ever before. Beside him stood his 2 advisors, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado. Jiraiya leaned silently against the wall. Fugaku Uchiha stood in the shadows, his Sharingan faintly shimmering. Hayashi Hyuga sat with eyes closed, lost in thought. I sat opposite the 3rd Hokage. Beside me lay Kushina, carried in on a stretcher by the Medical Division. She had insisted on attending the meeting upon hearing Pain's proclamation, and no one could dissuade her. Intelligence has been compiled, reported a senior ANBU, unfurling a scroll. Pain's projection covered the entirety of Konoha, and extended 10 kilometers beyond its borders. The nature of the technique remains unknown. Its chakra signature is unprecedented. Yet it pierced our highest tier barrier, indicating power far exceeding our estimates. And the black rods? Asked the 3rd Hokage. Recovered, replied another ANBU. But, analysis is impossible. The material matches no known metal. Chakra clinging to them is profoundly aberrant. 3 members of the Sealing Division who handled them developed severe chakra disruptions and are undergoing treatment. A collective gasp swept the room. 1 month. Hayashi opened his eyes. He said he would return in 1 month, to claim an object. All gazes converged upon Kushina. She sat upright, pale but resolute. I know, Kurama. Not only Kurama, Jiraiya interjected sharply. If Kurama alone were his aim, such a grand spectacle would be unnecessary. Akatsuki seeks all 9 tailed beasts, Kurama is merely one among them. Yet he chose open declaration, chose to strike Konoha directly. There must be a deeper purpose. He strode to the map, pointing to several crimson markers. According to recent intelligence, Akatsuki's raids on other villages were conducted covertly. The 2 tails Jinchuriki in Kumogakure. The 4 tails Jinchuriki in Iwagakure. The 6 tails Jinchuriki in Kirigakure, all were captured unseen without trace. So why declare war openly, exclusively upon Konoha? The question hung heavy, silencing the chamber. Because he does not seek Kurama alone. My voice cut through the stillness, clear and certain. He seeks the key. All eyes turn to me. The key. The third Hokage frowned. The necklace left by my father, I said. It is already in Akatsuki's possession. But the key itself cannot open the gate, it requires a precise technique and immense energy. Kurama's chakra may well be the energy they require. This deduction deepened the room's gravity. If they possess both key and Kurama, then the gate will open, Fugaku murmured low. And whatever lies beyond it will be unleashed. No one asked what lay beyond the gate. The third Hokage's expression spoke volumes. He knew, or at least knew part of it. Jiraiya, he said suddenly, you understand Akatsuki better than anyone. Do you believe they will truly come in 1 month? Jiraiya remained silent for a long while, then nodded. Yes. Pain does not bluff. What he declares he fulfills. Then what do we do? Koharu asked. Mobilize all forces for battle, or evacuate Kushina. No, Hayashi shook his head. If Kurama is their objective, relocation would place Kushina in greater peril. Konoha's defenses remain the most sophisticated in the shinobi world. Staying here allows us to concentrate all our strength against them. Yet they breached our barrier, someone whispered. Because we did not know their technique, the third Hokage replied. Next time such a breach will not occur. He rose, his gaze sweeping over every face. From this day forth Konoha enters maximum combat readiness. The barrier division stands watch around the clock. ANBU reconnaissance extends to the border. Each great clan shall contribute elite warriors to form an emergency response force. We have 1 month to prepare for every contingency. He looked at Kushina. You will remain at the village's heart under constant protection by elite ANBU. The sealing division will reinforce every defensive seal upon your residence. Kushina nodded, but beneath the blanket her hand gripped mine tightly. After the meeting adjourned, others departed. Kushina was carried back to her ward by the medical division. I walked beside her. The corridor was hushed save for the soft rhythm of our footsteps. Suddenly Kushina spoke from the stretcher. Minato. If they truly arrive tomorrow, and if things deteriorate to the worst possible extent. She paused, her voice trembling slightly. What will you do? I halted, gazing at her. Moonlight streamed through the corridor window, bathing her pallid face in silver. Her eyes held fear, but stronger still resolve, the quiet, unflinching courage of one who knows death may await yet chooses to face it anyway. Protect you. She blinked, then smiled tender in the moonlight. Idiot, even now you say such things. It is not about timing, I said, resuming our walk. It is about eternity. She said nothing more, only turned her head, hiding her face from me. Yet I saw the tips of her ears flush crimson. In the days that followed, Konoha transformed into a vast encampment. Shinobi patrolled every street. Training grounds echoed with exertion from dawn till dusk. Weapon shops thrived beyond expectation. Even the most leisurely dango shop shuttered. Its elderly proprietor's son had been conscripted into the emergency force, leaving no one to tend the stall. Kushina was relocated to a secluded compound at the village's center, ringed by layered barriers and hidden sentinels. Each day after completing my duties I visited her. One afternoon I opened her door to find her bent over a desk, intricate diagrams of sealing techniques spread before her. A brush hovered in her hand as she traced complex patterns, whispering incantations under her breath. What are you doing? I stepped closer. She startled, nearly dropping her brush. Minato. Why didn't you knock? I did, I said. You simply didn't hear. She muttered, rubbing her startled chest, then pointed to the diagram. I'm studying that technique, the projection used by pain. If we can devise a countermeasure. I leaned in. The parchment displayed elaborate chakra flow charts and dense arrays of sealing symbols, many beyond my immediate comprehension. Yet her lines were precise, each stroke rendered with meticulous care. Any progress? A little, she said, indicating several critical nodes. The principle resembles your shadow clone technique, but far more advanced. It demands 3 conditions: stable chakra output, exact spatial anchoring, and... She hesitated, her cheeks flushing. And a certain resonance between caster and target. She whispered, for instance, if 2 individuals share a profound emotional bond, their chakra may resonate, enabling the projection to manifest more readily. Emotional resonance. The phrase stilled me for several seconds. She kept her gaze lowered, pretending absorption in the diagram, yet her ears burned scarlet. I said nothing, only sat beside her, sharing the quiet contemplation of those arcane formulas. Sunlight filtered through the leaves outside, casting dappled light upon the floor. Time seemed to slow. Day 25. 5 days remained until Pain's declared arrival. That evening I visited Kushina as usual. The moment I opened the door, something felt wrong. The room stood empty. The bedclothes were rumpled, her research diagrams lay scattered across the desk, her brush resting beside them, ink still wet. She was gone. My heart clenched. Instantly my senses detected her familiar chakra, on the rooftop. I leapt upward. There she sat, knees drawn close, gazing at the setting sun. Her crimson hair stirred softly in the evening breeze, her silhouette held a quiet, solitary grace. Why sit up here alone? I settled beside her. She glanced at me, smiling faintly. Wanted to see the view outside. It's too stifling indoors. Together we watched the sun sink, its fiery disk bleeding the sky into hues of amber and rose. The silhouette of the Hokage rock stood stark against the twilight, its fractured 4th Hokage statue a silent witness. Minato, she asked suddenly, do you truly believe peace can be achieved? She had asked this before. Yes, I answered. But it demands time. Effort. And the sacrifice of many. Is it worth it? I looked at her. Sunset's golden light bathed her features, rendering her eyes deep, unfathomable pools. It is, I said. Because there are things worth protecting. She held my gaze for several seconds, then turned back to the horizon. When I was a child in Uzushio-gakure, she began softly, my mother often took me to the shore to watch the sunset. She said the sun sets each day, but rises again without fail. So no matter what happens, always trust in tomorrow. I listened in silence. Later Uzushio-gakure fell. My parents perished. I came alone to Konoha, knowing no one, understanding nothing. At that time I believed the sun would never rise again. Her voice was barely a whisper, like a private confession. But then I met you. Met Jiraiya Sensei. Met Fugaku. Met so many others. And I realized, the sun still rises. It just takes someone to wait for it beside you. She turned, smiled, and that smile outshone the dying sun. So thank you, Minato. Something within me stirred deeply. No thanks needed, I said. Because I too, have you waiting beside me. She froze, then flushed vividly, her cheeks burning crimson. She opened her mouth, but only incoherent syllables emerged. Finally she turned away, murmuring, idiot. We sat thus, watching the sun dissolve beneath the horizon. Night fell. Stars pricked the darkening vault. Far away Konoha's lanterns bloomed one by one. What would the battle 5 days hence bring? I did not know. But I knew, whatever came I would stand before her. This was our vow. Day 29. 1 day remained until Pain's declared arrival. The entire village held its breath. Every able-bodied shinobi stood prepared. Non-combatant civilians had been evacuated to underground shelters. The barrier division performed its final inspection, confirming every defensive seal functioned flawlessly. ANBU reconnaissance teams reported continuously, no anomalies, no sightings, no enemies. Too calm. So unnervingly calm. That night Kushina and I sat in her room. 2 bowls of instant noodles rested on the table, insisted upon by her, cooked with her own hands, though the flavor was rather unremarkable. Did I cook poorly? She asked timidly, watching my expression as I ate. It's fine, I said, and took another bite. She exhaled in relief and began eating herself. After a few bites she paused. Minato, If tomorrow. I mean if. It won't happen, I interrupted. I mean if she insisted. If I'm taken, what will you do? I set down my chopsticks and met her gaze. I'll retrieve you. And if you cannot? Then I'll pursue endlessly. She stared, tears welling. Idiot. What if the enemy is overwhelming? What if you cannot win? Then I will grow stronger. She finally laughed, then wept, laughter and tears mingling. Oh, my textbook perfect sensei, couldn't you say something sweeter? I considered, then spoke with quiet sincerity. I protect you, not because I am the strongest nor because I am guaranteed victory. Simply because. I wish to protect you. Nothing more. She froze, then flung her arms around me, holding me with desperate, crushing force. Promise me. Her voice muffled against my chest. You'll live. I'll live. We promised. I embraced her, my chin resting atop her head. Her crimson hair carried a faint sweet scent, mingling oddly with the aroma of noodles. I promise. Outside the moon hung full and luminous. What kind of day would tomorrow bring? I did not know. But I knew, whatever came I would stand before her. This was our vow. Sworn in the name of Minato Namikaze. Day 30. The morning sunlight fell upon the streets of Mai as usual, but the air was thick with a suffocating tension. The commercial district lay empty, every shop shuttered tight. No ninjas trained on the practice grounds, only a few crows pecked at something in the corner. I stood atop Kushina's residence, commanding a view of the entire Mai. The fourth Hokage's statue on the Huaying rock still bore the scars of the black rods, its shattered half-face gleamed harshly in the morning light. Kushina was behind me, clad in a deep crimson battle suit, her red hair tied in a sharp ponytail. Her face was pale, but her eyes were calm. She had slept well last night, or at least it seemed so. They're here. My spatial perception suddenly detected an anomaly. Not from outside the village, but from directly above. A black dot was rapidly expanding in the sky. No, not one, 6. 6 figures descended from the heavens, crashing like meteorites into different parts of Mai. Southeast, Barrier Team HQ. West, Umbu Communications Tower. North, Medical Building. East, Ninja Academy. Hokage Residence Front. Anne. The messenger ninja's voice trembled, Lady Kushina's residence. The final figure landed just 50 meters ahead of us. The dust cleared, revealing the figure's true form. Pain. His Rinnegan stared coldly at us, utterly expressionless. Orange hair, black robe, several black iron rods piercing his face. He stood there, yet gave the illusion that the entire world bowed before him. Uzumaki Kushina. His voice was identical to that day's projection, icy calm, devoid of emotion. Ninetails Jinchuriki. Surrender the Ninetails or watch Mai be destroyed. Kushina said nothing, only stepped forward to shield me. I pulled her back and positioned myself in front. The user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Namikaze Minato. Pain's gaze fell on me. Your speed is impressive. But speed is meaningless before absolute power. He raised one hand. Shinra Tensei. An irresistible repulsive force erupted from Pain, pushing everything around like an invisible giant hand. Houses collapsed, the ground cracked, trees were uprooted. I grabbed Kushina and activated the Flying Thunder God, vanishing an instant before the force struck us. We appeared on a rooftop 100 meters away. The spot Wed stood was leveled. Indeed fast, Pain lowered his hand. But how many times can you flee with her? His figure vanished. The next second he appeared before us. The same repulsive force erupted again. I activated the Flying Thunder God once more. Thus we flickered between Mui's rooftops, each time narrowly escaping Pain's attacks. But he was too fast, so fast my Flying Thunder God could barely keep distance. Minato. Kushina cried in my arms, let me go, I can fight. No. After another flash, Pain didn't pursue. He stood on a distant building watching us. Attrition strategy, he said calmly. How many more Flying Thunder Gods can your chakra sustain? 5. 10. My power is nearly infinite. He was right. Continuous use of the flying thunder god had drained my chakra and the old wound on my left abdomen began to throb. Just then two figures charged from the flank attacking Pain. Jiraiya and Fugaku. Sage Art Gomen. Susanoo Yasaka Magatama. A sea of fire and Chakra Magatama crashed toward Pain simultaneously. But he didn't even look, just raised a hand. Shinra Tensei. All attacks were deflected, even Jiraiya's sage technique. Jiraiya Sensei. Fugaku Susanoo shuddered violently from the repulsion, nearly crumbling. Pain's gaze lingered on Jiraiya for a moment. My teacher, you've come too. Jiraiya's expression was incredibly complex. Nagato. Are you really going this far? Nagato is dead, Pain said. I am a god. He raised his hand again, this time aimed at the entire Mai. Chibaku Tensei. A black sphere began to coalesce in the sky. Then a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the sphere. The ground split, buildings crumbled, everything was sucked toward that sphere, including us. He wants to destroy all of Mai. Jiraiya shouted. Kushina suddenly broke free of me and formed hand seals. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains, heaven's barrier. Golden chains surged from her back, not to attack but to weave into a massive net between us and the Chibaku Tensei. The chains trembled violently under the gravitational pull, emitting a piercing metallic screech. Kushina. I yelled. Go. Her voice shook but her gaze was resolute. Stop him. I can't hold long. I gritted my teeth, activated the flying thunder god and appeared behind Pain. Rasengan. Without turning, Pain unleashed Shinra Tensei again. I was repelled, but in that instant I hurled 3 special kunai, pinning them to the ground around him. Flying thunder god guidance, for symbol seal. The technique Kushina had taught me activated. The sealing formula on the kunai lit up simultaneously, forming a golden cage that trapped Pain. A sealing technique. Pain glanced at the chains. Interesting. He pressed his hand against the cage. Rinnegan, Limbo Border Jail. Nothing visible happened, but I sensed something unseen attacking the cage. The golden chains began to crack. At that moment Fugaku Susanoo took its complete form, a massive chakra blade slashing at Pain. Jiraiya's sage art also struck from the other side. Pain finally frowned. He raised both hands simultaneously. Shinra Tensei, maximum output. A terrifying repulsive force exploded from his center. Susanoo shattered, the sage art was repelled and I was sent flying far. When I steadied myself I saw a despairing scene. Kushina's chain net had been torn open and she herself was being sucked toward the Chibaku Tensei. Kushina. I charged madly, but the distance was too great to reach in time. In that critical moment a golden light shot from the side and struck the core of the Chibaku Tensei. Not a Rasengan, it was a spiral flash. Kushina at the last second used that technique she had developed herself to hit the black sphere. The Chibaku Tensei shuddered, the gravity weakened for an instant. In that instant I grabbed her. Flying Thunder God, activated. We appeared on the ground far from that terrifying gravitational field. The Chibaku Tensei lost control, began to collapse and finally fell as countless fragments. Pain watched all this, showing his first expression of surprise. That technique. You developed it yourself? He asked Kushina. Kushina gasped heavily, her face deathly pale, but she still stood beside me. That's right. I've got plenty more techniques I haven't shown yet. Pain stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, the first smile he had shown today, yet it was even more chilling. Interesting, he said. You're different from the rumors. But. He raised his hand and countless black rods appeared in the sky, dense and blotting out the sun. It's over. The black rods rained down. Jiraiya's mud wall, Fugaku Susanoo, my flying thunder god, all tried to block, but there were too many rods. One rod pierced Jiraiya's shoulder. One pierced Fugaku's leg. One grazed my cheek. More rods aimed at Kushina. I shielded her with my body, taking 3 rods myself. The searing pain darkened my vision, but I didn't fall. Minato. Kushina's scream rang in my ears. I promised. I heard my own voice, very faint but clear, to protect you. The power of the rods eroded my body chakra, draining consciousness, blurring. In the last second before I collapsed I saw Kushina step in front of me. Her silhouette against the rain of black rods blazed like a flame. Then darkness swallowed everything. When I woke I lay among the ruins. My whole body ached but I was alive. The rods had been removed, the wounds crudely bandaged. Kushina knelt beside me, face streaked with tears, but when she saw me awake she smiled. "Idiot. You scared me." I struggled to sit up. The scene around me left me speechless. Destroyed. The once bustling streets had become a wasteland. Huaying Rock had completely collapsed, the statues of the 5 Hokage reduced to rubble. Burning buildings everywhere, groans of the wounded filling the air. Jiraiya leaned against a half-wall, blood still seeping from his shoulder wound. Fukaka Susanoo had long dissipated, he lay unconscious among the rubble. Several Uchiha clan members desperately tried to revive him. And Pain stood atop the highest ruin looking down upon it all. "This is pain," his voice echoed through my. "Only when you experience the same pain I have will you truly understand the meaning of peace." He raised his hand aiming at Kushina. "I'll take the 9 tails." At that moment a figure charged from the debris, the 3rd Hokage. He was covered in wounds but his eyes were still sharp. He stood before Kushina forming hand seals. Dead demon consuming seal. The figure of the death god emerged behind him. The 3rd Hokage intended to seal Pain at the cost of his own life. But Pain merely glanced, then raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. The 3rd Hokage was pulled toward Pain, struggling in midair but unable to break free. "Sensei." Jiraiya tried with all his might to stand and rush over, but his injuries were too severe, he fell after only a few steps. Kushina tried to charge forward but I held her back. "Let me go," she shouted. "Going, want help," I said, my voice hoarse but calm. "We need a new plan." Even as I said it I knew there was no plan left. Pain was too strong. That power was beyond what human strength could oppose. Just as despair gripped everyone, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. A massive figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing between Pain and the 3rd Hokage. It was a toad. On the giant toad's back stood a white-haired figure. Not Jiraiya, it was Jiraiya Sensei. Kushina gasped. But Jiraiya was still leaning against the wall. Then this. Toad Sage Mode, the white-haired figure spoke, his voice identical to Jiraiya's but more ethereal. "I've been keeping this hidden for this very moment." Was that Jiraiya's shadow clone? No, something more advanced. It was a sage art clone. Nagato, the real Jiraiya, stood up from the wall, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sage clone. "You were once my student, I know you. Your pain is real but your methods are wrong." Pain looked at him and for the first time complex emotions appeared in his Rinnegan. "Sensei. Pain cannot bring peace," Jiraiya continued. "Only understanding and tolerance can. You have forgotten that and forgotten those who once loved you." Pain fell silent. At that moment Fugaku awoke. His Sharingan had completely changed, no longer 3 tomo but a complex pattern never seen before. "Mangekyo Sharingan," he murmured. "I see. His weakness." He pointed at Pain. "Those black rods connect him to his true body. Destroy the rods and you sever his control." Everyone looked at the rods on Pain's body, face, hands, body, 9 in total. "I'll do it," I stood up, battered but still with chakra to use. Flying Thunder God can bypass his repulsion. "I'll go with you," Kushina also stood. "And me," Jiraiya and his sage clone said simultaneously. "The Uchiha will join." Fugaku steadied himself, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning. "The 3rd Hokage was rescued by the sage clone," he nodded at me. "Minato, it's in your hands." I took a deep breath, my gaze locking onto the rods on Pain. 9 rods. 9 targets. 9 strikes. They had to be completed simultaneously or he would use Shinra Tensei to defend. "Kushina, can you lock onto all the rods at once with your adamantine sealing chains?" She closed her eyes to sense. "I can, but only for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Enough." Jiraiya Sensei, Fugaku, you two, draw his attention. Both nodded. Execute. Jiraiya and his sage clone charged out simultaneously from two directions attacking Pain. Fugaku Susanoo formed again, smaller than before but still enough to pose a threat. Pain's attention was drawn. He raised both hands to unleash Shinra Tensei. Now. Kushina. Golden chains shot out simultaneously, precisely entangling the 9 rods on Pain's body. Pain's movement stalled, the sealing formula on the chains interfered with his chakra flow. I activated the Flying Thunder God. Not once but 9 times. 9 figures appeared simultaneously before the 9 rods. 9 kunai pierced the joints between rods and body at the same moment. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then all 9 rods fell off simultaneously. Pain's body shuddered violently. The light in his Rinnegan began to flicker. He looked down at himself, revealing his first expression of shock. This is impossible. His body began to disintegrate, scattering like sand. Just before completely vanishing, he looked up at us, at Jiraiya, at Kushina, and finally at me. You won. His voice became very faint, no longer the tone of a god but like an ordinary person. But the war won't end. Akatsuki has others. He looked at Kushina. Protect her. The 9 tails Jinchuriki is the key. And also the lock. With those words, Pain's body completely dissipated. In the sky, the remains of the massive Chibaku Tensei also began to crumble, falling as countless fragments. But this time there was no gravity, just ordinary debris. Mai was saved. Kushina rushed over and embraced me. I caught her, the two of us wounded and exhausted, standing amidst the ruins holding each other tightly. Jiraiya leaned against the half-wall smiling at us. Fugaku sat on the ground, his Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated, eyes closed in exhaustion. The third Hokage was helped up by the medical team. He looked at the ruins, but there was no despair in his eyes, only resolve. In the distance, survivors began emerging from shelters. Some wept, some were silent, but some started clearing debris, helping each other, beginning to rebuild. We had won this battle. But the price was the entire Mai. I held Kushina, gazing at the sky. The sun was setting, painting the ruins a dark red. Would the sun rise again tomorrow? Yes. Because someone had lit a spark in the darkness. The first hour after Pain's dispersal, Konoha lay in silent ruins. I stood where Hokage Rock once was. Beneath my feet were the shattered faces of past Hokages. Half of the first's face was buried in rubble, the second's right eye was nowhere to be found, the third had only half a beard left, and the fourth, my predecessor, was completely shattered with not a single intact fragment to be found. The setting sun bathed everything in crimson. Footsteps sounded behind me. Kushina walked up beside me, saying nothing, simply holding my hand gently. Her hand trembled, whether from cold or something else I could not tell. I tightened my grip on her hand. We will rebuild, she said softly. We will rebuild together. We stood there watching as the sun slowly sank, as the night enveloped the ruins. When the first flame ignited, I turned to look at the village. It was not fire but lights. Survivors emerged from their shelters, starting to light bonfires in the ruins. 1 pile, 2 piles, 10 piles, 100 piles. The flames connected across the ruins like starlight, illuminating the ground. Some were crying, some were calling out the names of loved ones, while others silently searched for anything useful. But more people began to dig through the rubble, rescuing others, clearing paths that could be walked. Medical tents were set up and the injured were carried inside. The cooking team set up large pots and began to boil porridge. The surviving members of the Umbu spontaneously formed patrols, keeping watch at the edges of the ruins. Ninjas from various clans organized themselves to take on rescue efforts in different areas. No one issued orders. Everyone was doing what they could. This is Konoha, Jiraiya said as he approached us, his shoulder still bandaged but able to walk. As long as there is one person alive, we will rise again. He looked at the flames and smiled. That smile held weariness, sadness, but above all pride. Come on, he said, the old man wants us over there. The temporary command center was set up in the largest room of the shelter. This was originally a storage area, now crowded with people. The third Hokage, 2 advisors, clan leaders from various families, high-ranking members of the Umbu, and elite ninjas who had been pulled back from the battlefield. When the three of us walked in, everyone turned to look at us. In those gazes were gratitude, respect, and complex emotions. The third Hokage sat behind a simple wooden table, his face pale but his gaze still sharp. He nodded when he saw us. "Have a seat." He gestured to a few empty spots next to him. We sat down. Kushina was on my left and Jiraiya on my right. "First, thank you all." The third Hokage's gaze swept over the three of us. "If it weren't for you, Konoha would truly no longer exist today." Applause broke out in the room. Kushina lowered her head uncomfortably. I nodded slightly and Jiraiya waved his hand with a smile. "But the war is not over yet." Once the applause subsided, the third Hokage continued, "Though pain has been defeated, Akatsuki still exists. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence." He paused and looked at me. "Minato, your necklace, that key, is still in Akatsuki's possession. Furthermore, we have confirmed that the true mastermind behind Akatsuki is someone else." This information caused an uproar in the room. Pain is not the leader. The wielder of the Rinnegan is not the leader. Then who is the real leader? The third Hokage raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Based on the intelligence provided by Jiraiya as well as our analysis of Pain's corpse, we have reached a shocking conclusion: Pain is merely a puppet. The true mastermind is someone who calls himself Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. That name detonated in the room like a bomb. "Impossible!" as someone shouted. "Obito died during the battle at the Valley of the End." "What died was his body," Jiraiya interjected, "but his will. Or rather, a certain plan of his has been ongoing in the shadows. Akatsuki is just a tool he uses to collect tailed beasts. Pain is merely his pawn." Kushina's hand tightly clutched mine under the table. Her hand was cold but held firmly. "If Obito is truly still alive." Fugika's voice rang out from the corner, "Then what is his goal?" Everyone turned to look at him. He had also survived this battle, though injured, but the Uchiha's recovery ability had allowed him to move. "Infinite Tsukimi," the third Hokage spoke that term, a genjutsu that covers the entire world. It traps everyone in an eternal dream, realizing the so-called peace. The room fell into a deathly silence. To plunge the whole world into illusion. This was more terrifying than war, more despairing than death. "And the key?" I spoke up, "What does it have to do with this plan?" The third Hokage looked at me, his gaze complex. "According to the materials left by your father, the door that connects to that place seals a portion of the chakra from the tailed beasts that Obito collected back then. If Akatsuki can open that door, they will obtain that chakra and accelerate the preparations for infinite Tsukimi. So that's why Akatsuki was so obsessed with the key." "What do we do now?" someone asked. The third Hokage remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Rebuild Konoha. That is our top priority. Without the village we are nothing." He looked at all of us, "But at the same time we must also be prepared. Prepared to face the next war, prepared to confront the true enemy." He stood up and walked in front of me. "Minato, starting today you are no longer the light of the Umbu." I was taken aback. "You have proven yourself," the third Hokage said. "On the battlefield you saved the Jinchuriki, tactically you found Pain's weaknesses, in leadership you led your team to accomplish the impossible mission. Konoha needs a new Hokage." The room erupted in chatter again. Some were shocked, some were excited, and some were hesitant. I wanted to say something, but the third Hokage interrupted me. "Not now," he said, "after the village is rebuilt. But before that you need to start preparing. Learning, growing, becoming stronger. Because the next Hokage will face not just war but the fate of the entire shinobi world." He looked into my eyes. "Are you ready?" I remained silent for a few seconds. Then I felt Kushina's grip tighten on my hand. I turned to look at her. She nodded at me, her eyes shining with tears, but more than that, pride and determination. I turned back to the third Hokage. "I'm ready." As I stepped out of the temporary command center, it was already deep into the night. The bonfires still burned amidst the ruins. People sat around the fires eating simple food and speaking softly. Some were counting losses, others were planning the work for tomorrow, and some were silently weeping. Kushina walked beside me, remaining silent the entire time. When we reached a relatively intact rooftop, she stopped, climbed up, and sat down. I followed her, sitting down beside her. The night sky was clear, the stars exceptionally bright. Without the lights of Konoha, the Milky Way was clearly visible. "Minato," she suddenly spoke, "you will make a good Hokage." I turned to look at her. The glow of the bonfire illuminated her face, making her features appear especially soft. "Why are you so sure?" She smiled. "Because you have things you want to protect. Not power, not fame, but every person who needs protection." She paused, her voice softening, "Including me." I looked at her profile, not responding. She remained silent, gazing up at the stars. After a long while she spoke again. "When I was little in Yuzushiogakure, my mom often took me to see the stars. She said that each star is the soul of a deceased person watching over us from above. Do you believe it?" "I don't know," she pondered, "but if that's true, my mom and dad should be watching over me from above, right?" She turned to look at me, her eyes sparkling. "Then your mom and dad must be watching you too. They will be proud of you." My heart skipped a beat. Will mom and dad be proud of me? I recalled the memory seal left by my father, remembering his last words, "Protect her well." Perhaps the her he spoke of was not just Kushina but everyone who needed protection. I said, "Maybe so." Kushina smiled, leaning against my shoulder. And just like that we sat amidst the ruins, watching the stars and listening to the crackling of the bonfire in the distance. Tomorrow the sun will rise. Tomorrow the rebuilding will begin. Tomorrow new wars may come. But at least for now, in this moment, we are together. That's enough. The next morning I was awakened by the first rays of sunlight. Kushina was still leaning against my shoulder, sleeping soundly. Her brows were slightly furrowed, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she were dreaming something pleasant. I didn't move, just quietly watched her. The morning light fell on her face, making her skin look as if it were glowing. A few strands of red hair fell down, covering half of her face. I reached out and gently brushed those strands aside. She stirred, opened her eyes and looked at me drowsily. "Good morning," she murmured. "Good morning." She froze for a moment, then realized she was leaning on my shoulder, her face instantly flushed as she sat up straight. How long did I sleep?" "Not long," I said, "just after sunrise." She sighed in relief, then looked at me and suddenly smiled. "That's nice." "What?" "Nothing." She stood up, extending her hand to me. "Come on, it's time to work." I took her hand and stood up. In the ruins, people were already busy. Clearing rubble, erecting temporary shelters, distributing supplies. Everyone was doing their part. The third Hokage stood not far away, discussing something with several clan leaders. When he saw us, he nodded. Fugaku was clearing the ruins of the Uchiha compound with a few Uchiha clan members. His Sharingan was already closed, but his movements were still precise. In the distance, Hinata Hayashi was commanding the Hyuga clan members, using his Byakugan to search for survivors buried beneath the rubble. Everyone was making an effort. Kushina and I exchanged a glance and then walked towards the nearest pile of rubble. The sun rose higher and higher, casting sunlight on everyone. Amidst the embers of Konoha, a new spark was igniting. Konoha has been rebuilt for almost 8 months and the village has regained its former vitality. The third Hokage summoned me to the Hokage office. He was alone in the office. He sat by the window with a pipe in hand, gazing at the completed village outside. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle light on his face. "Minato, take a seat." He turned and gestured for me to sit across from him. I sat down, waiting for him to speak. "The reconstruction of Konoha is complete," he said, his voice tinged with satisfaction, "faster and better than I expected. You played a significant role in this." "It was a collective effort," I replied. The third Hokage nodded, then took something out of the drawer, the familiar Hokage hat. "Minato," he looked at me seriously, "I have thought about this for a long time. Now it is time." He pushed the hat towards me. "From today on you are the fourth Hokage of Konoha." I gazed at the hat. It was a symbol worn by all previous Hokages, representing both responsibility and honor. "Third Hokage." I wanted to say something, but he raised his hand to interrupt me. "You have already proven yourself in the battle against pain," he said. "Your leadership during the reconstruction, your love for the village, your protection of your comrades. All of these make me believe that you are the most suitable candidate." He stood up, walked to the window and looked out at Konoha. "I am getting old, Minato. The village needs younger and stronger leadership. And that person is you. I stood up and walked to his side. Outside the window Konoha sparkled in the sunlight. New streets, new houses, new lives. People were coming and going, children playing, shops and business, and smoke rising from chimneys. This is my village. The place where I grew up. The place I have protected with my life. I accept, I said. The third Hokage turned to me, his eyes filled with both satisfaction and reluctance. Very well, he said. 3 days from now the inauguration ceremony will be held. That night I returned home and Kushina was busy in the kitchen. She was 5 months pregnant, her belly visibly rounded, yet she remained restless. Upon seeing me return she said without turning, "It will be ready soon. I made your favorite." I walked into the kitchen and gently hugged her from behind. She was startled for a moment, then smiled. "What's up? Why are you so clingy today?" "Kushina," I buried my head in her red hair, "the third Hokage talked to me today." She turned to look at me. "What did he say?" "He said he wants me to be the fourth Hokage." She was stunned, her eyes gradually widening, and then she burst out with a sharp scream, "Really?" She hugged me tightly, her strength almost taking my breath away. "That's great, Minato. I knew you could do it." I couldn't help but laugh as she held me tight. After she released me she looked at me, her eyes sparkling. "So did you agree?" "Yeah." She screamed again, then suddenly remembered something, touching her belly and saying, "Baby, did you hear that? Daddy is going to be Hokage." I looked at her, feeling an indescribable warmth swell within me. "Kushina." Thank you." She was taken aback for a moment, then blushed slightly. "What are you thanking me for?" "I haven't done anything. You've always been here," I said. "That's enough." She lowered her head, mumbling softly, "You idiot." Outside the window the moon was full. We cuddled together, feeling the gentle movements of the little life inside her. That is our child. In a few months he will come into this world. 3 days later the inauguration ceremony was held in front of the Hokage building. The weather was beautiful that day with bright sunshine. The square was filled with thousands of people, more than any previous occasion. I stood on the stage wearing the Hokage hat, looking at the familiar faces below. Jiraiya Sensei gave me a thumbs up from the crowd, smiling like a child. Fugaku stood at the forefront of the Uchiha clan, nodding slightly in greeting. Hinata Hayashi led the Hyuga clan, nodding at me. There were also my comrades from Umbu, the teachers from the ninja school, and shopkeepers from the commercial street. Every face was so familiar and dear. And there was Kushina. She stood at the front, her belly rounded, her red hair blazing like fire in the sunlight. She said nothing, just looked at me with sparkling eyes and a smile at the corners of her mouth. The third Hokage stood beside me, announcing loudly, "From today on, Namikaze Minato is officially inaugurated as the fourth Hokage of Konoha." The review section includes images. The cheers surged like a tide. I slightly bowed my head in gratitude. In that moment I thought of many people, those who had helped me along my path of growth and those who had already departed. And also my parents. Although I have no memories of them, I know they must be watching me from somewhere. "Father, mother, your son has become Hokage." After the inauguration ceremony ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Kushina ran to my side and hugged me. Everyone around was laughing and she didn't care about feeling shy anymore. "Hokage-sama," she whispered in my ear, "please take care of me from now on." I couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go home," I said. "Okay." We walked home hand in hand. Along the way villagers constantly stopped to bow to me. Kushina whispered beside me, "Does this mean we can't casually stroll around anymore?" "We can," I said, "it might just take a bit longer." She thought for a moment, then smiled, "Then you have to hold my hand tightly, don't lose me." "I want." The sunlight shone upon us. That little home was just ahead. Days passed by like this. After becoming Hokage, my work indeed became busier. Every day from dawn I had to deal with piles of documents, attend various meetings, and make numerous decisions. But Kushina was always there. As Hokage's wife, she stayed by my side, helping me organize documents, reminding me to eat and making me tea when I was tired. Sometimes when I was busy until late, she would fall asleep on the sofa in the office, her red hair spread over the pillow, her breathing gentle. I would stop writing and watch her. Moonlight streamed through the window, landing on her, making her look like a sleeping child. In that moment all my fatigue vanished. That evening we went to the commercial street to buy dumplings as usual. The shopkeeper, an old lady, saw us and smiled, her eyes squinting. Hokage-sama. Hokage's wife. You came at the right time, just out of the oven. Kushina took the dumplings, eagerly took a bite, and then squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. I watched her and couldn't help but laugh. On the way home she suddenly said, Minato, let's give the baby a name. I thought for a moment. The protagonist in Jurisensius novel, the boy who always pursued his dreams. Naruto, I said. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. She repeated softly, her eyes lighting up. That's a beautiful name. Naruto, little Naruto. She touched her belly, speaking to the baby inside. Did you hear that? You have a name now. It's Naruto. Your daddy named you. I watched this scene feeling warm in my heart. That was our home, our child, our future. That night Kushina suddenly said she wanted to see the stars. We climbed up the small hillside behind Hokage Rock, a place we often visited in our youth. The hillside was covered with soft grass, and stepping on it felt tender, the night breeze carrying the chill of autumn. Kushina found a flat stone to sit on and I sat beside her. The night sky was clear with countless stars twinkling. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a glowing river. Minato, she leaned on my shoulder, what do you think Naruto will be like when he grows up? I don't know, I said. He will definitely be as handsome as you, she said matter-of-factly, and he will be strong like you. Then he will marry a beautiful wife and have a bunch of kids. A bunch. Yeah, it will be lively. She laughed. Then we will be grandparents, playing with our grandchildren every day. As she spoke her voice gradually lowered. Kushina. I looked down at her. She had already fallen asleep, leaning on my shoulder, a faint smile on her lips. I gently held her, making her more comfortable. The night breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of grass and wood. I looked up at the starry sky, pondering her earlier words. Naruto. Our son. What kind of person will he become? I don't know. But I know that no matter what kind of person he becomes, Kushina and I will love him. We will love him forever. I didn't know that night would be the last peaceful night like this. I didn't know the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. I didn't know there was a pair of eyes watching us from the darkness. All I knew was that at that moment she was peacefully asleep in my arms and our child was gently moving in her belly. All I knew was that at that moment I was very happy. That was enough. Kushina's due date had arrived. That evening the third Hokage personally led a team to escort Kushina to a secret location outside the village. It was deep within a dense forest on the borders of Konoha, surrounded by dark sentinels and barriers. As a precaution, the third Hokage had Kushina change into male clothing to minimize attention. In the delivery room Kushina lay on the bed, her red hair soaked in sweat. I held her hand, staying by her side. Minato. Her voice trembled with pain, but she gritted her teeth. Naruto. He will be born safely, right? He will be. I tightened my grip on her hand. I promise. The labor process was long and arduous. Time passed slowly and the night outside grew darker. Finally a loud cry shattered the silence of the night. It's a boy, exclaimed the medical ninja excitedly. I saw the small infant, golden hair the same color as mine, a wrinkled little face, crying loudly with closed eyes. Kushina smiled weakly. Let me see. I brought the child to her side. She looked at him with tenderness, as if all her pain had been rewarded at that moment. Naruto. She whispered, our Naruto. At that moment I felt like the happiest person in the world. But at that moment, boom. A violent explosion sounded from outside. The barrier was torn apart. The cries of the Umbu echoed one after another. I sprang to my feet, handing the child to Kushina and placing myself in front of them. The door was blasted open. A man wearing an orange whirlpool mask stood there, revealing only one eye. It was a Sharingan. Good evening, fourth Hokage. His voice was hoarse and cold. I said nothing and struck instantly. The kunai aimed at his throat. But his body twisted, the space rippled like water and he vanished. Not good. I spun around and he had already appeared beside Kushina, one hand pressing on her abdomen. Stop. I charged again. But his body twisted once more, disappearing along with Kushina. Spacetime ninjutsu, just like my flying thunder god. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to calm down. Sensing, I expanded my awareness fully. Kushina's chakra. Found it. In the woods southeast of the village. Flying thunder god, in an instant of space transition I appeared in the woods. The masked man was pressing Kushina to the ground. Around her body the chakra of the nine tails was being forcibly stripped away, blood-red chakra was being drawn from her body like threads coalescing in the air. Let her go. I rushed forward, thrusting the kunai into his back. He released Kushina and turned to face me. Kunai clashed, sparks flying. Our figures flickered wildly in the woods, each collision, each instantaneous movement left deep marks on the ground. His spacetime ninjutsu was indeed bizarre. Every time I was about to hit him his body would twist, vanish from the spot and then appear somewhere else. But I was faster. Flying Thunder God's second stage, at the moment he appeared I was already waiting there. The kunai pierced his arm. He let out a muffled groan, hurried breaths escaping from beneath the mask. Blood dripped from his arm. But he did not stop. He formed hand seals with one hand, the extraction of the nine tails was complete. Boom! A massive red fox burst forth from Kushina's body, its nine tails swaying in the night sky. The nine tails in its complete form had descended. That chakra. Immense, violent, filled with endless hatred. Even I felt a suffocating pressure in that moment. The masked man jumped onto the head of the nine tails, his Sharingan intently fixed on the beast. The nine tails' struggles gradually subsided. Its eyes transformed into the same Sharingan pattern as the masked man. The nine tails was under control. Go, the masked man raised his hand, destroy Konoha. The nine tails howled towards the sky, shaking the entire forest. Then it turned and charged toward Konoha. Kushina. I rushed to Kushina's side. Her complexion was pale, devoid of any color. The life of the Jinchuriki was rapidly fading after the extraction of the tailed beast. Minato. Her voice was so weak it was almost inaudible, trembling with each word. Naruto. Where's Naruto? He is in a safe place. I held her hand, my voice trembling. Hold on, I'm coming. Minato. She interrupted me, gripping my hand with her last bit of strength, her nails nearly digging into my flesh. Listen to me. The Jinchuriki being stripped of the tailed beast. Will die. I know. No. But Naruto is still alive. She forced a smile, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. I used my last strength to protect him. Her voice grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Seal the nine tails into Naruto. This is the only way. No. I nearly shouted, if you do that he will become a Jinchuriki just like you. But he will be alive. She looked at me, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Our son will live. In the distance the roar of the nine tails shook the heavens. Towards Konoha flames soared into the sky. The cries of the umbu, the booming sounds of collapsing houses, the wails of people. Even from this distance I could hear it. I had to make a choice. I looked into her eyes. Those emerald green eyes held love, reluctance, but more so determination, a mother's unwavering resolve to protect her child. Kushina. Promise me. She tightened her grip on my hand. Protect Naruto. Let him live well. I closed my eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then I opened my eyes. I promise you. She smiled. That smile was as radiant as the first time we met. I brought Kushina back to Naruto's side. The third Hokage was already there, holding little Naruto. Seeing us covered in blood, his expression changed. Minato. Kushina. Third Hokage, please take care of them. I gently set Kushina down and turned to leave. Minato. Kushina called out to stop me. I turned back. She looked at me, tears in her eyes, but more importantly pride. Be careful. I nodded. The Flying Thunder God activated. I appeared above Konoha. The scene before me sank my heart to the bottom. Konoha was burning. The nine tails was rampaging, its tails swept, reducing a neighborhood to rubble, its claws struck, leaving deep chasms in the ground. The Umbu ninjas fought desperately, but their ninjutsu left no mark on the Ninetales. The third Hokage was organizing a counterattack, but he was helpless. At that moment the Ninetales opened its mouth. Chakra was wildly gathering in it, a black swirling destructive chakra ball. Tailed Beast Ball. That enormous black sphere contained enough power to destroy all of Konoha. It was aimed directly at the center of the village. There was no time left. But I had to try. Flying Thunder God, I appeared in front of the Ninetales. The Tailed Beast Ball was already fired. That destructive energy rushed toward me, the heat wave almost melting me. I pressed my hands against it. Flying Thunder God guided lightning. Space twisted violently. My chakra was drained by half in an instant, no, even more. The Tailed Beast Ball was forcibly redirected. It vanished into the distorted space. The next second the distant sea exploded, sending towering waves into the air. I succeeded. But the Ninetales had already broken free from the Umbu's entanglement and opened its mouth again. The second Tailed Beast Ball was gathering. I gasped for breath. My chakra was running low. If there was another attack I couldn't hold on. At that moment a figure appeared above the Ninetales, the masked man. He looked at me, his Sharingan revealing no emotions. Fourth Hokage, he said, you are strong. But you cannot stop me. He raised his hand. The Ninetales' tail swept toward me. I used Flying Thunder God to dodge, appearing behind him. Rasengan. He vanished. When he reappeared he was already on the other side of the Ninetales. Your Flying Thunder God is indeed impressive, he said, but my spacetime ninjutsu is not inferior. I did not respond and charged at him again. Our figures flickered wildly around the Ninetales. Kunai Rasengan Flying Thunder God. Each clash was fraught with danger. I fought him into a small grove, the playground where Kushina and I often played as children. No wonder they call you the Yellow Flash, the masked man suddenly laughed, are you Uchiha Madara? I asked him firmly. The masked man remained silent, then charged at me. I used Rasengan to attack him, but I was suddenly shocked to find that I had passed through his body. Just as I completely passed through his body he bound me with chains from behind. I quickly activated Flying Thunder God to evade this attack. When I attacked him his body began to phase out, and when he attacked me he turned solid. Maybe this method could work. I then launched an attack on the masked man. I threw kunai at him. The kunai indeed passed through his body. I immediately began to form a Rasengan with my left hand. Got you, the masked man said in a tone of certainty. Flying Thunder God second stage. I activated Flying Thunder God second stage, appearing above him, then struck down with the Rasengan in my hand. Indeed it hit him. He let out a muffled groan and got back up. You. His voice was a bit unclear. I did not give him a chance. With my other hand pressed against him, the mark of Flying Thunder God. As long as I had this mark he couldn't escape. But he suddenly laughed. Do you think this can stop me? He raised his hand, formed seals, and then vanished from this place. The roar of the Ninetales sounded again. It no longer gathered tailed beast balls but charged directly toward Konoha. I released him and chased after the Ninetales. But the Ninetales was too fast. It had already entered the core area of Konoha. The third Hokage was organizing the final defense. The ninjas of various clans were fighting desperately. But with a sweep of the Ninetales' paw dozens of people were sent flying. I could not delay any longer. I returned to Kushina's side. She was already on the brink but still holding on, looking at Naruto. Minato. Her voice was barely audible. At that moment the Ninetales' paw came down. Its target was Naruto. Kushina and I rushed toward Naruto simultaneously. Pfft. A searing pain pierced through both Kushina and me. We were impaled together, blood pouring from the wounds pooling on the ground. Kushina trembled in pain, but she did not scream. She simply looked at me, tears flowing silently. But this way we were closest to the Ninetales. I held Kushina and Naruto tightly with my last bit of strength. Naruto was still crying. He did not know what was happening, just instinctively crying. I looked at his little face, my tears blurring my vision. Naruto. I'm sorry. My voice trembled. There are many things I want to say actually. Minato. Kushina's voice was almost inaudible. I looked at her. Her eyes had begun to dull, but she was still trying to look at me. Together. She said. I nodded. Then I released one hand and formed seals. Reaper Death Seal. The spectral figure of the Death God appeared behind me. A gigantic terrifying pale Death God reached through my body, grasping the chakra of the Nine Tails. A tearing pain spread throughout my body. I felt my soul being slowly ripped apart, but I did not stop. The chakra of the Nine Tails was torn in half. One half sealed within me to be consumed by the Death God. The other half, Kushina, she used her last bit of strength to form seals with me. 8 trigrams sealing. The other half of the Nine Tails was sealed into Naruto's body. After everything ended, I looked at Kushina. She smiled. That smile was as radiant as the first time we met. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Kushina. Kushina. She did not open her eyes again. The hand of the Death God grasped me. I felt my soul being dragged away. In the last moment I looked at the third Hokage. He stood not far away, covered in blood, holding Naruto. Darkness. Endless eternal darkness. Is this death? I tried to open my eyes but felt no presence of eyelids. I attempted to reach out my hand but felt no existence of my arms. No body, no weight, no touch, no sound, only consciousness drifting alone in this void. The last moment's memory was still vividly engraved deep within my soul. The claws of the Nine Tails pierced through my body. Scalding blood gushed from the wound, and I looked down to see that enormous red claw penetrating my chest from behind, piercing through the tightly held Kushina. We were intertwined, blood flowing from the wounds of both dripping onto Naruto's small face. Kushina lay in my arms, her complexion pale as paper, yet she still smiled. That smile was as radiant as when we first met. Minato, let's go together. We formed the seal together. The 8 trigram seal. The other half of the Nine Tails was sealed inside Naruto's tiny body. That newly born infant, unaware of what had happened, instinctively cried out. His voice was so loud, so full of life. I saw Kushina gently kiss his forehead. Naruto. I'm sorry. There are so many things I want to say. The hand of death grasped me. Kushina's hand slipped from mine. Darkness engulfed everything. Now I am in this darkness. I do not know how long it has been. Here time has no meaning. 1 minute and 1,000 years are no different. I tried to sense the outside world, but the belly of death isolated everything. I could only feel the endless darkness and myself. Another presence. A vast, violent and hate-filled existence. The Nine Tails. The half of the Nine Tails that I sealed, Nine Tails. It is here as well. Human. A deep voice echoed in the darkness, each syllable filled with grinding hatred. How long have you trapped me here? I fell silent for a moment. I don't know, I replied, my voice sounding hollow and distant in the darkness, but it seems we will be here for a long time. Damn human. The Nine Tails roared, shaking the darkness with its rage. One day I will break free. I will tear you to pieces. I will level Konoha to the ground. I will make all humans feel my pain. My hatred. I did not respond. The Nine Tails' roar continued for a very long time. It cursed, it howled, it used all the vicious language it could think of to curse me and all humanity. But in endless darkness even the strongest anger would be worn down by time. Gradually it quieted down. We coexisted like this. Occasionally it would curse a few times, and occasionally I would respond once or twice. But most of the time there was endless silence. In the silence I thought of Kushina. I thought of the first time I saw her on the back mountain of the ninja school. Her red hair looked like a burning flame under the sunlight, her green eyes full of stubbornness. She was surrounded by several senior students, yet she stared at them defiantly. I thought of her clumsily practicing Shuriken on the training field, failing again and again yet never giving up. I remembered her turning to me and saying, "Thank you." Her voice was small but her eyes shone brightly. I thought of her declaring she wanted to become Hokage, so loud and confident that everyone couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't care. I thought of the terrible bento she made for me, those strange combinations, those expectant eyes. I thought of her talking to Naruto every day while rubbing her belly during her pregnancy. I remembered her last smile. Human. The voice of the Ninetales suddenly sounded, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking of my wife," I said. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment. "Human emotions," it said, its tone laced with disdain yet tinged with a hint of complexity, "I have seen too many. Hatred, fear, pain, despair. But you humans always cling to those weak things. That is not weakness." I replied, "That is strength." The Ninetales fell silent again. In the darkness, time continued to pass. I do not know how long it has been when suddenly there was a change in the darkness. A strange chakra fluctuation came from a very distant place. The Ninetales felt it too. "This is..." Its voice was low, "Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. That forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage." The chakra fluctuation grew stronger. A crack opened in the darkness and light shone through, not sunlight but some strange grayish-white light. A hand reached in. No, not a hand, but a chakra hand formed by some technique. It was tearing at the belly of death. I felt my body being pulled towards that crack. "Human." The Ninetales' voice came, "Are you leaving?" "It seems so," I said. The Ninetales fell silent. Then it said, "Once you go out, tell that little brat, my other half, if he's doing well out there, to cherish it well. Don't end up like me, trapped in this damned place." I was slightly taken aback. "I will." Then I was pulled out of the darkness. The moment light returned to my eyes, I saw a strange ceiling. No, not a ceiling. It was the top of a cave. Glowing ores were embedded in the rock walls, illuminating the entire space. I looked down at my hands, grayish-white skin, fine cracks, the mark of Edo Tensei. I was resurrected in this form. "Welcome back, fourth Hokage." A familiar voice echoed. I looked up and saw that pale face. Orochimaru. He stood there dressed in white robes, his golden snake-like eyes fixed on me. Beside him stood a few people, Sasuke, Jugo, Suigetsu, and 4 individuals wearing Hokage cloaks. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was studying his hands with great interest. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was observing the surroundings with a serious expression. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded slightly upon seeing me. And myself. No, that was my body, but standing there was another me, one might say the version of me in Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. The voice of the second Hokage sounded, "Orochimaru, you actually summoned us with this technique to clarify some matters." Orochimaru said, "About ninjas, about ninjutsu, about the truth of this war." The first Hokage laughed, "Haha, don't be so serious. By the way, fourth Hokage," he looked at me, "the Rasengan you developed is now your son's signature jutsu." Son. Naruto. My heart, if Edo Tensei still had a heart, began to race violently. Naruto. I whispered that name. Is he okay?" The third Hokage's gaze dimmed for a moment. In that instant my heart sank. The third Hokage began, his voice somewhat heavy. "He suffered many hardships as a child. You are the Hokage, your son should have received the best care. But Danzo and the higher-ups of the village." He did not finish, but I understood. Jinchuriki. The Ninetales. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. I know very well how Jinchuriki were treated in that era. "It is my fault for harming him," I said, my voice somewhat hoarse, "if I hadn't sealed the Ninetales inside him." "No." The third Hokage interrupted me, "You had no choice at that time. That was the only way to save him. Moreover." His expression softened a bit, "Naruto is stronger than you think. He has grown up to become an outstanding ninja. More outstanding than you can imagine." I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, as if Edo Tensei could still breathe. "Where is he now?" "On the battlefield," Orochimaru interjected. "The fourth great ninja war is underway. The enemy is Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Obito. That name pierced my heart like a knife. "Obito?" I said in shock. "You know him?" the second Hokage asked. He was my student, I said. During the battle at the Kanabi Bridge I thought he had perished. But now. I paused. So that man wearing the orange spiral mask with that Sharingan, that space-time ninjutsu. It was him. Everything was orchestrated by him. He summoned the Nine Tails, then causing Kushina's death, I said, but he used space-time ninjutsu very similar to my Flying Thunder God. I never recognized who he was. Space-time ninjutsu. The second Hokage's eyes lit up. Interesting. No wonder it could rival the Flying Thunder God I developed. The first Hokage patted my shoulder. Don't blame yourself too much, fourth Hokage. The past is the past, what matters is the present. Your son is fighting hard on the battlefield and we need to help him. I nodded. Orochimaru began forming seals. The control technique of Edo Tensei manifested over us. Then the space began to distort. I will send you to the battlefield, Orochimaru said. In the next moment we appeared under a strange sky. The sight before us made everyone gasp. The gigantic Ten Tails was roaring in the distance. Its 10 tails waved in the air, shaking the ground with each fall. The Ninja Alliance was fighting desperately and the light of ninjutsu flickered across the battlefield. In the sky countless enormous trees rose from the ground, the tree of God created by the first Hokage. And at the front line 2 golden figures were fiercely battling the enemy. One was a boy in orange clothing with golden hair, blue eyes and cloaked in Nine Tails chakra. Beside him several enormous toads were assisting in the fight. The other was a ninja in 4 tails mode, cloaked in golden chakra with 6 tails swaying in the air. Naruto. My gaze locked onto that golden figure. He has grown up. He has truly grown up. No longer that tiny infant, but has become a heroic young man. His face bore my familiar features, Kushina's stubbornness and my resolve. Naruto. I whispered his name. 16 years. I finally see you again. My son. Naruto. As the name slipped from my lips my gaze locked onto that golden figure, unwavering, unblinking. A cloak of Nine Tails chakra enveloped him, 4 tails swaying behind. His movements were swift and powerful, every evasion, every strike guided by an innate instinctive mastery of battle. A kunai spun deftly in his hand, shadow clones flickered around him, the Rasengan whirled in his palm, the technique I had forged now his signature. Each move he made echoed my younger self, yet it was different. His combat style burned with wilder intensity, bolder abandon, a flamboyance I had never possessed. As though he poured every ounce of his life into each confrontation. That's your son. First Hokage's voice rang beside me, warm with laughter. Ha! What spirit! Fourth Hokage, second Hokage observed the battlefield with calm precision. This is no time for reunion. The enemy advances, we must join the fray immediately. Third Hokage said nothing, only placed a gentle hand upon my shoulder. I nodded. Friends, first Hokage turned to us, his smile fading into solemn resolve. Though summoned by this strange art, our will to protect Konoha, to safeguard the shinobi world, remains unshaken. Now, go. Before the final syllable faded he vanished. In the next breath colossal trees erupted from the distant earth, would release Shinju's descent. Second Hokage followed instantly, water chakra coalescing around him. Third Hokage met my eyes. Go Minato. Go meet your son. Then he too surged toward the battlefield. Only I remained, motionless, for a heartbeat. Flying Thunder God. I appeared beside Naruto. He stood with his back to me, utterly absorbed in the foe before him. A massive splitting entity lunged at him, jaws agape. Just as he prepared to evade, my kunai pierced its core. It shrieked a sound raw with agony, then dissolved into black smoke. Naruto whirled around, froze. His sapphire eyes locked onto mine, pupils wide, body rigid, as if time itself had seized him. His lips parted, but no sound emerged. Naruto. Killer Bee's voice cut through the distance. Watch your back. But Naruto did not move. He only stared, doubting his own sight, trembling on the edge of disbelief. I gazed back, tracing every line of his face, reading every flicker of emotion in his eyes. 16 years. Trapped within the Death God's belly for 16 years, every moment haunted by this instant. Naruto. My voice emerged hoarse, cracked by time. Dad. Dad. His voice trembled, not just with shock but with fragile reverent hope, as if speaking might shatter the vision entirely. It's me. His eyes flooded with sudden searing red. At that very moment another splitting entity lunged from the flank. Without turning I flung a kunai backward, true and precise, piercing its core. This is no time for reminiscence, I said, steadying my voice with practiced calm. Naruto, we fight side by side. He looked at me, and nodded, fierce and certain. Yes. In that instant we moved as one. Golden Ninetales chakra blazed around us, his yang chakra my yin chakra. Two streaks of gold wove across the battlefield like lightning, flying thunder god Rasengan's shadow clone. Our coordination was flawless, as if those 16 years had never sundered us. The splitting entities crumbled before us, paper-thin one after another. Dad. Naruto called from afar. 3 o'clock. Leave it to me. Flying Thunder God. Rasengan. Done. Dad, above you. I see it. Flying Thunder God. Rasengan. Done. We fought as father and son, as perfect partners. Yet I knew this was only the beginning. A greater enemy still loomed beyond. When the Ten-Tails tendril pierced Naruto's chest, my world ceased to turn. Naruto. Killer Bee and I rushed forward, only to be blocked by Obito. Step aside. His voice was glacial, devoid of mercy. Move. My kunai slashed toward his throat, but he deflected it with a truth-seeking ball. I looked at him, my student, the boy who once dreamed of becoming Hokage, now standing before me to destroy everything I had sworn to protect. Obito. His gaze flickered, just once. Sensei, he said. You came. Why? Why do this? I know Rin died. But is this the path you chose? You don't understand. His voice quivered, then hardened into ice. You've never known the agony of losing everything. This world is beyond salvation. I do understand, I said. I lost Kushina. I missed Naruto's childhood. For 16 years I was imprisoned inside the Death God, powerless, silent, watching from the dark. But pain is no justification for annihilation. He fell silent, for a breath. Then raised his hand. A truth-seeking ball reshaped into a black spear, and thrust toward me. The battle raged on. Yet between clashes my eyes never strayed from Naruto. He hung suspended in midair, bound by the Ten-Tails tendrils, his Nine-Tails chakra violently siphoned away. Naruto. At last breaking free of Obito's assault, I reached him, catching his collapsing form as he fell. He lay in my arms, pale as ash, breath shallow, nearly imperceptible. Naruto. Naruto. He did not answer. I knelt holding my son, reunited after 16 years, only to watch him slip away. No. No. Human. The Nine-Tails voice resonated within my mind. There remains one way. What way? Give him me. Unite my yin essence with his yang, I will restore him. But. No buts. Hurry, he's fading. I closed my eyes, and channeled my yin Nine-Tails chakra into him. Golden chakra flowed from me into him. His pallor receded, his breath deepened. Then, he opened his eyes, and looked at me. Dad. I smiled. Then, black shadows erupted from the ground. Black Zetsu. It impaled Naruto's chest, ripping both yin and yang Nine-Tails chakra from his body. No. I reached, but Black Zetsu vanished into the distance. Naruto collapsed once more. I stared at my empty hands, grasping nothing. What followed was a long, harrowing dream. Might Guy activated the 8 gates, clashing with Madara in a cataclysmic duel. With all gates open, Guy's power dwarfed even the 5 Kage's combined strength. His evening elephant, his night Guy, so overwhelming that even Madara conceded, I name you the strongest. At the critical moment I used Flying Thunder God to intercept the fatal blow meant for him. My left arm was severed by a truth-seeking ball. One-armed I could only offer support from the periphery, yet I fought on. Because this was my village. My son. My student. My duty. Then, the infinite Tsukuyomi descended. Light engulfed the world. All fell unconscious, drawn into the genjutsu's illusory realm. But as a reanimated being I remained untouched. Together with first, second and third Hokage we searched the darkness. We found Madara's lower half. There, Hagoromo Otsutsuki manifested his soul emerging from Madara's body, revealing the method to seal Kagaya. "Team 7 needs your aid," he said. We bowed our heads in assent. After Team 7 sealed Kagaya, Hagoromo summoned us all, the team, the tailed beasts and even the dying Madara, from Kagaya's dimension. It was over. Hagoromo began the hand seals. Edo Tensei, release. I felt my body dissolving. Naruto stood nearby watching me, tears glistening yet his lips curved in a tender smile. I walked toward him. "Naruto. Dad." We faced each other. For the first time in 16 years, truly face to face. "And for the last. So much I want to tell you," he said. "Me too," I replied. "But time is short." He drew a deep breath, and began. Of his childhood. His friends. His teachers. His dreams. He spoke swiftly, as if trying to compress 16 years into these final moments. I listened, smiling, tears welling in my eyes. "I just turned 17, I've never tasted sake. Mom told me to find a good woman like her. Well, anyway, though I haven't fulfilled all her wishes yet, I'm trying. And I have dreams too, I'll become Hokage greater than Dad." My form grew fainter. "I promise," Naruto wept, "tell Mom, she needn't worry about me. I'll live well." I met his gaze, the same brilliant blue eyes I'd seen in the mirror. "I know," I said softly. "I'll tell her everything. Dad. Naruto, you are my pride." I reached out, touching his head one last time. His hair was soft, warm, exactly as I'd imagined. Then, I dissolved completely. My soul ascended gently. Through clouds. Through light. There, she stood. Kushina. Her crimson hair billowed in the wind, her smile radiant. She was unchanged, still 16 years young, still breathtakingly beautiful. "Minato." She extended her hand. I clasped it, her touch warm, supple, exactly as memory held it. "Sorry I kept you waiting." "Not long at all," she murmured, leaning against my shoulder. "Now we can watch Naruto, together." Side by side we looked down, upon the world's light. Upon our son, the boy named Uzumaki Naruto, smiling beneath the sun. "He's grown," Kushina whispered. "Yes. He's grown well. Better than we ever imagined." "Yes. He succeeded." "Yes." We exchanged a quiet, eternal smile. In that boundless serenity we watched humanity's story unfold, forevermore. At the moment my soul slowly ascended, I took one last look at the brilliance of the human world. Naruto stood there, head raised, tears blurring his vision. His lips moved slightly and I knew what he was saying. "Dad. Mom." I wanted to respond to him but no sound came out. Kushina's hand slipped from mine, her soul rising beside me. "Minato," her voice echoed deep within my consciousness, gentle and calm. "Kushina. We're leaving." "Yeah." We ascended side by side, passing through clouds, through light, through everything. The clamor of the human world gradually faded away, the brutality of the battlefield grew dim. Only tranquility remained, along with endless peace. I don't know how long it took, here time has no meaning, we stopped in a void. It was neither dark nor light. It was a state between the two, like the moment before dawn. Kushina was beside me, her soul radiating a faint glow. "Where is this?" she asked. "I don't know," I replied, "perhaps inside the belly of the Grim Reaper. Maybe it's the true afterlife." She fell silent for a moment, then leaned against my shoulder. "As long as you're here, anywhere is fine." I held her hand. We floated there without purpose, without direction, just together. After an unknown amount of time a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was not the grayish-white light of the Edo Tensei but a warm golden glow. A figure stepped out from the light. The Sage of Six Paths. He stood there looking at us, his gaze calm and compassionate. "Namikaze Minato Uzumaki Kushina." He said, "Your mission in the human world is complete. It is time to return to your true home. Home? Kushina asked. There, the sage of six paths pointed towards the depths of the light. All departed souls eventually go there. In that place you will meet those you wish to see. My heart raced, if souls could still have heartbeats, at the thought of those I wished to see. Let's go, I said looking at Kushina. She nodded. Together we walked into the light. After the light dissipated I found myself standing on a patch of grass. The sun was warm and the breeze gentle. In the distance there were mountains, trees, flowers, and a clear stream. The sky was a pale blue with a few white clouds drifting by. Kushina stood beside me, her eyes wide as she took it all in. This place is beautiful, I said. She took my hand and walked forward. By the stream there stood a figure. A familiar silhouette. Jiraiya Sensei. He had his back to us holding a flask, tilting his head back to take a swig. Then he turned around and when he saw us he froze. The flask slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground. Minato. Kushina. Jiraiya Sensei's eyes turned red. Jiraiya Sensei. Kushina's voice trembled. He strode over and embraced both of us. You too. You finally came. I returned his hug. This unkempt man, my teacher, Naruto's teacher, trembled slightly in our arms. Sensei. My voice was a bit hoarse. It's good. Good. He released us, wiping his eyes vigorously. It's good that you came, it's good that you came. Kushina was already crying, unable to speak, just holding on to Jiraiya's hand tightly. Hey, stop crying, girl. Jiraiya chuckled, patting her head. Look at you, still as teary as before. Who cries? Kushina replied, choking back tears. Still won't admit it. Jiraiya laughed. Back in ninja school you cried every day. I didn't. You did. Did not. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched them bicker. This is nice. Jiraiya Sensei is here too. Jiraiya led us forward through the grass, through the flower bushes, through a small grove. Ahead lay an open clearing. Many people were standing there. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama was speaking to the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Upon seeing us the first Hokage smiled and waved, hey fourth Hokage. You're just in time. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting on a rock puffing on a pipe. When he saw us he stood up, a look of satisfaction on his face. Minato Kushina. Third Hokage. I walked over. He looked at me and nodded. Well done. Just 3 words, but I knew it was his acknowledgement of me. Kushina's parents stood not far away. The moment she saw them she froze. Dad. Mom. Her mother turned around and upon seeing her her eyes instantly turned red. Kushina. Kushina rushed over and threw herself into her mother's embrace, crying like a child. Mom. Mom. I missed you so much. Her mother held her, gently patting her back. I know. My child, you have suffered. Her father stood by, ready, trying to maintain his composure. I watched this scene, my eyes also feeling a bit misty. A hand gently rested on my shoulder. I turned my head. It was Sarutobi Biwako, the third Hokage's wife. She looked at me, smiling warmly. Minato, thank you for your hard work over the years. Biwako-san. Don't call me San. She smiled, here we are all equals. She turned to look at Kushina, her eyes filled with affection. That child, I have always watched over her. She has done very well, even better than I imagined. I nodded. I know. That day we talked for a long time. The first Hokage poured me a drink, telling stories about the founding of Konoha as he drank. The second Hokage kept a stern face but occasionally chimed in. The third Hokage sat smoking his pipe, smiling as he watched us. Jiraiya Sensei and Kushina's parents chatted about Naruto. He talked about how mischievous Naruto was as a child, how he nearly got killed for stealing the seduction technique, and those years he fought tirelessly to save Sasuke. Kushina listened, laughing and crying. Her mother held her hand, repeatedly saying, my child, you did well. Kushina's father was taciturn, but his eyes were filled with pride as he looked at his daughter. The sky gradually darkened, if there really was a sky here. The bonfire was lit. Everyone sat around it continuing to chat and laugh. Kushina leaned against my shoulder softly saying, "Minato, this place is truly wonderful." "Yeah. Everyone is here." "Yeah. We can be together forever from now on." I turned to look at her. The light of the bonfire reflected on her face, making her eyes sparkle. "Right," I said, "together forever." She smiled. That smile was as radiant as when we first met. In the distance the light of the human world continued to shimmer. There were our son, his children, his friends, and everything that belonged to him. "Naruto, what are you doing right now?" "Probably busy with paperwork again." "Only after becoming Hokage do you realize how tiring this work is." "Boruto, that kid, what trouble is he causing now?" "Just like you back then, always wanting to prove himself." "Himawari, that gentle little girl, must be helping her mom cook again." I looked in that direction, unable to suppress a smile. Kushina was also looking over there, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Minato. Do you think they ever think of us?" "They do," I replied, "especially Naruto." "Why?" "Because he is our son." She smiled, leaning a bit closer. The crackling of the bonfire surrounded us with warmth. Jiraiya Sensei was over there loudly telling some joke, eliciting laughter all around. The first Hokage laughed the loudest, while the second Hokage still wore a serious face, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The third Hokage sat smoking his pipe, smiling as he watched everything unfold. Kushina's parents snuggled together, whispering to each other. "This is the true home. This is home. We fought our whole lives, protected our whole lives, sacrificed our whole lives. In the end we returned here. Together with all those who loved us and those we loved. Naruto. If you can hear your dad's words. Dad wants to tell you we are doing well. We have always been here. Watching you, protecting you, being proud of you. Until forever."